Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101. Retreating with his hands stretched behind his head, he grabbed Asia's hand before he walked away without turning back. I like you. We'll continue our talk when I'm done. With those words, he retreated into the house with Asia following silently. When the duo disappeared, Claria let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Aurelia. I'm so sore, Claria couldn't quite believe her eyes. Aurelia stood ramrod straight with her face maintaining its black visage. But when she strained her eyes, she could make out something she thought she would never see on the straight-laced woman. Is that a blush? DxD. A few kilometers away from the house, Igor and Aurelia stood apart from each other in a face-off. With trees surrounding them at every point, there was barely 10 meters of distance between each trunk. The sun was high but its rays barely managed to penetrate to the forest floor. Apart from a few insects, other wildlife was scarce in the forest due to Igor's aura having driven most of the animals away. The blonde stood while he stretched his arms, his eyes locked onto Aurelia's form. With black pants and his long-sleeved black shirt, he was ready for battle, and his energetic aura certainly showed that. With a full stomach, the recharge rate of his ki had boosted by a considerable margin, and with all that excess energy, he needed to let out some of it. Aurelia's previous display had certainly served to stroke his battle-starved appetite. It was to the point that the moment he finished eating, he dragged the woman here, with her permission of course. In front of Igor's enthusiastic grin, Aurelia maintained her impassive gaze. But she couldn't hide the feeling of at least wanting to spar a bit with her soon-to-be husband. It was unladylike, and she blamed her ancestry for inheriting this subtle desire for a good fight. Knowing that her current attire was less than fit for fighting a certified speed demon, she snapped her fingers and a white light covered her body. When it dissipated, it revealed her to be now clad in an elegant Miko dress that had long slits on the side to not restrain leg movement. The dress was red in color, but upon closer inspection, one could notice the telltale sign of metal plating by the edges, indicating that underneath the fabric was laced with metal armor for protection. A magnificent black coat was draped over her form with a katana strapped to her side. Opposed to the blonde shinobi sandals, she wore calf-length strapped sandals that had quite a thick heel on them. Tying her hair in a ponytail, her current state was vastly different from her subservient maid-like appearance. Despite being a Western beauty, she seemed more like a samurai, a likely influence of having stayed in Japan for most of her life. Placing a hand on her sword, she got into a stance. Benefactor. Though this one may not be on par with you, please do not underestimate her. Igor similarly raised his fists and got into a stance. And lose an arm. I'm definitely not underestimating you, Sister Aurelia. There was a lull of silence between them, the leaves scattering as the pressure of their gradually rising aura affected the wind around them. Those with keen ears would be able to hear the muscles of each individual tense as they reinforced them with either magic power or ki. Aurelia further channeled mana into her sword, allowing it to gain a faint blue luminescence. As for Igor, he had undone his Kaioken in order to get the most authentic pleasure from this fight. Without it, his power stabilized at the peak of mid-god class. This was currently his maximum power level without the technique. But he figured with a month of solid training, stepping into high god class would be a non-issue. While Aurelia was in low god class, her decades of experience combined with the knowledge from her ancestors had the potential to close, or even surpass the gap between her and the blonde. And with her repertoire of magic spells and swordsmanship styles, she wasn't necessarily outmatched. But that was only theory on paper. The real test would begin when the two clashed. Gripping her sword tightly, she vanished. Sue. Being the first to move, Aurelia appeared instantly in front of the blonde, her sword ready for a quick draw slash. As soon as she drew her sword, she immediately slashed behind her. Slash. Nearly caught by surprise, Igor trapped the blade between his palms, the tip dangerously close to his nose. The afterimage he left to fool her dissipated while he locked eyes with her. You really want to cleave me in half, don't you? Rest assured, benefactor. This one is confident she can heal you before you lose your breath. Mustering a strained grin, he quipped back. Your services won't be needed, sister. Besides, you still haven't told me who you really are. Issuing a daring maneuver, he used his palm to push the sword to the side. At the same time, he spun like a corkscrew to avoid having his shoulder slashed and aimed a kick towards her head. Feeling the power behind the kick, Aurelia deflected the kick with her shoulder before retreating, just in time to avoid an impromptu horse kick that would have landed on her chin. Quickly righting himself from his handstand, Igor stood up again. I'm no good with a sword, but... Zoo. White aura blades formed in his hands. I'm pretty good with these. The blades were barely 10 centimeters long if measured from the tips of his fingers, but they were his specialty that he mastered. Having gotten used to fighting more than one opponent, short blades were the best fit for him in a confined space like a battlefield. The lull of silence between them didn't last long before they lunged at each other again. Sue. Sue, clash. The exchanges between them were fast. They barely appeared for even a second before they suddenly appeared a dozen meters away. Whether it be on the ground, atop a branch, or even vertically on the tree trunks, they fought, their senses entirely focused on each other. All anyone would be able to see were brief flashes of Igor redirecting a blade or Aurelia blocking a stab before the duo suddenly vanished. As for the mundane, they wouldn't be able to see more than brief flashes of light. So far, no sort of energy techniques were used besides reinforcing their bodies for maximum physical capabilities. Both displayed superb energy control with absolutely no leakage of aura from their bodies. Aurelia was also especially impressed with how he handled her blows. His spectral blades were able to parry her katana with relative ease. From what she'd seen so far, Igor seemed to be the sort of person who'd be brash in this fight and not fear her blade. But he was cautious, his eyes serious. She was learning more about him in this fight than she could have possibly learned from another source, alleviating to his words during breakfast. I don't know you, Sister Aurelia. You seem to know me and you want something from me. But I don't trust you. Let's have a good fight first. Only then will I answer anything you want to know. Although she had agreed hesitantly, she couldn't lie and say she wasn't enjoying the scuffle between them. It was certainly a nice variation from sparring with Yasaka and the other odd yokai. Though neither of their lives were at stake, she would do her best to win. Let's turn it up a notch, Sister Aurelia. Yes, benefactor. Because from their exchange right now, she knew he would want nothing less than her 100%. Grew. Igor was the first to step things up. With his power rising, he pointed his arms towards Aurelia before golden orbs formed in them. Ha! Do. 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 Ki blasts began raining at Aurelia from all directions. When the blonde released them, some of them would divert their paths and strike at her from the sides or behind her like homing missiles. It was a superb display of ki control, with none of them hitting the trees at all. One could only marvel just how much one had to practice to continuously calculate the trajectories of ki blasts for an ever-moving target. While Aurelia could marvel at his ki control, she had much bigger things to worry about. Boom. 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 These supercharged ki blasts were like miniature bombs that she had to constantly dodge or risk suffering considerable injuries. On their own, these blasts weren't powerful. But if one hit, then just the impact would slow her down enough for other subsequent blasts to hit her. But in a display of agility, Aurelia darted from tree branch to tree branch without issue. Instead of her, all these attacks managed to hit were the trees or the ground. In that time, Aurelia was already focusing her magic power, not content so simply be on the receiving end. Gripping her sword, she channeled mana into her feet before jumping into the sky. Having the blonde in her sights, she quietly muttered. One slash. Kacha. Like the sound of glass breaking, a menacing sword slash that spread dozens of meters wide instantly soared towards the blonde. Even though it was wide, the height slash width was very thin, so thin that one would barely be able to see the attack coming even if they squinted. But as someone who's used instant transmission for years, Igor was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, never mind that his normal senses were extremely heightened. Feeling the looming threat so close to him, he knew that it was far too late to even use instant vanish to escape. Knowing this attack would cleave right through him if he tried to block it in his current state, he bent backwards. Doof. Moving right over his forehead, Aurelia's sword slash cut straight into the ground, leaving a very fine gash that extended deep into the ground with no end in sight. But there was no time to admire that because in less than the time it took to blink, Aurelia appeared above him with her sword poised to pierce his stomach. Widening his eyes, he quickly rolled to the side but was unable to escape damage. Poochie. Her sword managed to cut through his side, leaving him with a rather sizable gash that immediately started to bleed. Ignoring the stinging pain, he got on all three before stretching out his left hand. Sunset flash. Immediately, golden energy formed in his palm before a powerful blast wave shot from it. Drew. The blast wave barreled straight towards Aurelia, who immediately reacted by conjuring a barrier. Goo. His attack and her barrier met head-on, the clash causing a powerful shock wave to spread out. Immediately, all the trees around them were uprooted, a radius of a few meters clearing around them. Aurelia's barrier cracked, but she quickly channeled her mana into fixing it. In this situation, she could only bide her time. From the power of the blast, she knew he couldn't keep up such a high-volume discharge of energy for a long time without damaging or even crippling his arm. While she was right, she still underestimated Igor. It was true that he couldn't keep it up for long, but this much energy discharge was far from his maximum. Ha. Cadre. Knowing his attack had found purchase, Igor no longer had any qualms in channeling more ki into the attack, and the results were massive. Boom. The power behind the attack was so astonishing that the power from the Gallic gun he launched on Barakquil all those years ago seemed like nothing in comparison. The radius of the blast wave was so humongous that it appeared as if a giant snake of golden light was slithering through the forest. For over a kilometer, this blast extended before gradually it dimmed and disappeared. As soon as it vanished, all that was left behind was a smoldering mess of leaf litter and burnt wood. The ground itself was hollowed out like a trench that led to a straight passage through the forest. The sun that couldn't penetrate to the forest floor now could, except there was nothing alive for it to nourish with its sunlight besides the blonde who was clutching his bleeding side. The whole region was quiet, the only sound coming from Igor burning his wound shut with his ki. Despite his rather grievous injury, the blonde was all smiles. He didn't know whether Aurelia could survive the blast without needing intensive care, but he was sure she was alive. And his assumption came true when a few hundred meters away, Aurelia walked out of the plume of dust with a menacing aura around her. Her clothes were damaged greatly, her arms singed from blocking the blast. But her eyes that were previously uncaring, oozed the desire for combat. Igor couldn't help but get lost in them, his heartbeat quickening. He simply couldn't look away from them for some reason he couldn't understand. He had seen the same eyes in Added when they fought, but they never made him forget to breathe. If before she was some random woman he would easily forget, she was now beautiful. She looked like a warrior. Smelled like a warrior. Felt like a warrior. With her sword at her side, a blue aura covered her form like a translucent curtain. All this time, her eyes never once left his. Aurelia cared not for decency at this moment. Despite her clothes being torn and subtly revealing rather compromising body parts, she paid no attention to that. Her armor had been completely destroyed and revealed the black undershirt that was massively torn in several places. But she cared not for that. Rather, it seemed like a fire had awakened within her. That Aryan instinct to fight, the desire for battle that had been suppressed for so many years had awakened when she was so close to death. If she enjoyed the previous fight between them, now she wanted to relish it. Sue. Closing the distance between them in an instant, she stood a few meters away from the blonde. You have won the first bout. But I will win the second. If I do not win the second, I will win the third. We will not stop. She said those words with conviction and was straight to the point. She was so determined that she even forgoed her usual subservient speech pattern. On the opposite sound, Igor couldn't help but grin, his aura fluctuating with excitement he felt. Aurelia grew. A burst of aura covered his form like a gentle white flame. I wouldn't want it any other way. His fire had been stoked and his battle lust soared to its peak. His impression of Aurelia had rose to new heights to the point that he genuinely respected this woman as if he had known her for years. In this fight alone, he verified his gut feeling that this woman was a warrior, and that she was kin. Anne. I know the rules. Since 2 days have passed, here's 2 chapters. Hope you enjoy them. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 102, Chapter 102. Aurelia grew. A burst of aura covered his form like a gentle white flame. I wouldn't want it any other way. His fire had been stoked and his battle lust soared to its peak. His impression of Aurelia had rose to new heights to the point that he genuinely respected this woman as if he had known her for years. In this fight alone, he verified his gut feeling that this woman was a warrior, and that she was kin. DxD. Far away from the scene of the fight, Shuri, Aquino, Asia, and Claria were standing outside the house with worried or awed expressions on their face. While the adults were worried, the 2 children were awed, and rightfully so. From the distance, motes of flashing lights and magic circles were relevant as the sounds of explosions filled the vicinity. The fight between Igor and Aurelia had scaled up to involve energy attacks of various margins. The giant plumes of dust and gravel burst up like brown curtains that continuously spread throughout the forest. The blows and attacks those 2 traded were beyond impressive. Just the rumbling of the earth alone was a testament to the power behind the attacks. Even the resulting sounds from their attacks and clashes were crack, boom, loud beyond measure. Shuri couldn't help but worry that the isolation barrier wouldn't be able to withstand the shock waves. She could see it gleam continuously whenever an attack that missed its target collided against it. She couldn't help but hold Asia and Aquino a little closer to her just in case they needed to run. Shuri still couldn't believe that things had come to this point. Everything had happened so suddenly that she couldn't even put a word in. Breakfast was moving normally with stories being traded across the table. Most of the time, it was Claria complaining about the blonde or the church while the only boy in the room stuffed himself with food, remaining oblivious to the varied looks he got from everyone. But the most surprising thing was when Aurelia wanted to talk to Igor alone. Then all of a sudden, the blonde proposed a fight and in an instant, they were gone. It didn't even take long before the sounds of fighting reached all the way over here. Now, Shuri was worried that as the four of them stood here, one of them here could catch a stray blast. I think we should stop them before it gets too far. Hearing her friend's words, Claria walked over and reached up to place a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry too much, Shuri-chan. Nothing will happen, hopefully. Claria tried to optimistic because in reality, there was little to nothing either of them could do with their strength. Neither of them could properly qualify as high-class entities. At best, they could be seen as middle-class in terms of combat capability. But in a fight between two god-class entities, they could forget about trying to interfere. Just the shockwaves from their clash alone would grievously injure them, if they were lucky. While the two adults were worried, the two little girls on the side were a different story. Akino was focused, her eyes squinting in order to catch a trace of the two fighters. Right now, Igor and Aurelia's fight was not limited to just land. Visible shockwaves and collision points could be seen all across the sky, but Akino wasn't satisfied with just that. She wanted to see exactly what moves they were making, especially the blonde. As for Asia, she was content to simply cheer her brother on. You can win, big brother. Her eyes sparkled at the shining motes in the sky, the streaks of light reflecting in her eyes. Her hands were clasped together, her eyes wide open in wonder. She had never seen such a sight before in her life. But if there was one thing she was confident in, it was that her brother would win, because her brother is the best. DxD. At the scene of the battle, Igor and Aurelia were floating a few meters away from each other. The blonde's hand was visibly red from having deflected an ice shard, while Aurelia's stomach had a visible red bruise from the result of failing to block a punch. The blonde sported many cuts on his body from Aurelia's sword, his shirt riddled with at least a dozen slits. Fortunately, the damage was largely cosmetic. Very few of her strikes managed to do more than scratch his skin. Aurelia was not without damage either. She was wary of Igor's punches more than his aura blades because of just how much power there was behind those fists. The case in point was previously when her chest armor bent inwards after a particularly nasty attempt at a liver shot that she failed to block. Her stamina had taken a hit, but a bit of magic allowed her to recover. Both fighters were far from winded, the flames of their aura still radiating brightly. This clash of white and blue had resulted in a draw. Even when Igor pulled out tricks like instant transmission, Aurelia seemed to have been built with an early warning system that allowed her to react quickly. It seemed that just like him, she was also sensitive to spatial fluctuations, or at the very least, had a magic spell that allowed her to sense spatial fluctuations. Yet even with this disadvantage, he enjoyed this bout and sincerely wanted to carry on. But before that, he had something he wanted to confirm with the Silverette. You are Aryan, aren't you? He was roughly 80% sure. Ever since he saw her, he got this somewhat strange feeling that he knew her. Although it was restrained, he could tell her life force wasn't normal. Having spent time with, and fought a lot of long-lived species, Igor could vaguely tell if someone was much older than they appeared or not, and one thing was for sure, Aurelia was far older than she seemed. His third suspicion was her way of speaking. It was way too archaic, similar to the way some of the older people in Indra's army spoke. Although not substantial, it helped aid in his guess that she was old and thus, not a normal human. But the final piece of the puzzle was when they fought. It is nigh impossible to fully restrain one's aura in a fight unless the gap between the person and the opponent was so significant that the stronger being could afford to restrain their power. When they fought, Igor finally felt the abnormal amount of life force she had for a human. 1. He could tell that it was in the hundreds, her lifespan or life force roughly matching his own. The second was the density or purity of her life force. As a person grows older, the density of their life force increases as the years go by. His was relatively mellow in comparison to hers that was nearing Vasco's life force and density. He couldn't pin her exact age, but she was definitely above 50 years old. Taking those factors and the notion that his kind had been annihilated over 50 years ago, his suspicions that she was Aryan shot through the roof. Unless there was another race of superhumans that existed, she was definitely an Aryan. His confirmation would have been quicker were it not for her white hair. That threw him in a loop for a while. But when she walked out of that plume of dust, when he saw those beautiful eyes lusting for battle, something in him screamed that she was kin. Just like how someone could identify someone from their hometown through their accent, Igor could instinctually feel that Aurelia was someone very familiar, and all it took was an exchange of fists to confirm his gut feeling. Knowing that refuting was pointless, Aurelia nodded her head. Yes. I am indeed an Aryan. Scratching his head, Igor frowned in confusion. No wonder you felt weird. But I wasn't sure until we fought a few times. His gaze then turned serious. I don't know why, but my instincts tell me that you are blood. I can see it in your eyes, you have that fight in you, the glare of a warrior. Aurelia stared silently at him. When he said those words, her mind traveled back to the speech her father gave her brothers and the soldiers when they were invaded. Our enemies have arrived, but we are not afraid. Our ancestors were not afraid. We are proud Aryans who have persisted through history. For we are a race of warriors. It is in our blood. It is in our instincts. Take your sword. Take your spear. Take your pike. Take any weapon. We will fight until the last man. We shall not surrender. This time, she did not feel sadness, but pride. She cannot bring back her kin from death, but not one of them died on their knees. I have schemed for so long that it seems I have forgotten what it means to be a warrior. Facing Igor's words, her eyes were opened. She had never felt more alive than now when they fought. Her blood sang in jubilee every time she strained her mana veins to block another attack. She enjoyed and relished the feeling of a good fight. Revealing a genuine smile, she sighed. Benefactor. Thank you for your kind words. Because of you, I have discovered a side of me that I have suppressed for too long. Aurelia didn't hide her heritage intentionally. But in this fight, she realized that all this time, she called herself a proud Aryan yet didn't embody that. It was the same as a normal civilian calling themselves a soldier just because their father was a soldier when they never even held a gun in their life. In this fight, Aurelia realized she was indeed like the civilian in this scenario. But now, she has turned into a fully fledged soldier, a genuine warrior who can bear the moniker of her ancestors, a woman who can bear the name of Drakenberg with pride. Benefactor dash. Igor. Call me Igor. Don't call me Benefactor. It doesn't suit the current you. He could tolerate being called Benefactor from a talking robot. But for this woman he admired, her calling him Benefactor was too meek for his liking. I understand, Igor. Flashing a thumbs up, the blonde grinned. That's better. So, wanna continue? To be honest, I can still go a few rounds. Aurelia didn't say anything but gestured around the vicinity. Hectares and hectares of land was destroyed in their fight. Gorges and craters left scars across the landscape that would surely cost thousands of dollars to fill. Trees were strewn about either uprooted or torn apart into pieces of wood, something that would be hard to explain to the mundane. The only good outcome was that despite the intensity of their fight, the isolation barrier was still intact. This meant that for the time being, no one in the mundane world would notice that not even a few kilometers from town, a devastating battle had taken place. Catching the silverette's hidden message, Igor frowned. As much as he wanted to fight, he knew Shuri loved this forest and if they fought any further, there was a chance of making restoration impossible, or damn near impossible. Letting his aura retreat inside his body, he sighed. Fine. We'll fight another day, I guess. Aurelia quietly nodded. Yes. Then immediately, she rushed towards him. Sue. Igor widened his eyes and was prepared to take a defensive stance when she suddenly hugged him. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. Catching the silverette's hidden message, Igor frowned. As much as he wanted to fight, he knew Shuri loved this forest and if they fought any further, there was a chance of making restoration impossible, or damn near impossible. Letting his aura retreat inside his body, he sighed. Fine. We'll fight another day, I guess. Aurelia quietly nodded. Yes. Then immediately, she rushed towards him. Sue. Igor widened his eyes and was prepared to take a defensive stance when she suddenly hugged him. DxD. Quick note, in the previous chapter, it is said that Aryans were annihilated over 60 years ago. That is poor math on my part. It was over 50 years ago. The mistake has been corrected. Igor did not expect for the person he just fought a moment ago to suddenly hug him. It confused him, for lack of better words, since this was something totally outside his expectations. A punch or a kick was more in line with his estimations as opposed to a warm hug. He looked down at the silverette that had buried her head in his chest, her arms wrapped tightly around his back. She didn't move nor did she show any signs of moving. Igor could feel her distinct memories pressed against his stomach, a sensation he didn't give much priority to given just how odd this situation was. He wasn't sure exactly how to react since even though she was holding him tightly, it wasn't a bear hug by any means so she wasn't attacking him. This sent his brain for a whirl since if she was an enemy, it would be all the more easy to kick her away and if she was a friend, it would be easier to accept her hug. But to him, Aurelia was in essence, still a stranger. Despite everything that had happened, he hadn't even known the woman for more than an hour. He definitely liked her after having an awesome battle with her, but random hugs were going too far. If it wasn't because he had a good impression of her, he would have pushed her away, especially since being restrained like this was uncomfortable. Asterisk. With his hands awkwardly spread, he frowned. Ah, sister. What are you? Igor was not used to contact with the other sex. If Aquino, Asia, or even Shuri were to hug him out of the blue, he would hug them right back because he had known them for years. Aurelia. That was a different story and he couldn't figure out why she would suddenly grab him like this. Hearing his question, Aurelia realized what she was doing was untoward, too much, but she made no effort to let go. Rather, her arms seemed to tighten around his torso. Thank you, Igor. She looked up at him, her eyes displaying her gratitude. Thank you for avenging my family. Thank you for meeting me. And thank you for showing me what it means to be one of us. His expression was relatively blank, but his mind was a chaotic mess of ignorance. What is she saying? Her words made no sense to him at all. Avenging. Meeting. One of us. It took his all for him not to look at her like how a child looked at a complicated puzzle. He could somewhat understand the last part. Aurelia had changed greatly from when they first met. She no longer spoke in her previous servile way, which was a big bonus in his opinion. Speaking like a weak servant with her power level was something he couldn't understand. But after they fought, it turned into something he could not stand. As for avenging and meeting, he was pulling blanks in his head. He could vaguely guess the first maybe had something to do with the Heimjima. But the second, he was completely lost to the point that he had no hope of figuring it out. Luckily, Aurelia noticed his confusion. Stepping back to give him space, she clarified. Apologies for confusing you, Igor. Allow me to tell you everything properly. My name is Aurelia von Drakenberg, Princess of the Principality of Aria. 53 years ago, the portal entrance to our realm in Italy was invaded. At the time, our forces were concentrated on the Antarctic entrance, so we were rendered completely unprepared for an attack from behind. Her fists clenched in budding anger. One of those forces were the Heimjima, and they killed my family. Her eyes grew watery with that last revelation. It seemed that even after decades, the pain still existed. Whether she knew it or not, her expression was not fragile, but fierce. Gone was the kind, yet cold woman and was replaced by a fury that threatened to burst uncontrollably at any moment. Igor frowned when he heard the name of the clan again, but was quickly pulled out of his daze when he felt the cold pressure emanating from the silverette. Looking at her, he could see the menacing blue aura that surrounded her like a dense, oily mist. Knowing there would be untold consequences if she failed to control her power, he tried to comfort the woman. Or dash. Please, let me finish. Her eyes were watery, yet filled with the piercing desire to get everything off her chest. She wanted him to know and understand everything that led her here and why she appreciated meeting him so much. She looked into his eyes, silently pleading for him to acknowledge her request, and Igor found himself unable to refuse under such a gaze. Silently nodding for her to continue, the silverette spoke. When my family and kin were killed, our dimension collapsed. Anyone who was not alive would have remained in the emptiness of space, while any survivors would be randomly teleported to one of the 7 continents. As a survivor, I was thrown out into Kyoto, where Lady Yasaka eventually found and took me in. Her gaze lowered, her aura threatening to spiral out of control as her anger took hold. For years I had been plotting the downfall of the Heimjima, all while I assumed the alias of Kuroheim. I trained for years for the moment I could finally wipe them out with my own hands. I could not get it out my mind that Sua grew older while my family, my people. It was too much for her to maintain her composure. She thought she would be strong, but she underestimated the hatred she had buried deep in her heart. Despite the culprits having died, her pain still existed. Even after having seen their corpses and how painfully they departed from this world, she couldn't let go of the raw hatred she held for them. She couldn't. She despised them to the core. She hated them with every single fiber of her being. It was one thing to kill everyone she loved. It was another thing entirely to torture them to death and end their lives as warriors by strangulation, and she had to watch. She had to watch the single event that haunted her dreams for decades. She could never forgive them even if they were brought back to life and killed repeatedly 100 times. Feeling her pain, Igor was now the one to envelop her in a warm hug. He cradled her head into his chest, his chin gently nuzzling the top of her head. It's okay, Aurelia. Let it out. Aurelia didn't know how to respond. It's just the two of us here. So don't hold it in. Aurelia didn't want to appear weak, but I'm here for you. His words broke the last wall of resistance. She clung onto him like a lifeline, a source of comfort that she desperately needed. For 53 years, she had never grieved for her father, her mother, her brothers, and her friends. She never grieved for the servants and the guards that so valiantly tried to defend them, nor her kin that died under the blades of the aggressors. She had been so consumed by revenge that she never had the chance to accept their loss and move on. She did not hold back. Clutching his clothes tightly, she silently wept into his chest, her tears soaking the fabric. But Igor didn't care. He could understand the loss of family since he had been through a familiar circumstance. Though he never personally saw their demise, the first few months in the time chamber without them set in stone that he would never see them again. So he could understand her pain, and he knew the best thing he could do was silently console her. Gradually, Aurelia's choked sobs stopped and her grip on his shirt slackened. But Igor still didn't let her go. Until she made a conscious effort to, he was fine holding her like this and gently stroking her hair. On a normal day, he would find it a bit funny that he was comforting someone who was old enough to be his grandmother like a little child. But with how long their lives were and his mental age of over 60 years, it was semantics. Finally, Aurelia let go of him and took a step back, her head lowered in embarrassment. Thank you. Igor dropped his hand on her shoulder. No sweat, Sister Aurelia. We are kin, after all. Wiping her tears, Aurelia couldn't help but smile. Yes, we are kin. The moment she said those words, there was a brief lull of silence before a white light covered the both of them. Aurelia widened her eyes in alert at the sudden phenomenon. But Igor was more lost than afraid, because he recognized this light. This was the light of the time chamber. What dash? He barely had time to finish his word before the both of them vanished along with the light. Show. Anne. But to him, Aurelia was in essence, still a stranger. Despite everything that had happened, he hasn't even known the woman for more than an hour. He definitely liked her after having an awesome battle with her, but hugs were moving too far. If it wasn't because he had a good impression of her, he would have pushed her away, especially since being restrained like this was uncomfortable. Asterisk. Explanation: no matter how many buttons are pressed, the cannon won't work if there is no ammunition. It was stated that he does in fact produce soldiers, but he's a battle maniac. You're more likely to get a reaction out of the blonde by showing him 10,000 men than a naked woman. Chronologically, Igor was possibly born in 1987, so his age is roughly between 11 and 12. We aren't told when his birthday is. We get this date because in 1991 when he appeared, he was 4. Knowing that the time chamber halts his lifespan and presumably, his bone age, he is either 9 or nearing 9 years of age. Again, we aren't given his birthday. Biologically, he is around 11 because the awakening of the divine strand of God Ki aged him up. A biological age means nothing in the grand scheme of things otherwise. People like Saraphal and Claria would be rated around 14 years old biologically. Mentally, he is in his 60s, but at this point, it's better to say he has decades of training experience rather than life experience. She hated them with every single fiber of her being. It was one thing to kill everyone she loved. It was another thing entirely to torture them to death and end their lives as warriors by strangulation, and she had to watch. She had to watch the single event that haunted her dreams for decades. She could never forgive them even if they were brought back to life and killed repeatedly 100 times. Asterisk. Explanation: we know that multiple races formed an alliance together and plotted to kill all the Aryans out of greed for the time chamber. As for why Aurelia specifically hates the Heimjima. Because before killing everyone she loved, they tortured them first. Warning: mature theme from here. Aryans are a warrior race and dying from pulley hanging isn't a very honorable way to die. Furthermore, being strung up by your neck is a slow process, so I imagine she had to watch for 1 or 2 hours, especially if we factor in that the people being hung are superhumans. So we can be sure that at least 15 minutes passed before they eventually died from asphyxiation. Furthermore, 2 people were hung at a time, so I imagine she had to watch both her father and mother die in front of her at the same time. Then we have a gloating Sue on the side who bragged about his achievements and really rubbing salt into the wound. So we can imagine why she really, really hates the Heimjima. Anne. Here's a picture of our dearest Aurelia. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. Yes, we are kin. The moment she said those words, there was a brief lull of silence before a white light covered the both of them. Aurelia widened her eyes in alert at the sudden phenomenon. But Igor was more lost than afraid, because he recognized this light. This was the light of the time chamber. What dash? He barely had time to finish his word before the both of them vanished along with the light. Show. DxD. In the familiar landscape of gray with shining auroras in the dim skies, Igor and Aurelia appeared in a flash of white. Aurelia was taken aback at the sudden change in scenery. Apart from the building in front of her, there was no other structure in sight. In fact, the horizon seemed to stretch on forever. While she was taking in the sights, Igor began walking away from her with a frown on his face. She followed right after, and when she saw what he was looking at, she was in a daze. Following his line of sight, she saw 2 giant hourglasses that had sand trickling through to the bottom. It appeared as if the both of them had just reset since the top half was still full. But while she was in awe of the sight, Igor's frown only grew. I can't bring us out. Aurelia was lost, something Igor quickly noticed. Oh, right. This is the time chamber. I use it to train from time to time. Her eyes widened in shock. You mean that this is our sacred artifact? The time chamber that over half the world fought for? Igor could only smile wryly at her words, unsure of how to answer them. I don't know about sacred. But this is the time chamber. While Aurelia was busy absorbing his words, the blonde was waging an internal battle with himself. Is it right if I call it the hyperbolic time chamber? It does look like the one from Dragon Ball, but it's weaker. Decisions. Great. This is simply great. Igor was literally pulled out of his thoughts by the Silverette, who suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders. If you have it, then it means they never won. Our people's legacy still remains. Aurelia released tears of joy at the revelation. She had no idea how Igor had the time chamber, but the fact that he, an Aryan, had it meant that somehow, their people managed to elude the greedy invaders and kept their legacy safe through him. The continued possession of the time chamber in their hands meant that the blood of her kin wasn't shed for nothing and their deaths weren't in vain. Without further thought, she dashed away like an excited child, uncaring for the noble image she had imprinted in the blonde's mind crumbling. With her snow-white hair spread all over, she whizzed around the place and took in the sights. She was truly excited to the point that she couldn't hold herself back. This is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Igor stood in place like a proud father. Head. His arms were folded with a small amused smile on his face. Who knew that stern-faced woman he met could suddenly giggle like a child high on candy? The very same woman who had quietly sat at the breakfast table a few moments prior was now flying around the Auroras like a 4-year-old. It was such a stark contrast that he couldn't wonder if they were two different people. But they were in fact, the same person. For years, Aurelia kept herself sealed off without having any reason to be happy. Her mind had been so soaked in planning her vengeance that the only one who could even manage to penetrate into her heart was Kunu, Yasaka's daughter. But even with the existence of Kunu, she could never fully be happy with the Heimjima less than 50 kilometers from her. But all it took was one day for her to gradually bloom from the shell she had trapped herself in. The Heimjima were no more, meaning she no longer had to harbor thoughts of vengeance. She discovered and met her kin, destroying the loneliness that she was the last of her kind. In one day, the shattered spark of life within her was reforged and rekindled. And now, she discovered that the pinnacle of her people's ingenuity was not taken by her enemies, nor was it lost. It was not secretly hidden away by some organization or destroyed. Her people's ultimate creation, the pinnacle of their intelligence, still remained alive within possession of their descendant. The Aryan time chamber was the crystallization of over hundreds of thousands of years of knowledge. The ability to create an alternate dimension with a different time dilation was something no other mortal race could claim to have accomplished solely by themselves. If word of its existence never got out, their race would have been set to become the strongest by the end of the century. But circumstances disallowed that. Her people were strong, but they barely had the time chamber for 50 years. Facing relentless attacks from the world which resulted in 2 world wars, they couldn't hold on in the end. Although some details of the war were still shady to her due to lack of existing records, Aurelia no longer thought much about it. Marveling at everything, she flew down towards the blonde with stars in her eyes. Igor. This is absolutely amazing. Words can't describe how marvelous this is. The blonde chuckled. Glad you think so. Because we're stuck here for the next decade. What? Her smile gradually fell. What do you mean? Igor pointed up to the 2 hourglasses. Well, I don't know how or why we were suddenly brought here. And I can't bring us out. What I do know is, we probably can't leave here until that sand completely runs out and we're automatically kicked out for a month. It'll take 10 years for that to happen, and in the outside world, a year would have passed by then. Oh. On the contrary. Aurelia wasn't sad or even affected by the news. It's just a decade. Igor was taken aback by how easily she took it. He was used to staying here for a long time. He was relatively nonchalant about this. He assumed that she would at least show some sort of fear or anger. The only reason he wasn't freaking out is because he wasn't as worried about the happenings of the outside world. With Asia in Shuri's hand and with Shiva's word of no one exacting vengeance, he wasn't overly concerned. And he knew that news would eventually reach Aazel and Barakquil, and if he knew the old men, he would certainly refuse to leave his family for the next decade. As for Aurelia, 10 years were nothing to her. With her long lifespan, she wouldn't feel the difference. Besides, it wasn't as if those 10 years were going to be spent doing nothing. Knowing the purpose of the time chamber was for her people to train, it would be foolish not to make the most of it. And it was also with that thought in mind that she suddenly thought of something. Igor. How long did you train here? Mentally counting the number of years, the blonde answered. Well, it's been roughly 60 years now. I've been training since I was 4. Aurelia nodded at his answer before it clicked. 4 years old. Yep. Nothing much to do except train in here. She considered the thought briefly. You trained her for 6 decades, alone. Of course. I wanted to get strong. Taken aback at how he answered matter-of-factually, Aurelia was awed. Incredible. She couldn't even imagine how strong he'd have to be to endure that. Those who've never been alone would never truly understand just how soul-crushing it is to have no one. Loneliness is like a rot that steadily eats away at your sanity until you break. She knew from personal experience since for an entire month, the loneliness from losing her family almost crushed her. She couldn't fathom how when he was younger than her, he survived the next 6 decades. Noticing how she got concerned over him, Igor grinned. Don't think too much, sister. I'm still breathing, aren't I? Indeed he was. When he first used the time chamber, it was indeed hard for the first few years, but eventually, he did get used to it. By focusing on his training, he was able to not think too much about anything else. A brain can't think when a muscle is torn after all. But Aurelia wouldn't accept such a flimsy sentence from him. Walking over to him, she grabbed his hands and looked into his eyes with pure concern. How did you do it? How did you survive? The Silverette knew cases of full-grown men who either killed themselves or lost their minds when thrown in isolation. So for Igor to tell her that he'd been alone ever since he was 4 was something she truly couldn't comprehend. For all she knew, it was impossible for him to be sane after such a long period of isolation. Feeling warm at how she showed such concern, Igor decided to enlighten her. What do I say when someone tries to use logic on me? Aurelia knew he was referring to the conversation that was had about him during breakfast. Although she rarely interjected between Shuri and Claria, she did listen. After a while, her mind clocked in on how Claria was retelling a story of Igor beating up a thug who tried to threaten him with his boss name. In reply to that, Claria told them that Igor said, "I'm too stupid to understand threats." It had the table chuckling at the shenanigans he got into in the early 90s. Having the answer in her head, Aurelia replied, "You say that you are ignorant." Igor shook his head like a teacher refuting their student's answer. "Don't try to sugarcoat it, sister. I am stupid, not ignorant. And I am proud of that. There's no shame." Aurelia couldn't process the words. She tried to make sense of them but couldn't figure out. Why are you proud of being stupid? All she got was Igor pointing at her with a grin. Because of that right there. Smart people always think too much. They always sit, contemplate, and consider. They're always calculating or trying to comprehend something. Simply put, they're always in their mind. Stupid people. We just do. We don't think too much. Is it good? Is it bad? We don't consider that. We just do, and I can tell you now, sister. If you want to survive being alone, you need to think less and do more. Aurelia remained silent. Even with her intelligence, she couldn't quite make sense of Igor's words in that exact moment. She tried to think upon it, but all she saw was Igor's condescending grin. You won't understand if I just tell you. Come on. You'll understand once I show you. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Because of that right there. Smart people always think too much. They always sit, contemplate, and consider. They're always calculating or trying to comprehend something. Simply put, they're always in their mind. Stupid people. We just do. We don't think too much. Is it good? Is it bad? We don't consider that. We just do, and I can tell you now, sister. If you want to survive being alone, you need to think less and do more. Aurelia remained silent. Even with her intelligence, she couldn't quite make sense of Igor's words in that exact moment. She tried to think upon it, but all she saw was Igor's condescending grin. You won't understand if I just tell you. Come on. You'll understand once I show you. DxD. Igor was walking along with Aurelia to the main building in the time chamber. With 3 doors in front of them, he walked towards the one on the left which would lead to the gym. You see, Sister Aurelia. Everyone has little voices inside their heads. They can be positive, they can be negative, or they can be neutral. They're like the good angel and the bad devil. The problem is, people tend to have more negative thoughts than positive thoughts, so the devil voice is usually stronger. Aurelia nodded along to his words, his examples making sense. She was about to ask why he was speaking like this when he suddenly stopped. Igor had his head down in contemplation. He occasionally glanced at Aurelia almost as if he was deciding something. But after taking one final look at Aurelia, he sighed. Look, sister. It sounds stupid, but I trust you enough to tell you something personal to me. Aurelia looked at his serious expression and nodded. This will stay between us. Igor looked at her for a moment longer before nodding. All right. They walked forward in silence for a bit before the blonde spoke again. When I discovered that I had the time chamber, my father, mother, and little brother were dead. I would never be able to see them again, and I had to accept that. I had to, but I couldn't. I could suppress the grief, but I couldn't acknowledge it. When they got to the door, Igor placed his hand on the handle, yet made no move to open it. So when I finally entered the time chamber, you know what I did? It was a rhetorical question. I trained. Not even an hour passed before I threw myself into training. The initial excitement and awe at seeing the time chamber was suppressed by the fact that no matter what I did, I would never see my family again. So what did I do in that scenario? It was another rhetorical question, one with an obvious answer. I trained like my life depended on it. He opened the door to reveal a large room filled with all sorts of training equipment. From weight benches to treadmills, it had it all. There was even a cleared-out section where techniques and other martial arts could be practiced. Aurelia stepped into the room with an expression of wonder. The room itself was relatively large with white plastered walls and red rubber flooring. There were small fluorescent lights running along the edges of the wall to provide much-needed visibility in this windowless room. Stepping in after her, Igor presented the gym. This, Aurelia, is where any and all thoughts I had were killed. He walked around the gym, his eyes showing the reminiscence in them. Igor could see phantom versions of his much younger self training as much he could to block out the painful thoughts he had. Why are you training when your family is dead? What are you doing? You'll just lose them again anyway. You were weak. You are weak. And you will stay weak. Acknowledge it. What are you doing? No matter what you do, you can't beat a gun, idiot. Gun. One nuclear bomb and you're dead. Just accept your wishes were stupid, stupid. Yeah. You're a human. All this ancient human stuff is nonsense. Think you can break God's curse? Ha. He shook his head at the memories and turned towards the woman who was looking at him in concern. Everyone has voices in their heads. Mine were, he. Mine were, particularly nasty. Igor then began taking off his torn shirt and tossed it to the side. His body was covered in dried blood, but any wounds he had were completely healed without scars. I didn't know how to completely suppress them for a while until I realized something. Become stupid. Don't think. Don't think any more than you have to. Don't contemplate what if. Just train. Train like an idiot. Train until I lose all feeling in my body. Logic be damned. Don't think. Just do. He then walked over to two panels that displayed the temperature and the current gravity setting. Did you know that in my 10th year, I almost got killed by a stray devil? Aurelia looked at him in surprise since this wasn't something that Claria mentioned. How? The blonde chuckled. I had put on some muscle at the time, so I thought I was strong. I trained like hell and I had put on some weight. I could run faster than normal people could hope to and for far longer than they could believe. I had built up a decent amount of ki, so I thought I was crazy strong. So when I was outside the time chamber for a month, I decided to see if I could run to Kyoto without stopping, just as sort of a test for myself. The blonde shook his head at the memory. I ran, all right, straight into a devil. I wish to say I could have killed it. Would definitely sound a lot cooler than say I ran with my tail between my legs. The only reason I even survived was because there was a river nearby. Can never forget that day, because that was when the voices came back with companions. His fists clenched briefly before he forced himself to continue. I told you to give up. You trained for so long without rest for this. Forget the gods, you can't even handle a simple devil. Aurelia could tell he was recounting the words he heard when he failed. Even if it was so far in the past, she couldn't help but want to comfort him. Igor dash. It's fine, Aurelia. I'm not sad. I'm just narrating for you to understand. Since you told me about yourself, it's only fair you understand some parts about me. Besides. He released a coy grin. You still want to understand how I survived, right? Well, listen closely. He walked over to a weight rack where there were dumbbells ranging from 3 kilograms all the way to a preposterous 1 ton. Igor picked up a pair of 100 kilograms dumbbells and began doing a standing shoulder press. When I got back to the time chamber a few days later, I almost wanted to give up. I mean, I trained, sister. I really trained as hard as I could without rest. 5, 6, 7, 8. So for me to lose to a weak stray devil of all things was a heavy blow to my mind. Like you guessed, I was already feeling the loneliness, and losing did not help things. 12, 13, 14, 15. So I trained in order to try and take my mind off things. I can remember that day vividly. I was doing a chest press on that Smith machine right there. 19, 20, 21, 22. I trained for a while and kept on adding weights out of anger every time the voices in my head told me to give up, told me to quit, told me I'm a failure and that I should kill myself. Aurelia couldn't believe it. For the life of her she could never imagine that he, the one who proudly claimed to be the strongest fighter in the universe, once contemplated suicide. But thinking of the circumstances, he had already endured a decade of complete solitude. Time chamber or not, it was a feat all on its own that he didn't succumb, especially when he had no family to hold hope for, to keep him strong. 26, 27, 28, 29. Whether it was by fate, dumb luck, or sheer coincidence, I almost did die. You see, in my anger, I added 2 50-kilogram weights to the bar instead of 20. I was so out of it that I didn't even notice how heavy the discs were. 34, 35, 36, 37. I'm pretty sure you can guess what happened, right, sister? Aurelia did not find it amusing like he did. She found himself getting angry at how he was grinning at such an event that could have almost gotten him killed. She did not want to imagine how. When I rolled that bar back, it immediately fell and crushed my chest. Igor. What? He. It's in the past, sister. But it's not a laughing matter. Anything is a laughing matter if you live to tell about it. But still. Igor couldn't help but smile at the concern she was showing. Fine, sister. I'll skip that part then. He then continued where he left off with his reps. 38, 39, 40, 41. In that moment that I was in pain, I quickly mobilized my ki and pushed the bar off my chest. But after that, I couldn't move. I even passed out a few minutes after just from how painful it was. Igor. The blonde had to suppress a chuckle at the glare she was giving him. Okay. Anyway. 45, 46, 47. When I woke up after a few hours, I stayed in that position for some time. The gnawing pain on my chest was still there and I couldn't help but focus on it every time. Even when I was breathing, the pain was still there. 48, 49, 50. But, I came to a realization. Doof. Dropping the dumbbells, there was a satisfied grin on his face. When I was in pain, I realized that all the voices disappeared. The moment I even subconsciously tried to think, the pain acted like an anchor that pulled me back. Stretching out his neck and rotating his shoulder, he faced Aurelia. You can guess what I did, right? It was a rhetorical question and Aurelia knew it. She hated it, but she knew what he would do. She was absolutely sure of what he did when he came to that realization. You. Trained like I had death wish. And that, Sister Aurelia, is why I am proud to be stupid. Because a stupid decision may have potentially no. It did save my life. Because that stupid decision made the Igor von Demori of today. That moment of thoughtlessness, of sheer idiocy, changed my life forever. If I was smart, I wouldn't have done what I did. I would have thought things through. He walked over to Aurelia and looked into her eyes. You wanted to know how I survived. That is how I survived 60 years alone. By being stupid. Anne. Today is Friday, so until Sunday. Thank you for your continued support. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. You. Trained like I had death wish. And that, Sister Aurelia, is why I am proud to be stupid. Because a stupid decision may have potentially no. It did save my life. Because that stupid decision made the Igor von Demori of today. That moment of thoughtlessness, of sheer idiocy, changed my life forever. He walked over to Aurelia and looked into her eyes. You wanted to know how I survived. That is how I survived 60 years alone. By being stupid. DxD. Shuri was looking over the horizon with a worried gaze. It had been over 2 hours since Igor and Aurelia had suddenly vanished and it was worrying her greatly. Claria had already left a while ago after one of her peerage members informed her that some matters required her personal attention. So for now, it was just her who stood alone outside. There was widespread destruction but the bounded field, isolation barrier, still stood strong. Aquino and Asia were inside the house playing with toys. After she had repeatedly reassured them that Igor would soon return, her daughter led Asia inside the house and began showing her around. Even now, she could still hear their giggles and laughter coming from upstairs in Aquino's room. But unlike these two girls, she couldn't smile due to worry. Where are you, Demori-kun? She was outside the house looking at the forest with a forlorn gaze. With the time nearing midday, her worries only continued to grow. Where was he? How was he? Is he safe? Is he hungry? From his memories, she knew how hungry he could get after a fight. A testament to that was how when he fought her husband, he almost ate him alive. Thinking about the men she called husband, Shuri couldn't help but think about his whereabouts. And where are you, Barakquil? She was unsure how to feel about the cadre. From the memory she saw, they were indeed a very loving family and replaying the scenes in her mind, she could see just how the eyes of her former self sparkled with love. But that was just it. It was her former self, not the current her. What do I feel? She didn't like how her mind was descending into these types of thoughts. Although she tried, she couldn't help but have these sorts of stray thoughts. Having stood outside for over an hour, it was an inevitability that her thoughts would wander, especially given how the majority of her mind was dominated by Igor's memories. Sigh. Shaking her head, she turned around and entered the house. Maybe a glass of water can help. Passing through the door, she took off her shoes and put on her slippers. Walking through the hallway, she was about to turn into the kitchen when she noticed a picture of her, Barakquil, and Aquino. Her little girl was on his shoulders while her hand was firmly intertwined with his. Taking the picture into her hands, she couldn't help but look at it closely. She drew a figure over Barakquil's form, her feelings ambiguous, yet non-existent. She wasn't sure exactly how to feel about him, especially given that not once had she seen him since her revival. She could admit that judging from the picture, he was indeed handsome, strong, tall, and manly. He certainly did tick off the buttons for her preference in males. But he lacked dependability and he had no credibility. TCH. Putting the picture back, she walked away with a scoff. If he loves this family, then where is he? Despite having lost her memories, her experience and general knowledge still existed. Shuri knew full well that the moment the barriers to the forest and the house were breached, magic notifications were sent. Her knowledge with wards allowed her to verify that the moment she checked their functionality. But she didn't want to think about that right now, not when her thoughts were threatening to go down a dangerous path. Walking into the kitchen, it was sparkling clean after she had Claria and the two little girls help with the cleanup. She could admit that magic certainly had its uses. Grabbing a glass from the cupboard, she rinsed it first before pouring some water from the tap. She viewed the scene outside that bled to a view of untouched forest. It seemed that this stretch of trees was the only side left relatively undamaged given the earlier events of today. Smiling, it seems that even after reviving, her love for nature still existed. Putting aside the glass, she allowed herself to enjoy the view since it served to push all these stray thoughts away. She didn't want to think about anything for just a few minutes. She stood quietly by the window with the glass in her hand, her thoughts gradually disappearing one by one. She leaned over the counter and took comfort in the gentle, yet subtle breeze that entered through the window. But with the constant pitter-patter of feet above her head, it wasn't as easy to focus, especially since the sounds were relatively infrequent. HAAA. Not having the heart to tell the two girls to quiet down, she left the counter with a sigh. Making her way outside the kitchen, she made sure not to look at the picture again for she did not want to think about the men. But the more she deliberately tried to push the thoughts away, the more they came rushing back in full force. As far as she knew, hours have passed yet not once did he come back. If she were still a corpse, she would be rotting by now under the sun. But then, Igor's words of his possible injuries or being held up came. Theories of whether he was in a combat situation that did not allow him to see the notifications flared up in her mind. So many conflicting thoughts rushed through her head that she couldn't even make it out the door before stopping. Grabbing her forehead, she decided to dispel her doubts once and for all. Fine then. Turning around, she made her way to the stairs before ascending them. Her steps were strong, yet light. Despite how quickly she walked up, not once did she make a sound. Her face exuded cold determination as she rounded the corner. Walking to her room, she opened the door and made her way to her wardrobe. Opening it, she was about to push aside the clothes when she caught sight of the blue dress Igor had picked out for her. Shaking her head, she pushed aside all her clothes on the coat hangers to reveal the blank slab of wood making the backdrop of her wardrobe. Placing a hand on it, she channeled a bit of her energy into it and immediately, a blue magic circle formed. Vwong. It glowed briefly before dimming. Then, on the floor of the wardrobe, a sort of safe appeared that Shuri immediately opened. Inside it was a thick book that she took out. It was by luck that she chanced upon it when she was changing clothes. Walking over to her bed, she sat down and began opening the book. Peeling the pages, there were all sorts of entries that showed the name of the person, their race, date, time, region/dimension, coordinates, and even the state of their health. The dates alone went back as far as the late 1970s, with her being the first entry. Heimjima Shuri, human, June 14, 1979, 6 o'clock, Earth, 35.115, 9-inch N, 135.45, 13, 9, E, Kyoto, good. Judging by the coordinates, she could tell they were from when she was in Kyoto, presumably at the Heimjima clan. There were also other similar entries with different dates. From reviewing the logs, she realized that aside from when a magic notification was sent, every 6th, 12th, 18th, and 24th hour of the day, a person's location, coordinates, and health would automatically be recorded. As she turned the pages, the entries eventually showed Barakquil's name, and as time went on, Aquino's too. Barakquil's entries were ever-changing, with the region always shifting. Sometimes it was Earth. Sometimes it was the underworld. There were even times when it was written unknown under the region section. As for his health, there was always a shift between good, moderate, and bad. There was even a time where his health was logged as critical. Shuri was hoping she would see bad or critical in order to explain why Barakquil wouldn't have come back. It would allow her to give them the benefit of the doubt and if possible, see them become a family again. But to her immense disappointment, the last two entries she saw almost made her drop the book. Barakquil, Fallen Angel, July 16, 1999, 3:23, Earth, 20.20 feet 55 inches N, 74.30 feet 38 inches W, Cuba, good. Barakquil, Fallen Angel, July 16, 1999, 6 o'clock, Earth, 35.41 N, 139.42 E, Kuo, good. N. Relatively important notes, no spoilers. I'm simply here to clarify certain aspects about Shuri. I am aware there are opposing opinions about Igor and Barakquil and whatnot. Dear people, please consider things from her perspective as is shown here. Furthermore, just because you know what happened doesn't mean she does. And another thing. I feel as if most of you as readers severely underestimate what it means that she has Igor's memories. If you go back and read again, you will find out that not only does she see what he saw, but she also felt every single emotion he had in those different time periods. She felt the love, care, hatred, anger, and everything else in between in great detail. This is by no means a justification for what most of you readers may or may not be assuming. But try and understand what she is going through. And understand this especially. She has no personal memories of the family she used to have. Nearly everything she knows is from the blonde's perspective. Again, this is not a justification for what you think may or may not continue. It may happen. It may not happen. It's all up in the air. Just like how most of us thought Igor wouldn't destroy the Heimjima clan, this thing may turn out differently than expected. But bottom line, please consider things from all the characters' perspective, not just Shuri, and never be quick to judge. With that said, thank you for reading my work. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 107, Chapter 107. Shuri was hoping she would see bad or critical in order to explain why Barakquil wouldn't have come back. It would allow her to give them the benefit of the doubt and if possibly, see them become a family again. But to her immense disappointment, the last two entries she saw almost made her drop the book. Barakquil, Fallen Angel, July 16, 1999, 3:23, Earth, 20.20 feet 55 inches N, 74.30 feet 38 inches W, good. Barakquil, Fallen Angel, July 16, 1999, 6 o'clock, Earth, 35.41 N, 139.42 E, good. DxD. Shuri stared at the records with a neutral expression. Her hands only trembled briefly before they stayed still. She couldn't believe her eyes. The man that was supposed to be her husband was not in any sort of critical condition, meaning that he should have been aware of the notifications that came from the barrier covering the forest and the one covering the house. It was impossible to ignore them since they would produce a stinging sensation once delivered. She took a look at the coordinates again, a thread of knowledge entering her brain. The one above should be somewhere between Central to South America. The second set are here, in Kuo. She felt her disappointment grow more and more. This is supposed to be my husband. She didn't know how to handle this information. She was rather neutral when she first heard about him to begin with. But as the hours passed, her impression began to sour. Now, it was reaching an all-time low. Closing the book, she considered her options. I cannot ignore this. She was in contemplation of what she should do in this scenario. He was in good health. At some point, he did arrive to Kuo. But then, did he not bother confirming if I'm alive or dead? If he did see my body, shouldn't he have at least buried me? It was a morbid thought to have, but it was one of necessity. She was tempted to simply dismiss him once and for all. He was proving to be a failure in every way possible that she wondered how the past or even loved him. It would be very easy to simply close the book and forget about him, until she thought of Aquino. From the memory she saw, the girl loved her father, and she did not want to be selfish. HAAA. Sighing, she caught sight of her bedside clock showing the current time of 11:56. She looked at it and then looked at the book. Knowing that a new entry for all three of them would be entered in 4 minutes, she decided to wait. Barakquil. Don't disappoint me. Please don't. Because this is your last chance. She would give him this last chance to prove himself because when she thought of how Igor tried to defend him, she wanted to believe that maybe there was some hope. She didn't even know what she was hoping or expecting for this next entry. Adjusting her sitting position, she calmly waited for the clock to reach 12. She was mentally counting the seconds, her knee twitching from lack of patience. 11:57. Although only a minute had passed, time seemed to move very slowly. She was tempted to simply close the book and forget everything, but she was still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Meanwhile, her only entertainment was the giggling sounds of Asia and Aquino who were in the room next door. From the sound of things, it seemed as if they were using their dolls to fight each other. Woo, gish. Take that, Asia. No, boom. Ha 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 ha. I win. Humph. I'll win next time. Shuri could hear Akino release a challenging laugh. Hee hee. Round 6. You're on. And just like that, the pitter-patter of feet sounded again along with a variety of sound effects that they made with their mouths. It was clear that the way they used their dolls to fight was directly inspired by the battle between Igor and Aurelia. Take this, Asia. Kamehameha. Daiish. Ha ha ha. My doll dodged it. Nah. Impossible. You can't dodge the Kamehameha. Humph. My character has Big Brother's instant trans. Instant. Hi. It's the instant transmission, no wait. It's the dash. Haha. You got it wrong too. Shuri eventually drowned out their play, a content smile on her face. It's good to be young-o. She was brought out of her musings when she suddenly saw the next logs started to write themselves. Jima Shuri, human, July 16, 1999, 12 o'clock, Earth, 35.41 N, 139.42 E, Kuo, good. Jima Akino, fallen angel/human, July 16, 1999, 12 o'clock, Earth, 35.41 N, 139.42 E, Kuo, good. Barakquil, fallen angel, July 16, 1999, 12 o'clock, Earth, 20.20 feet 55 inches N, 74.30 feet 38 inches W, Cuba, moderate. That country again. And, moderate. DxD. July 16, 1999, July 15, 1999, 2300 hours, Barakquil, Cuba, time zone difference. In the coastal town of Barakquil, many businesses were closed on the street except for one restaurant that still had its lights on. Inside, Barakquil was sitting on a chair with his head on the table. He was clearly in a drunken stupor, his mouth heavy with the scent of alcohol. Alicia stood quietly by his side, her hand gently rubbing his back. It had come as quite a surprise to her that he had come at such a time. It had been just over 3 hours since his arrival here, and all this time, she silently listened to his story. She listened to him monologue about his wife and how she was killed, how he saw her corpse in the woods yet was unable to retrieve it. Her first instinct was to tell him to call the police. But upon thinking how he was able to vanish like he did, she knew that no police force would be able to handle the more people like him. So all she did was remain quiet and let him continue. I'm a failure, Alicia. She did not reply to him. She knew that what he needed right now was comfort. I failed my family, Alicia. Because of me, my wife is dead and my daughter hates me. He banged his fist on the table, causing it to crack. And I couldn't even seek vengeance from her killers. His fists were clenched, regret filling him like a poison that spread through his veins. What pained him even more was that he had to rely on a boy to seek vengeance for him when he lacked the stones. What was even worse was that he tried to stop him. While he wallowed in his sorrow, a bespectacled girl came along with a mug of coffee on a wooden tray. She was darker in complexion compared to Alicia and her hair was tied in a single braid. She walked up to the couple and placed the tray on the table. Thud. Feeling something hit the table, Barakquil lifted his head and spotted the piping mug of freshly ground coffee. What? He looked at the girl before looking at Alicia with clear confusion. The woman only smiled warmly at him before gently scratching his head. Drink some coffee, Barakquil. It'll help you a bit. Wordlessly, he took the mug and began drinking from it. Gulp 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 gulp. Alicia smiled before turning to look at the girl. Thank you for your help. No problem, big sis. Giving a nod, the girl walked away without a second of hesitation. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder who Barakquil was. For big sis to pay so much attention to him. I wonder who he is. Having only recently arrived in town, she was unaware of who Barakquil was. At the same time she left the room, Barakquil put the mug down. Some hint of life returned to his half-lidded eyes, but he was very much still drunk. Taking her hand, he looked into her eyes. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you. Alicia gave a warm smile before enveloping his head in a hug. Anytime, Barakquil. I am always here for you. Barakquil made no movement to break free. Rather, he let her hold him. He felt warm inside and he desperately wanted to cling onto that warmth. Slowly, his free hand stretched towards her thigh before gradually going up her skirt. No, Barakquil. Not when you're like this. Wordlessly, his hand continued to roam further up. Barakquil. The cadre tilted his head upwards and was met with a disapproving look from Alicia. Why? Didn't you say you want this? Alicia held Barakquil's head firmly between her hands. Barakquil. I love you. I truly do. He interrupted her by picking her up and pinned her against the wall. His hands were bound tightly around her waist, his eyes bloodshot. Then. If you say you love me, then . Feeling him squeeze her thigh, Alicia couldn't remain silent anymore. Barakquil. A brief sense of clarity returned to him when she yelled his name, causing him to freeze in realization of what he was about to do. I'm sorry. Disgust filled his very being when he realized he was this close to committing an unforgivable atrocity on the very woman who brought him comfort in his time of great need. I am sorry, Alicia. I don't know why. I don't know what I was thinking. The brunette placed a finger on his lips. SSSHH. I know. Her eyes were warm as she held his head. I know you didn't mean it. She hugged his head and brought him into her chest. I love you, Barakquil, and I do want to be intimate with you. But not like this. You're not in the right state of mind right now. She lovingly rubbed the back of his head. I don't want our first time to be on a table of all places, after all. Thankful for how she quickly forgave him and for the subtle attempt at humor, Barakquil hugged her. Thank you. He held her tightly. Thank you, Alicia. And if you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. I love you, Barakquil, and I do want to be intimate with you. But not like this. You're not in the right state of mind right now. She lovingly rubbed the back of his head. I don't want our first time to be on a table of all places, after all. Thankful for how she quickly forgave him and for the subtle attempt at humor, Barakquil hugged her. Thank you. He held her tightly. Thank you, Alicia. DxD. You. Trained like I had death wish. And that, Sister Aurelia, is why I am proud to be stupid. Because a stupid decision may have potentially no. It did save my life. Because that stupid decision made the Igor von de Mori of today. That moment of thoughtlessness, of sheer idiocy, changed my life forever. If I was smart, I wouldn't have done what I did. I would have thought things through. He walked over to Aurelia and looked into her eyes. You wanted to know how I survived. That is how I survived 60 years alone. By being stupid. DxD. A week had passed since both Aurelia and Igor were pulled into the time chamber. Over the course of time, the Silverette had come to terms with just how insane the blonde's training was. It was beyond anything she had ever seen before, and the intensity was something else entirely. From gravity training going up to 200x and lifting weights that would total tons in that environment was something she wouldn't have believed until she saw it with her own eyes. And the most shocking of all was that he was exercising purely with his physique. There was no trace of ki usage whatsoever when he trained. Knowing she couldn't handle his crazy style of training, she opted to take a different path, one that suited her intellectual capabilities. As of now, she was currently in the library with her main interest being all these books and scrolls that filled the shelves. There were so many techniques contained in these writings that she couldn't even believe her eyes. There were books specially dedicated to support magic, and one of those books would contain dozens of techniques explained in such great detail and analogies that even a complete novice would understand them. The scrolls weren't just normal scrolls either. When she channeled magic power into them, she unfurled them to discover complicated seals that she never even knew of, not even with her ancestral memories. But there was something even more surprising than that. When she asked the blonde why he didn't use any of these techniques, his answer was a simple, I can't. When she showed him the books, he told her how he could only see a book with a blank cover. When he tried to open it, it seemed as if the pages themselves were glued together. When Igor told her the problem, she revealed that she also saw the books from the middle shelf as blank covers and also couldn't open them. It had come as quite a discovery to the both of them. While she couldn't read any book from the shelf in the middle of the room, he also couldn't from any other shelf except the one in the middle. Through process of elimination, she, came to the conclusion that she couldn't read books from the middle shelf because they required ki, while he couldn't read from the other two shelves because they required magic power or mana, the scrolls included. The books that required ki were all the books authored by Nakamura, an entity that greatly interested Aurelia. From Igor's description, he was a being that could slice apart stars like a sword through mud. The only book on the shelf that she was able to read was the one he authored that was titled Ki or Chakra. The dilemma. The concept of there being three types of humans, namely, ancient humans, cursed humans, and original humans, greatly astounded and intrigued her. For over 3 days, she had frequented the library and read the book in order to fully understand how her people were outliers. According to the memories I have, we were a relatively normal clan up until the Tower of Babylon incident. We never participated in building the tower while the other clans and people did. As punishment, God established a language barrier by giving them all these different languages with neither knowing the other. For us, he rewarded our ancestors by gifting them the ability to comprehend all languages, both written and spoken. Over the course of history, we used this gift to study every single other language and text. And with the knowledge gained, we eventually created our own unique language and writing style. She then read over the part of cursed humans. Yahweh's human, cursed. How the mighty have fallen. These, my friend, are the result of arrogance. After thousands of years, Yahweh finally had enough of the arrogance of his creations and cursed them, taking away their strength and sealing their potential. She mulled over the passage while she descended deeper into her ancestral memories. This was the first time she traveled so deeply into them, and the process was quite headache-inducing. It was only because she had entered the realm of God class that she could successfully stretch into history dating thousands upon thousands of years ago. Finally finding the memory she was looking for, she reviewed it like a series of reels. Images and short footage played in her mind from the perspectives of different ancestors. From what she saw through different eyes from varying generations, she finally managed to piece together the events that happened. We were also affected by the curse. But through ingenuity and implementing various magic, we were able to slowly break the first 3 seals over the generations, and in doing so, the first generation of Aryans with blonde hair and blue eyes was born. Asterisk. Aurelia opened her eyes in shock. This was the first time she had come across such knowledge in her entire life. She never imagined that their hair and eyes were not natural, but an evolution that came from breaking the first few seals placed on them. Quickly delving deeper into the memories, she found that originally, her ancestors used to have dark hair and fair skin, making them no different from any other human. This was a huge discovery because it presented the possibility of reviving their race. If she applied the same seal her ancestors used, she could replicate the same procedure that allowed them to evolve. If her ancestors were able to do it, she would be able to as well if given enough time. It will take a few generations, but if we select a few groups of humans, the 3rd or 4th generation may be born as Aryans. She abruptly stood up with a face full of hope, her research notes scattering all over the table. If half-bloods are used, the process could be shortened to even 1 generation, and if their blood is not too diluted, perhaps it is possible for them to evolve in their lifetime. A ray of hope had dawned on the revival of their race. Compared to normal humans, using half-bloods was better because in a sense, they would still be family compared to using random people for the procedure. But at the same time her enthusiasm grew, it also slowly died down. In her head, she was reviewing the seal and she couldn't help but be amazed and intimidated by the sheer complexity. I thought it was 1 seal. But I was mistaken. Just by analyzing it properly, she could make out over 20 different seals connected by different matrices to form 1 massive seal. From the basic function, she could see it was designed to essentially hammer through the curse seal God placed on every human. Aurelia couldn't help but applaud the ingenuity of her ancestors. This will take me quite a while to understand and re-engineer. As confident as she was in her knowledge of seals, she could barely make out more than its basic function, and trying to replicate such a complicated seal without understanding it would result in more than catastrophic consequences. And even if she did re-engineer it, trying to test it on random people would eventually lead to her being found out. The last thing she wanted the world to know of is the very seal that set them apart from the rest. I will have to study this carefully or else, I fear the repercussions would be more dangerous than the discovery of the time chamber. Calmly sitting down on the desk, she carefully rearranged her notes into 1 pile before frowning in contemplation. There are too many eyes in the supernatural world. It is an inevitability that I will be found out if I try to use this on multiple people. She sat there in thought for a while, her fingers slowly thrumming the desk. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. What to do? The time chamber itself was out of the question. According to her memories, only pure-blooded Aryans are able to enter it. The only place she could realistically use was Earth. But the likelihood of being discovered was far too much for her to risk it. Unlike other races, they didn't have another dimension. That's right. A dimension where rarely anyone enters. She was excited because there was a dimension where no one would dare to enter, a dimension where 2 powerful entities dwelled within. The dimensional gap. And we were also affected by the curse. But through ingenuity and implementing various magic, we were able to slowly break the first 3 seals over the generations, and in doing so, the first generation of Aryans with blonde hair and blue eyes was born. Asterisk. Explanation, it's not specified how many seals there are, but I'll take a guess and say there are 10. Aryans normally have 300 years of life and ancient humans have 1,000 years of life. So by deduction, breaking 3 seals gave them 300 years of life and also gave them the blonde hair and blue eyes. Though the math doesn't quite fit, I assume we'll get a proper explanation in the following chapters. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. What to do? The time chamber itself was out of question. According to her memories, only pure-blooded Aryans are able to enter it. The only place she could realistically use was Earth. But the likelihood of being discovered was far too much for her to risk it. Unlike other races, they didn't have another dimension. That's right. A dimension where rarely anyone enters. She was excited, because there was a dimension where no one would dare to enter. The dimensional gap. DxD. While Aurelia was busy uncovering their history in the library, Igor was training far inside the depths of the time chamber. With a week having passed and his body currently at its peak, the blonde decided it was time he tried to tap into that state he was in during the Heimjima massacre. The region of the time chamber he was in was particularly perilous. With the weather changing every few minutes and the gravity reaching as high as 30x, he was not particularly affected in the slightest. With his physique, he could withstand over 10 times the gravity he was in, and the weather did nothing, if very little, to swat his focus. With his eyes closed and his fists clenched, he focused on his ki and started channeling it to the strand of divine ki located in his core region. With the same process he had repeated for years now, he flooded the strand with his ki. Kyokan. Gruu su 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 su. A magnificent red aura covered his form like a howling blaze. His aura lashed out like vicious snakes that sought to bite down anything in their range. The shroud of demi-ki flowed about violently without restraint for a while before it gradually calmed down under his control. Shooting up to 50 in one go was slightly straining, but he had become used to it over time. Steadying his aura, he tried to focus as much as he could and replicate the same sensation he felt when he powered up. He searched within himself for that spark that could allow him to shoot to X100 in one go. Su 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 su. Come on. The veins on his forearm bulged due to his trying but failing efforts. He searched deep into his body, even traveling so far as to analyze his strand of divine ki. Nothing was abnormal aside from its slight growth in thickness, which proved that the state he entered last time wasn't impossible and that it wasn't simply a once-off. Damn it, Igor. But it was a failure. He could already feel that at his current rate, just stretching beyond the 60th multiplier would be impossible. His stamina was depleting and there was nothing different from when he usually entered the Kyokan. What am I missing? Knowing that maintaining his current state would be a waste of time, he powered down. Su 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 su, 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 asterisk vanish asterisk. His hair fell down like a mop and he didn't bother tying it back into a ponytail. After stretching out his body to relax his muscles, held his chin in contemplation. Come on, Igor. What is it that you're missing? He was tempted to go pedal to the metal and simply ascend as far as he could with the Kyokan. But after a few too many close calls over the years, he could admit he was a little afraid. There were a few case scenarios like that little fiasco years ago when he first learned the Kyokan, the time when he tried stretching beyond times 30 with Sun Wukong, and when he overused times 50 for the first time in the war against Shiva. He did not need a fourth lesson. The ball-crushing pain was something he could do without. Without knowledge of exactly what was the state he entered, he was lost for thought as it clearly wasn't just a simple Kyokan multiplier. But knowing he was completely lost without a path forward, he realized he only had one choice left. Here goes. Silently closing his eyes, he dug into his memories and began rewatching the very scenario that caused him to tap into this state. It was something he did not want to do because the memories hurt too much to revisit, but he had to do it. I'm not a pansy. Besides, Auntie is alive, so just treat as fuck it. Just do it. Letting himself delve into the memory, the scene changed into the forest of Kuo. It was still in the early hours of morning with the moon clearly visible in the skies. It was a picturesque scene of serenity, one that was further enhanced by the gentle winds. But, even in his memories, Igor could not forget the stench of blood and the feeling of death that permeated the air. There was blood scattered all over the leaf litter and he could feel a rather nasty patch beneath his sandals. But that wasn't what had his focus. Right in front of him, there was Shuri and himself. Igor was about to walk forward when he felt himself kicking the very thing responsible for the blood beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw the dead corpse of Masaru Heimjima. Just seeing the men made him snarl subconsciously. But he was immediately brought out of his rage when he suddenly heard his past self screaming. Auntie. He knew the truth. He knew that Shuri was still alive. He'd seen her in the flesh and even held her in his arms to prove it. But. Ki. He couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. His hatred for the clan was seared into his heart. He watched his past self grieve and felt the anguish he felt. He watched as his past self frantically shook Shuri's corpse despite knowing the truth. Unknowingly, tears flowed down his cheeks, his fists clenched in anger. He could see it, how his former self was teetering on the border of insanity. His eyes were bloodshot and despite his senses telling him Shuri was dead, his mind couldn't believe it. It's just a memory, Igor. It's just a memory. Despite telling himself that, he couldn't prevent the anger that was welling up in his heart. Damn it, Igor. It's just a memory dash. He was cut off by the pain-filled cry of his past self. It was a cry of anguish, a cry of pain, a cry of acceptance. It was his past self's last cry for after that followed a deaf silence. His hands tightly clenched onto Shuri's clothes like a sacred artifact. The forest was quiet except for Igor, who slowly walked over to his past self and Shuri's corpse. Standing over them, he begrudgingly took in the sight of the deceased Shuri. His past self could sense that Shuri was dead, but his mind couldn't process it. Igor himself knew that Shuri wasn't dead, but it was his body, his heart that couldn't process it. He had to repeatedly remind himself that what he was seeing was in the past. But the bulging veins in his arms and his clenched fists proved otherwise. It's just a memory. Her nightdress was torn apart, her form covered in blood. Her abdomen was visibly crushed, with one of her ribs even threatening to pierce through her skin. It's just a memory. Her once beautiful hair was covered in dirt and twigs, her mouth leaking blood from all the internal injuries she suffered. It's just a memory. Her limbs were sprawled out in awkward positions from having been broken, her once healthy white skin now deathly pale. It's just a memory. Repeatedly, he told himself the same thing many times over. That it was all just a memory. But whether it was because he was influenced by his past self's emotions or whether the pain was just that strong, he found himself desperately wishing to kill off the Heimjima again, and again, and again. Tremble, 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 tremble. The ground began shaking violently as his past self slowly stood up. His face was absolutely dark, his power skyrocketing. The immense killing intent coming from him caused waves upon waves of pressure to descend on the vicinity. But Igor wasn't paying attention to his past self. He was battling to restrain his own anger that was rising up. His gaze remained trained on Shuri, his eyes oozing murderous intent. His neck muscles and forehead were bulging from the overwhelming fury he was feeling in that moment. It's a memory. It's a memory. He repeatedly tried to remind himself that everything was in the past, that not too long ago, he even had dinner with her. His mind knew. His soul knew. But his heart wouldn't listen, and his body followed suit. Slowly, his words changed from, "It's just a memory," to, "I'll kill them all." And it seemed, his past self thought the same thing. Hayamitajimawaya. Reaawaya. DxD. Reaawaya. Gruu. Back in the time chamber, Igor's fierce yell was heard before his power started skyrocketing. The immense killing intent combined with his overwhelming aura released a heavy pressure that descended on the vicinity. X50, X60, X70. Every second, his power climbed up further and further, red aura cascading around him like violent fiery waves. X80, X90, X95. His skin slowly darkened from the increased blood flow, his circulatory network being pushed closer to the surface of the skin to accommodate his ever-expanding ki veins. X96, X97, X98. His eyes gradually lost their light, a result of his brain withdrawing precious processing power spent on vision in order to manage this sudden burst of power. His pupils faded away and left behind a hollow cast of white. X99, X100, X101. And then finally, his hair that spiked up like jagged mountain peaks finally turned red, a result of further excess ki being let out through it. X102, X103. And then his power finally peaked. Gruu, Su. 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 His aura violently lashed out like a barely restrained beast. Compared to when he was in Kuo, there were no black streaks of malevolent nature energy surrounding him. It was pure red powered by pure rage. Heimjima. Su. 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 Su 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 su. Heimajimea. Gruu. An. Okay, how to start? First off, this story is not abandoned. I had a really busy week and I could barely update, even for my patrons. Today is Sunday, so I have a free week to catch up on updates I've missed. Secondly, since my patrons will be receiving 2 chapters daily, this will be extended to you as well. However, this will only last until I catch up with the updates I've missed. I hope to continue to have your support and kindly enjoy the next 6 chapters. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. His aura violently lashed out like a barely restrained beast. Compared to when he was in Kuo, there were no black streaks of malevolent nature energy surrounding him. It was pure red powered by pure rage. Heimjima. Su 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 su. Heimajimea. Gruu. DxD. Igor. Igor. Rage clouded Igor's mind as he felt the power course through him. Igor. Calm down. It was a torrential wave spurned forward by the hatred he felt for the Heimjima. Igor. But he couldn't sense them anywhere. He couldn't sense that vile aura that had come to associate with that clan. Listen to me, Igor. His essence yearned to rip each and every one of them apart with his bare hands. He wanted to crush them into oblivion. He wanted to. Igor. He came out of his daze to the sensation of Aurelia looking at him with a worried gaze. Her hands held his cheeks, her expression tense from the burning sensation she was feeling. But she ignored that. The little stinging sensation from his ki was something that couldn't easily penetrate her skin. What she was worried about was the amount of power he was releasing. The pressure itself was immense, but she feared for his body. Igor. Are you there? Igor. Hearing her voice calling for him again, Igor seemed to slowly come to it. Aurelia. DxD. Central Building for Foreign Affairs, Underworld. Saraphal Leviathan, formerly Saraphal Citri, was not having a good day. On her table was information on the recent happenings in both Kuo and Kyoto. The incident of the Heimjima clan being killed off in less than an hour was something that sent a shockwave throughout the entire supernatural world. It was such an unprecedented event that numerous factions were paying attention to the news. And as the Satan of Foreign Affairs, it was apparently also her job to oversee this mess given that the devils were pseudo-allies with the yokai. Sometimes I hate this job. I just had to be good at it. Having donned a business suit today, she was clearly not in her normal cheery mood. Ever since that massive power was felt from Kuo, she had to take the situation seriously since the sudden appearance of an unknown supreme-class entity was not a matter to take lightly. Sighing, she began analyzing the stack of documents that were placed on her desk. Now, that power came from Kuo and then instantly appeared in Kyoto. But then, that extra power. She was not there in person, but she felt the immense hatred and power coalescing into one giant energy attack that was more than strong enough to destroy the planet. It certainly wasn't the most powerful energy signature she felt, but it was in the top rankings. Given the whole mess in the first 50 years of the 20th century, she had seen and felt far stronger attacks. Refocusing on the documents, she read a few more passages. That attack seemed to have been focused on the Heimjima clan, but then it vanished. And soon after that, whoever created that attack was most likely eliminated. But we can't be sure of that. She put down the document and began twiddling with one of her twin tails in contemplation. The entire residence of the Heimjima clan has been closed off, meaning we can't get any more information. From the information she received, the Heimjima residence had been sealed off in a barrier and Yusaka was seen to be personally guarding the location. Is that person's corpse what they are guarding? But then if that is the case, what did they use to kill that person? As far as she knew, there were no reports of any Shinto god descending upon Japan and eliminating the threat. But then again, their intelligence may be lacking. HAAA. Sighing, she quickly scribbled something on a document before making it vanish. Show. Considerations like this are more of Falbium's job. Looking at the rest of the documents on her desk, she felt a headache coming. Sitting back on her chair, she let her head hit the comfy headrest. Looking up at the ceiling, she began pondering over this matter. Just what happened? There were so many holes in the story that she couldn't properly make sense of exactly what was happening. Nearly the entire forest of Kuo was covered in an aura so malevolent that anyone below high class would find it impossible to enter. Soon after, the same entity responsible for the aura appeared above Kyoto and from that point onwards, seemingly vanished. But the Heimjima clan was still annihilated. What was worse was that information on exactly how they were killed wasn't possible. No. There has to be something I'm missing here. We don't know how the Heimjima died, so we cannot be sure if they were killed in an instant or massacred slowly. Details on the situation in the compound are impossible to get without risking the death of our informants. Common knowledge suggests that whoever killed the Heimjima was also killed, but I don't believe it. It is borderline impossible for someone of the supreme class to be killed that quickly. With so many thoughts on her head, she stretched out her hand and reached for a document. This, subject number 1, doesn't seem like someone who would die so quietly. Lifting the document, she read it again. File ID, #18459, Heimjima Massacre. Date, July 16, 1999. Report summary. On Friday morning at precisely 4:49, there was a sudden burst of energy detected in the town of Kuo, Japan, where a peak energy output equivalent to low supreme class was measured. Moments after, this energy vanished and appeared in Kyoto, precisely above the Heimjima compound where it was last sensed before it vanished. Report details. It has been theorized that the origin of this power may most likely belong to a rogue or stray yokai, whom will be referred to as subject number 1. It is suspected that subject number 1 may also be responsible for the red incident in the Himalayan mountain range on August 23, 1996, and subsequently, the false alarm incident in the Vatican the following month. This prognosis was theorized after identifying the auras emitted to be similar in nature, thus coming to the new conclusion that the Church may possibly have an involvement in the Heimjima massacre. Further proof of this stems from when it was discovered that one of the church's holy sword wielders, Masaomi Yagaki, and his squad were attacked by who we presume to be hunters from the Heimjima clan, leaving Masaomi the only survivor. Reasons as to how or why hunters of the Heimjima clan entered Kuo without consulting overseer Claria Belial have yet to be reasoned. But their method of entry suggests that they potentially had a very knowledgeable person in wards. Evidence to support this statement comes from a corroded corpse that was found to possess the tools of a ward master. Further identification on the corpse is currently being carried out, but reasons suggest it may most likely be Heimjima Takumi, the fourth son of Suo Heimjima. The body measurements recorded, his matching profession, and other factors support this conclusion. In regards to Subject Number 1's power, information on them has yet to be fully discovered, but this is what has been currently gathered through analysis and cross-referencing. Prior to this incident, Subject Number 1's peak power output was measured to be in High God class. Possibilities as to how they have attained the power of Low Supreme class is still to be investigated. But current evidence points to the usage of Senjutsu, an ability known to be uniquely possessed by yokai. It is also worth noting that Subject Number 1 most likely possesses the means to incrementally increase their power as they see fit. In 1996, Subject Number 1's power was observed to be in the realm of Low God class at rest and Peak God class at peak. In 1999, the current year this document was written, Subject Number 1's power was briefly observed to be between Mid God class to High God class at rest and Low Supreme class at peak. Questions of how this is possible have yet to be answered. But this further alludes to the slim, yet very possible scenario that Subject Number 1 may be this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. However, this possibility is slim due to the absence of any draconic aura. Further investigations will be continued to determine who Subject Number 1 is, their abilities, as well as their motivations. Conclusion. Subject Number 1 is a Low Supreme class entity who evidence supports that they may possibly be in league with the Church, and their attack on the Heimjima may be the result of personal vengeance. In regards to the situation, it is believed that the Church may deny knowledge of Subject Number 1. Should this be the case, it is advisable that Subject Number 1 be approached for possible recruitment, should they still be alive. Obtaining them as an asset will no doubt issue a new era for the Devil race, especially should they be reincarnated. End report. Saraphal rotated on her chair, her finger fiddling with her hair in thought. The possibility that this, Subject Number 1, is a yokai is not entirely baseless. But I can't help but feel something crucial is missing. When her people entered the forest once the aura dissipated, they found nothing that could possibly be the cause for Subject Number 1 to possibly release such power. Nearly any shred of evidence that could be used for speculation was likely eroded or obliterated by the malevolent aura. According to the documents she had on her table, the only thing they found of note was a small clearing no bigger than a car that had vegetation unaffected by the aura. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Saraphal took the picture of the clearing in her hand and scrutinized it closely. Apart from the vegetation on this spot, everything else had been destroyed. But why was this particular patch left untouched? Saraphal knew, or most likely suspected, that figuring this part out would work as the key to finally finding out why the Heimjima were suddenly massacred and possibly figure out who their killer was. Thrum, 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 thrum. Tapping her fingers on the table, Saraphal had enough trying to speculate about this. Rather than try to make sense of this alone, it would be better to call the person who would most likely know more than her. Tapping the buzzer on her table, she spoke. Inform Claria Belial, the overseer of Kuo, to prepare herself for my arrival within the next half hour. Thank you. Removing her finger from the buzzer, she didn't bother waiting for a confirmation that her request was heard. HAAA. Falling back on her chair, she cried inwardly. I miss So-chan already. DxD. Claria did expect to be summoned or visited at some point in time. It was a given, seeing as how the beginning of everything happened within her territory. Fortunately, she was in the underworld when most of the events happened, so she could use that as an alibi. And she could further plead ignorance by claiming to have been resolving the damage caused in the town. Her story was solid, and initially, Claria was confident that she could continue to hide Igor's existence, despite the blonde seemingly doing his utmost to be discovered. But instead of the overseer of overseers requesting her, she was called forth directly by Mao Leviathan herself. This was an unprecedented event, since even with her title, meeting a Mao wasn't something she was eligible for. It was the same as skipping the ATM and going directly into the vault. She had never met Saraphal before, but she had heard of her fascination for magical girls since the early 70s. It was a somewhat common topic amongst devilkind about her weird interest in dressing up and whatnot. It cannot be argued, however, that she is the most famous of the Satans and the least feared. But what was unheard of was how, when Saraphal was known for this, the image of the devil race suddenly began improving. Whether it was a deliberate ploy or the outcome caused by embodying her passion, Claria cared not for either. Just the concept of meeting Saraphal alone terrified her. But she held herself steady. 20 of the estimated 30 minutes had already passed. Comfortably sitting in her office, she calmly waited for the arrival of Saraphal Leviathan. I hope this is just routine questioning. As calm as she tried to be, she was not confident in outright lying to Aazel. Chapter 111, Chapter 111. 20 of the estimated 30 minutes had already passed. Comfortably sitting in her office, she calmly waited for the arrival of Saraphal Leviathan. I hope this is just routine questioning. As calm as she tried to be, she was not confident in outright lying to Aazel. DxD. Su. Sister, Aurelia. Yes, Igor. It's me. Aurelia gently cupped his cheeks and slowly began rubbing them. I'm here. Can you hear me? Igor took a while to process everything. His mind was somehow stuck between the past and the present, making him seem a bit lost and listless. His feelings were so amplified and all over the place that he found it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. His mind was functioning so quickly that he couldn't seem to put a stop to it. It was only because of Aurelia's voice that he could finally put a wrench in the wheel that was his brain. Asterisk. When he finally came to it, he was momentarily surprised to find that he wasn't seeing in color, but in shades of black, blue, and gold, the same vision he had when he slaughtered the Heimjima. Su. His mind was about to be pulled back into the past when he felt a calming energy gradually envelop his being. Calm down, Igor. I'm sensing massive amounts of stress from you. Aurelia couldn't help but worry about Igor. The power he was emitting was humongous. It was to the point that she had to use high-level body reinforcement magic just to not get crushed by the pressure he was releasing. She could feel that his mental state wasn't quite there, almost as if he was on the verge of going berserk. He seemed to be on the brink and was struggling to hold himself back. Yet what she was worried about wasn't him going berserk, but his body not lasting long enough for him to come out of it. I have to calm him down quickly. His body hasn't matured enough to handle this much power. For Igor, it was like a tug of war between the past and the present. Every time his mind seems to have escaped the cage of his memory, his heart would remember the pain of losing Shuri and use it to pull him back. Aurelia couldn't knock him out even if she wanted to. The strength required to penetrate that thick armor of ki surrounding his body was something she didn't have, and any illusion magic wouldn't work because her mana would be burnt by his ki before it even had the chance to reach his brain. Her options were exhausted and she could tell that with any further delays, he would really go berserk. What can I try? Words seemed to work, but barely. Her words could reach him, but the effects were minimal at best. The calming magic she tried to send into his body kept getting burnt by his ki before her mana could reach his brain. She could feel the torrent of ki flowing through his veins, and she knew that at this rate, his body would only be able to hold on for another 5 minutes at best. She was genuinely worried for the blonde. Having this much rage bottled up just wasn't normal. It was hard to think that the same person who smiled like it's Christmas at the sight of food could make such a vicious expression. Igor. You have to dash. Heimjima. Now it made sense. He still holds hatred for them. Hearing him mutter the name of that clan, she could make out what was going through his head. As kindred who both harbor a special spot for the Heimjima, Aurelia could imagine exactly what was going through his head. But as much as she understood his feelings, this wasn't the time. Igor. Listen to me. Listen to my voice. The Heimjima have perished, remember. No response from him. That was relatively good. She considered it a miracle in of itself that she hadn't been attacked yet. But that may change if she doesn't think of something soon. And with her words having minimal effect, she decided to try one more method. Removing her hands from his cheeks, she wrapped her arms around his torso. Calm down, Igor. I'm here. Su. The effect was gradual, yet instant. The warmth from another person served as an anchor to pull him out of the illusion he had trapped himself in. Her embrace was warm, very warm. His aura that was violently lashing out gradually calmed down, and his hair that had spiked up slowly fell. His power level gradually decreased in line with his Kaioken multipliers cycling down. Pupils gradually reformed in his eyes, but they seemed to have no life in them. But that was only for a brief moment. Feeling Aurelia holding him so tenderly, a hint of life returned to them. Weakly tilting head up to face Aurelia, blue locked with blue. Thank you, sister. That was all he could say before his consciousness slipped away. DxD. Igor could confidently say that he had never drunk before in his life. Whether it be beer, whiskey, or wine, none of it had ever entered his lips. But he was willing to bet that with how bad his head was thrumming, it was much worse than any hangover one could ever get. Ah. The first thing the blonde did upon waking up was release a sigh at just how bad of a headache he had. Subconsciously spreading his senses, he was aware that he was in his bedroom in the time chamber. He could feel the gym equipment in the next room and the library of books in the other. Sitting up on the bed, he held a hand to his head and ran it through his hair. I'm never, ever, doing that again. Finally opening his eyes, he was a bit taken aback at the number of blankets that were draped over him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Headache or not, the blonde knew 3 out of 5 of these blankets were not his, nor were they in the time chamber previously. Weird. But not one to overthink things, he let it go. Pushing them away, he was about to swing his legs when he realized something. Huh, I'm naked. And I smell good. He wasn't truly naked. All he was dressed in was a set of black trunks, except those trunks were pulled down all the way to his feet. Knowing it was his sleeping habit that caused him to push them down, he promptly pulled them up. Glossing over the fact that he was stripped of his clothes, he focused more on the smell that caught his attention. He could detect the faint scent of something vaguely similar to the smell of sniff sniff. Vanilla. The blonde had no knowledge of flowers at all, so the closest comparison he could come up with was vanilla. It was aromatic and he could admit that he liked the smell. It was in the air and he could make out a scent trail that led out the door. Swinging his legs over the bed, he was about to get up when he felt his body slightly tense. Groaning at the sudden stinging pain, he pushed on and got up. Yep. I'm never doing that, Agawo. As soon as he tried to stand up, his legs gave out on him like wet noodles. Falling back on the bed, he looked at his legs. Pa. Pa. Giving himself a good slap to the thigh, he frowned. Well, that's not good. His legs were numb and felt almost non-existent. He could barely feel his muscles and just trying to lift his leg yielded no results. But the worst pain came from his calves and ankles. The muscles there were particularly tender and it seemed they had just recovered from being torn apart. Igor frowned in thought. He was not oblivious to the fact that he had used Kaioken X100. What confused him was that his upper body felt fine. Logically, his torso and arms should have also been shredded from using the Kaioken at such a high multiplier. And if his body was healing, every body part should have healed equally. Meh. I've torn more on leg day. Logging the thought as something he would consider later, he decided that since he can't walk, flying would be his next best bet. But the moment he tried to channel his ki, he descended into a world of pain. Ack. Losing all strength in his body, he fell on his back and stayed like that unwillingly. All the veins in his body were suddenly bulging from attempting to mobilize his ki. His limbs were frozen stiff with his hand even frozen in midair. Sweat was falling from his brow due to the sudden shock he felt. H-A-A-A, 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 H-A-A-A. He found himself struggling to breathe, his chest feeling like it was being crushed by a heavy weight. His mouth desperately tried to suck in more life-giving breath into his body, but he found it incredibly hard to parse it down his throat. Damn it. His eyes were filled with unwillingness because self-suffocation was not the way he would have wanted to leave this world. Never mind finding it hard to breathe, he was letting out more air than he could take in. Quickly thinking on his feet, he decided to hold in the remaining breath he had. It was a finite amount, but it was better than nothing. Calming himself down, he had to think of a solution quickly. Just because his physique allowed him to spend a long time without breathing didn't mean he liked being stingy to his lungs. It was a very uncomfortable feeling for him, especially since he was caught off guard. The heavy feeling in his chest combined with the shortness of breath made it very hard for him to figure out what to do in a short space of time. It was only fortunate for him that soon after, the door burst open to reveal Aurelia. Igor. As the silverette rushed in, she quickly tended to Igor and planted her hands on his chest. You'll be alright, okay? You'll be alright as long as you stay calm. Igor wanted to tell the woman he was calm, until he saw something that made him widen his eyes. He finally noticed that she was in black training clothes featuring a vest and a tight-fitting tracksuit. Her hair was tied in a ponytail and her sword was strapped to her side. Her enticing appearance didn't faze him in the slightest. He lost count of how many naked women he'd seen on the battlefield. Rather, it was her attire that had his attention, because that vest and tracksuit were his. You took my dash. Calm down, Igor. I'm almost done healing you. The woman was visibly sweating and Igor watched as a drop of sweat fell down her cheekbones and traveled down her chest. That trace of sweat fell downwards, circled around the meatiest part of her breast until it finally collided with the fabric of the vest. Igor watched with pained eyes as a small wet patch formed on the rim of his shirt. He did not care for how enticing she looked nor for the worried expression on her face. It did not matter how much pain he was in or how Aurelia was trying to heal him. All he knew was that those clothes were his. And she defiled the manly sweat in them with hers. A shirt he had worn for 50 years was now feminized, and that hurt him more than the crippling pain all over his body. And his mind was functioning so quickly that he couldn't seem to put a stop to it. It was only because of Aurelia's voice that he could finally put a wrench in the wheel that was his brain. Asterisk. Explanation: remember how the Kaioken amplifies everything or nearly everything, it seems like emotions count as well, indirectly though. It says his feelings were amplified, but it appears that has to do more with how his brain is so juiced up on power that he couldn't control his emotions. It's like giving a person who has driven a Corolla their whole life a Ferrari. For Igor, who was used to Kaioken X50, suddenly jumping to X100 isn't good for him, especially if he still has unresolved issues in his heart. We still don't have complete confirmation if Kaioken X100 is a transformation or a simple multiplier. Chapter 112, Chapter 112. Igor watched with pained eyes as a small wet patch formed on the rim of his shirt. He did not care for how enticing she looked nor for the worried expression on her face. It did not matter how much pain he was in or how Aurelia was trying to heal him. All he knew was that those clothes were his. And she defiled the manly sweat in them with hers. A shirt he had worn for 50 years was now feminized, and that hurt him more than the crippling pain all over his body. DxD. As the blonde inwardly cried at his change of clothes being used by Aurelia, the Silverette reached him and placed her hands on his chest. She channeled her mana into him and the effect was almost instant. Igor's eyes that had nearly closed opened instantly. The blonde could her energy traveling through his body. It was not uncomfortable but rather, it felt soothing. His muscles relaxed and subsequently, he was finally able to breathe properly. HAAA. Letting out a deep breath, he let himself sprawl on the bed with his eyes closed. With the pain in his chest alleviated, he savored these breaths he could take. Are you all right now, Igor? The Silverette had leaned towards him and placed her hand on his forehead. He could feel her mana flowing all over his body and strangely, prompting a rather neutral response from his ki. He half expected to be crawling on the ground like the time Sun Wukong channeled his energy into him. But it seemed that wouldn't be the case today. Feeling himself gradually regain control over his body, Igor was about to reply to Aurelia's question when he caught a strange scent coming from her. With each breath he took, he came to notice that vanilla scent he smelled before. Sniff sniff. Aurelia had already seemingly forgotten that she had asked the blonde a question. With her hands on his chest, she was still channeling her mana into him, unaware that his gaze was on her. Even when his ki isn't in flow, it's still so dense. She was sweating from exertion due to how difficult it was to move her mana through his ki veins. It was so dense that it felt like she was pushing her energy through a sludge of concrete. While she continued trying to repair his damaged muscles, the blonde looked at her intently and couldn't help but sniff a few more times. Sniff sniff sniff. Sniff. Is that a perfume she's using? It smells good. As his gaze lowered from her face to her chest and waist, his expression gradually soured. Now my clothes are going to smell like vanilla, and the fabric will be loose. He never paid attention to it before because she always wore some sort of loose-fitting clothes. But looking at them now, they were quite Igor. Looking up, he was met with a slightly accusing expression from her. Don't you have anything to say? Igor looked at her, and then looked at her chest. He then looked at her again. With a straight face, he replied. I never expected they were that big. Aurelia.exe stopped responding. DxD. Claria's mansion, Kuo, Japan. It was a long day in the town of Kuo and even though it was still an hour or so before noon, the sun was already threatening to unleash a sweltering heat that would strip every one of their energy reserves. Reconstruction was still going strong and all the major streets had been cleared of glass shards. There were sounds of diesel generators all over due to the power grid also having taken a hit. But reparations at the relevant power stations and transformers were nearing their conclusion. At the current rate things were going, the town would recover by the end of next week, making everyone optimistic. The only ones who weren't happy, however, were insurance companies and Claria Belial. While the former had to continuously shell out money, the latter was more concerned with keeping her life. The clock was ticking on the wall and only a minute was left until the allotted 30 minutes were over. Claria wasn't sure exactly what to do should Saraphal not come, but those thoughts disappeared when a blue magic circle formed in her office. Vwong. When the circle disappeared, it revealed Saraphal to be in her business suit. Despite her rather short height, she was certainly gifted. Despite her suit being rather modest, it failed to completely hide her rather generous assets, especially her rather toned legs. But while many would smile at such a sight, the iciness on her face would stop any downward blood flow in its tracks. There was no smile on her face in the slightest. Saraphal clearly appeared ready to do business. Claria was briefly shocked for a moment, but quickly reorganized herself. Standing up from her chair, she lowered her head respectfully. Greetings, Mao Leviathan. I, Claria Belial, overseer of Kuo, welcome you. It did surprise her that she and Saraphal were equal in height. Claria had seen pictures and videos of Saraphal, but seeing her in person was vastly different. Nonetheless, she would not be so foolish as to act inappropriately in front of a Mao. Saraphal was never truly one for pleasantries. Over the years she served as the head of foreign affairs, engaging in meaningless conversations with delegates was something she'd come to rather dislike. And today, she had no wish to engage in them. She only wanted to get everything over and done with so that she could see her precious little sister. With all the circumstances surrounding her life and her family, Sona was the only bright light in her life. Seating herself on the chair opposite Claria, she went straight to the point. Then I will refer to you as Claria. Tell me everything that has happened. She went straight to the point without any hesitation. Her actions took Claria by surprise since she expected she'd have to serve Saraphal some coffee and have casual chatter before getting to the crux of the matter. But recovering her wits, this method of doing things was also preferable for her. Very well, Mao-sama. Taking a seat herself, Claria began to narrate the events that happened earlier today. Yesterday evening, I received a missive detailing my required presence in the underworld for an urgent report. The following morning, I was still in the underworld delivering my report when I felt a pull from a leaflet I had left with the church's exorcist, Masaomi Yagaki. Feeling the desperation behind the call, I teleported over to him and was met with him lying in a pool of his own blood, his companions dead. Claria had no qualms revealing her relationship with the church. While it was frowned upon, it was necessary for her to have some form of contact with the church should there be an urgent case that required her presence. Of course, that was the official reason. But Saraphal had a quick question she wanted an answer for. Why did you give this Masaomi a pamphlet? You should realize he could have used it to ambush you at some point in time. Indeed I do, Mao-sama. But I have known Masaomi Yagaki for 3 years. I am aware of his character and betrayal is not in line with his personality. But he could be manipulated. Saraphal wanted to say that out loud, but discussing Claria's safety wasn't on her agenda. She had many things to do and concerning herself with one devil quite frankly wouldn't fit into her schedule. I will trust your judgment then. Continue. Yes, Mao-sama. Shortly after, exorcists from the church arrived at the scene and took him away to heal him. After he recuperated, we were able to learn that he and his squad had run into the Heimjima who had entered Kuo. She continued to narrate the events and made sure to omit certain parts. She did not reveal her relationship with Shuri nor disclosed anything about the blonde. Saraphal did not interject even once throughout the entire time Claria spoke. The Mao was simply content to listen until Claria finished describing everything from her point of view. Is that all? Claria nodded. Yes, that is all. I see. Raising her hand, a small teleportation circle formed before a picture appeared, a picture that Claria recognized very well. How? She was sure she had hidden that picture so as to avoid incriminating herself. But upon seeing it in Saraphal's hand, her heart felt like it turned to stone. Panic filled her at the realization that she was caught omitting certain details. Saraphal showed Claria the picture and then looked at it herself. Smiling coquettishly, she giggled. This picture is very cute, Claria-chan. I never imagined that you got along so well with Shuri Heimjima. Saraphal placed the picture of Claria and Shuri on the table before leaning forward. Her rather relaxed persona immediately disappeared. Displaying the full authority of a Mao, she commanded. Overseer Belial. I suggest you tell me everything from the beginning, and this time. A very heavy pressure covered the room, a pressure that made Claria widen her eyes in fear. Do not hide anything. Anne. A lot of things to unpack here. Saraphal is vastly different from the bubbly Levitan we all know and love. However, please take note that the year is 1999, roughly 9 to 10 years from canon. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. This picture is very cute, Claria. I never imagined that you got along so well with Shuri Heimjima. Saraphal placed the picture of Claria and Shuri on the table before leaning forward. Overseer Belial. I suggest you tell me everything from the beginning, and this time. A very heavy pressure covered the room, a pressure that made Claria widen her eyes in fear. Do not hide anything. DxD. Claria was exhausted of all options. In front of Saraphal's imposing presence, the Silverette truly did not know how to circumvent this situation. Lying to a Satan was already a crime punishable by death to the extent that even her clan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. She hesitated. She was worried for Shuri's life and if should anything happen to her, Igor's response. With a case example from the Heimjima, she knew exactly what would happen if the devils touched Shuri, Akino, or God forbid, Asia. Mao-sama. Her composure had left the room. The frightening yet calm glare that Saraphal was giving her genuinely frightened her. The Satan only sat quietly with her arms crossed, her mouth neither scowling nor smiling. She was like a queen that overlooked her subjects. And right now, Claria was indeed one of her subjects. And her subject was disobeying her order. Claria Belial. Under my authority as a Mao, I order you to reveal all the information you know. Know that withholding or falsifying any information grants me the authority to execute you. Claria didn't know how to say this. If she revealed everything, then it was almost guaranteed that Igor and by association, Aurelia would be hunted down because Saraphal harbored a deep hatred for Aryans. This stems back to decades in the past to the period of World War II. Caught in the crossfire in the fight between the Aryans and the Alliance, Aryan assassins targeted her father, and when they failed to kill him, they cursed him with the sleep disease. The true reason was not known, but it was likely due to the Citri being one of the key individuals that supplied the Alliance army with medicines. This was a story that was never publicized, leaving only a few people that knew besides Saraphal and her family. For the last 60 years, her mother had to hold the reins during the times when her father would enter his periods of deep sleep. Claria feared that if she leaked Igor's existence, the world would be thrown into turmoil. Saraphal would no doubt seek to eliminate Igor and Aurelia out of vengeance, and in doing so, she would pull the entire devil race into a war where their chances of winning would not come without detrimental costs. Desperately wanting to avoid such a scenario, Claria came to a choice that may possibly be her last. Father, Nii-sama, uncle, auntie, grandpa. It was a foolish decision on her part. But as much as her mind whizzed around in a bid to come up with solutions, she turned up empty. Shuri-chan. She didn't want her race being plunged into a possible war. The only way she could see this happening if she revealed everything she knew is that Saraphal would end up holding Asia hostage due to not being able to find Igor. If the blonde exits the time chamber and hears of this, any chance of peace talks would forfeit it due to his anger. The blonde was far too powerful, and with his teleportation capabilities, far too elusive. Aazel. As such, she decided on her choice right then and there. I am sorry, everyone. Standing up, her fearful expression straightened into one of bravery. She locked eyes with Saraphal, red meeting blue. I apologize, Mao-sama. But I cannot reveal the information you desire. If I must die, then so be it. Her hands trembled, but she forcibly stilled them. She loved her people and she did not want them needlessly dying. Her leaders were strong, but Igor's potential was stronger. That fact solidified when she felt him reach the realm of supreme class. If he constantly trained in that time chamber of his for the next 10 years, she was sure he would reach a point where he would either be on par, or surpass all four Satans. It was with this knowledge that she stood strong. Saraphal could see the resolution on Claria. She was confident she could torture the information out of the Silverette, but she hadn't fallen so low that she would subject an innocent to that kind of pain. I see. Crossing her legs, she leaned on the chair's armrest. Then what about your peerage? They were in the underworld and only recently came back. They don't know any more than you do, Mao-sama. Lies. They definitely know more. Saraphal had half a mind to interrogate her peerage members. But before she did that, she first wanted to understand something. Why would you go so far as to withhold vital information from me? This concerns the safety of the underworld, and you hiding it can be considered treason. Feeling a bit of relief that she wouldn't die, yet, Claria relaxed her shoulders a bit. Taking a deep breath, she looked into Saraphal's eyes with sincerity. Please believe me that I am acting in the best interest of our race, Mao-sama. Saraphal frowned at the information. Is the secret you're keeping so dangerous that informing me would endanger our race? As absurd as it sounds, Mao-sama, it is true. The less people that know this information, the better it is for everyone. A small smile formed on Saraphal's face. I see. She then stood up, her gaze darkening. With a single movement of her hand, the desk separating the two of them turned into ice before it suddenly shattered into numerous little pieces. Then I assume if one less person knows, it would be better, right? Claria couldn't answer. The pressure that had vanished suddenly returned in full force. The fear that she tried to restrain threatened to make itself known in the face of such overwhelming power. Her body trembled in fright, her eyes growing watery at the fear that death was creeping closer and closer to her. She couldn't help but close her eyes in fear. I am scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. That's enough, Saraphal. And just like that, the heavy pressure vanished like it never existed. The killing intent that felt like invisible hands strangling her vanished like smoke in the wind. But Claria wasn't focused on that. Rather, it was the voice that caught her attention. She knew that voice and would recognize it anywhere. Opening her eyes, she was revealed to the sight of the naked torso she had often dreamt about many times before. The muscles on the back were bulging, and the sight of that dependable back made her cry tears of joy. Aazel. The man stood tall in all his glory. His hair had grown longer to the point that some of it hung on his sides. He was barefoot, with a black tracksuit being the only clothing he had on him. His muscular torso was laced with traces of sweat, possibly indicating that he was physically exerting himself prior to arriving. Yet although he seemingly appeared tired, he still stood tall. Aazel didn't turn to face Claria. Rather, he locked eyes with Saraphal, his gaze neutral yet hard. He never expected that in the midst of his research and training, he would feel the small magic circle he placed on Claria flare up. It was a just-in-case sort of thing he secretly placed on her for moments like this, moments he wished would have never happened where there was a threat to her life. He was glad he was able to make it in time and prevent his lover from dying, but that brief sense of relief gave way to a gradually sprouting bud of killing intent. Sarah Aazel Cohen. Claria couldn't restrain herself anymore. She rushed towards him and wrapped her arms around his waist. She clung tightly to his side with tears of joy and relief leaking through her closed eyelids. Her arms were still trembling from fright, but she didn't dare let go. Aazel wordlessly replied by reaching out with his arm and brought her closer to his side. He placed his arm on her back and held her close. All this time, his eyes never left Saraphal's. His gaze was not jovial nor carefree like it always generally was. There was a fierceness in them that was backed by the power he was releasing, the power of a peak god class. Saraphal Leviathan. Make one move, and I will kill you. And Aazel himself comes to the rescue, and with this, a controversy has erupted. Protecting his lover is admirable and all, but would Saraphal truly have killed Claria? Well, that question doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 114. Aazel wordlessly replied by reaching out with his arm and brought her closer to his side. He placed his arm on her back and held her close. All this time, his eyes never left Saraphal's. His gaze was not jovial nor carefree like it always generally was. There was a fierceness in them that was backed by the power he was releasing, the power of a peak god class. Saraphal Leviathan. Make one move, and I will kill you. DxD. Saraphal watched the sight in front of her with visible surprise on her face. With her strength, she did detect that Claria had a foreign magic circle placed on her. With how she previously acted, it was an attempt to draw out whoever placed clairvoyance-based threat detection magic on the silverette. But no matter how much composure she had, Saraphal never expected that it would be Aazel. She half expected it would be Belial who would have placed the circle, or at the very least, someone from the devil race. Even if it was a yokai, she could still accept it. But Saraphal never would have guessed it would be the Governor-General of Grigori himself. Even now, as she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it. Aazel. She first assumed Aazel was part of the information Claria tried to hide. It wouldn't be unfounded for the Fallen to somehow be involved in the Heimjima massacre given how many people he knew. But then she noticed how close they appeared. They were far too close. It then slowly dawned on her as she realized just how tightly Claria was holding onto him, and how Aazel seemed ready to fight to the death just to protect her. Saraphal was not that old. At best, she'd only lived a few centuries compared to the likes of Aazel who have lived for thousands of years. But Aazel and Claria. It didn't make sense to her. There was absolutely no reason for Aazel, the leader of an entire faction, to take Claria, a simple overseer of a small town, as his woman. There was no benefit for him in all of this. In fact, it was a useless risk. Yet she could see it in his eyes and the way he held her in his arm. Saraphal Leviathan. Make one move, and I will kill you. She now realized that those were not empty words. That was a full-blown threat with the very real intent to end her life should she actually attempt to make any further moves. Aazel was fully willing to provoke an all-out war. This was not in line with his rather pacifistic personality. But for this woman, Claria Belial, he was willing to throw caution to the wind. Finding the whole situation a bit funny, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Hi. This really is a surprise. And just like that, the tense atmosphere in the room disappeared. Both Aazel and Claria were confused, especially Claria. What? But it seemed Saraphal wasn't paying attention to her words. This has to be the biggest surprise of the century. Never in my wildest dreams would I picture the big bad wolf Aazel would fancy our meek little Claria-chan. In her mind, it was like a scene straight out of a shoujo manga. In fact, looking at them now, she couldn't help but think of the perfect plot for a manga. Or better yet, a movie. The super strong handsome bad guy/villain, and the quiet little heroine that everyone thought would be ignored. Her mind had been stimulated to its peak and her creative drive had been turned to the max. She looked at the couple with bright eyes, a complete contrast to the somewhat bored and impatient gaze she displayed before. Aazel-chan. Claria-chan. Do you two want to do a movie with me? Please. Aazel was borderline confused. Saraphal's clothing did not match the current emotions she was showing. Although every long-lived entity had their unique quirks, Saraphal's was especially unique. It was so unique that instead of trying to possibly blackmail them or banish Claria, she instead asked them for a movie. Hearing his question, Saraphal sprinted towards him and grabbed his free hand. Yes. Aazel was taken aback by how her eyes were literally sparkling. She isn't faking. Just think about it, Aazel-chan. You and Claria-chan will be like our Romeo and Juliet, but with a happy ending. She then turned away from him, her head lowered in thought. Oh, I can see it now. Aazel-chan has a good physique and Claria-chan really makes a good damsel. If I set the scene up like this and add a few villano, I'll ask Ajuka-chan for that role and... She mumbled several ideas to herself, causing Claria to truly question if what happened a minute ago was real. Just now, Saraphal threatened to kill her and now, she was trying to assign her to a role as a heroine in some fantasy movie she thought up. The mood change was too quick that Claria had a hard time adapting. Mao, Sama dash. Claria-chan. Saraphal looked at Claria like a hungry predator. You'll join in the production of the movie, right? Claria didn't know whether it was a joke or a command. She was like a deer caught in headlights. And her mind was still having trouble processing that one of the four Satans called her Chan multiple times. But regardless, she politely shook her head, her previous fear having vanished, mostly. Apologies, Mao-sama. But I'm busy with affairs as the overseer. I see. Rubbing her forehead, she looked straight at Aazel. All right. I'll leave you and your precious Claria-chan, Aazel-chan. A teleportation circle formed beneath her feet. But as she was about to vanish, she raised her finger. Oh. Claria-chan. Although I never intended to harm you, you still defied my authority as a Mao by refusing to answer my questions. As such, I hereby strip you of your title as the overseer of Kuo, effective immediately. By dot. With a triumphant grin, she vanished. Vwong. Claria was left flabbergasted. www what dash. Bwahahahahaha. Aazel couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good one, Saraphal. Well played. Aazel realized that not only did Saraphal inadvertently indicate that he wouldn't expose their relationship, but also made him owe her a favor. With how many people he knew, he would most likely act as an entry point for Saraphal to possibly establish diplomatic ties with other factions. Truly well played. DxD. Time Chamber, Gravity/Gym Room. 1, 2, 3, 4, F5, SS6, SSE. Ven, EA fuck. Clang. HAAA, 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 damn it. A month had passed since Igor tried tapping into Kaioken X100. With his body being unable to handle such a sheer amount of power, he decided to take matters into his own hands and increase the strength of his physique once more. With him only having completely recovered today, the first thing he did was enter the gym, increase the gravity to 400x, and use the squat rack. Just 200 kilos and I can't even do 10 reps. Sitting down on the safety bars like a bench, he looked at the bar full of weights that he dropped due to failure. I still have a bit of a headache from trying to push to 8. At least let me do my lats while I recover. Pulling off a single 20 kilograms disc from one side, he was about to stand up when he felt his legs wobble. Damn noodle legs. Stupid legs. Sandcastle legs. I'll break you if you don't listen and stand up straight, you hear me? Slapping his thighs repeatedly, he yelled at his legs. You're telling me you can't support my body weight now? Bullshit. Now get up. Standing up after almost falling back down, he took a good 10 seconds to get his wobbly legs under control. Once he could comfortably lift one up without his knees buckling, he went to get another 20 kilograms disc from the other side before standing in front of the mirror. All right, arms. Let's do this. Don't be a failure like brother legs or I'll break you as well. Gripping the discs firmly, he began raising both of them at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doof. Doof. Dropping the discs, he began massaging his wrists with a frown. TCH. It's more comfortable to do this with dumbbells. Placing the discs back with the rest of the weights, he sat down on the safety bars again with a contemplative frown. All right, Igor. No point in pushing back any longer. While he waited for his legs to recover from the set, he decided to confront the issue of the Kaioken. In the outside world, I was able to get to Kaioken X100 and the only consequences were being slightly tired and 20 years of lifespan. Here in the time chamber, I wouldn't have lasted much longer according to Sister, and when I came out of the Kaioken, my body was suffering from all kinds of muscle tears and bone fractures. But why is that? He went deep in thought and tried to figure out why there was such a difference. He remembered that he lasted for over 20 minutes in the outside world, but here in the time chamber, he wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes according to what Aurelia said. Did Lord Shiva maybe do something to me? He didn't even consider that Aurelia was somehow wrong in her analysis. The woman had earned his complete trust over the month they'd been together and he trusted her insight. Come on, Igor. Think for once. Why is it that I lasted so long outside but almost crippled myself in here? It was a dilemma that he quickly wanted to solve so that he could draw up a proper training plan. It was imperative that he got strong as soon as possible while he was here so that he could better combat any threats he might face in the future. Knowing that simply mulling over the matter wouldn't work, he closed his eyes in thought and pulled up the memories of the two separate scenarios where he reached 3 digits on the Kaioken. He first reached into the memory of his first transformation. The view shifted to the forest of Kua where everything had taken place. Unlike before, he wasn't trying to learn how to transform, but what happened when he did. Moving past the memory of Shuri's death, he watched over the memory of his past self gradually amassing power. Amidst the gradually rising red aura, he noticed the black streaks of energy mixing with his aura. That black aura. What is that black aura? It feels like. He immersed himself in the feeling of his memories and gradually, he figured out what it was. Nature energy. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. Moving past the memory of Shuri's death, he watched over the memory of his past self gradually amassing power. Amidst the gradually rising red aura, he noticed the black streaks of energy mixing with his aura. That black aura. What is that black aura? It feels like. He immersed himself in the feeling of his memories and gradually, he figured out what it was. Nature energy. DxD. Igor was able to fully identify that black aura as nature energy. He could see it gather around his past self and mix with his aura. The dark color indicated it was tainted energy, but the fact that it surrounded his body confused him even more. I never learned senjutsu before. So how? Learning the art never even crossed his mind before because he already had his plate full trying to further learn spirit control. Despite having purified his ki from the normal blue to its current transparent white, he was still far from the state of completely unifying his soul with his body. But to now witness a situation where he subconsciously drew in nature energy interested him. Is absorbing nature energy the key then? He couldn't deny the possibility because he could find no other way to explain why his first and second time were so different. I haven't fought senjutsu users before, but I know their bodies become crazy strong when they absorb nature energy. All the senjutsu users he knew or heard of were at the realm of supreme class. Besides Sun Wukong, he had met with a few other people who knew how to use senjutsu in the heavenly realm. I wonder though. His thoughts started straying towards Kyoto where there were a bunch of senjutsu users. According to what he currently knew about the supernatural world, the largest concentration of senjutsu users would be in or around Kyoto. Should I go there? He couldn't hide his interest in fighting a senjutsu user. It would certainly be a novel expiry. No, Igor. Stop getting sidetracked. Palming his forehead a few times, the blonde stood. His legs were still a bit sore, but nothing he couldn't handle. I've thought enough for one day. Let me finish this set first at least. Activating his Kaioken, he lifted the barbell and placed it back on the rack. Getting underneath it, he cancelled his Kaioken and adjusted his feet. All right. 2 sets of 10 reps, let's go. Standing up straight with over 8 tons of weight on his shoulders, the blonde stepped back, took deep breaths, and began squatting. 1, 2, 3, 4, F5, S6. Standing up straight, he opted to rest himself for a few seconds. HAAA, I'm really feeling that gravity now, HAAA. Glancing at the gravity dial there by the door, he could see that X400 displayed on the small screen. HAAA, come on, Igor. Adjusting his stance again, he got down. Come on, Igor. This is lightweight. Lightweight. Gritting his teeth, he slowly got up again. SS7, E8, come on, Igor. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to rise up again. NN, last one, come on. Lowering himself again, he tried to do the 10th one, but his legs wanted to give out. Fuck. Come on, Igor. This is lightweight. Lightweight. Yet no matter how he tried, he couldn't bring himself back up. He was breathing heavily now, his head thrumming from the amount of stress he was putting his body in. Damn it. If I can't do this rep, I'll change my bloody surname. Yet despite trying, his legs remained locked up. His knees were already buckling and knew that any longer, and he would fail. Do I have to use the Kaioken to get out of this? He was already losing feeling in his legs. Once that happened, whether he liked it or not, he would fail to perform the last rep, although it was one rep, the last rep where the muscles were on the verge of failure was more often than not, the most important. Come on, damn it. We can do this. It's just 1 rep. Straining himself to pull out every last bit of power he had, he gradually mustered the strength to stand up. With his legs finally straightening out, he looked at himself in the mirror and let out a triumphant shout. Yeah. Just like that. Lightweight, lightweight, lightweight. Having encouraged himself and mustered every ounce of willpower he had, he finally made it to 10. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, he muttered to himself. Should I do another one just to dash? No. No, no, no. Question mark. Looking in the mirror, he saw Aurelia glaring at him from the door to the bedroom. The silverette seemed to have just gotten out of the shower since she was covered in a pink towel. Her long white hair was wrapped in a rough ponytail. Her locks were still wet, an indicator that she had just gotten out. You've done enough, Igor. Put the weights down before you hurt yourself, again. The blonde stared into her eyes through the reflection with a blank gaze. He could see that those ocean blue eyes that were always neutral were now filled with worry and disbelief. But. Nope. Still haven't failed yet. Without waiting for her response, the blonde squatted. Hoppa. Come on, Igor. Let's do 11. Watching the blonde squat again, Aurelia clenched her hands with fear. She knew the gravity that was on right now was over twice what she could handle even with spells. It frustrated her because she knew this wasn't the first time Igor broke or tore something while training. Despite knowing that healing herbs exist, she didn't like how he was so casual about damaging his body to the point that he'd had to crawl to the bath. Damn it, Igor. Lavenha. Having heard Aurelia shout, damn it, the blonde was taken aback since she was never so crass with her language. This was quite literally the first time he ever heard her speak so crassly. Losing his focus mid-squat, he felt himself falling down. Shit. Reacting subconsciously, he burst out with his Kaioken X20. Grew. With his power having been multiplied 20 times over, the bar was now truly lightweight. Using one hand to stop himself from falling, he got up and looked at the silverette who was now covered in a blue aura. Her hair had risen up and she seemed just about ready to enter the gym despite the significant amount of gravity in it. But that wasn't what Igor was focused on. Did you just say, damn it? Aurelia was shaking. Not from fright, but from anger and embarrassment. She blamed herself for worrying about him so pointlessly. TCH. Marching away, she disappeared into the room without answering his question and closed the door. But Igor didn't want to let this go. Smiling in jubilee, he hurriedly put the barbell on the rack before running after her. Wait, sister. Can you say it again? Leaping over the bench press and weaving through other machines, Igor ran towards the bedroom and wrenched open the door. Entering the room, he found Aurelia sitting on the bed with a frown on her face. Closing the door after himself, he gradually cancelled his Kaioken. Ha ha ha. Can you repeat that, Sister Ak? Feeling his legs suddenly cramp up, he couldn't stop himself from falling over towards the floor. Aurelia, who was watching him with a frown, reacted quickly. Igor. Dashing forward, she placed her hand on his chest and caught him, and subsequently, Igor also reached out to grab her too. The results were instant. One hand was on her shoulder while the other was on her chest. Feeling the sensation in his hands, the blonde couldn't help but squeeze a few times, his eyes widening in wonder. Whoa. They're softer than I thought. It amazed him that they could so surprisingly soft. Although it was never something he thought about, he assumed they would be harder than this. With how squishy they are, there would be no problem fitting them in a man's plate armor or wrapping them up in bandages. No wonder they didn't get in your way when we fought. Seeing him voice out the rather odd benefits of her memories, Aurelia couldn't even remain angry with how innocent his actions were. Oh, Igor. She couldn't help but find his thought process a bit funny. She was curious as to how puberty would impact him when it finally hit him. But upon thinking about it thoroughly, she couldn't picture him seeing any woman in that way. He was more likely to confess his feelings to a dumbbell than a woman. Foo-foo. Helping him stand up, she gently sat him down on the bed and crouched down before him. Show me your legs. I'll heal them for you. The scene in front of Igor slowly changed. His view changed from his Spartan room in the time chamber to a child's room with numerous toys and action figures ranging from Dragon Ball to Ben 10. In front of him was no longer Aurelia, but another woman with blonde hair. Her face looked almost exactly like an older version of Asia, with blue eyes just as kind. Show me your knee, Igor. Mother will heal them for you. The woman then took out some ointment and rubbed them on his now skinnier leg. Igor found himself to be wearing shorts, and on his knee was a brutal wound. On the floor was an old soccer ball. It hurts, Mama. I know, my baby. Mama will make it all go away. Igor. Igor. Huh. Finally coming out of that sudden flashback, he was met with the soft feeling of Aurelia's palm touching his forehead. Are you all right, Igor? You were in a daze for a while. Oh, that. It's because I had a sudden thought enter my head. Shouldn't I be calling you Grandma instead of sister? You're older than Auntie Shuri, so it would make sense, right? Calmly standing up, she fixed her towel before turning around. Your legs are fine. With a bit of bed rest, you should recover. Before she went out the door, she turned to give him a slight glare. Within a weak dot. Bam. Blinks once. Blinks twice. A week. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. Oh, that. It's because I had a sudden thought enter my head. Shouldn't I be calling you grandma instead of sister? You're older than Auntie Shuri, so it would make sense, right? Calmly standing up, she fixed her towel before turning around. Your legs are fine. With a bit of bed rest, you should recover. Before she went out the door, she turned to give him a slight glare. Within a week. Bam. Blinks once. Blinks twice. A week. DxD. 1999/07/16, September 28, 1999. 2 years later inside the time chamber. A total of 2 years have passed since Igor and Aurelia were suddenly pulled into the time chamber. During this time, both the blonde and the silverette continued on with their separate training. While Igor would spend most of his time in the gym, Aurelia would spend hers either in the library or deep inside the treacherous regions of the time chamber to train herself. For Igor, his main priority during these 2 years was to increase the strength of his physique. This was so that whenever he decided to attempt Kaioken X100, he would be able to handle the power that came with it. His days would follow long sessions in the gym which would periodically shift between weightlifting and intense training under the heavy gravity. Handling the weights in various ways not only increased his strength, but also the explosive power in his body. Combined with further intense combat training under strenuous gravity, he was able to train his stamina, agility, flexibility, and his techniques. As the months passed, he was able to see results and the gravity he could withstand in his base state increased. Although his focus was enhancing his physique, he never neglected spirit control. Knowing that spirit control was the foundation for everything, he gave himself at least 3 hours of meditation every day before beginning any sort of training. Spirit control by default was the foundation of everything. Not only would pure and dense ki help heal his body much better, but he would also be able to handle higher levels of the Kaioken with less strain on his body. But while he also trained on his spirit control, he also never failed to practice his ki control. Not wanting to repeat the mistake of neglecting his ki control, he would dedicate roughly an hour just to maintain the level of control he currently had. The 2 basic training methods he always leaned on to perfect his ki control were the yin-yang breathing method and the iron sharpens iron method. These were the 2 techniques he had been using even before the time he first met Akino. Both methods were basic, easy, and straightforward to understand, and provided faster results compared to other methods. Though they were relatively crude in their execution, and a bit dangerous in terms of the consequences for failure, they were perfect for the blonde who didn't like complicated techniques. Beyond just using gravity to train himself, Igor also started to wear weighted clothing again. With Aurelia having hijacked his original set, the silverette created a new set for him with magic. To this day, he never understood why she took his when she could make her own. But even if she offered to give his set back to him, he would never accept it anymore, not when her scent was on them. With his new set of weighted clothing comprising of an all-black attire consisting of an undershirt, armbands, and leg warmers, he was able to strengthen his physique much faster than before. Initially, boots were an option, but the blonde didn't like having his feet restricted in an enclosed space like boots. Having initially gotten the clothes a few months into his training, he almost got crushed by the gravity he was currently in. Fortunately, he was able to adapt rather quickly, but it came at the cost of not being able to increase the gravity level as rapidly as he could before. But considering that the clothes would weigh a little over a ton in normal gravity, it was a fair trade, with a few torn ligaments as hidden costs. By training in his base state and sleeping with varying levels of his Kaioken on, his recovery speed was significantly boosted and it allowed him to quickly see gains in his training. It did however come with an intense hunger that was quickly mitigated by the food supply somehow having increased over 10 times over. And thanks to Aurelia's cooking skills, he always got a balanced diet. As for the silverette, she worked more on increasing her knowledge on seals and delving deeper into her ancestral memories. With her power now having reached the realm of God class, she could delve into memories dating thousands of years in the past compared to the measly few hundred years she could access as an ultimate class. Most of her day revolved around reading the various books in the small library and delving deeper into her ancestral memories. The sealing knowledge her ancestors pioneered thousands upon thousands of years ago was her main focus. The ability to understand the seals used to break the curse placed on humans was something she still couldn't completely understand. However, after 2 years of studying, she did discover a few important things. While the second and third seals eluded her, she came to understand what breaking the first seal did. While the first seal didn't increase the lifespan like the following seals did, the first seal worked on the basis of eliminating the symptoms of old age. While a human generally wouldn't live long past 100 years, they wouldn't necessarily lose much of their strength as they age. The vitality they had in their teens would still exist in their 70s and 80s. Symptoms such as back pain, arthritis, Alzheimer's disease, gradual bone atrophy, and many other symptoms would never appear. Even if they were 90 years old, they would still be able to function like a normal 30-year-old. Even the women at over 80 years of age would still be able to give birth without repercussion. In terms of appearance, the only symptoms she saw in her memories was a head full of white hair. The oldest the first-generation seal-bearers appeared in her memory were 40 years old at best when in reality, they were over twice the age. Even when they died, their bodies would take over a century to finally start rotting. This was due to the strong physiques they possessed, which were enhanced by the powerful vitality they possessed. Strengthened bones, enhanced muscles, toughened skin, and many more were all the benefits that came from unlocking the first seal. But breaking the first curse seal didn't only require another seal to break it. It could also be broken through a ridiculous amount of training, something that was done by her ancestors. And not only her ancestors, there were also 2 cases that she knew of who succeeded. The first real-life example she found was the church's strongest exorcist, Vasco Strata. Already nearing 80 years in age, the only symptoms of old age he showed was his crown of white hair and the faintest trace of wrinkles on his face. He was powerful beyond measure that with just his might alone, he was comparable to Longinus wielders. She already made plans to meet him at some point, especially after Igor confirmed they had friendly relations with each other. And speaking of the blonde, he was also another case example. With intense training, he destroyed and rebuilt his body so many times that his continuously increased vitality simply overwhelmed the seal. She also suspected that his kaioken allowed him to break through the second, third, and possibly the fourth seal like her. With the amount of lifespan he possessed, it was a reasonable suspicion. However, research wasn't all she did in these past 2 years. The Silverette did also continue training her existing techniques but didn't see any substantial power increase. While she didn't make it to mid-god class, she was on the threshold with her power bordering around peak low-god class. What she made up for with her lack of advancement though, was her skill in sealing and barrier magic. Originally her specialization, Aurelia progressed so much in the field of seals that she could put up a proper fight with a base state Igor who had advanced to the realm of high god class. The blonde wasn't a normal high god class by any means at all. His sheer physique and extremely dense, yet pure ki made him an absolute monster that could make him fight over a dozen high god class entities all on his own without using his kaioken, instant transmission, or instant vanish. This was a deduction that Aurelia noted after fighting him at least once every week for the past 2 years. It still amazed her to this day how he got so far with only pure grit and determination. She could only imagine how powerful he would become when he finally turned 10 and awoke the power of their race. But all in all, these 2 years were productive. And if you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 117, Chapter 117. The blonde wasn't a normal high god class by any means at all. His sheer physique and extremely dense, yet pure ki made him an absolute monster that could make him fight over a dozen high god class entities all on his own without using his kaioken, instant transmission, or instant vanish. This was a deduction that Aurelia noted after fighting him at least once every week for the past 2 years. It still amazed her to this day how he got so far with only pure grit and determination. She could only imagine how powerful he would become when he finally turned 10 and awoke the power of their race. But all in all, these 2 years were productive. DxD. Deep within the cold regions of the time chamber, Igor was in the process of completing one of his early morning routine like always. Sitting cross-legged on his straw mat, the blonde had his eyes closed and his face calm. Every second or two, a red aura would emanate from him and spread out wildly before being pushed back inside his body. His expression never changed and no muscle on his body even twitched from the large amounts of power he was releasing and contracting repeatedly within the space of a few seconds. Breathes in. Shoo. Breathes out. Ha. Breathes in. Shoo. Breathes out. HAAA. Today was another day and as always, Igor started by meditating. By mixing his breathing with the technique of the yin-yang breathing method, it had become a staple way of meditating for him. By releasing and contracting his aura in synchronization with his breathing, he had succeeded in finally being able to subconsciously do it. He was able to do it initially, but it was his first time succeeding with his kaioken on. With him having stretched it to the 20th multiplier, the wild aura that was usually accompanied by the power gain was calm like a gentle flame. When he breathed in, his aura would surge like an uncontrollable forest fire that seeked to burn everything. He would willingly let his aura spiral out of control for the duration of his breath as he powered up as much as he could. With his breath acting as the fodder for the flame, he would circulate his ki faster and push the limits of the 20th multiplier to its limits. When he was done sucking in all the air he could, he would gradually breathe out, and in the process, retract all the aura he let out during the process of powering up. The aura that was previously like a wild flame would slowly recede into his body, barely leaving a faint red glow behind. This was a testament to how much control he had over the 20th multiplier of the kaioken. With the work he put in over 2 years, he was even able to sleep with it on, which significantly enhanced his recovery speed and allowed him to push himself just that much harder. Continuously breathing in and out, synchronizing his breaths with his aura, and clearing his mind of unnecessary thoughts, Igor stood up from his stray mat and slowly began going through his katas. One body. Shu. One mind. Haa. Free from thought. Shu. Fueled by instinct. Haa. He moved like the flowing water, his moves naturally leading into the next. He would move slowly like a gentle stream, his movements flowing like a graceful dance. Then like a flash flood, he would strike quickly like a raging torrent, his movements overbearing like a tsunami. Yet no matter what he did, his breath always remained stable. His aura always completely receded into his body with nary a wisp left behind. It took a long time for Igor to finally master Kaioken X20 to the point that he could hold it for a whole day and a whole night without suffering any unbearable negative consequence. He hadn't quite reached perfect mastery where he could perpetually hold it forever if he wished to, because he would begin feeling a slight strain on his mind and body after 3 days, and that was without fighting. But as long as he continued to train like he did, he would end up reaching the state of holding it indefinitely. Nonetheless, that wasn't his current focus. I'm ready. Having went through his katas for over half an hour, he stopped and opened his eyes. At the same time, Haa. The aura of the Kaioken quickly receded into his body without leaving a single trace behind. Previously, it would have caused his muscles and ki veins some strain if he withdrew it so quickly. But through continuous training, his ki and veins had been strengthened enough to handle the same strain that would have previously left him in pain. Picking up his straw mat and rolling it up, he tucked it under his arm and slowly levitated. I'm ready to try again. But just to be safe, I'll ask Sister Lia to watch me. While he would have wanted to attempt the Kaioken X100 on his own, he figured he didn't want to worry the Silverette any more than he already did. Su. DxD. Today was another normal day for the Silverette. While the blonde strutted away deep into the chamber with his trusty straw mat, she went over to the library with her notebook. Since the library itself was just one door away from the bedroom, it wasn't even a long walk. However, this wasn't an advantage, but a disadvantage. With the gym just only being 2 doors away, the noise of Igor's intense training would reach her. This also made it so that she only had less than an hour before shouts of lightweight and barbells being dropped onto the ground ruined her precious silence. Haa. Crying inwardly at the thought, she pushed open the door and entered the library. Moving past the 3 shelves in front of her, she made her way over to the desk by the corner where neatly arranged scrolls and a few books were stacked. Sitting down on the chair, she didn't deign to waste any time. Placing her notebook on the side of the desk, she grabbed a scroll and unfurled it. The scroll revealed an intricate seal carefully hand-drawn with a pencil. It resembled a flower, and at the bottom, it was written, 5th design attempt of the first seal, potential unlock. Carefully placing the unfurled scroll to one side, Aurelia took another scroll and unfurled. Upon unfurling it, it revealed the same, yet rather archaic design. Placing the scroll to her left, the differences were distinguishable at first glance. While the scroll on the right looked new, the one on her left was clearly old. With its color being a dull brown and its edges slightly torn, it was still in relatively good condition for a scroll from the ancient times spanning thousands of years before Christ. The only thing similar between these scrolls was the flower pattern seal drawn on the both of them. While one was drawn in ink and the other in pencil, the functionality would not matter because from the beginning, Aurelia wasn't going to use the scrolls as a medium, but rather, as reference. Placing her hands on both the scrolls, she closed her eyes. This time, it should succeed. Gently enveloping both scrolls in her mana, she focused for a bit more. Soon, particles of mana began coalescing in the air before they finally revealed a hologram of the 2 circles. While the one from the old scroll was grass green in color, the one Aurelia was lime green in color. When the Silverette opened her eyes, her pupils were gone, yet she looked directly at these 2 circles hovering in the air. Another failure. The difference in the color of the scrolls indicated that she was still missing something. All the concepts have been correctly interpreted. The matrices have been connected successfully. The lines connected seamlessly with each other. With all the important aspects verified, she could not understand where she went wrong. Do I really need to use sealing ink? But that is irrelevant in this case. I'm not some low-grade encryptionist who needs to use. Realizing she was losing to her anger, she reined herself in. Calm down, Aurelia. Anger will not help you here. Despite saying this, it frustrated her that she couldn't realize the application of the first seal. She had already studied it to the extreme, to the extent that she knew every single aspect about it. But even after over 6 months of her complete understanding, she couldn't get the seal to function. As patient as she tried to be, it was still frustrating since she couldn't find the exact problem. Without knowing what the problem was, she couldn't get to work on completing the seal. And if she couldn't solve the seal, then bringing back her race would be nothing more than a pipe dream. With her pupils having reformed, she aimlessly looked at the floating circles of mana in the air. Just what am I missing? She was about to ponder further when she felt Igor's nearing key. She felt him come towards the library, a rather notable change of events since it's been well over a year since he set foot inside. She calmly waited for the blonde to enter and soon enough, she did. Dakang. He walked into the room, bare-chested as always. Hey, Sister Lia. Can you spot me while I try to, sister? Aurelia wasn't paying attention to him, not after what she just witnessed. Of course. Of course that's what I missed. Taken aback by how abruptly Aurelia stood up in excitement, it was his first time seeing her like this. It also didn't help that he didn't understand why she was so excited. What's so exciting about 2 green circles? Anne. I couldn't upload lately because I was working on chapters 120, 121, and 122. It wasn't writer's block, but style of delivery since those 3 chapters have the potential to decide the entire narrative of this story. I couldn't upload until I was satisfied with them. Same as my patrons, I will upload 3 chapters now including this one. Then at night, it's morning now, I will upload 2 chapters. Thank you. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. Dakang. He walked into the room, bare-chested as always. Hey, Sister Lia. Can you spot me while I try to, sister? Aurelia wasn't paying attention to him, not after what she just witnessed. Of course. Of course that's what I missed. Taken aback by how abruptly Aurelia stood up in excitement, it was his first time seeing her like this. It also didn't help that he didn't understand why she was so excited. What's so exciting about 2 green circles? DxD. Igor didn't notice anything, but Aurelia did. Since he had just flown back here, his key was still slightly turbulent. This meant that although minor, some of it did leak. Although it was a very, very tiny amount, that minuscule amount was more than enough to cause a reaction within the circles. The circle of her creation, the seal that had troubled her for so long, gradually turned grass green when it came into contact with a wisp of Igor's key. Of course. Of course that's what I missed. When the seal changed colors, Aurelia was quick to catch on to what she was missing the entire time. It makes sense now. Key was the last missing piece. The fact that the solution to all of this was so simple both annoyed, yet excited her. Thinking about it clearly, it made sense that the seal was meant to be powered by key. Quickly grabbing her notebook, she began scribbling her findings down while occasionally glancing up at the circles. To break through the first seal of potential, I first assumed a massive amount of energy would be required. But I was wrong. What was needed wasn't quantity, but quality. She scribbled down her findings while simultaneously recounting knowledge as to why this was so. Humans originally were never mana wielders. We always wielded ki as the source of our energy. But after the Tower of Babylon incident, the texts on how to wield ki became undecipherable. Fathers could no longer teach their sons, and as time went on, the number of people who could wield ki dwindled until they became non-existent. Only our people still retained the knowledge. This was historical knowledge she gleaned from the memories she saw. Practitioners of ki amongst our people continued for a time until the discovery of mana. However, the first 3 seals had been completed by then. Although her people possessed the means to unlock ki, the requirements were extremely harsh. Nothing short of 50 solid years of training would one finally be able to use ki. Naturally, very few were willing to pursue this path, especially when there was a readily available substitute. As time went on, more and more of her people opted to use manas that was much easier to obtain than ki. This resulted in ki users becoming so few that they practically became non-existent after the 15th century. Even in her family, neither her father, uncles, or even her grandfather practiced ki. This explains why research to break the 4th seal never continued. The number of people who could wield ki decreased so much that continuing research became unrealistic. And with frequent attacks from the supernatural world, more effort was placed into creating a safe haven for our people. With wars and frequent attacks against her people being so frequent, modifications were eventually made to the first seal that beyond just unlocking their potential, it would also generate mana. There was simply no quick shortcut to obtaining ki, and taking into account the amount of time required in terms of military necessity, it wasn't feasible. Mana was simply much easier to acquire and teach. And with the modified seal, this was even more so. These modifications resulted in the first 10 years of an Aryan's life making them feel like ordinary humans. The adjustment caused the seal to enter a temporary dormant state, upon which ended, the child would burst with power comparable to a high-class devil. But then, she cast a glance at the blonde who was looking over her shoulder at the notes she had written. He was dumb. That much could be said with total assurance. But it was that same idiocy that made him train himself to this point, the point where he had enough power to make even the god of destruction take an interest in him. To think that with his potential sealed, he still managed to get this powerful. And it is thanks to him that I can now complete this seal dash. Hey sister. You done? If you are, can you spot me while I try to attempt the Kaioken again? All the goodwill she felt for him vanished down the drain at his sudden request. Igor. She stood up, a menacing aura emanating from her. Do you realize what you are saying? Yeah. I've figured out what I was missing all this time and I'm ready to try again. Bam. Slamming her hands on the desk, Aurelia couldn't believe her ears. He dared to make such a request when he almost died last time. She was really going to give him a piece of her mind this time. Do you know how much trouble I had to go through to heal you? How I had sleepless nights taking care of you? The last time you tried, your bones weren't just fractured, Igor. They were shattered. All of them were shattered. She never told him because she feared it would damage his spirit. She never told him how he was so close to never walking again. She never told him how his body felt like a bag of water. She never told him how it hurt her to see him like this, especially now when he told her he wanted to go through that again. Igor. Maybe train some more, all right. The blonde didn't acknowledge her request. He was simply looking at her with no emotion in his eyes. There was no frown or smile on his face. Just pure neutrality. Igor. Aurelia didn't want to see him like this. He didn't show any outward reactions and it bothered her. So she grabbed him and pulled him into a hug, her chin gently nuzzling the top of his head. Please don't do this, all right? At least not yet. I don't want you to get hurt. The blonde still didn't reply to her. Even as she hugged him, he didn't return it. For all intents and purposes, Igor wasn't angry or sad. Just disappointed. Do you really doubt me that much? There was more disbelief in his tone than sadness. He just couldn't understand why Aurelia would doubt him so much when she personally witnessed how much he trained. But what he failed to understand was that Aurelia didn't necessarily doubt him, but was afraid of the consequences of him failing. I don't doubt you, Igor. Pulling back from him, she cupped his cheeks and looked him in the eye. It's too much of a risk, all right. I know how hard you've been training and I know that if you train for a bit longer, you will no doubt succeed. Igor looked down in contemplation. He could sense the immense worry she had for him and the truth in her words. Logically, she was right. Attempting it now would be a risk, an unnecessary one at that. Nothing was forcing him to master the Kaioken X100. There was no threat or adversary he had to fight. But clench his fists. He was sure he would succeed. He had trained himself specifically so that he could attempt it. Sister. I know I don't give you a lot of confidence. He lifted his head to look into her eyes. But trust me on this one. I know what I'm doing. There was complete assurance in his gaze. She could see it in his eyes that this wasn't an arbitrary attempt. He really thought this through. There was no wavering or the momentary twitch of the muscle caused by uncertainty. He was completely sure of his actions and would remain steadfast in executing them, with or without her. I see. Without further reply, she took her hands off his face and began sorting out her things. She rolled up the scrolls and closed her notebook with her pen as the bookmarker. The magic circles hovering in the air also vanished into small blue wisps of mana while she sorted out some other things. Igor calmly stood on the spot with a small smile. He already knew that although she was unwilling, she was going to come. Now the real test is coming. The blonde wasn't completely confident about pulling it off. To be specific, he knew he could enter the Kaioken, but didn't know if he would be able to keep his mind in control and not enter a berserk state. With a solid 100 times boost in all his abilities, his thoughts become too fast for him to control. And with how fickle the mind was, it was always the dark thoughts that ran prevalent. It was why he needed Aurelia there. If he heard her voice, he was confident he would recover enough rationale to cancel the state. You know, sister. You were right about one thing. I do need a few more years of training in order to attempt this. If I was alone, that's probably what I would have done. Aurelia's eyes slightly brightened. Then. However, the blonde was quick to cut off her hopeful thoughts. Nope. Since you're here, we're doing this now. Grabbing her by the wrist, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Let's go, sister. Aurelia could only sigh in defeat. HAAA. Tsui. Chapter 119, Chapter 119. You know, sister. You were right about one thing. I do need a few more years of training in order to attempt this. If I was alone, that's probably what I would have done. Aurelia's eyes slightly brightened. Then. However, the blonde was quick to cut off her hopeful thoughts. Nope. Since you're here, we're doing this now. Grabbing her by the wrist, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Let's go, sister. Aurelia could only sigh in defeat. HAAA. Tsui. DxD. Over a kilometer away from buildings of the time chamber, Igor and Aurelia were in a relatively calm clearing. With the 1 kilometer mark having been passed, the gravity had gradually doubled to twice of Earth's normal gravity. But to both these behemoths, a simple 2x gravity was no different from normal gravity. Right now, the blonde was hovering midair with his legs crossed. His arms were clasped together in meditation, his eyes closed as he focused on channeling his ki. Over a minute had passed since he entered this state, leaving Aurelia to stand alone in silence. The Silverette was having second thoughts about all of this, but it was already too late to stop it. Since I am here, I will just have to watch and make sure he stays safe. She focused her senses entirely on him, monitoring his body for even the slightest of changes. She didn't use her mana to scan his body for fear of interrupting him, but monitoring his heart rate, his blood flow, his breathing, brain activity, and other vital functions was still manageable for her. Through a combination of feeling, listening, smelling, and seeing, she was able to monitor Igor's current state much more accurately than any hospital equipment could hope for. Please succeed, Igor. As it is, she could only stand on the side and hope for him to succeed. It irked her that he was so brash about something that clearly wasn't urgent. But, she couldn't deny that she admired that part of him. As for the blonde, he was focused entirely on himself. This was a critical moment for him and he wanted to make sure that there would absolutely be no mishaps. By channeling his ki throughout his body and gradually increasing levels of intensity, he was priming his bones and muscles for the power that came with the Kaioken X100. As time went on, a white sheen emanated from his body, an indicator that his ki had successfully penetrated from his bones all the way through his skin. Now, it was time to kick it up a bit. Kaioken. Su 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 su. The white sheen around his body slowly turned into a red mist that clung tightly around him. Using the Kaioken X2, he used his demi-ki to prime his muscles like he did with his normal ki. If the first time he did this was the same as cleaning a wall for painting, then this time, he was applying the primer. Although Kaioken X2 was a small multiplier, it was enough. There was no need to strain his body more than necessary. Another minute passed and slowly, the red mist around him retracted into his body as he cancelled the Kaioken. Are you done, Igor? Yep. All done. Opening his eyes, he landed on the ground and looked at Aurelia with a smile. Before I start, sister, I want to explain something to you so that you can have some peace of mind. It occurred to him that by explaining his thought process to his sister, he may be able to ease her concerns, especially since I know you don't trust me much in terms of. He prodded the side of his head with a finger. You know. And rightfully so. Aurelia wanted to retort but was cut off before she could. Don't try to sugarcoat things, sister. I know it. You know it. Everyone knows it. I don't have much knowledge nor do I want to obtain more knowledge. I have better things to do than sit and read a book about some boring theory. Vain bulge. Aurelia was sure that he was referencing the time she tried to teach him how to do seals. He barely lasted 30 minutes before he vanished from her sight when she wasn't looking. But the past was the past and she would try to let it go. It wasn't like seals and inscriptions were her favorite or anything. Fortunately for the blonde, he didn't stay on the issue for long. But if there's anything I have knowledge of, it's anything related to my training. I've been using the Kaioken for more than a decade now and I've come to know certain things about it. It is a stable power multiplying technique that only has its limits imposed by one's own body. I trained for years and eventually, I could reach Kaioken X50. But that was my limit back then. If I tried to ascend any further, my body would give out. He was steadily reaching a point. As much as I hate to say it, it should have been impossible for me to reach Kaioken X100. At most, my limit should have been 60 even with the help of nature energy boosting my body's physique. So I sat down and thought about this. How? Why? I had to figure it out, sister. How did I gain that much power without my body exploding? How is it that on both the times I accessed this power, all I had to suffer was a measly 20 years of lifespan in the first and a month of bed rest in the second? Because if we're going by what I know about the Kaioken, I shouldn't even have a body to speak of. I quite literally should have exploded, sister. Aurelia's face darkened. And despite knowing that, you went ahead and tried doing it for a second time. The blonde chuckled nervously. He, I'm here, aren't I? Vain bull. Anyway, I figured that since it was impossible, there must be another reason as to why I was able to ascend. So I thought about it and, how do I explain this? He stroked his chin as he looked down in contemplation. Wait here, sister. It's better if I show you instead. Without waiting for her approval, he took off. Sue. Does he really think I'll let it go dash? Sue. Barely a second passed before he appeared again with a book in his hand. I have it here, sister. The Book of the Gods. Standing next to her, Igor started paging rapidly through the book. I want to show you how this holy book helped me think from a different perspective. Aurelia assumed the book would have some significance. But her hopes were dashed when she recognized that it was a manga. Igor. A manga dash. Look, sister. You know Goku, right? He's the super powerful warrior who fights strong guys and saves the world and stuff. Anyway, there was this fight he had with this villain named Frisia on a planet called Namek. He continued paging until he reached the panels where Goku was fighting against Frisia. You see here. Goku is using his Kaioken against Frisia, and at this point here, he was able to use times 20. But notice how tired he is. The use of the Kaioken is straining him. He then began paging over rapidly again until he reached the panels where Krillin had just been killed by Frisia. Now look here, sister. Goku had just lost his best friend to Frisia and now, he's about to transform. He then paged over slowly, showing Aurelia the scenes of Goku's rage that fueled his power until he finally transformed. See here. He's now what is called a Super Saiyan. It's a transformation that people of the Saiyan race have. He then flipped the pages over again to where Goku was dominating Frisia. Ignore this part where he's winning. Notice how he doesn't look tired. It was revealed that this transformation gives him a 50 times boost in his power. He then promptly closed the book and looked Aurelia in the eye. But he could barely handle Kaioken X20. You see where I'm going with this, sister? Aurelia could see exactly what Igor was implying but couldn't quite believe it. Igor. You are saying that Kaioken X100 is? Yep. I'm almost 100% sure it's a transformation, sister. Think about it. My hair turns red, my skin darkens, and my pupils vanish. That definitely sounds like a transformation to me. Although, the last two effects are more of a side effect from a weak body and a lack of control. Coughing to hide his embarrassment, he continued. My point is this, sister. Instead of thinking of Kaioken X100 as a simple multiplier, why don't I treat it as a transformation? When I began to think of it as a state, a lot of things started making sense. Why was it that I needed anger to access it? Why was it that I was forced to reach times 100? Why not 80? Why not 70? Because I can tell you now, sister. It's like a roller coaster when I ascend. I couldn't control where I stop like I normally could. It was either times 100 or nothing. Aurelia absorbed his words and theories in her head. While his way of explaining things was rather novel, she did understand what he was trying to say. However, Igor. If it is indeed a transformation, why is it that you almost died when you tried last time? Oh. That's easy, Sister Aurelia. I also thought about that and I came to a conclusion. The reason for both attempts relate to the state of my body at the time. In my first attempt, I was more or less at my peak. With the help of nature energy, I smoothly ascended to times 100 from my base state. I'm still not sure about the lifespan issue, but that is either because of a side effect of tainted nature energy, or something else that I don't know of. Either way, my body was relatively fine aside from fatigue. He wasn't sure if his lifespan was used to heal him, but he would find out in his third attempt. As for my second attempt, I had blundered it by going up to Kaioken X50 first. I further attempted to ascend to further multipliers, which only served in extracting my stamina and straining my body even further. Having already tired myself out, I still ascended and I was successful. But my body was too sapped of strength in order to properly handle this newfound power. In Igor's head, it was the same as traveling slowly up an incline and instead of shifting to a lower gear, he instead shifted to a higher gear. Just like how the transmission would suffer damage, so did his body when he ascended to Kaioken X100 with a weakened body. I understand your point, Igor. So, this time, you will try to transform. Yep. But I can't just go into it willy-nilly. I have a process I have to go through before I succeed. It's another theory I have, but I'd rather test it before I tell you, sister. He then placed the book in her hands and stepped away from her by a few meters. Just watch how I succeed, sister. You'll have the glory of witnessing the first superhuman. And if you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. I understand your point, Igor. So, this time, you will try to transform. Yep. But I can't just go into it willy-nilly. I have a process I have to go through before I succeed. It's another theory I have, but I'd rather test it before I tell you, sister. He then placed the book in her hands and stepped away from her by a few meters. Just watch how I succeed, sister. You'll have the glory of witnessing the first superhuman. DxD. Igor stood silently in the clearing with his hands clenched. At his suggestion, Aurelia had given him a few dozen meters of space in preparation for what he was about to do. In both the times Igor reached Kaioken X100, he had also noticed a key detail that he hadn't noticed until a few months ago. Remember, Igor. Your ki must be dense. Channel it and squeeze it into the divine strand. From both the times he accessed the times 100 Kaioken, he noticed that the key to accessing it was squashing his strands of ki into each other and then shoving that dense ki into his divine strand. In both times, it was something he did unconsciously. The immense amount of rage he felt triggered his ki to flow in a way reminiscent to the aura flowing state, a chakra technique. Forcefully increasing the flow of my ki will make it denser, which would also slow my movements. But in this case, I need my ki to be dense in order to trigger the transformation. Having those details in mind, he began channeling his ki and made it flow faster and faster through his veins. The effect was immediate. So this is what it feels like. His body froze on the spot like a stiff mannequin. The ki that was flowing through his body was so dense that just twiddling a finger was becoming something impossible. But that didn't mean he would stop. Come on, Igor. Let's do this. Su. Slowly, the faintest hint of his aura leaked out of his body. His ki was incredibly dense and his muscles had noticeably swelled. The amount of ki Aurelia could feel from him was staggering. And what was even more astonishing was that he was continuing to generate even more ki. This is not good for his body. She was worried because his torso really was becoming massive. If this was going to be his method of transforming from now on, then he would cause damage to his body in the long run. Should I stop him? She was about to, but then she saw the white aura around him slowly turned red. Her eyes widened briefly as she thought he was about to succeed, but she felt his power didn't ascend beyond doubling. Even more, she could see that he was visibly struggling. Is it a failure? She was worried as to what it would do to him if he failed at this point, especially after all the effort he put into figuring all of this out. As much as she didn't want him to do this, Aurelia didn't wish for his failure. But, wishes were only that wishes. Damn it. As much as Igor struggled, his power was only equivalent to Kaioken X2. He was already making his ki flow as fast as he could, yet all he got were measly results. Feeling some amount of anger in his failure, Igor stopped powering up. Su. With his body deflating, his aura turned back to white before it also slowly vanished. The blonde stood on the spot, an evident frown on his face from lack of success. TCH. He crossed his arms in annoyance while Aurelia flew over and stood in front of him. Are you all right, Igor? He released a frustrated sigh. More or less. My body's fine, but I won't succeed if I try that method. I'll have to figure out another way. Maybe if I use the... Gradually, he seemed to ignore Aurelia as he mulled about in his thoughts. If I try it that way, it'll never work. I can't divert enough of my ki to enter my divine strand. While Igor did increase the flow, barely a percentage of his ki was entering his divine strand. Even if he tried to control it, at most, only 5% would divert from the ki network into his divine strand. Think about this, Igor. What do I do? How do I move over this? If increasing the flow speed doesn't work, then what will? Imagining everything in his mind, the blonde pictured his ki veins as a pipe. This pipe had a crack where water would occasionally trickle out. What he did was similar to opening the water at maximum capacity, and only getting a slightly bigger trickle of water. The rest of the water would flow through the pipe while only a bit more would leak out through the crack. His only problem was that unless he somehow widened the crack or blocked a part of the pipe, then he would never be able to divert enough water, or in this case, ki, into his divine strand. The only amount of ki he was able to divert by increasing the flow speed was barely enough to activate Kaioken X2. Should I widen the runoff point? If my ki veins were like a highway that had 5 lanes and I seclude 4 lanes as an off-ramp, would that work? He considered the choice but then shook his head. It won't work. Forcefully altering my ki veins is begging to be a cripple. It was not impossible to do so, but the cost would be too great. Mulling about what solutions he could use, Aurelia did not interfere him. It was a perfect opportunity to dissuade him, but she couldn't help but admit she was interested in seeing how he would succeed. I believe in you, Igor. She was content to simply watch from the sides as he pondered to himself. If it was about mana, she was confident she could provide some hints to help him. But ki was out of her forte. Even the knowledge of ki she had from her ancestral memories was not much. As for Igor, he pondered different theories in his head that revolved around the aura-flowing state, but found that no matter what he tried, not only would it be impractical for battle, but I'll also suffer lasting damages. In face of all of these facts, he could only sigh. Well, I guess I can only bulldoze my way through this. It was the original method he came up with, but the consequences of failing to properly execute it would leave him bedridden for a month and unable to use ki for a few more months. But instead of fearing the consequences, he only sighed tiredly. I should have just done this from the start instead of trying to act all smart and use the aura-flowing state. If those words came from another person, Aurelia wouldn't be worried. But these words came from Igor. In other words, he was about to do something stupid again. Igor. What are you doing? What is this method you want to try now? The blonde only shrugged. It's simple really. I'll just power up and then shove all of my ki into the strand. Aurelia was momentarily surprised. That's it. Yeah. That's it. The Silverette was momentarily surprised by how safe it sounded. If all he was going to do was power up and channel his ki in a certain way, then she saw no danger in him doing that. Oh, alright then. But, she forgot one thing. Igor was not very apt in his explanations. To put it bluntly, he was not very forthcoming. He neglected to explain just what he meant when he said, all my ki. Igor was quite literally going to channel all of his ki into his divine strand. This was dangerous because this included even the ki supporting his muscles and flowing in his brain. Ki was part of his body and it was no different from his blood. By removing all of his ki from his body into his divine strand, not even 10 seconds would pass before he would suffer from a combination of brain damage, heart failure, and organ collapse. What he was doing truly was a gamble that if he failed, he only had a 30% chance of surviving. Being unable to use ki for a few months was the most optimal outcome in the event of failure. But Igor being Igor, he would do it anyway. I'm going to start now, sister. Anne. Remember how I said I would upload in the evening? I neglected to take into account some personal circumstances that would prevent me from doing so. Either way, enjoy these 4 chapters. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. What he was doing truly was a gamble that if he failed, he only had a 30% chance of surviving. Being unable to use ki for a few months was the most optimal outcome in the event of failure. But Igor being Igor, he would do it anyway. I'm going to start now, sister. DxD. Standing away from Aurelia, Igor was now fully focused on himself. His body was primed and his mind was clear. Despite the slight setback caused by using the aura-flowing state, nothing happened to his stamina. He was well fed, well rested, and had a positive mindset. There was absolutely nothing wrong that could go wrong with this attempt. Spacing his legs apart and clenching his fists, he started powering up. Hi-ya-ya. Groo. An explosive white aura burst to life around him. Like little vibrant wisps, his aura lashed violently around him. The power he generated alone caused a shockwave that had Aurelia widen her eyes. This is peak god class. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She was absolutely sure that just a week ago he was still in the realm of high god class. Yet with how stable his ki felt, he seemed to have been at the peak of god class for months. She couldn't wrap her head around how he had such an explosive power level since whenever the blonde trained, he never bothered hiding his power. In fact, with how rigorous his training was, holding back on his power would not have been optimal. But thinking back to his training conditions, Aurelia eventually figured it out. I see. He isn't wearing his weighted clothing nor is he being pressed down by gravity. Without being pressed down by gravity and weighted clothing, his ki was fully unrestrained, and it showed. Groo. Hi-ya. The amount of ki he was emitting was enormous. From afar, he was like a giant gray-white flame. The size of his aura continued to expand as he powered up even further. His body was working to generate all the ki he needed to power up to his absolute max. All his bones, muscles, and even his skin were infused with ki, leaving not even a lick of space between the particles and fibers. His senses and his brain's processing ability improved significantly, allowing his combat power to gain a qualitative increase. With the quality of his ki having been enhanced by spirit control, his total strength increase was not any less than 150%, a 1.5x power increase. As Igor finally reached the maximum power level he could obtain in his base state, he closed his eyes in focus. The aura around him cascaded violently while he remained as calm as a lake. Like a controlled blaze, it was aggressive, yet ordered. The aura maintained a steady distance around his body with only the occasional flaring of ki. Su-su-su-su-su-su-su-su. Then. Shoo. In barely an instant, the aura around him suddenly vanished like it never existed. The massive pressure that was emanating from him also vanished like it was never even there. In one fell swoop, Igor took in all that power and pulled it into his body. There was not even a lick of aura left behind, not even the faintest trace. In a superb ability of control honed by practicing his yin-yang breathing method, he masterfully controlled every single strand of his ki without failure. But withdrawing it was only the start. With his veins overloaded with ki, the crucial part came now. Focus. Every drop of ki he had in his body was quickly collected. Focus. And sent every single ounce of it towards his divine strand. Arg. Time seemed to slow down. The feeling of losing all his ki immediately made him feel weak and lightheaded. Without ki, his body would soon begin collapsing on itself. The timer had begun counting and the blonde was in a race against time, a race that he needed to win. He directed all of his ki towards his divine strand. And as he expected, there was a clog up. Don't lose focus, Igor. Although the feeling was very uncomfortable, this was the decisive moment. He had to use the clog up to squash his ki together and make it as dense as possible before he finally pushed it forward into his divine strand. There was no stopping this anymore. With his body having been bled dry of ki, only demi-ki could restore him to his peak state. Normal ki simply would not flow quickly enough to all his organs, nor does it possess the subtle healing properties of demi-ki. So it was all or nothing. Utilizing his high-level ki control, he masterfully manipulated all of his strands to crash into each other in such a small room that he effectively managed to clump them into one giant mass. With everything done, he flooded all that backed up ki into his divine strand like a massive tsunami. The clumps of ki had no reservations and entered the strand like a violent break-in. There was a delay as his divine strand was overwhelmed, but it quickly got to work. With such an overload of ki, it thickened considerably and began to digest the ki. It slowly grew bigger and bigger as it swallowed the ki like a massive leech that gorged itself on blood. But as with all natural processes, what goes in must come out. Fuuuuushh. An insanely dense amount of demi-ki was excreted from the divine strand, and in an instant, it flooded his body, quickly filling up the vacant space left behind by the ki that was pulled away. It seemed as if a breath of fresh life was breathed into his body, which significantly powered him with enriched energy. Gradually, his power began to skyrocket as very high-quality demi-ki was released into his network. Back in reality, there was silence in the vicinity. Igor, who was struggling to stand up now, stood up straight. His fists that were clenched were now relaxed. An extremely dense mist of red aura was pouring out of his body. It hung tightly to him like a cloak, yet burned like a gentle blaze in a breeze. His power was rapidly increasing, yet there was no outward indicator of this happening. 6x. 8x. 10x. 14x. 18x. 24x. 30x. 38x. 46x. 50x. His power skyrocketed before it finally stabilized at 50 times his base power. Yet where there would be a violent aura around him, it was all calm. His eyes were still closed, his posture relaxed. None of his muscles were bulging and his body was relatively calm for someone who suddenly attained so much power. Slowly, Igor opened his eyes. They were blood red in color, filled with absolute authority. Just by gazing into them, one would feel an overwhelming pressure. But beyond that, there was immense killing intent. Aurelia could see it in his eyes. They exuded pure killing intent that made even her surprised. With the amount of people the blonde had killed throughout his life, the killing intent he had was very thick, and it showed in those crimson eyes of his. His entire demeanor seemed to have changed. That naivety he always seemed to have had completely vanished. What is this? He's like a completely different person. While Aurelia stared at Igor with a gaze of unsurety, the blonde gave himself 1-second glances all over his body. Appearing satisfied, he clenched his fists and immediately, the ground began grumbling. Rumble, 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 rumble. Silence. Kaiokukan. Grew. Like a rocket, his power instantly soared to new heights, and with the rising of his power, immense shockwaves were released. Catatonic winds were raised by the blonde's sudden power-up, his very presence causing an immense pressure to descend upon the vicinity. Along with his power, his aura simultaneously expanded. It was absolutely demonic in both its size and its intimidating radiance. The red mist that clung tightly to his body was now like a giant crimson bonfire that surrounded him like a massive shroud. The outbursts of ki from his explosive power-up were massive, which in turn caused the ground to shake. This forced Aurelia, who had glued herself to the ground using mana, to utilize gravity magic. 70x. 80x. 90x. 100x. His power continued to rise, and with it, his hair. His long locks of blonde hair slowly rose up as demi-ki entered each individual strand. As each strand rose, they clustered together to form several large spiky locks of hair. As more and more demi-ki was released into his hair, the gradually increasing density caused his hair to not only spike, but also turn red. Hoeya. Grew. 103x. 104x. 105x. His power did not stop increasing. As it continued to rise, so did his aura as it lashed about violently. Yet unlike before, his skin remained clear, a clear showcasing that his body could still handle this power. 106x. 107x. 108x. His power was now firmly in low supreme class with absolutely no room for doubt. 109x. 110x. Grew. Su. 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 As he finally reached its peak, his power gradually stabilized. At 110x his base power, Igor could genuinely feel the overwhelming strength flowing through him. His pupils had vanished, but he was still in control. The absolute power he felt made him grin cockily. Amazing. He stood on the spot, his eyes closed as he savored this feeling of this power churning through his body. Taking a deep breath, he took in a deep breath before looking down at his arms with those white eyes. Lifting his arms up, he clenched his fists a few times. Then in an instant, he punched out with his fist and the resulting shockwave was humongous. Boom. Without getting into any sort of stance or a wind-up, he released a simple jab that had enough power to kill his previous self in one shot. Perfect. There was no excitement in his voice. Rather, there was arrogance in his tone. This was something Aurelia couldn't understand since it was drastically out of line with his normal character. He achieved so much power, and yet it was abnormal for him to act like this. This was not in line with his personality and it worried her greatly. Igor was confident, but never arrogant. Yet looking at the wide grin on his face, she was sure that this was a side effect of his current state. As for the blonde, he was satisfied with his current strength. All the training he went through and the risks were not for nothing. Unfortunately, he could feel that he couldn't sustain this full-powered state for long. TCH. It seems more training will be in order from now on. Gradually, he began cycling down his power level until he sat solidly at 50 times his base strength. The red color in his hair faded back to blonde, yet it still remained raised up. The immense aura he was emitting gradually shrunk until it became the misty shroud it previously was. Slowly, the blonde opened his eyes, those crimson orbs glinting ominously in their wake. Bearable. I should last for about half an hour in this state. Su. Igor was satisfied. That much was assured. But anyone who knew the blonde could tell that he truly seems like a different person. And today is Friday and different from this time, I will only, hopefully, be able to upload on Monday. Reason is because on Sunday I will be traveling. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. TCH. It seems more training will be in order from now on. Gradually, he began cycling down his power level until he sat solidly at 50 times his base strength. The red color in his hair faded back to blonde, yet it still remained raised up. The immense aura he was emitting gradually shrunk until it became the misty shroud it previously was. Slowly, the blonde opened his eyes, those crimson orbs glinting ominously in their wake. Bearable. I should last for about half an hour in this state. Su. Igor was satisfied. That much was assured. But anyone who knew the blonde could tell that he truly seems like a different person. DxD. Igor continued to hold the transformation. Recognizing the risks involved in obtaining it, he opted to hold it for a while longer in order to fully immerse himself in the feeling. But it was hard to properly focus with all these emotions he felt. It was apparent that with the more natural boost in power, it also came at the cost of heightened emotions. He could feel that his rage and battle lust were specifically enhanced. His blood was simmering for no apparent reason and the blonde recognized that. I will need to learn how to control it properly. In the meantime, Aurelia approached him and inquired on his current condition. Igor. How do you feel? The blonde looked at her with a contemplative gaze. Knowing his sister was smart and trustworthy, he decided to be completely honest. I feel angry. No matter how hard I try, I cannot relax. The more I stay like this, the more I feel as if I want to fight something. Ever quick on the uptake, Aurelia provided a reason. A constant state of battle readiness. I suspected that would be the case. Your current state was one initialized by anger, so it is relatively normal that you would feel that anger followed by a desire for battle within you. She walked around him with an appraising look. Your power is truly immense, Igor. But it is imperative that you learn how to control it. She stood in front of him and looked him in the eye. That rage of yours, you understand what I mean, right? Yes, sister. How could Igor not understand the implications? He felt it himself how much rage he had. The only reason it had not manifested itself was because he was isolated in the time chamber with Aurelia, someone he only harbored goodwill for. His mind flashed back to the memory of the first time he engaged in war. He lost himself in a haze of killing intent, acted cockily, and displayed astonishing levels of arrogance. It was only fortunate that his opponents were not significantly powerful or used trickery at the time. But what if? What if in the future, he delayed finishing off a threat out of arrogance? That was not an outcome he wished to witness. And to accomplish that, he must not be swayed by his emotions when in combat, otherwise, he would truly have no tears to cry for. DxD. Training began in earnest. Barely 10 minutes had passed since his talk with Aurelia and he already sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were closed in focus as he sought to understand every single thing he could about this transformative state he had achieved. Aurelia, on the other hand, had brought over a desk filled with all the books, documents, and seals she was studying. While she continued working on her research, she would watch over Igor and ensure his safety and satiety. With a bit of magic involved, she made sure that any sounds of her moving her chair, flipping a book, or using any magic would not reach his ears. So while the blonde worked to understand his transformation, she went back to working on the seal. Despite the gravity being doubled over, a bit of magic negated it, allowing her to work without any problems. DxD. This power is immense. Deep in meditation, Igor was examining the inner workings of his body. Everything, my bones, muscles, organs, every single part of my body has been strengthened. The demi-ki flowing throughout his body was of significantly higher quality than before. Comparing the demi-ki of his Kaioken X50 to the quality of demi-ki he had now, the quality was visible both inside and outside his body. Both possessed a 50 times boost to his power. But while one was a technique, the other was purely a transformation, an evolution inspired by a need for power. But that power was not without a price. Even in this state I can still feel it, the desire to destroy. It was the same feeling as being in the battlefield again. It was persistent like a headache, a compulsion urging him to fight, to kill. It wasn't something he couldn't handle, but it was quite annoying. Being involuntarily left in a semi-permanent battle-ready state was something he would be able to handle. Let me first get used to this feeling, first. With the 50 times Kaioken as reference, Igor began familiarizing himself with his newfound power. Having already stood up from his spot, he began going through his motions. He was deliberately slow in his execution of each moveset as he slowly let the ki in his body guide him. Moving his right foot forward, he stretched out his left palm slowly. At the same time, his left foot also moved forward. Mimicking his calm movements like a river, the misty red ki surrounding him also fluctuated around him like the flames of a candle. His hair had risen up in a way similar to two cupped hands. Only two strands hovered over his eyes, yet they did nothing to swathe the laser focus in those crimson orbs. Power must not be wielded arbitrarily. Only through understanding can one advance further. Taking inspiration from the manga of Dragon Ball, Igor sought to emulate the process of how Goku sought to fully master his Super Saiyan transformation in the hyperbolic time chambers. If he could accomplish the same feat, then he was confident he could draw even more power from his newfound state without wasting any unnecessary energy. Only by understanding power can its full potential be unleashed. It may be due to the current state of his mind, but he was not in a rush, as much as a dormant part of him wished to fly through the skies and unleash a massive blast similar to the one he released in Kyoto. His energy would be drained and he wouldn't be able to study this technique for a while. Gaining access to this transformation in such peaceful conditions was optimal for him. But he still didn't have a name for it. Unimportant. I will consider it later. While there was the option of calling it the superhuman transformation, it did not count as one. With its origins in the Kaioken, his current state cannot necessarily be referred to as a human's evolutionary form. But this wasn't the time for those kinds of thoughts. 30 minutes, Igor. Make this count. As much as he tried to control it, he couldn't quite grab a complete hold of his energy. With the demi-ki coursing through his body being very dense and flowing very fast, it was hard for him to prevent it from leaking through his body. He was facing a predicament similar to the aura-flowing state. But this was a much better figure than his full power state. Disregarding the raging battle lust he felt then, he found he would barely be able to support that state for 5 minutes. He tried, but there was absolutely no chance of him preventing the demi-ki from escaping his body. Power and control go hand in hand. I must learn to master this denser version of demi-ki. Only then will I be able to have a straight back in the presence of the true gods. The years had passed, but Igor never forgot the bet he made with Sun Wukong when the monkey was disrespecting Vasco. That's it. If I don't beat you into the ground in 10 years, I'll change my bloody name to Shitvon Demori. Looking back on it now, it was a promise made rashly. But since those words came out of his mouth, he would still honor them. Besides, out of the 10 years he promised, he still had 7 left. He wasn't exactly sure how powerful Sun Wukong was, but he didn't want to underestimate the old sage. For all he knew, the monkey could be 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger than him in his full power state. Yet instead of making him despair, Su, he found himself getting excited. Focus, Igor. Mentally chiding himself for letting his thoughts get the best of him, he steadily brought his ki under control. But his thoughts were an entirely different matter. Having spent 2 years in here, he was already suffering from battle withdrawal symptoms. Having tasted the intense adrenaline rush of the battlefield, he had a relatively hard time readjusting to the peace and quiet of the time chamber. While Aurelia did help him wear the ebb off over the years they'd been here, she wasn't exactly a strong opponent, and in time, he'd gradually surpassed her in his base state. He wanted to experience a focus, Igor. The clock was ticking and he had no time to be losing his focus over fleeting thoughts. He estimated he had roughly 20 to 25 minutes before he would not be able to sustain this state. He had already analyzed his divine strand and his key flow. Next time, he was confident that he would not need to risk his life to reach this state again. But that did not mean he would simply cancel the transformation. After all, there was one Mormon he made a promise to defeat besides Sun Wukong. 100 years. If I don't reverse the situation in 100 years, I will willingly subordinate myself to you. Indra, the god of war, was his goal after Sun Wukong. The god was powerful without a doubt. He had not forgotten how Indra treated him in their first meeting. While no longer holding a strong grudge for it, he still wanted to get equal with the god. One way or another, he would make the god look up to him with gritted teeth just like how he was forced to. There was still over 9 decades left and he was sure that within that time, he would absolutely surpass the... Damn it. Why can't I focus? Anne. It may be due to the current state of his mind, but he was not in a rush. Explanation: as clarified before, Igor had most of his emotions with rage and his battle lust being the prime focus. In simpler terms, he was in a battle-ready state. Although it is not shown much, or rather, there weren't many opportunities for it to be shown, Igor is a war veteran. We can be pretty sure that patience was something he was instilled by Sun Wukong, or something he forcefully learned to have himself. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 123, Chapter 123. Indra, the god of war, was his goal after Sun Wukong. The god was powerful without a doubt. He had not forgotten how Indra treated him in their first meeting. While no longer holding a strong grudge for it, he still wanted to get equal with the god. One way or another, he would make the god look up to him with gritted teeth just like how he was forced to. There were still over 9 decades left and he was sure that within that time, he would absolutely surpass the... Damn it. Why can't I focus? DxD. 6 months later inside the time chamber. 6 months have passed since Igor and Aurelia had been pulled into the time chamber. During this time, they had been hard at work. While the Silverette continued working on the first seal, Igor's focus was exclusively on mastering his new transformation. But despite that much time having passed, he still hadn't quite gotten there yet. The reason is, the key control he had worked so hard to obtain had suffered greatly. By acquiring his transformation, his key had also underwent a change. Now, it was not only denser, but it had also increased by over 10 times. And the changes didn't just end with his key. Similar to the first time he unlocked the Kyokan, the blonde had grown. With his divine strand having thickened considerably, his body was also brought along on the path of evolution. His height had increased and the hint of childishness on his face vanished in the face of a budding young man. Over the course of 3 months, the blonde experienced a rapid growth where instead of appearing 13, he now appeared to between the ages of 16 and 17. In such a short time, he became just slightly taller than Aurelia, who was a pretty tall woman herself with her height nearing 180 centimeters. Yet there was more. Despite the blonde only ever focusing on his key control and his transformation, his combat capability had been steadily creeping up over the months. This wasn't by a small margin either. With a solid multiplier, his strength, by Aurelia's estimations, had increased by 5 times. Unfortunately, his power in terms of classification still remained in the realm of peak god class. The gulf between God class and Supreme class was not one that could be crossed so easily and would require more training. The good outcome during this time is that Igor was successfully able to transform at will. With his key naturally having gotten denser, he no longer needed to use the previously risky method to transform. However, even after a few months of practice, it did still take him some time to enter the transformation, especially his full power state. Entering his suppressed state was relatively quick, from a normal person's perspective. Despite having tried to shorten the time, Igor still had trouble gaining substantial increases. The issue wasn't necessarily due to lack of talent, but more with his growth. To masterfully execute a transformation instantly, a certain amount of key control was required. Igor did indeed never slack off on his key control. But for these past few months, be it his key capacity, power level, or physique, they were all growing. With his key and physique growing at a visible rate, he struggled to maintain the same level of control since all his veins were constantly widening and more key was filling them. Anytime his key control advanced, his body would grow, making it regress. With this sort of occurrence happening daily, it was the same as playing a game of cat and mouse. As a new day dawned, his control would worsen and he would be forced to catch up if he didn't want to be left behind. Yet despite experiencing this scenario for months now. Bloody hell. Again. The blonde could never help but mutter a curse whenever he woke up to find he couldn't grasp his key like he usually could. DxD. Aurelia prided herself on being a patient woman. Having lived for over 60 years with a majority of her life spent in a political landscape, patience was a must when most battles were fought with tongues. As Yasaka's personal attendant, she was the subject of scorn due to her human heritage, particularly her Western traits at the time which featured blonde hair. To survive such an environment for decades, patience was a very necessary trait. But bloody hell. Again. Even her patience had its limits. Frowning as she lay next to the blonde, Aurelia found herself having the urge to strangle the blonde to death. Husband candidate or not, being woken up by his curses for the nth time was not a comfortable feeling. She could only blame herself for being a light sleeper because even though the blonde cursed silently, she still heard him. Turning over in bed, she faced the blonde who was sitting up with a frustrated look on her face. She was prepared to admonish him, but looking at how frustrated and tired he was, she could understand his predicament. Sigh. It will pass soon, Igor. Just have patience. The blonde wasn't even frustrated anymore. Just annoyed. With how frequently this had been happening, he had long since lost the energy to curse with the same fervor she had before. I know, sister. But it's not nice, you know. Not liking his forced smile, she decided to comfort him. Sitting up as well, she placed her hand on his back and began gently rubbing it. It's all right, Igor. This will end soon. I promise. The blonde seemed to enjoy the sensation of her soft hand rubbing his back. His eyes were closed as he let the warmth of her palm dispel the frustration he had accumulated. Thank you, sister. I'm always happy to help you, Igor. Patting him twice on the back, she tied her hair into a rough ponytail. Now come on. We can't stay in bed all day, can we? Hee hee. Indeed we can't, sister. Training cannot stop. Foo-foo. That's good. Glad that his mood had bettered, she peeled open the blankets and got out of bed. Wearing a rather modest one-piece nightdress, it still couldn't hide her long shapely legs. For some reason, Igor found his gaze drawn to her supple thighs, his thoughts upon key control vanishing. Unaware, Aurelia walked around the bed towards the counter. There on the mirror, she gradually noticed Igor's gaze. A slight smile came to her face as she pulled open the drawer to get her brush. With the time on the clock she created indicating it had been 7 hours since midnight, it was time to get ready to continue her research. As she took out some of her other toiletries, Igor finally brought himself out of his daze by shaking his head. What was that? It was just a pair of legs with a lump of fat added to the hips. Yet for some stupid reason, he found himself drawn to them lately. Enough of this. I gotta get to training this damn control of mine again. Kicking off the blankets, he got out of bed and grabbed his pants that were on the floor. I'll shower first, sister. Knowing that Aurelia could take quite the significant amount of time, he decided to move first. Opening the wardrobe by the door, he took a white t-shirt before closing the wardrobe and making his way to the bathroom. Entering it, he closed the door behind him, leaving Aurelia alone in the bedroom. The Silverette couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it's not only his physique that's growing. Despite having shared the same bed for over 2 years, it was only a few months ago that the blonde only started showing a reaction to her. Those fleeting glances eventually turned into stares particularly aimed at her legs. Lady Yasaka was right. Teasing a man like this is quite fun. With the blonde having been the one to offer to share a bed, she had initially thought he wanted to try something, which would have been heavily out of character for him. But when he brought up the matter of there being one room in the time chamber, she eventually agreed. With his childlike persona and the gap in age between them, nothing happened until recently when his transformation forced him to grow. With the blonde experiencing 3 years of puberty in 6 months, Aurelia could admit it was quite fun watching him finally grow. And, as shameful as it sounds, it boosted her self-esteem that despite being significantly older, he found her pleasing to the eye. Using magic to cleanse herself, she went over to the wardrobe and took out a dress. Right at the bottom laid some of Igor's clothes neatly folded into separate stacks of shirts, jerseys, and pants. And he said he didn't need a fancy wardrobe, yet he uses it. Under her insistence, the previously Spartan bedroom was now filled with lavish furniture she either pulled from her dimensional space or directly created using magic. From a massive bed with a lavish headboard, to a prestigious white drawer with a massive mirror, Aurelia had truly transformed the room from a simple place used to rest, to a room filled with comfort. To date, her greatest achievement was making the blonde accidentally oversleep because the bed was too comfortable. Taking off her nightdress, her form was exposed for only a brief moment before a simple dress covered it. Tying the buttons at the top, she slipped on a pair of sandals before closing the wardrobe. Moving over to the bed, she snapped her fingers and the bed swiftly made itself. Satisfied with everything, she called out to the blonde who was showering. I'll go and make breakfast first, Igor. Don't take too long. Okay, Sister Leah. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. Taking off her nightdress, her form was exposed for only a brief moment before a simple dress covered it. Tying the buttons at the top, she slipped on a pair of sandals before closing the wardrobe. Moving over to the bed, she snapped her fingers and the bed swiftly made itself. Satisfied with everything, she called out to the blonde who was showering. "I'll go and make breakfast first, Igor. Don't take too long." "Okay, Sister Leah." DxD. Food, a commodity treasured by all. Most life forms required food to live without exception. For warriors, it was doubly so for them. Having entered the kitchen, Aurelia was walking through the cold room. Correction. It would be more accurate to call it a cold hall. Over time, this room that contained a few dozen headless carcasses of various livestock now seemed like an industrial storage that stored quite literally, thousands of meat products were hung on hooks in neat rows. Neatly stacked in the corners were trays of eggs and other dairy products. There were even sections for frozen vegetables, fruits, and all other sorts of food. Aurelia was not picky. Directly grabbing the carcass of 2 cows with telekinesis, she walked out with some vegetables in tow. Closing the door to the cold storage behind her, she laid the ingredients for today's meal on the large stainless steel table. Levitating into the air, she used magic to prepare the meal while simultaneously turning on the stove. Regardless of whether the goods were frozen or not, she was quick in slicing them apart with magic before finally heating them up. With her magic, preparing a massive breakfast for the both of them was something that wouldn't even take 30 minutes. DxD. Sometimes, Aurelia wondered what if this is what it felt like to be a mother. Watching the blonde fill his cheeks to the brim with steak after steak evoked a sense of pride and accomplishment in her. Despite a fork and knife being prepared for him, he ate with his hands. He'd fill his mouth with some meat and stiff porridge, and then wash it down with some soup. It was an uncanny combination, especially the porridge. But the blonde justified it by saying some warrior tribes from Africa ate like that. Whether it was true or not, she was content to just watch him. There was just something cute about watching him eat like his life depends on it. Over the years, Aurelia could admit that she had genuinely come to view the blonde as a younger sibling. From teasing him every once in a while to taking care of him, it gave her the feeling of an older sister. Having been the youngest in the family, she could now understand why her brothers always spoiled her like they did. "I still miss you, all of you." But, it seemed as if she had stared at him for too long because the blonde was also looking at her with his mouth full like a squirrel's. The silverette had to physically hold herself back from laughing. That oblivious and confused look on his face was making it hard for her to remain mature. "Swallow first, Igor." Nodding, the blonde chewed quickly before asking. "Is something on my face?" "You've been looking at me for a while now, sister." She wanted to point out the crumbs on his face, but she held back. "Nothing, Igor. Just thinking about some things." "Oh. Tell me if you need my help, sister." Without further ado, he got back into gorging himself on food. With his hand dipping into the giant bowl of neatly cut steak, Igor filled his empty plate with food before digging in. This is really good. This is really good." Aurelia couldn't help but smile. She had no doubt that even if she told him the entire world was after her, he would stand with her. He seemed to have replied perfunctorily, but she was confident that if worst comes to worst, at least she would have someone by her side. Sigh, he really would make a good husband. Unfortunately, this one is too old. Such an outstanding man with favorable prospects. If only we were from the same generation. As much pleasure and pride she took in observing Igor finally enter puberty, she never tried to further anything. With the age difference between them being over 6 decades, she was aware that asking him to call her sister was drastically pushing things. Although she had a plausible excuse at the time to marry the blonde, that excuse no longer applied after she successfully managed to cast the first seal. Even without the seal, she was not comfortable with the idea of marrying someone young enough to be her grandchild. As horrible and sad as it sounded, just having her beauty and existence validated by the one she cared about was enough. "Sister. What's wrong? I can feel you aren't all right." It was easy for him to feel the turbulent emotions she was exhibiting. He could see it in her eyes. Far from the usual fatigue, they seemed a bit lost. Aurelia was momentarily caught by surprise that she allowed her mind to slip. Quickly putting on a smile, she replied. "Don't worry, Igor. It's nothing." Not buying it, the blonde wiped his hands and lips with a cloth before looking at Aurelia again. "Are you sure it's nothing?" The silverette only smiled. "Yes. It's really nothing." The blonde couldn't help but sigh. "You're lying." "Sue." Instantly appearing on the other side of the table, he leaned on the table, his gaze blaring right into her eyes with an authoritative gaze. "What's wrong? Tell me." Aurelia was taken aback by how brazen he was. She could see he wasn't going to drop the issue if she continued to provide perfunctory answers. Sighing, she decided to offer him a tidbit. "It's not an important matter, Igor. Just something I've been thinking about lately." Realizing that she wouldn't tell him everything, the blonde decided to drop the matter. Oh. Tell me if you need help, sister. You know I have your back. Returning to his side of the table, the blonde continued to gorge himself on food like nothing ever happened. The sound of meat being gobbled down filled the silence as the blonde continued to fill up his stomach for the intense training that would follow. With his strong stomach, he did not need to fear any indigestion or stomach aches. While the blonde ate, Aurelia decided to also eat her plate of barely touched food. With a plate of 4 steaks piled on top of each other on the side, she focused on the plate in front of her which had a half-eaten steak, bread, and some soup. Picking up a fork and knife, she began eating elegantly, neatly cutting the steak apart. She put it in her mouth. She repeated the same action with the bread. Picking up a slice with her fork, she cut off a small piece of it, dipped it in soup, and put it in her mouth. All this time, Igor looked at her weirdly. Compared to her, his fingers were covered in soup, oil, and porridge remains. His cheeks were puffed up like a squirrel's, his mouth oily to boot. I still can't understand why she insists on a fork and knife. It's so slow. Pushing the thought to the side, he continued eating. With his hands moving like supercharged excavators, he launched food so fast into his mouth that his hands almost seemed like afterimages. His teeth were like industrial-grade hammers that continued to gnash his food and parse it down his throat. Nom 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 nom. Watching the blonde consume his food much faster than usual, Aurelia couldn't help but sigh. Why are you in such a rush, Igor? The food won't run away. Quickly swallowing his food, the blonde wiped his lips. The food won't run, but time will. I still have to train after this, sister. Looking at his messy appearance, Aurelia could only applaud that despite his voracious eating habits, there was not one stain on his shirt. I wonder if you'll even be able to get married at this rate, Igor. Heh? Never. Marriage is a waste of time. Clang. Clang. Dropping her fork and knife, Aurelia couldn't believe her ears. What? Anne. I'm finally back after quite a while. I can't get too deep into the reasons why, but I was occupied with some family events at school. Now that the situation has stabilized, I am free to upload once more. Hope you'll enjoy the next dozen chapters. A lot of things have happened since then. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. The food won't run, but time will. I still have to train after this, sister. Looking at his messy appearance, Aurelia could only applaud that despite his voracious eating habits, there was not one stain on his shirt. I wonder if you'll even be able to get married at this rate, Igor. Heh? Never. Marriage is a waste of time. Clang. Clang. Dropping her fork and knife, Aurelia couldn't believe her ears. What? DxD. For the longest of times, Igor's pursuit had always been strength. Other things were not worth mentioning. When he transmigrated to this world, he had resolved himself to push aside distractions and dedicate himself to the road to power. As the decades passed in the time chamber, that never changed. With his strength constantly increasing, his resolve remained stalwart. But, on that fateful day when he met Aquino, he never thought that by meeting her, he would end up growing attached to her, Shuri, and Barakquil. Even when he returned to the time chamber after dropping that massive sphere on Barakquil, he would find himself thinking about them. The people he treated as a distraction when he first met them gradually became those he considered family. Over time, he continued to meet more and more people, and each of those people became precious to him. Asia, the little sister he loved with all of his heart without a single doubt. For Asia, he would do anything to ensure she remained happy. Vasco, the man he admired from the bottom of his heart. Regardless of how strong he got, he would always respect the exorcist who had been his inspiration. Sun Wukong, his teacher that he owed a great deal. Without his teachings, he may have been too late to save Aquino. And now recently, Aurelia. Igor wasn't quite sure what to think of the Silverette. Having spent time with her for 2 years, she was by far the person she had spent the longest time with besides the old sage. With her being 6 decades his senior, it showed in her actions. Despite calling her sister, it would be more accurate to say she was like a grandmother of sorts. It was embarrassing for him to admit, but having her around was of great help. Just her presence had transformed the time chamber from a place he only treated as a fridge and a place of training into a home. He genuinely cared for the Silverette not only because she was kin, but also because he respected and cherished her. He had not experienced the pain of having his family slaughtered in front of him like she did. In place of where she could have killed herself in a hopeless situation, she continued living and plotted vengeance on those who killed her family. If that wasn't worthy of respect, nothing was. It was why the blonde had no regret forming these attachments, despite being adamant in not having any initially. Knowing all these people and knowing he could trust them just gave him all the more reason to be stronger. But if there was one thing he would never compromise on, was having a romantic partner. I don't want to get married because, sister, marriage will only affect my speed to becoming stronger. The table became quiet at Igor's revelation. Aurelia didn't expect that Igor would push aside any notion of marriage. And judging by how adamant he was in that statement, this was an ideal that had cemented itself into his brain. But Igor, you can't do that. If you don't marry, then our race will. Excluding herself from the equation, there was still Asia. Although the little blonde was a half-blood, there was a high chance that Igor's genes would allow him to sire a pure-blooded Aryan. Sister. Don't we have your research? Can't we use that to revive our race? That's not a foolproof plan, Igor. I've only managed to understand the first seal so far. Judging by the complexity of the second seal, it will no doubt take me at least 20 years to understand it and another 30 years to fully understand it. For the third seal, half a millennium at minimum. And that is assuming I have a team of experts helping me. If I am alone, I will have to spend the next 1,000 years unraveling it. The blonde widened his eyes at the revelation. It's that hard. Aurelia couldn't help but chuckle at his confusion. Igor. This was a seal designed by the Allfather himself. It took our ancestors dozens of generations just to unravel the first seal. The only reason it took me 2 years to master the first seal is because I had their memories as guidance. But even with their memories, it will take me a long time to comprehend the second and third seal. Even if you allow me to use the time chamber, it will still take me over a century to comprehend everything. She then released a sigh as the weight of everything settled. Even if I comprehend the seals, it will still need to be tested out and modifications will need to be made, Igor. God's seals aren't simple and it wouldn't be far-fetched to assume that after thousands of years, the seal matrices may have changed or evolved. If we put everything into perspective, perhaps it will take me 500 years to truly unravel everything, or 5 millenniums without your time chamber. The Silverette was exaggerating just slightly, but she wasn't completely off the mark. With her current level, it will indeed take her thousands of years to completely solve the first 3 curse seals God placed on humanity. But the blonde didn't need to know that. Her concern right now was that he had to sire heirs. Even if he took one wife, it would set the prejudice for a new royal lineage, the lineage of Demori. With the Drachenbergs gone, a new royal lineage would be needed and Igor had every qualification to begin one. You have every right to sire a new lineage, Igor. Your clan, the clan of Demori, is descended from the Keepers of Fate in a period long before humanity was cursed. Despite your name having almost faded from existence, just your ancestry and historical significance alone places you on the same pedestal as my family. And combined with your strength and future potential, you possess all the qualifications needed to start a new royal family. Igor was lost. He was completely, utterly, lost. What? He couldn't understand how things evolved from having a wife to starting a new lineage. A part of him wondered if Aurelia heard his refusal earlier. This talk of royalty, history, and whatnot overloaded his brain. Wait, sister. I don't get what you are saying. Why do I need to marry? Can't you marry someone? Aurelia was quick to shake her head. No. It has to be you. Only your genes are strong enough to sire pure-blooded Aryans from a half-blood. Your ki combined with the divinity you possess can prevent the curse seal from passing on to your offspring. Huh. The blonde considered things from Aurelia's point of view. She was right, but can't we talk about this in 100 years or 2? Externally, he appeared calm. But internally, he was complaining. Marriage. Royalty. Children. I haven't even graduated from being a teenager. Forget children, I can't even take care of myself. And you want me to sire a lineage? Me. I just want to train in peace. I just want to train in peace. Aurelia blinked once. Then blinked again. She was surprised by how difficult the blonde was, but it was in her expectations. Although this talk came sooner than she planned, she would plant a seed within him. I understand your desire to train, Igor. But this should be done as soon as possible, preferably within the next decade. With your strength firmly in the realm of supreme class, few will dare to challenge you. And as for your training time, I and your wife will take care of any children you manage to sire so you will have no problems. That way, your time won't be wasted and you'll only need to occasionally sire a new child once a year. As for everything else, I will handle it. You will only need to name the child before you can go back to your training. Igor silently processed all of this before vehemently waving his hands. Nope. That won't do, sister. But Igor Please listen to me, sister. I'm not against having a partner. I'm against having a partner while being weak. His mind traveled back to the words Sun Wukong said to him all those years ago. Kid. Here's a word of advice. Do not get a lover. Listen to me before you interrupt. While I do understand your ideals, I am someone who has family, kid. Everyone that lives on Flower Fruit Mountain is my family. If they carried your ideals, I fear how many funerals I would have to hold every year. That is why I sincerely hope that no matter what, you will not bind yourself to a woman, at least not while you're this weak. Because should you do so and you end up dying. This had happened after he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Indra. At the time, he had treated those words more or less as air. But now, he understood them. I don't know if you know, sister, but there are many, many people stronger than me. There are gods that are stronger than me. There are possibly even people I don't know of who are stronger than me. I don't want to even entertain the thought of having a family when I haven't reached the peak. I don't want to risk it, especially considering what we are, sister. Standing up from the table, he wiped his hands as he looked at Aurelia. I don't want to have a family, only for them to be attacked when I'm not there. I hope you understand, sister. Without waiting for Aurelia's response, he walked out of the kitchen. Goo 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 goo. There's no way I'll even think about having my own family, not when I'm still weak. The incident with the Heimjima had only served to reinforce this ideal. Supreme class or not, there were many supreme class entities. He had already seen hundreds in the heavenly realm alone. He didn't want to think how many currently existed on Earth. With his status as an Aryan, he was going to be attacked at some point in his life. The last thing he wanted was for his family to be killed because of that. If I'm ever going to entertain the thought of having a family, I'll only have the qualifications to think about it when I'm as strong as Lord Shiva. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. The incident with the Heimjima had only served to reinforce this ideal. Supreme class or not, there were many supreme class entities. He had already seen hundreds in the heavenly realm alone. He didn't want to think how many currently existed on Earth. With his status as an Aryan, he was going to be attacked at some point in his life. The last thing he wanted was for his family to be killed because of that. If I'm ever going to entertain the thought of having a family, I'll only have the qualifications to think about it when I'm as strong as Lord Shiva. DxD. Several kilometers into the time chamber, Igor was sitting on his straw mat with his legs crossed. But instead of meditating like always, he was frowning in contemplation. With his hands supporting his chin, the blonde was stuck thinking about the stuff Aurelia said. For all intents and purposes, Igor truly did not want to get a lover. It's a waste of time. A woman always makes you stagnant. It was something he'd seen happen to too many people he knew. From famous people in his previous world, to the men he knew in his current world, none were exempt from that fact. TCH. The moment all of them get a woman, they lose themselves, their ambition. He did not want to become like that. He did not want his rate of gaining power to be interfered with. They'll want to go on dates, they'll always wonder where you are, they want your attention, they're always nagging, and tons of other stuff. A waste of time is what they are. And sister wants me to marry? I'm not doing that. Closing his eyes, the blonde cleared his head of this topic. Sorry, sister. But I'm not getting a woman anytime soon. DxD. I don't want to have a family, only for them to be attacked when I'm not there. I hope you understand, sister. As Aurelia showered, Igor's words continued to resound in her head. I don't know if you know, sister, but there are many, many people stronger than me. She couldn't fault him for thinking that way. With Barakquil's situation as an example, it made sense he would think like that. But he can't remain celibate forever. He can't. With their race having been listed as extinct for over 5 decades, she was the most anxious to revive them. It was wrong of her to force her desires upon him and she knew it. She knew it was wrong and she felt guilty about it. Sigh. But she couldn't help it. They were the last 2 pure-blooded Aryans alive. And unlike the blonde, she was aware that if she copulated with a half-blood, there was a high chance that she would give birth to a half-blood. She didn't have potent ki like him which would be able to prevent some of the curse seals from passing on to the child. If she wanted to give birth to a pure-blood, her only option at this point was the blonde himself. Yet the thought of potentially carrying his child sent shivers down her spine. Don't even think about it, Aurelia. Like he said, you're already old enough to be his grandmother. It hurt, but it was the irrefutable truth. Letting the water fall onto her, she immersed herself in the warmth it provided. The shower head sprayed the water all over her body like a magnificent waterfall. Fa-ya-ya. The water trailed through her body, from the top of her head all the way to her feet. Naked as the day she was born, the Silverette couldn't help but glance at her form in the wet mirror. Touching her thighs, she smiled lightly when she remembered the blonde's reaction this morning. At least, I'm still pretty in his eyes. Admiring herself for a while longer, she shut off the tap and began wiping herself down. While she could use magic, doing such a mundane act every once in a while was something she enjoyed. Stepping out of the shower, some of the water on her hair dripped on the carpeted floors. Wrapping a white towel around herself, she left the bathroom and went to the bedroom. Closing the door behind her, she stood silently as she looked at the bed she'd shared with Igor for the last 2 years. Will I have to change where I sleep now? With the blonde entering puberty and becoming aware of women, it was only appropriate that she left. The only problem was, this time chamber was currently still tailored for one person with only one room available. If I push aside 2 shelves in the library, there will be enough room to place a bed. She was aware of how precarious young boys are. And with the 2 of them possibly having to remain alone for the next 8 years, she didn't want to cause him unnecessary trouble. HAAA. Temporarily pushing aside those thoughts, she made her way to the counter where all her beauty products were. Removing her towel, she opened a bottle of lotion and began gently applying it on her skin. Performing such mundane tasks that could be easily accomplished with magic was one of the few joys in life she had left. At the recommendation of Yusaka, she first did this as a coping mechanism to prepare herself for the day, especially when she had nightmares about the slaughter of her family. Taking her time to shower and do things normal women did allowed her to clear her head. As her hands moved over her abdomen, she let them stay there for a bit longer, her eyes glazed in thought. I wonder. With a smooth stomach and a lovely little belly button, she imagined a possible scene where her stomach had grown larger due to pregnancy. Like most women, she harbored that fantasy of carrying the child of the person she loved. Except, she had no one to love. Most women my age already have husbands, children, and grandchildren. Yet, here I am. As an Aryan, her scope for partners was already low. Barely anyone would be willing to love and cherish her, a member of a race that was hated globally. She didn't even consider the prospect of marrying a half-blood. The last thing she wished for was to watch her husband, her children, and her grandchildren dying one by one. The thought alone of having to go through such a thing made her remove the option of short-lived species from the table. But that now only left her with the option of races who either could not procreate with her, or were part of the massacre on her people. Enough thinking, Aurelia. I still have to work on the second seal. Not even bothering to apply lotion on her legs, she walked towards the bed and picked up the dress she had worn earlier. It wasn't pretty by any means. It was a dull black with only a few stripe patterns here and there. Wearing it, she allowed it to reach all the way to her feet. Slipping on her sandals, she took a lotus-themed band and used it to tie her hair into a ponytail. Satisfied with her appearance, she was about to walk out when she felt Igor's presence near. Wondering what would make him come back so soon, she decided to wait and find out. Dakaang. The door opened to reveal Igor in a sour mood. Seemingly ignoring Aurelia, the blonde walked straight towards the bed and threw himself on it face first. Doof. There was silence for a bit before the blonde finally turned his head to face Aurelia with a sour expression. I blame you, sister. I can't even train properly without this marriage nonsense clouding my brain. Igor was full of grievance. Ever since he started meditating, his mind would be filled with thoughts of potentially having to marry. He was not blind to the responsibility he had. As potentially the last male Aryan, he had the responsibility of reviving their race. But that didn't mean he liked that weight on his shoulders. I just want to ask, sister. We already have long lives. Why do you seem to be in such a rush? Couldn't we talk about this after 2 centuries or something? I doubt I'd be ready for a child even after a decade. Inwardly glad that the blonde was still willing to talk, Aurelia sat down next to him. Please listen, Igor. The reason why I want you to find a wife quickly is because half-bloods are slowly dying out. As more and more half-bloods marry normal humans, any trace of Aryan ancestry will gradually disappear and it'll end up being harder for you to sire a pure-blooded Aryan. The blonde scrunched up his brows in slight confusion before he sat up. All right. Let's say that I'm actually willing to go along with your words. Who did you have in mind, sister? Aurelia answered without hesitation. Asia. She'll turn out to be a fine young woman and she would make a good wife. Blinks once. Blinks twice. What? Chapter 127, Chapter 127. All right. Let's say that I'm actually willing to go along with your words. Who did you have in mind, sister? Aurelia answered without hesitation. Asia. She'll turn out to be a fine young woman and she would make a good wife. Blinks once. Blinks twice. What? DxD. Asia. Yes. My little sister. Yes, Igor. My little sister. Yes, Igor. My sister. Yes. The blonde was by all means flabbergasted. He couldn't believe that Aurelia would recommend that he marry his own sister. Let me get this straight, Sister Lia. You want me to marry Asia, my little sister? To be accurate, Igor. Asia isn't your blood sister. So I see no problems there. Vain twitch. The blonde felt like ripping his hair out of frustration. The way his elder sister just casually advised him to marry his little sister almost made him burst an artery. No. No, 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 and no. There was absolutely no chance he was going to entertain such a preposterous notion. Sister Lia. Whether Asia is related to me through blood or not, I genuinely consider her as my little sister and she sees me as her older brother. For you to propose that I marry is, ugh. The thought alone disgusted him. Bringing his hand to his forehead, he sighed. We don't need to discuss this any longer. Asia is my little sister and that's final. Don't try to persuade me. Having said those words, he stood up and walked towards the door. With how muddled his thoughts were, he figured some good old-fashioned training would clear his mind. But before he walked out, he turned to look at Aurelia, his gaze slightly threatening. Don't try to persuade Asia into this as well. Don't manipulate her. Don't direct her. Don't even hint at it. Asia is my bottom line. Unknowingly, he released a heavy pressure. Don't cross it. Walking away, he closed the door behind him without turning back, leaving Aurelia alone in the room. There was absolute silence as Aurelia stared at the door with slightly widened eyes. Contrary to expectations, the Silverette was neither intimidated, disappointed, or angry. Rather, she was proud. With a small smile forming on her face, she applauded the blonde. As expected of Igor-sama. Not caring for the slip of the tongue, her eyes were filled with pride and knowing. Even if I do not do anything, it is nigh impossible for Asia to not develop any feelings for you, Igor. If she, a bachelorette of over 6 decades, was momentarily charmed by a person 5 decades her junior, then how will Asia be able to resist? Maybe if he was 20 years older, then it would be possible. But with only a 4-year gap between them. Aurelia was sure that as Asia grew up, her expectations in her partner would largely be influenced by Igor. His presence would certainly make sure of that. Whether it be his strength in the future, his prestige, and even his mentality, all of it would make Asia subconsciously compare every single male she meets to her older brother. The Silverette was absolutely sure of that. Whether Asia know. Lady Asia realizes it in her teenage years or later, she will find that a capable man like Igor will be very hard to find. And as she slowly realizes that there are no blood ties between them, she will surely begin viewing him as an ideal partner. With the blonde's rate of growth, the Silverette was sure that within 10 years, he would become a powerful entity unmatched within his generation. With his steadily increasing rate of growth combined with the time chamber, she was 99.9999999% sure Igor would have no rival within his age group. With such a dazzling star who shines above the rest, Lady Asia won't settle for lesser males, no. Especially when that dazzling star was so easily accessible to her. In her mind, there was no need to even think about it. It was only a matter of time. Her biggest concern, however, was the blonde. How will I make Igor consider the possibility? She knew from the beginning how hard-headed he was from how he refused any titles such as Sama and Lord added to his name. As stubborn as a bull, trying to convince him otherwise was already a task bordering on the realm of impossible, especially when it concerned Asia. With how hard he refused the notion, she had no means for further suggesting the possibility to him without alienating herself. And since Lady Asia is still young, there is no feasible method of enticing him. Temporarily mulling over the thought, she chose to temporarily postpone it. Lady Asia is still young. I will wait until she grows up and hopefully realizes that Igor can be more than just a brother. By that time, it won't be considered manipulating if I encourage her, right? Dot. Chuckling at the sudden thoughts she was having, she left the room as well and went on her way to the library. Meanwhile, a fleeting thought entered her mind. Since Igor seems to like legs, will it be wrong if I advise Lady Asia to train her legs? She briefly considered the thought before she threw it out. No. That would count as manipulation. There was another reason why Aurelia had so much confidence that Asia would eventually view Igor as more than just an elder brother. I will let the connection between them slowly have an effect before I possibly suggest that to her. She could remember how over a year ago, the blonde had excitedly recounted how he and Asia met. At the time, she was curious why he had associated himself with a half-blood, so she had asked. Barring the gruesome end of the kidnapper and the stare-down between him and Asia, the Silverette had picked up one key point. I don't even know how to explain it, sister. I don't even know how to explain it now. I could just feel it in my blood that Asia was my sister. Like, feel it. There was no doubt or anything. It wasn't like as if I knew Asia was my sister all the time or something. It was like, ugh. I can't explain it. It's like, damn it. What's that word in English? Bloody, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Forget it. All I know is, I just want to protect little Asia to the best of my ability I know. Beyond my ability. Recalling the memory, Aurelia had accurately identified that what Igor had formed with Asia was a soul connection. As for how or why it had formed, she still had no answers. Incidents regarding soul connections were too few and far in between with very few accounts of them. Even amongst her ancestry, there were very few cases of soul connections. The only reason I know for a soul connection forming is when lovers from a previous life meet each other again after reincarnation. As for whether Aazel and Igor were indeed lovers in some sort of previous life, she was unsure about that. Maybe it was the desire for family that made him link with Aazel, who shared the same ancestry as him, or some other reason she did not know. Either way, as long as Igor and Lady Aazel have a dozen children or two that will run around the time chamber, I will be happy. As for regarding Aazel as lady, she had no problems doing so. While her clan viewed normal humans and half-bloods as lower, she did not possess such an inclination. There was hardly any room for arrogance to grow when revenge occupied most of the space in her mind. And since there was a high likelihood that Aazel would indeed be the wife of Igor, it was not a stretch to refer to her as lady. As Igor continues to accumulate power and prestige, calling her the next queen of Aurelia would not be a mistake. As she had these thoughts, Aurelia couldn't help but smile as she entered the library. While she was confident in completing the seals, she did not want the original ancestral line to die out. If Igor and Aazel could establish a royal lineage, then she would be completely satisfied. Even if their children married the new generation Aryans created from the seals, the lineage from the first generation would still be preserved. Although the surname would change from Drachenberg to Demori, she had no qualms. As a woman, she couldn't continue the family line and thus unfortunately, would end with her. Sigh. In a rather melancholic turn of events, those latter thoughts gradually soured her rather jubilant mood. Sitting down at her desk, her desire to continue working on the seals diminished. Grabbing a drawing of the perfectly drawn circle of the first seal, her gaze became forlorn. Mother, father, brothers, sister. Recalling all of them who died in front of her, she couldn't help but feel sad. Without your bodies, I can't even try and resurrect you. With the dimension to Aurelia having collapsed, she wasn't even sure if there were any bodies to salvage. With their dimension having collapsed, it was already impossible to find it. Enough thinking, Aurelia. I must continue to work on these seals. The disappointment of having hidden like a coward as her people died resurfaced, and the only way to squash it down was by drowning herself in seals and inscriptions. I have failed before. But not this time. And here are the current rankings for some of the characters. They are not in any particular order. Year, 1999. Aurelia von Drachenberg. Base, Low God Class, Threshold. Combat Capability, Peak God Class. Barakquil. Base, Mid God Class. Combat Capability, Peak God Class, potentially/unverified. Aazel. Base, Peak God Class. Combat Capability, Unknown. Claria Belial. Base, High Class. Combat Capability, Low to Mid God Class, Unverified. Masaomi Yagaki. Base, Pre-Transformation/Revival Ultimate Class, Exact Ranking Unspecified. Base, Post-Transformation/Revival Unknown, possibly does not exceed Mid God Class. Shuri Jima. Base, Mid to High Class, unspecified whether her revival brought her body to her peak or not. Combat Capability, High Class. Loss of memories may have negatively or positively affected her combat capability. Vasco Strata. Base, Low God Class. Combat Capability, Mid God Class. Igor von Demori. Base, Weighted/Suppressed High God Class. Base, Normal/Full Power Peak God Class. Super Kaioken, Suppressed, X50, State Peak God Class. Super Kaioken, Full Power Low Supreme Class. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. Without your bodies, I can't even try and resurrect you. With the dimension to Aurelia having collapsed, she wasn't even sure if there were any bodies to salvage. With their dimension having collapsed, it was already impossible to find it. Enough thinking, Aurelia. I must continue to work on these seals. The disappointment of having hidden like a coward as her people died resurfaced, and the only way to squash it down was by drowning herself in seals and inscriptions. I have failed before. But not this time. DxD. Time Chamber, 5 years later, 7 years after initial entry. Deep inside the confines of the time chamber, Igor was standing still in the harsh weather only found when one ventured deep into the time chamber. Tossed aside were his weighted clothing, which consisted of a black undershirt, armbands, and leg warmers. Left in only his trousers and sandals, the blonde had not moved an inch ever since he took off his weights. Despite the blistering cold, his body was covered in sweat with visible steam wafting off his body. His hair fell down to his sides like a wet mop, his breathing steady despite his prior physical exertion. Training, 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 and more training. That is what had occupied most of Igor's time. As soon as his body stopped growing, he immediately dived into training with higher gravity levels, heavier weights, and somehow, even more intense training regimens. With his body having experienced over 3 years in terms of growth, the amount of gains he could make in his training also increased. The well of potential that he had unearthed over his initial 2 years of training had been vastly expanded. With his body being 18 in terms of biology, he he was already in his accelerated phase of growth. With his divine strand evolving, the benefits that were brought were considerable. Of course, Igor had never failed to train in his newly obtained transformation. As time went on, his troubles of taking too long to enter both his suppressed form and full power form gradually became non-existent. As it stood, it took him just barely less than a second to power up to his suppressed state. It was not quite instant, but it was a satisfactory result no less. Entering his full power state still took him a good 3 seconds. He wasn't completely satisfied, but he was forced to accept that this was currently the best he could do. There was only so much ki he could insert into his divine strand before it became pointless. However, he did come up with a way to compromise. Whereas in his full power state he was 110x stronger than in his base form, he was able to find a stable state which was exactly at 100x his base strength. In this context, despite the difference only being a mere 10x, the results were obvious at first glance. HAAA grew. Exploding with power, a red aura similar to a flame formed around him. His hair spiked up and turned red in an instant while blue eyes bled away to reveal ruby red. His transformation was controlled with barely an outward pressure that affected the winds around him. Apart from the initial outburst of ki caused by rapidly powering up, there were no further events, a showcase of the control he had over his ki. But, he wasn't completely satisfied with that. More practice is needed. Having assumed his transformation, the blonde clenched his fists before he vanished from the spot. Sue. Boom. Appearing a few dozen meters away, the blonde let out a powerful punch that caused a massive shockwave. But he didn't stop there. Sue. Boom. 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 Constantly vanishing, Igor seemed to be fighting against an invisible opponent. Brief flashes of red could be observed before it vanished. The power from his attacks were like cannons. Each punch and kick packed a very powerful force behind it. Sue. 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 The minutes trickled by and slowly, half an hour had already passed. Yet not once did his momentum decrease in the slightest. Despite not resting for even a single second, Igor was still brimming with vitality and energy. Sue. Finally coming to a stop, Igor stood on the ground with his aura still stably emitting from his body. His hair flowed in the wind while his eyes were closed in focus. With steady breaths, Igor slowly drew in his aura until there wasn't even a wisp remaining. HAAA. Letting out a deep breath, he gradually opened his eyes. Surveying his body, Igor was satisfied with this brief exercise. Bending over to grab his weighted clothing, he began putting them on one by one. Starting with his undershirt, he had some momentary trouble trying to get his spiked-up hair through the hole. But after about 10 seconds, he finally succeeded in putting on his shirt. Briefly levitating to put on his leg warmers, the redhead finally ended by putting on his armbands. I'll need to ask sister to increase the weights for me soon. Having increased the weight of his clothing from 1 ton to 5 tons, he could feel that he was getting used to the current weight. In his base state, they were already starting to feel like normal clothing even in over 500x gravity. In his transformed state, they felt like nothing. Putting his hands into his pockets, Igor took out 2 scrolls that he immediately placed on the ground and unfurled. With the scrolls lying open on his left and right, there were intricate circles with patterns linking them together. He had no idea what the patterns and symbols meant. Sister Leah said I had to leave a drop of blood and also channel my ki into them. Or what they did. She only said there would be a big surprise in store for me. He was somewhat curious as to what these scrolls could do. Since it was her personal creation, it must be something truly amazing. One way to find out then. The redhead brought his thumbs to his mouth and decisively bit on them. Drawing blood, he swiped them on the scrolls and at the same time, channeled his ki. Doof. Doof. The effects were relatively immediate. Not a short while later, there was a burst of smoke that cleared to reveal 2 Igors who had also transformed. Heh. These 2 clones looked exactly like him, dressed in the same clothes, and even released exactly the same aura and pressure. The only difference between the redhead and his clones was that their faces were blank, completely emotionless without that spark of life in their eyes. They were like dolls, machines with only one purpose: kill. Sue. Sue. Without hesitation, the 2 carbon copies of himself attacked him. Igor subconsciously raised his hands to block the punch aimed for the side of his head and the side kick aimed for his neck. Clash. There was a brief silence as several muscles worked overtime to overcome the 3-way deadlock that had suddenly risen. The friction alone from the deadlock caused the area of clothing caught in the crossfire to burn away. Fortunately, Igor managed to get his head back in gear after this sudden surprise attack. I don't know what they are, nor do they seem like they're willing to talk. Gradually pushing away each offending limb, aura began emitting from his body. You must be the surprise sister mentioned. The aura of flames around his body grew in intensity as his ki churned faster and faster throughout his body. I'll have to thank her. A fight is exactly what I needed. He could feel from the aura his two clones were releasing that they inherited his current strength. It mystified him, but only briefly. The hows and whys did not matter at the moment. Just as a hungry man does not ask what ingredients were used in the food, so would he not ponder how these two clones came to exist. Sue. 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 In nigh-perfect synchronization, all three of them moved and began fighting. Boom. 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 It was a 2-on-1, Igor against his lookalikes. Streaks of red meshed against the aurora-filled sky of the time chamber as fast-paced combat ensued. I missed this. Despite being entangled in a seemingly unfavorable situation, his blood only boiled even more. Blocking one attack after the others, he was being pushed back. From the skies to the ground, Igor was continuously forced to retreat. The clones worked so well in synchronization that he couldn't even squeeze in a gap to launch a counterattack. Pa. 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 With his hands working to parry the continuous attacks issued by his clones, he barely had any time to charge a simple ki blast. But, if there was one thing Igor learned during his stay in the heavenly realm, it was that sometimes, resourcefulness was more important than strength. And having gotten used to being attacked by multiple people, he had picked up a few ways of getting out of an encirclement. This time, instead of parrying or dodging, he began diverting the attacks of one clone towards the other in an attempt to disrupt the flow. He did not need long. Even a single moment would be more than enough to build up ki for either an offensive such as a ki blast, a defensive move like an explosive barrier, or neutral techniques for escaping like the instant vanish. With the clones constantly sticking close to him, he just had to create an opportunity. Pa. 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 Grab. Realizing an opportunity had presented itself in front of him, he grabbed a leg aimed for his waist and swung it towards the clone, reeling itself to follow with a punch to his chest. The clone with its fist clenched noticed the leg of the other clone coming towards it and as such, was forced to briefly pause, and that moment was all Igor needed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the redhead replied with a trick that had rarely failed him since day one. Raa. Opening his mouth, he let out a red blast wave of immense power. Crew. The two clones were forced to dodge. Splitting from each other, the ki wave blasted towards the sky before dissipating into motes of red wisps of ki. In face of a threatening attack, their faces remained emotionless like a doll's. The two clones stood slightly apart from each other, their hands clenched and their outfits billowing in the catatonic winds. They only stood apart by just a few meters, but it was more than enough for the blonde to start launching a counterattack with a technique that was very useful in this current scenario. Placing two fingers on his head, he vanished. Tsui. And appeared above one of the clones. Tsui. Before appearing beneath the other one. Boom. With a powerful horse kick to the chin, he sent the clone flying into the skies. Locking on to the energy signature of the other clone, he was about to vanish when he suddenly lost it. Wadash. Tsui. Boom. Caught off guard by the clone's ability to also use the instant transmission, Igor was sent flying to the ground by a powerful heel kick to his shoulder. Had he not dodged, it would have landed on his head. Fortunately, he was still coherent enough to stop himself from crashing into the ground head first. Backflipping in midair, he gently landed on both feet before looking into the skies at the two clones who had just regrouped. Heh. I admit. That was certainly a surprise. I never thought a lookalike could also use the instant transmission. This means you can use more of my techniques, right? Neither clone replied or even acknowledged that they heard his question. Their eyes remained locked on him, their gaze cold yet empty. Like dolls, their expressions remained neutral throughout the entire time they fought. Like husks, they were only puppets that had a purpose, to destroy the original. Sue. Sue. And they would be merciless in their task. Clash, goo. 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 Different from his excited state, Igor was serious. His battle-thirsty expression had been replaced by a calm demeanor. Even as he traded blows with the clones, it did not ease. Dodging what he could and parrying what he couldn't, the redhead remained on the defensive against the onslaught of his clones. Their attacks were clearly aimed to kill, despite the evident lack of killing intent. This was not a normal spar, but a battle of attrition. Facing the onslaught from two of his clones in insanely fast-paced combat, it was normal to assume that Igor would tire out quickly, especially when not long ago, he had been training prior to this without rest. But, assumptions could only be assumptions, not assurance. Gruu. Having long since primed his ki beforehand, Igor quickly deployed a burst of red aura around him in the form of an explosive barrier. Having successfully managed to repel the two clones again, the redhead didn't chase after them. Instead, he started stretching his head. Thanks for that. Now that the cramps are ironed out and my body's fully warmed up. The clones didn't attack, because they couldn't. Foolish. Because they were locked down by the heavy pressure he was releasing. Let's begin round 2. Gruu su 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 su. With a blazing red aura manifesting itself around him, the redhead was finally getting serious. There were absolutely no signs of fatigue anywhere on his body. In fact, he was brimming with vitality. Tsui, boom. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. The clones didn't attack, because they couldn't. Foolish. Because they were locked down by the heavy pressure he was releasing. Let's begin round 2. Gruu su 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 su. With a blazing red aura manifesting itself around him, the redhead was finally getting serious. There were absolutely no signs of fatigue anywhere on his body. In fact, he was brimming with vitality. Tsui, boom. DxD. Stamina. If there was one thing Igor had the most in abundance, it was stamina. Tsui. 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 Decades of gravity training honed his body into a machine. With most of his techniques revolving around the use of stamina, his body had evolved to better handle the strain. Techniques like the Kaioken and instant vanish that rely primarily on stamina and endurance require strong physiques that can handle the strain of their usage. Goo. 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 The scales had tipped and the previous battle of attrition had turned into a blitzkrieg. Utilizing his instant vanish, yin-yang breathing method, and if possible, his instant transmission, Igor was able to turn the tables on his clones. Tsui. Tsui. Boom. One moment, he would seemingly appear committed to attacking one clone before suddenly vanishing and attacking the other. He did not hold back and had no scruples in abusing the instant vanish or instant transmission. Unfortunately, matters became a lot more complicated when his clones could also use the same techniques he could. With the instant transmission. Tsui. 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 It would become an endless teleportation spree with one aiming to attack the other. As much as Igor enjoyed taking risks, the last thing he needed was getting lost in the teleportation zone due to having lost his focus. So his primary attack method defaulted to the instant vanish. At the very least, he could see where he was rapidly accelerating to. Despite both him and his clones having the same level of power, they lacked his mentality and combat awareness. No matter how much they tried to team up against him, they couldn't properly fight back. Tsui. Tsui. Block. Even if they could also use the same skills as him. Struggle, struggle. He held their fists firmly within his grasp, his grip firm while their arms trembled. This is why I like fighting alone. You two prioritize protecting each other over attacking me, which makes it easier for me to exploit that weakness. His words, while they didn't process in their heads, were true. The clones were only dolls whose basic parameters were to protect each other and kill the original. This severely restricted their means since protecting each other seemed to hold higher priority over killing the original. The redhead managed to exploit this by rushing towards one clone before switching over to the other clone. The second clone would be in a relatively defenseless state due to rushing to the other. And without sentience, they seemed to lack the capability to adapt to this. Having the fist of the clones firmly within his grasp, the clones tried using their other fists, but the moment they tried doing so, he flew down with their limbs still in his grasp. The clones were forcefully pulled down and before they could even react, they were slammed into the ground. Boom. The ground in the time chamber was hard and certainly more durable than even the hardest rock on Earth. But at this moment, two massive craters had been created. The force that Igor threw them with was so powerful to the point that even after a few seconds had passed, the clones still hadn't gotten up. The redhead remained floating up in the air. Despite the almost overwhelming advantage he had against the clones, he didn't get off without a few scratches. Despite a few minor wounds here and there as well as his clothes being slightly torn, he was still in a relatively good condition. Compared to the clones that were lying on the ground, he might even consider to be in perfect condition. Their clothes were completely in tatters with one clone even having half of its shirt torn off. Their skin was more red than white with wounds covering nearly every single part of their body. Even the arms Igor held them with were completely broken due to the force of the throw. But contrary to feeling excited, Igor had a slight trace of sweat on his face. I think I went a bit too far. Either he overestimated the strength of the two clones or he used too much strength in his throw. Regardless, it was a fact that those clones were Aurelia's results of painstaking research, and those clones were now lying crippled on the ground. Should I try and fix them? Despite the battle being rather short, he genuinely did enjoy fighting against them. Losing the two clones that could keep up with him in a fight wouldn't bode well for his battle addiction. Not having something is much better than tasting it once and then having to survive without it. Having tasted a fight after so long, he truly did not want to endure a few more years without feeling that adrenaline rush again. Gradually descending towards the ground, he was just contemplating what to do when all of a sudden, the clones released a white light before splitting into little motes of light that slowly vanished. Heh. Confusion. Processes images. Confusion recedes. Realization surfaces. Realization. Realization. The blonde was so taken aback by the sudden phenomenon that he couldn't even maintain his transformation. No. Like an alcoholic watching a bottle of wine being shattered before his eyes, Igor gradually descended into despair. No. He flew down to the ground in a burst of speed and began futilely collecting the motes of lights, but they always vanished within his grasp. His eyes were wide open with panic, his hands reaching out so fast that they left after images. Ay. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I promise I won't beat you so much next time. Yet no matter how he pleaded, the motes continued to vanish until finally, not a single sliver was left. Looking at his empty palms, a single tear trailed down his cheek. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Collapsing to his knees, he began pounding the ground. Why? Why was I so harsh on them? If only I restrained myself a little. Gone was happiness. Present was sadness. His heart felt heavier than the tattered weighted clothing he had on. Even the blood splotches of the clones on his clothes had vanished, leaving him in a pit of endless sadness. Like a gambler who had lost everything, he sat on the cratered ground with his hands on his head in silence. For a whole minute, he did not move. Resembling a person in mourning, there were dark clouds hanging over him. He would have continued to brood had he not felt the magic circle of Aurelia manifest next to him. Vuong. With a brief flash of golden light, Aurelia appeared with her ever-neutral expression on her face. Despite being dressed in a simple dress, it did little, if nothing to diminish her beauty. Surveying the area around her, she finally turned around to face the blonde who looked at her with an empty gaze. What happened for him to be like this? Despite having been far away in the library, she had been paying attention to the battle. Knowing that the clones had lost relatively easily, she couldn't understand why he would be in such a state. He even defeated them just before the 5-minute mark was up. So logically, he shouldn't have been dissatisfied. The clones had a 5-minute timer on them before they would eventually cease to exist. If the clones had vanished in the middle of the fight, she would understand why he appeared so melancholic. Yet before she could ponder even further, the blonde suddenly jumped up and grabbed her by the shoulders. His gaze was frantic like a thirsty man that had spotted an oasis. Sister. You can make more, right? You can make more me's, right? Aurelia was familiar with this sight. That begging expression, that tight grip on the helms of her skirt, and those quivering lips. She experienced them when he asked her to increase the weight of his clothing multiple times these past few years. She knew that when he made this expression, refusing him would lead to an hour-long annoying begging session. So wordlessly, the Silverette manifested 2 more scrolls in her hands. Not willing to stand on ceremony, Igor snatched the familiar scrolls with a maniacal grin on his face. Ha. Thanks, elder sister. Jumping out of the crater, he sprinted for a few meters before he immediately unfurled them. Fush. While the scrolls were still in midair, he quickly bit his thumbs and swiped them on the scrolls. Doof. Doof. The familiar smoke. The familiar scent. The familiar aura. Heh. What Igor expected to face were 2 clones that were transformed, not 2 clones who were like him in his base form. What the dash? Sue. Without giving him a chance to process things, the clones charged towards him of their own accord. Wait. Transform first, goddammit. Swoosh. Igor dodged and parried the attacks of the 2 clones. But with his weighted clothes weighing him down in this heavy gravity deep in the time chamber, he was in a noticeable disadvantage. The clones did not stand on ceremony and took this chance to give him a good beating. With his armbands also having their own weight, the blonde wasn't quite fast at lifting his hands to parry blows. So he could only curl into a ball and protect his hand and other vital organs. Goo. The clones continued attacking him all the way without any scruples. With their attacks aimed at killing him, it was rather smart of the blonde to protect his midsection and even the back of his neck by covering it with his palms. Having been kicked around by the clones for over a dozen seconds, the blonde spotted an opportunity when 1 clone kicked him away. Fed up at being made a contemporary punching bag, the blonde exploded with power. Grow. Bursting out with his Kaioken X10, he finally stood up straight with a murderous expression on his face. Damn bastards. I'll give you a proper beating as payback. Sue. In a burst of speed, he rushed forward. Reaching them rather quickly, he grabbed them by their throats and pushed them to the ground. Using his aura to suppress them, he turned to look at Aurelia with slightly labored breaths. Sister. Why won't they transform? Why can't they even use the Kaioken? He then turned towards the clones who were futilely struggling to escape his grasp, yet not a wisp of red aura emanated from them. This mildly frustrated him since he was hoping he could enjoy a 2-on-1 at his maximum power. Igor. These are just prototypes I've made. I still have a few more things to figure out before I can finally perfect the seals that can create replicas of you. Right now, they can only replicate your current state and nothing more. Igor turned to look at the emotionless clones that were unable to move due to the pressure he was exerting on them. Oh. Before he could finish sighing, he suddenly came up with an idea. Picking up the 2 clones by the neck, he reeled back his arm before throwing them away far off into the distance, one after the other. Not wasting time, he turned to face Aurelia, the aura of the Kaioken receding. Sister. Please increase the weight of my clothing by 2 tons. Quickly. Before they come back. The Silverette couldn't help but sigh at the sudden urgency he bestowed upon her. She was already regretting coming here or even creating these scrolls. If I knew this would have happened, I would have just focused on the second seal dash. Her tired expression was replaced by a dark glint. Feeling particularly mischievous, she hid a smirk behind the palm of her hand. All right, Igor. With a snap of a finger, she repaired his clothing as well as increased the weight of them to a total of 2 tons, times 10. What the? Boom. Falling to his knees at the sudden weight of 20 tons thrust upon him, the blonde barely had any time to spare a glare towards his dearest sister before 2 fists covered his view. Fuck your mother. Boom. Chapter 130. Her tired expression was replaced by a dark glint. Feeling particularly mischievous, she hid a smirk behind the palm of her hand. All right, Igor. With a snap of a finger, she repaired his clothing as well as increased the weight of them to a total of 2 tons, times 10. What the? Boom. Falling to his knees at the sudden weight of 20 tons thrust upon him, the blonde barely had any time to spare a glare towards his dearest sister before 2 fists covered his view. Fuck your mother. Boom. DxD. Foo-foo. Few things could make Aurelia smile. With a perpetual icy expression on her face, the things that could melt it away could be counted on one hand. Seeing Igor suffer a beating just so happened to be one of them. Use the Kaioken, Igor. God damn it. I don't need the ACK. Bloody piece of dash. Boom. Watching him get swatted down like a fly, the Silverette had no intention of helping him in the slightest. Having already distanced herself from the battle site, she was content to simply enjoy the view. I'm cheering for you, little broth dash. Little brother, your moth dash. Dodges punch. Haha. Nice try dash. Goo, soo, boom. Buffed. The Silverette nearly doubled over in laughter. Taunting him like this and watching him suffer due to loss of focus was doing wonders in relieving her mental fatigue. Despite the clones having an inherent penchant for targeting vital spots, she was not worried that the blonde would somehow die. For all intents and purposes, Igor could easily win against them if he was willing to use even his Kaioken X2. But for some reason, he was adamant at staying in his base form. If it wasn't for the weight, no. If it wasn't for the gravity here, he could have fought evenly against them. With how deep they were inside the time chamber, the gravity had just barely reached the triple digits. With the gravity hovering around 100x Earth's normal gravity, the blonde was in quite the detrimental situation. If it were mundane or simple tasks such as walking or training, then the weight on him would be no problem. Perhaps even more would be welcome. But if he was engaged in high-speed combat, get these clothes off of me. The less weight, the better. Because Aurelia added 10 times the weight he requested, he was constantly on the back foot, just raising his arms to block was a hassle. And what was more frustrating for Igor was that he could see every fist, every elbow, every knee, and every foot close in on him in real time. Attacks that he would normally be able to block even if he was dead tired were now something he could only watch. Damn me's. Why the hell do you have to strike so hard? TCH. Since trying to block the attacks wasn't working, the next best thing he could do was try to dodge them. Although his undershirt alone weighed over a dozen tons, it was easier to move his body left and right to dodge than constantly raise his arms. This better work or father will kill me for ruining this handsome face. Although the clones were more likely to target his throat than his nose, the possibility still existed. Either way, his arms were clearly inefficient in blocking attacks, so he could only resort to his next game plan. Faced with this realization, the blonde gave up on all forms of blocking and directly began dodging the attacks. Shoo. 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 Although it was a bit aggravating on his spine, he was able to twist his body side while using his footwork to trail back. For some of the attacks that he couldn't block, he he'd twist his body and let his arms take the hit instead of his ribs. Tsui. Shoo. 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 Darting across the landscape, Igor began receiving less and less damage from the clones. As his idea continued to prove its worth, his frustrations eased further. With his frustrations eased, his mind calmed and in turn, his ability to dodge increased. Like an endless cycle, he found himself having to use his arms less and less to block certain attacks at his body. With his highly attuned perception, there were some attacks that he didn't even need to see before he would feel them nearing his body. In fact, it would be better to say that his ears and aura sense played more of a role in this fight than his eyes. Sue. Sue. Shoo. Boom. Having dodged a falling heel kick that came from above with a sidestep, the blonde was already 3 steps ahead as he jumped up to dodge a sweeping kick to his shins. If Aurelia didn't know better, she would have thought this was some choreographed scene. He's bearing what equates to hundreds of tons in weight alone. Yet he's still able to dodge the clones without much difficulty. If he had created the clones with the weight he had on now, it would be one thing. But the clones were created when he still had 5 tons of weight on him. He's currently enduring 25 tons of weight and yet. Shoo. 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 He's not in a disadvantage even when facing 2 of them. Aurelia had carefully made the scrolls so that they replicated the person's exact strength in that moment upon their creation. They still came with some flaws, but she was only a few months into her research, and with Igor using an entirely different energy system from the mainstream, it was a bit difficult to tailor the seals to accept Ki as well. But what she knew was that right now, the clones are definitely stronger than him. Be it their power output, speed, or strength, they are superior to him. But, they still cannot stage an advantage over him. The clock was ticking and the clones would dissipate in a minute or two. Tsui. Tsui. Shoo. 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 For over a minute, neither of them had been able to touch him. Regardless of whether they used the instant vanish or instant transmission, the blonde was able to dodge them with a weight of over 200 tons on him. Igor really is impressive. Even gods wouldn't be able to do this. For a whole minute, no attack had been able to land on him. It was as if he was able to see it beforehand and dodged in advance. Aurelia was sure that very few would be able to do this at such an advanced level. If he assumed that transformation of his, he surely wouldn't be caught lacking in a fight against other gods of the supreme class. To have such a thought would be nothing short of preposterous. If the Pert from the past heard this, she would consider it a joke that a human could possibly combat a supreme class. After all, those gods had all sorts of strange techniques and thousands of years of experience. Fighting them isn't that simple. But if it's Igor, he can do it. And there was no one better than him to assume such a task. In a fight where divine techniques would be used, mortal techniques had no place. In fact, mortals had no place at all. Yet, Igor cannot be considered a mortal. It was something on her mind for a while now. Getting Igor to explain it fully to her was hard, but when she came to understand exactly what the Kaioken is and how it worked, she had already concluded that the blonde had walked on the path to godhood. With his lifespan constantly increasing as he uses the Kaioken, he's already superior to even us Aryans. Expanding the existing lifespan and gradually increasing it were 2 different concepts. Whereas her lifespan was already above 400 years, that was the limit. Igor's on the other hand was. How much was it again? Coming out of her daze, she came face to face with the sight of the 2 clones abandoning their incessant attacks on the blonde to land on the ground and stand rigidly still. It's over already. DxD. The clones are about to vanish again. Feeling the vitality within them dwindle until there was barely anything left, he knew they would soon disintegrate into little motes of light. And right on point, the clones were gradually covered in a white glow before their bodies disintegrated into little white specks of light. HAAA. Knowing that it was over, the blonde allowed himself to sit down on the ground. He was tired both mentally and physically. This fight tested my perception more than my brute strength. Once again, he was inwardly thankful for the training he received from Sun Wukong. The ability to acutely sense energy and predict an attack by observing its flow was the key determining factor in him lasting this long. I gotta try training like that again sometimes. Maybe I'll cover my eyes with a blindfold or something. Filing that thought for later, he took off his armbands and leg warmers, though there was some amount of struggle. My arms feel like noodles and I can't feel my legs at all. With his armbands removed and leg warmers unfastened, he then looked at his undershirt. Sigh. Grabbing the collar rim, he tried taking it off, but as he thought, it was hard. I'm not getting this off with my arms still wobbly like this. He considered using the Kaioken, but he was so tired that he couldn't be bothered to go through the hassle. So he manifested a key blade, pointed it at his chest. Zoo! And cut the shirt in half. Taking his time, he removed it like a jacket and let it fall to the ground. Thud. Haaa. Raising his arms to the sky and stretching his body, several satisfying cracks rang out. Noticing the minor bruises on his body, especially on his arms and back, the blonde quickly ran his hands over his face before releasing a sigh of relief. Phew. You can rest assured, father. This son of yours will still be able to find a wife. Stretching his neck one final time, he crossed his legs. Now, time to heal. Immediately, his jovial and relaxed expression was replaced by one of focus. Gradually, white aura formed around him before it slowly turned red. In the process, his hair slowly rose up while also clustering together. His eyes turned red in real time, their previous cerulean color fading away to reveal crimson red. Su 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 su. Entering the suppressed state of his transformation, the blonde sat cross-legged with the balls of his fists pressed against each other. Red flame-like aura covered him like a shroud, the cloak of ki making him appear like a god. A god. No. A demigod. Aurelia never failed to be mesmerized by such a scene. With how peaceful he appeared, he was like a benevolent Buddha. But that aura surrounding him indicated otherwise. That red aura with his black hair, his crimson gaze glazed over in focus, and those tense muscles covering his torso made him seem like a god. And with his power, he had the qualifications to assume such a title. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. Aurelia never failed to be mesmerized by such a scene. With how peaceful he appeared, he was like a benevolent Buddha. But that aura surrounding him indicated otherwise. That red aura with his black hair, his crimson gaze glazed over in focus, and those tense muscles covering his torso made him seem like a god. And with his power, he had the qualifications to assume such a title. DxD. Su. 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 Slowly, the injuries on Igor's body healed at a visible rate. All the bruises gradually vanished along with the signs of fatigue on his skin. With his eyes closed, Igor focused on circulating all the demi-ki around his body. With the subtle healing factor imbued within it, it would only take him a few complete circulations to completely heal his body. But, such an ability would not come without a significant cost. Gru, gru. Feeling his stomach growl violently, the blonde couldn't ignore the pains of hunger. I'll never get used to this. Canceling his transformation, his hair slowly fell to the ground while his aura receded into his body. Subconsciously turning his head to look at Aurelia, he couldn't help but remember his other sister. It's been too long since I've seen Aazel and Akino. Having gone so long without seeing those two familiar faces, a part of him couldn't help but worry. A few months must have passed in the real world. No one caused trouble for them, right? With the massacre of the Heimjima happening directly underneath the noses of the Shinto pantheon, the blonde knew he had stepped on many toes regarding that incident. He didn't regret exacting vengeance on the clan, but he couldn't be at peace knowing that he wasn't there. Closing his eyes in focus, he once again tried to will himself to leave the time chamber, but like always, he couldn't. His body barely flickered for a moment before it stopped. Hiya. I still can't exit the time chamber. He had been trying for years, but he couldn't leave the time chamber. Even the massive door seemed to be locked, barring his exit. Damn it. I just hope that old man Barakquil has returned by now. Sister Claria wouldn't have let him stay away for long. And if Uncle Aazel is involved, then at least they can keep Auntie, Akino, and Aazel safe. He had no hope but to be optimistic like this. This matter concerned the safety and well-being of his loved ones, especially Aazel. Vasco had entrusted Aazel's safety to him in hopes that while he dealt with the internal affairs of the church, he would safeguard her since she was a well-known prime target. No. She's safe. They're safe. Nothing has happened to them. Nothing will happen to them. Nothing can happen to them otherwise. No. Don't think about it. This matter is already out of my control. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, he stood up. I still have 3 years left. I have to maximize my training and gain as much strength as possible during this time. Adjusting his mood, he was about to walk forward when he suddenly came face to face with Aurelia. To be specific, she was so close to him that their noses were almost touching. Vein twitch. Almost releasing a mouth blast on instinct, the blonde was now stuck with puffed cheeks since he couldn't just release it on his sister. Turning his head to the side, he released the accumulated ki through a large mouth blast. Pway. Boom. Wiping his mouth of spit, he turned to glare at Aurelia. What are you doing? I was this close to blowing your head off, sister. Yet instead of replying, all Aurelia did was continue to look into his eyes, with a judgmental, yet worried gaze. You've been losing your focus more and more frequently these past few weeks. Such a sentence was so out of the blue that the blonde found most of his anger dissipating. Really? The worry in her gaze gradually turned blank at the stupidity of his words. You are someone who was trained by the great sage himself in sensing aura. Your perception at the very least is unrivaled within your generation. Yet somehow, I who wasn't actively trying to evade your presence, was able to walk up to you without your knowledge. A hint of embarrassment formed on Igor's face. All right. I admit my mind has been wandering these past few weeks. But, I'm just worried for the others, that's all. Touched at his care for the others, she decided to reassure him. Do not worry so much, Igor. Nothing will happen to them. Besides, worrying about something out of your control is rather pointless. Heh. Those were my exact thoughts too, sister. Oh. So you can think after all. Yep. I sure can dash. Realization. Hey. Fufu dot. With a golden teleportation circle forming beneath her, the Silverette smiled warmly at the blonde. I am pleased to know that Lord Demori does have a brain after all. Vuong. Oh no you don't. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, Igor began searching for her presence. Calling me an idiot and thinking you can get away with it. Amidst his mumbling, he finally found her presence appear in their room. Well, you have another thing coming. Tsui. DxD. Aazel was in a crux. Ever since he returned to Kuo, he had been bombarded by shocking news from every angle. Barely 3 weeks had passed and he still couldn't process the myriad of news he had received from both Claria and his informants. From the massacre of the Heimjima at Igor's hands, to the miraculous revival of Shuri at Amaterasu's hands, all those were big pieces of news. He didn't even want to get started on Shiva's involvement in all of this. Overlooking the town of Kuo from the balcony on Claria's mansion, the Fallen couldn't help but release a sigh. There were still signs of construction happening, but compared to 2 weeks ago, it was much better. 1999, who knew it would be such a turbulent year? Taking a sip from the coffee mug in his hand, he chuckled. I suppose it is a great way to end the millennium. It was still early morning. The sun had just barely peeked through the clouds and the winds from the cold night were still billowing. Wearing a gown and some slippers, Aazel was content to simply enjoy this breeze. But, he had something of vital importance to do. It's been 20 days since anyone has last seen Barakquil. Even my informants can't find him. While each brother did have certain means of finding each other, it was possible to disable them. But, Aazel knew there was still a possible method he could use to locate his brother. HAAA, I guess it means I'll have to see Shuri then. He was a bit hesitant in meeting his sister-in-law. After all, although somewhat illogical, a part of him did partially blame himself for what happened to her. As the wife to a cadre of Grigori, she should have received extra protective measures. It was an oversight on his part, an oversight that almost cost them dearly. He could only be thankful to Igor because without him, the possibility of Amaterasu resurrecting Shuri would have been pitifully low. But, supreme class, huh? If there was anything that surprised Aazel the most, it was Igor surpassing all of them and reaching the realm of supreme class. That news was even more astonishing than Shiva being present in Kyoto. Time chamber or not, Igor reaching the realm of supreme class in less than a century was nothing short of proof of just how monstrous he was. And if he really did disappear into the time chamber with that lass? His mind suddenly churned at the possibilities. Should we expect children, or a more powerful blonde? He had only seen Aurelia, or Kuroheim, as she used to be called, with blonde hair. He could clearly remember how beautiful she was and could only imagine how beautiful she would be with white hair. He. With a pretty girl like that, not even a monk could resist not touching her for 10 years. With a perverted grin on his face, he was about to descend into a field of fantasies when he was suddenly interrupted by a pair of arms circling his waist. Looking down, he was met with Claria's pouting face. Pretty girl, huh? Claria was also in a black gown, only. With her hair tied in a messy bun, it was evident that she had just woken up. Walking around barefoot, she was far less concerned about the cold tiles and more concerned about who this pretty girl was that had Aazel grinning like this. But, Aazel was already used to such situations of jealous girlfriends and knew how to diffuse them. Smiling warmly at his lover, he placed a palm on her back and began gently rubbing it. There are many pretty girls in the world, Claria-chan. But none. Lowering his head, he steadily approached her lips. As pretty. Chew. As you. Chew. With Claria caught in a daze. Cute. He couldn't help but steal a deep kiss from her. The Silverette was caught in momentary surprise. The sudden feeling of his lips aroused a tingly feeling all over her body. Instead of trying to push him away, she pulled him closer. With her arms behind his neck and his on her waist, they shared a warm kiss under the morning sun for a whole minute before she finally ran out of breath. HAAA, 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 HAAA. Hiding her face on his stomach, she didn't want him to see how flushed her face was. there was no way she would admit that she actually enjoyed it. Feeling embarrassed at how he so easily tamed her, she tried putting on a brave front. Fine. I'll forgive you for your earlier comment. Badump. Feeling his heart tighten at how cute she appeared, Aazel could no longer hold himself back. Tightening his grip on her waist, he picked her up. Kia. What are you doing, Az? Before she could complain any further, he kissed her neck. Ynnn. Her toes curled at the sudden feeling of her neck being sucked. Instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist, Claria let herself drown into his embrace. As for Aazel, his fire had been stoked and he would need an hour or two to calm down. I'll look for you later, brother. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. Kia. What are you doing, Az? Before she could complain any further, he kissed her neck. Ynnn. Her toes curled at the sudden feeling of her neck being sucked. Instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist, Claria let herself drown into his embrace. As for Aazel, his fire had been stoked and he would need an hour or two to calm down. I'll look for you later, brother. DxD. Aquino. Can you go and check if Asia is done with her bath? Breakfast is almost ready. Yes, Mama. In the Heimjima household, morning preparations for breakfast were already underway. The aroma of fried meat and vegetables filled the house and the sound of sizzling pans silenced the bird calls outside. The house was busy with the pitter-patter of footsteps and the stairs seeing frequent use. Contrary to her kind personality, Shuri was rather strict in how she enforced the rules of her house. Despite it only being 8 o'clock, no one was allowed to be asleep beyond that time. With 3 plates having been laid out and pans sizzling with oil on the stove, breakfast was almost complete. With Aquino having left to call Asia, Shuri was left alone in the kitchen to continue with her work. Humming a melodious tune, she went about stirring the onions she was frying. Ever since Asia arrived, she had begun mixing in Western cuisine in consideration for the little blonde who couldn't quite stomach true Japanese foods, which would consist of squid, octopi, and other traditional cuisine. It wasn't an inconvenience to her to have to change their whole palate. Trying new things to cook was always enjoyable for her, so there were no problems. And it was always especially enjoyable to watch Asia consume plate after plate of food. Just like her brother. Seeing Asia always made her think of him. Even though their time together was so short it could be counted in hours, his presence was the most impactful since her resurrection. It's only been 20 days since he vanished. I hope he's all right. She felt her heart tighten in worry since. But where could he be? There was no sign of his disappearance. All she knew was that the forest became quiet and Claria telling her he vanished along with Aurelia in a pillar of light. Doof. 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 Hearing multiple footsteps come down the stairs, she cleared her thoughts and put on a smile as heads full of blonde hair and black hair entered the door. Asia. Good morning. The little blonde ran up to Shuri and gave her a hug. Good morning, Auntie. How are you? I'm fine too, Asia. Why don't you and Aquino take your seats while I dish up, Okay, Auntie. Yes, Mama. The little girls went over and took their seats while Shuri began dishing up. With the clatter of metal against ceramic, she first dished food for the girls before finally ending with herself. Knowing how voracious Asia was, there was still a lot of food left for anyone who would want seconds. Taking her seat at the head of the table, the 2 girls waited for her to sit down and take the first bite before they finally followed. And that was the moment when their eating habits were revealed. Fitting her personality, Shuri was allegiant in her way of consuming food. Using a mix of chopsticks and a knife to eat, not even her nails were dirted. As for the 2 girls, Shuri could never get used to how they seemed to eat like animals. At the very least, Aquino was better. Asia was a different story entirely. Ignoring the cutlery placed on the table, the little blonde was very traditional in using her hands to stuff her face. With her cheeks containing traces of onion rings, fried eggs, and breadcrumbs, she continued to eat without caring for her image. Shuri could only be thankful that Aquino was somewhat refined. Although her daughter also used her hands, at least she would pick up her fork every once in a while. But she was still messy in her eating. Just from observing, she could tell that their eating habits reeked of Igor's influence. But compared to the blonde, they weren't so fast that they left after images. In a way, him stuffing his face certainly looked better than these 2 who had their cheeks filled to the brim with food. Sigh. She could only be thankful that they closed their mouths when they chewed. Knock, knock, knock. A trace of nervousness appeared on Shuri's face. Just from her senses, she could tell that the person at the door was a fallen angel. The problem was, she couldn't tell who it was. Apart from Aquino, the only other person she knew who was a fallen angel was Barakquil. Clang. Hearing the name, Aquino dropped her utensils on her plate, a look of shock on her face. Papa. Naturally, she also heard the knock on the door. But when she heard her mother say her father's name, it was like a switch had been turned on. Krrr. Pushing back her chair, she got off her seat and darted straight for the door. Hey Aquino. Shuri tried to stop her, but it was already a foregone conclusion. I'm not ready. Having to potentially meet the father of her child, her emotions were all over the place. From contempt to nervousness, she didn't know how to feel. But thankfully, her worst fears were soon calmed when she heard her daughter call out a title other than father. Uncle Aazel. Hello, Aquino. My, you sure have gotten a lot bigger since I last saw you. What are you? 9, now. When Shuri walked around the corner, she came face to face with a familiar, yet unfamiliar face. Aazel, did he appear in Igor's memories? Figuring that maybe he did appear briefly, she cancelled that thought and walked over towards them. Good morning, Aazel. The fallen who was pinching a struggling Aquino's cheeks widened his eyes when he saw Shuri. Well, I'll be. Aazel observed Shuri, and what he saw truly surprised him. Is this really Shuri? Just the vitality alone he sensed from her made her seem like a woman fresh out of her teenage years. Shuri. You've grown younger. Finally letting go of Aquino's chubby cheeks, he approached Shuri with wondrous eyes. It's like you're 23 instead of 33. And, it's good to see you're all right. Seeing her in person like this, he was genuinely happy for her miraculous recovery. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Aazel. Please. Just as Aazel is fine. After all, your family. Shuri felt a bit complicated hearing such a statement. But before Aazel could ask her what was wrong, Aquino hurriedly grabbed the helms of his coat and asked excitedly. Uncle. Are you here to help us find Papa? Head. Ruffling her hair, he responded to her question. Of course. He is my brother too, you know. Yay. Then let me get my things quickly, Uncle. Do. Ah. Wait a moment, Aquino. With already one foot on the stairs, Aquino turned to face Aazel with a questioning gaze. Is something wrong, Uncle? Chuckling sheepishly, the Cadre explained. Listen, Aquino. Before we go, I need to talk to your mother for a bit, privately. Oh, okay. Then I'll be waiting, Uncle. Not being a stranger to such requests, Aquino gave them some space and returned back to the kitchen. With both Aazel and Shuri left standing alone in the hallway, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Initially, Aazel was going to ask for help, but after spotting Shuri's earlier expression when he said your family, he could guess that her amnesia did more damage than he thought. HAAA. I should have came with Claria. Scratching the back of his head, he was about to reveal his intentions when Shuri cut him off. Please follow me, Aazel. Leading the way into the living room, she gestured for him to sit on the sofa before she also sat down next to him. Not wanting for there to be any lingering husband, she got straight to the point. I believe your visit isn't just for pleasantries. Compared to before, her voice was a little sharp, far different from her usual welcoming tone. It was clear that hearing Barakquil's name was like a switch that offset her mood. And if it wasn't even more obvious, the picture of the men in question wasn't hung on the walls of the hallway like usual. All right, Shuri. Getting into business mode, he stopped all unnecessary pleasantries. I won't ask when. I won't ask why. The reason I'm here today is because I need your help in finding my brother Dash. Cuba. He is in Cuba. In a town called Barakquil. Aazel could see it. Her expression was calm, but he could see the immense disappointment in her eyes. And from how she casually recited this information, it was glaringly obvious that she knew his whereabouts for a long time. He was hoping to quickly copy her magic signature and quietly retrieve that book from where it was hidden, find his brother, and bring him back in a stretcher. It was a crude plan, possibly ranking on elementary in its execution. But it was one that maybe would have worked considering the current situation. But with Shuri knowing his whereabouts and how that book would specifically log the person's current state, his plan went down the drain. Brother. Would it have killed you to at least come back and bury your wife if you thought she was dead? He could understand his grief. After all, he wouldn't know what to do with himself if he had possibly lost Claria to Saraphal that day. I see. Shuri revealing the knowledge of Barakquil's location yet doing nothing about such knowledge already indicated that she had no intention of pursuing him or possibly reconciling. And the worst part was, Aazel couldn't blame her. I apologize. As his elder brother, I am also ashamed of his actions and can offer no excuses on his behalf. Of course there are no excuses. Putting myself aside. Clenches skirt. He abandoned his daughter. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. Shuri revealing the knowledge of Barakquil's location yet doing nothing about such knowledge already indicated that she had no intention of pursuing him or possibly reconciling. And the worst part was, Aazel couldn't blame her. I apologize. As his elder brother, I am also ashamed of his actions and can offer no excuses on his behalf. Of course there are no excuses. Putting myself aside. Clenches skirt. He abandoned his daughter. DxD. And there it was. The main reason he did not want to visit Shuri without Barakquil in tow. It's one thing to abandon me. But to abandon his daughter. Shuri couldn't prevent her eyes from becoming red. I've barely known Aquino for a month, Aazel. But I already know it in my heart that no matter what, I would never abandon her. So I can't just dash. Her hands were clenched so tightly around her skirt that veins were already bulging. I just can't understand how he could do something like this. She couldn't imagine herself doing the same. Abandon Aquino. Just the thought alone caused her heart to ache. Aazel couldn't even offer a response. Despite not being the target of her words, even he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Brother, oh brother. Even if he had 9 tongues to help him, there was no reason he could think of to justify his brother abandoning Aquino for so long. She still thinks of her father. She misses him. I always hear her cry for him in her sleep. But, apparently he's too busy having a good time in Cuba. Just yesterday, she had reviewed the logs and without any change, his current condition was always good 4 days in succession. If I wasn't here, who would take care of Aquino? Please answer me, Aazel. If I wasn't here, who would have the time to take care of Aquino? The answer was obvious. There was barely anyone who could dedicate that much time to looking after a 9-year-old child. Aazel was the leader of a faction. Claria was an overseer *, and Igor had no need to be mentioned. He himself was a child with no assets to his name. With some of the other options not even having met Aquino, not even the remaining result was suitable. She can't even enter an orphanage due to her heritage, Aazel. The church would. She left it unsaid, but the result was glaringly apparent. It was already known that numerous factions, especially the church, would prowl orphanages looking for sacred gear wielders. If they found Aquino, a hybrid of a fallen angel and a human, killing her on the spot would be the best mercy compared to the other atrocious actions that could be committed. I may have lost my memories, Aazel. But I have not remained ignorant. And I am sure that he would know what fate would befall his daughter should she be left alone. Her gaze turned dark as she looked at Aazel with eyes filled with endless disappointment. Yet not once did he return. It was over. He suspected it when he first met her. But now, he was completely sure. Any notion of this family truly recovering had been crushed like porcelain. Even if somehow they could find a way to reconcile, their relationship would never progress to how it was before. The amount of disappointment he could see in her eyes far transcended that caused by infidelity. Sigh. Scratching the back of his head, Aazel stood up. Shuri. I cannot say I understand your pain nor will I attempt to do so. But right now, there is only one way to get to the truth of the matter. Stretching out his hand, it was clear what his intentions were. Barakquil, Cuba, right? All of this will be solved if we meet my brother in person. Shuri quietly contemplated this. By accepting, she would finally meet her husband in person. There was still some apprehension in meeting him, especially with her already existing preconceptions of him. But, Daddy, I miss you. She would do it for Aquino. All right. Grabbing his hand, she stood up. I want to see him too. DxD. July 16, 1999, August 5, 1999, Barakquil, Cuba, 1830, August 4. It was already nighttime in the small town of Barakquil. With the darkening skies signifying the end of the working day, there was lots of traffic on the road from people going to and coming from work. With the street lights brightening the darkening surroundings, only the alleyways were left in the dark. Vuong. Shuri and Barakquil appeared. After sorting out some arrangements and making sure Aquino and Asia would not face any trouble for the next hour at most, Shuri was resolved to see this matter through as quickly as possible. As such, without waiting for any prompt from Aazel, she took out the logbook and flipped towards the most recent entry. With fluid movements, she spread her palm on an empty page and channeled her mana. Immediately, a purple magic circle formed and as it formed, Shuri muttered a name. Barakquil. Zuu. At her command, the circle morphed into a compass that immediately pointed eastwards with even the number of meters showing. The meaning was simple. They were to head east for 2 kilometers. Closing the book, Shuri took the lead. Let's go, Aazel. With a serious demeanor, she stepped out of the alley and marched forward with a determined gaze. Having changed out of her normal clothes for her old black mission attire, her gait was unrestricted. Aazel stood quietly as he watched her seamlessly blend into the flow of traffic. With all black clothing hidden underneath a black robe, it should have been impossible for her to blend in. Even just adding the black scarf covering half her face, it should have made her stick out like a sore thumb. It hasn't even been 10 seconds and I've already lost sight of her. Acknowledging her skill, he shoved his hands into his pockets and followed after. Seamlessly blending into the traffic, he was gradually able to catch up to her. Chatter, 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 chatter. Walking along with the people on the sidewalk, Shuri walked forward with a determined gaze. Her eyes were solely focused on her destination without any thoughts of encouraging deviation. Coming within a few hundred meters of an intersection, she saw the congested traffic and realized that a necessary detour was required. Slipping into another alley, she applied a basic illusion on herself and calmly waited. Just a moment later, Aazel also stepped into the alley and stood next to her. Shuri, without waiting for him to say a word, directly told him what she would do next. Rooftops. Without wasting a second, she immediately ran up the walls of the 3-floor apartment building. From a normal person's perspective, she would have appeared as a black shadow at best. Having reached the top, she vanished from view. Aazel couldn't help but sigh. I don't know why she's so adamant on being secretive like this. Before they left Kuo, she was adamant in approaching Barakquil secretly. Whether it was because she wanted to observe him secretly or some other reason, he didn't know. But for now, he would follow her. Su. DxD. Ta. 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 Swoosh. Ta. 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 Shuri ran swiftly across the rooftops without the slightest pause. Nimbly navigating around rooftop amenities like pipes and ventilation shafts, the only time when her stride would be broken would be when she was jumping from one rooftop to another. As she ran towards where Barakquil's location was, Shuri was not in fact nervous about meeting the men like Aazel thought. Call it a hunch, but over the course of these past 2 weeks, she had become suspicious of Barakquil. In the logs, apart from that one time where it was moderate, it had always been logged as good. From what she found out, moderate only means that normal functioning capacity has been slightly impaired, but not too much. Excessive training, general sickness, and fatigue are examples. A bad state, disregarding normal sleep, means normal functioning capacity is severely impaired and can mean a debilitating injury, long-term paralysis, or even unconsciousness. But ta. 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 Swoosh. Ta. 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 All this time, his state has been logged as good. For a man who had lost his wife, it was odd. Even depression would be logged as moderate, since it would impair the body's normal functioning capacity. But for his state to be logged as good 4 consecutive days on end, it was too abnormal. Shuri did not wish harm or ill will on Barakquil. But what she did want to know was what was it that could make a man who had seemingly lost everything recover so quickly. I want to see exactly what it is that made him forget us. Ta. 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 Swoosh. An. Aazel was the leader of a faction. Claria was an overseer * and Igor had no need to be mentioned. He himself was a child with no assets to his name. Explanation: I'm assuming that either Saraphal was joking about dismissing Claria, or that she hasn't issued a formal notice. Chapter 134, Chapter 134. For a man who had lost his wife, it was odd. Even depression would be logged as moderate, since it would impair the body's normal functioning capacity. But for his state to be logged as good 4 consecutive days on end, it was too abnormal. Shuri did not wish harm or ill will on Barakquil. But what she did want to know was what was it that could make a man who had seemingly lost everything recover so quickly. I want to see exactly what it is that made him forget us. Ta. 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 Swoosh. DxD. Conventional teleportation magic was relatively easy to detect. Higher entities could especially sense if someone was about to teleport next to them. Knowing such a fact, it was why Shuri was adamant that they did not teleport directly to Barakquil's coordinates. Her reasoning was irrational. She couldn't even fully justify it to herself why she wanted to approach him secretly. It was just a desire she had and she would see it through. Steadily reaching their destination, she took out the book again just to confirm the remaining distance. Zoo. With the familiar purple magic circle forming, it continued pointing westwards alongside the remaining distance. 300 meters remaining. Closing the book and tucking it back into her inner pockets, she surveyed the situation ahead. The general height of the buildings had decreased to average 2-floor constructions. There were numerous billboards perforating the storefronts of each building she was running on top of. From furniture retailers, to supermarkets, to even barbers, it was all there. The neon signs had lit up to expose all sorts of fancy titles in bold colors to attract tourists. Yet even though she qualified as a tourist, exploring the town was the last thing on her mind. Ta. 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 Having already calculated that she had advanced by roughly 150 meters, her eyes glanced around before she found an alley she could descend into. Standing at the edge of the building, she carefully observed the situation down below, both with her eyes and with her ears. Clear. Swoosh. Krrrrr. Jumping off and sliding down the vertical walls, her fall was slowed down enough that she could jump off and land safely without having to use her mana star. With how close she was to Barakquil, she didn't want to possibly tip him off by using any sort of energy. With her concealing magic having been dispelled as well, she once again surveyed the area to make sure no one saw her stunt. Clear. Ta, 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 ta. This time, she did not run, but walked casually. Walking towards the exit of the alley. Sue. She was soon joined by Aazel, who instantly appeared next to her. Both walked out of the alleyway normally while navigating the piss-filled puddles and rusty rubbish bins. Yet despite their clear elite-class appearance, neither showed any sort of aversion to the stench of urine, feces, and rotting food. While Aazel was donned in a suit with a dark coat draped over, Shuri could certainly be mistaken for a rich woman from the colder countries. With a smooth long black cloak and scarf, her appearance would certainly raise a few eyebrows, but they would be more along the likes of envy or admiration over suspicion. As the both of them walked, she examined her gloved hands for any damages. After sliding down the wall, she inwardly gave a nod of approval when she saw that the material still held well. After all, this outfit she was wearing hadn't seen use in over a decade. It was only thanks to her former self storing it properly that the material didn't rot. Satisfied with her current state, they finally exited the alleyway and blended into the flow of traffic. 15 meters now. Having mentally calculated the distance, she guessed that her target would most likely be inside the restaurant ahead. Sabor, Caribeño. As she read the name of the restaurant, Aazel offered an explanation for the name. It means Caribbean flavor. And judging by how full it is, people must really love it. And right he was. The restaurant was absolutely packed with more patrons coming in than going out. The atmosphere inside was jovial with relaxing music playing inside. Waitresses walked about with trays full of food or menus for newly arrived customers. With decorative banners, balloons, and lighting, there was clearly a festival of sorts that was happening, especially when out of the corner of her eye, Shuri could see special price offers titled Havana Celebration Specials in the menus that were carried around. But such things were unimportant to her. Standing outside with Aazel, her only goal was to find if Barakquil was on this floor or upstairs. Scanning the area with her eyes, her expression remained neutral even when she couldn't see Barakquil. Continuing to look around, she spoke with Aazel. Please remain here while I search the first floor. Her words trailed off as she saw a tall man with a gruff beard walk out the back with 2 trays of food on his tanned muscled arms. Unlike the long coat she saw in the pictures, he was in a black striped shirt completed with a bow tie. With the sleeves rolled up, he had black suit pants and some stylish shoes to complete the look. The biggest addition he had, however, was the black apron he was wearing with the words, Sabor Caribeño, embroidered on it. She watched no. She was frozen stiff in shock and disbelief. Her daughter was crying for him in her sleep, yet here he was playing waiter on the other side of the world. Her eyes followed his figure as he walked towards a table of customers and handed them their order with a smile on his face. Her brain seemed to stop working as he delivered his last tray to the following table. Watching him return to the kitchen, he was intercepted by another tanned woman who grabbed his arm and gave him a quick peck on the lips. And the worst part was, he smiled. Crack. It was broken. The last shred of hope she had for him was broken. He didn't dodge. He didn't fight. He didn't push her away or even show any dissatisfaction on his face. It hadn't even been a month since she died and he was already frolicking with another woman while his daughter had to live without a father. Shying. All she had left was pure hatred. Drawing out a short sword from her waist, she was about to blindly rush forward when Aazel wrapped his arm around her waist while another restrained her arms. Let me go. Let me go. All she saw was red. The pure hatred on her face was glaringly visible as she looked at Barakquil like how a priest would glare at a demon. She thrashed about violently, but Azazel's arms were like a vice. Twisting her body to and fro, she even kicked out with her legs, but it was futile. Aazel held her down while trying to calm her down, but it was for naught. Shoo dash. Why? Whyyyyyyyyyyyy. Her wails of anger and anguish were heard even by the patrons inside the restaurant. Their eyes darted to this foreign woman who was causing a scene outside. Some held looks of distaste. Most had confusion. Few, upon seeing the tears on her face, felt a trace of pity for her. But one person felt as if his world had been rekindled. Shock, suspicion, realization, and hope. Those were the emotions Barakquil felt upon gazing at his wife. Shuri. He found himself walking towards her, but her piercing gaze filled with hatred stopped him in his tracks. Eyes that used to look at him tenderly with love now glared at him like a sworn enemy. Locking eyes with her husband, tears of pain and betrayal flowed down her face. She didn't understand why, but she felt an immeasurable pain in her heart. It was like someone took a knife and twisted it in inside. Barakquil. Her voice came out hoarse. Why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to us? Why? The crowd of people around her had already cleared a space, especially when they saw the rather long blade that she had clutched tightly in her arms. But Shuri didn't care about them. Her focus was on her husband. The men who abandoned her. The men who abandoned his daughter. Tell me why? As the men stood frozen without answering, Shuri became so angry that her skin turned red. You left me. You left Aquino. You left your family. And for what? For what? Aazel did not try to silence nor calm her down. He only held her tightly while looking at his brother. Even now as he witnessed it, he still couldn't believe it, couldn't rationalize it. He out of all people knew how much Barakquil loved Shuri. But the facts were right before his eyes. His brother was caught red-handed with another woman. And that woman was fidgeting under Shuri's intense glare. Did you know that he had a family? Did you know that while he was here, his daughter cried day and night for his return? She couldn't keep her voice from breaking as she looked at Barakquil. Yet this time, there was only immense sadness. 20 days. You've been gone for 20 days, Barakquil. She wasn't even struggling anymore. In all 20 of those days, have you not once thought about coming home? Her eyes that had dried up welled up in tears again. Have you not thought of your daughter? Her eyes were flooded with so much tears that her vision had become blurry. Answer me. Does she matter that little to you? Barakquil had no words that he could say. His mind was still reeling from the fact that his wife was alive. Yet before he could get excited, he was confronted with her sudden hatred. His mind was suddenly caught in a whirlwind of happiness, surprise, shock, and despair that he couldn't even think. Shuri, it's not what you think. Liar. I've seen the book. Not once have you left this place. Not once. Are you telling me that she is worth more than your daughter? DxD. Aazel had long since sensed Barakquil's whereabouts. The moment they were a few hundred meters away, he had detected his brother. Naturally, his ability to erase his presence and the stealth enchantments on Shuri's clothes made Barakquil unable to do the same. Maybe if he was focused, it would have been possible. But that was not the case in his current state. As smart as Aazel was, he would have never expected that his brother of all people would be having another relationship. Not that it was wrong, but the timing was just atrocious. Even as he held back Shuri, even as the minutes trickled by, he still couldn't process what he just saw. Let me go, Aazel. Let me go. With Barakquil's pathetic explanation of, it's not what it looks like, her anger had been reawakened. She was struggling furiously to regain control of her blade arm trapped within Azazel's hold. He did not acquiesce to her request. He of all people knew what would happen if he let her go. And knowing that her current state was too volatile, he had to resort to some extreme methods to silence her. Sorry, Shuri. We'll talk properly when you wake up. Pa. With super quick movements, he tapped the back of her neck and effectively knocked her out. Feeling her body slump in his arms, he tossed her over his shoulder while also grabbing her blade. Having subdued her, he turned to look at his brother. Claria's mansion. With a very, very disappointed gaze. You have some explaining to do. Not caring for the bystanders observing the situation, a teleportation circle formed underneath him before he vanished along with Shuri. Vuong. Anne. Jumping off and sliding down the vertical walls, her fall was slowed down enough that she could jump off and land safely without having to use her mana asterisk. Explanation: as far as my knowledge extends, it was never specified exactly what type of energy those from the 5 principal clans use. So until I am corrected, mana will be used to specify the energy type the average human can use. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. With super quick movements, he tapped the back of her neck and effectively knocked her out. Feeling her body slump in his arms, he tossed her over his shoulder while also grabbing her blade. Having subdued her, he turned to look at his brother. Claria's mansion. With a very, very disappointed gaze. You have some explaining to do. Not caring for the bystanders observing the situation, a teleportation circle formed underneath him before he vanished along with Shuri. Vuong. DxD. August 16, 1999 to August 5, 1999, Kuo Town, Japan, 20 days since Igor and Aurelia vanished. Compared to the bustling nightlife in Barakquil, it was peaceful here in Kuo. It was nearing the times of late morning and the sun had fully peaked out. Since it was Thursday, schools were operational and people were already at work. The streets were relatively empty with only a few vehicles and pedestrians roaming about. Reconstruction was already in its closing stages with only a few non-vital jobs left. Tasks such as clearing the streets of shattered glass were still ongoing with uniformed workers sweeping the streets and pavements for the remaining pieces. But compared to the zero-day incident, today was much more calmer, a bit more casual. Yet, that could always easily change. Vuong. Back in Claria's mansion, Aazel appeared in the office of the owner with Shuri tossed over his shoulder. The silverette that was initially working on documents had her raised smile morph into confusion, before being completely replaced by fear and concern. Krrrr. Abruptly standing up from her chair, there were no pleasantries issued nor elegance used in her actions. What happened? Aazel could only sigh in exasperation. Barakquil happened. I had to knock her out. Just thinking back to how he had to restrain her made him feel tired. Unnecessary strenuous activities was truly something he would prefer to avoid at all costs. As for the silverette, upon hearing that Shuri was only unconscious with no injuries, her state of panic finally relaxed. Oh. That's good. Faced with Azazel's answer, Claria could only accept it as she sat down again. Although she normally wouldn't approve of his method, she trusted his judgment enough to know that if there were less intense methods, he would have used them. How horrible was it? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Claria. Letting that tidbit of information sink in, Claria decided to first prepare some accommodations for her unconscious friend. Pressing a buzzer on her desk, a dull sound played before without any delay. Vuong. One of her servants teleported into the office. It was a rather old portly male with a short stature. With noble clothing similar to that worn by the French upper class in the Renaissance time period, his out-of-place attire made him seem like a target not worth taking seriously. However, the gaze in his eyes was sharp as he radiated the power of a high-class devil. Madame Claria. I am at your service. Never failing to find his evident French accent delightful to the ears, she respectfully replied to him. Be at ease. I have a simple task for you. Please take good care of my friend here. With Aazel gesturing for the servant to take Shuri, the servant once again bowed. I will endeavor to complete this task successfully, Madame Claria. With the fallen having gently eased Shuri into his arms, the servant promptly left the office via teleportation. Vuong. Feeling the presence of her servant appear again 4 rooms away, she found his usage of teleportation for such a short distance rather odd. No matter how many times she did it, she never understood why. Regardless, now that Shuri was taken care of, it was time to tackle the reason why she had to be knocked out in the first place. Sitting properly on her desk, she clasped her fists together before placing them under her chin. This issue concerned her best friend, so this required her full attention. All right. What did he do? Her aura had shifted into what Aazel liked to call her analytical mode. In such a state, he knew that he would not need to be long-winded, especially when he himself was still troubled by Barakquil's actions. Taking the seat opposite her, he got straight to the point. My brother was kissed by a woman, and Shuri saw it. In the supernatural world, such scenes were not something to make such a fuss about, especially if the man involved was strong. Barakquil certainly did qualify as a strong man with a strong standing in the supernatural world. Him having an affair or two would not be something to write home about. However. What? This scenario was rather complicated, so complicated that even Claria, who could pride herself on her ability to keep her composure, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Aazel. Are you saying that, for the past 3 weeks? It was a sentence that did not need to be completed. With a tired sigh, he confirmed her guess. Yes. For these past few weeks, Barakquil had been in Cuba with this woman. And from how he was even helping her in the restaurant, this relationship possibly isn't new. In fact, it possibly may predate Shuri's death. Claria lowered her head in thought, the shock of the situation giving way to a realization. The memory of him having a woman scent and the guilt in his eyes still remained as clear as day in her head. You're right, Aazel. Barakquil is not one known for his promiscuity, so you are right to have doubts. But when he returned to Kuo after Shuri's death, I once caught the scent of a woman on him. Therefore, I am willing to guess that same scent I caught belongs to the same woman you saw. Aazel couldn't even reply to such a statement. He had never asked why Barakquil came so late. He only knew that the reason he left was that his daughter directly told him she hated him. He could understand why he left. Being told such words by his daughter right after he lost his wife must have been hard for him. But he also found it rather idiotic that he took the words of a child so seriously. A woman. Yet, there were limits to stupidity. There were limits to irresponsibility. Yes, Aazel. Shuri died because of that Wadash. No. Do not fault that woman for my brother's mistakes. Standing up, from the chair, Azazel's face darkened. My brother can fight with gods and win. A human woman can never do anything to him, never mind force him. If anything, it is my brother who is at fault for being so weak-willed. Silence. A long silence introduced itself after Azazel's statement. Claria had a hand to her forehead while the fallen had his head lowered. Whether it was in shame or disappointment, no one could tell. But the bulging veins on his clenched fists indicated one thing. He was angry. No need to speculate. He will explain everything. He was immensely disappointed when Barakquil had abandoned his wife and child for another life in Cuba. But now, he was angry because while his wife and child were in mortal danger, he was with another woman. As a cadre of Grigori, his actions were both disgraceful and inexcusable. As the governor of Grigori and as an elder brother, this was not something he could nor would casually ignore. He could ignore many of the antics his brothers got up to. But this had crossed the line, and there would be consequences for doing so. Turning his gaze towards the door, he felt the presence of Barakquil appear in the front yard. Just as Claria also stood up, he stopped her with a motion of his hand, his head not even turning to look at her. I will handle this. You take care of Shuri in case she wakes up. Without waiting for her reply. Sue. He vanished. DxD. Barakquil was in a daze. Everything had happened so quickly that he still couldn't believe his eyes. Shuri. His wife was alive and well. In fact, she was full of life. But. Damn it. They met at the worst possible time. Damn it all. Even as he stood quietly on the front lawn, he could feel her presence on the second floor. He so desperately wanted to barge in there, to see her, to touch her, hold, and kiss her. But, he couldn't bring himself to. He was self-aware of his actions and of how deplorable they were. He knew that he didn't deserve to touch her, despite his heart desperately aching to clench his fists. His wife, the one he wronged. His daughter, the one he abandoned. Not a single day passed by without thinking of them. His wife that he thought was dead and his daughter that he left alone. His actions were inexcusable, but he couldn't bring himself to come back, not to the place of his failures. He just wanted a few days to gather his thoughts, but such an excuse was pathetic in front of his actions, his crimes. The crime of failing as a husband. The crime of failing as a father. The crime of failing as a man. Just one was already a heavy enough weight on his shoulders. Yet, he committed all three. What a mess I've caused. Sue. Sigh. He dreaded it, but it seemed the time has come. Turning away from the window to the room Shuri was in, he came face to face with Aazel. Brother. He was met with no response. All he received in return was the icy gaze of his elder brother. On the day of Shuri's death, what were you doing? No greetings. No formalities. Aazel wanted an answer to this issue that grating him inside. Just looking at the pathetic appearance of his brother in a waiter's uniform made him want to skip questions and punish him on the spot. But. Before anything, I want to hear it from your mouth, Barakquil. Fists clench. On the night when your wife and daughter were attacked, no. Hunted, by the Heimjima clan, where were you? Aazel wanted no other knowledge. The fact that his brother was gone for almost 3 weeks was something inexcusable but understandable. Answer me. But if Shuri died while he was out there with another woman, Barakquil, then it wasn't just inexcusable. Where were you? It was unforgivable. Barakquil couldn't answer. To this day, it was his biggest regret. Due to his negligence, and due to his weak mind, his wife died and his daughter was left with trauma. It was his duty to protect them, but because of his weak will, he allowed himself to be swayed by a woman. He didn't know how to begin. With his head hung low in shame, he didn't know how to bring up such a horrible incident caused by a lapse in his judgment. But, he knew he had to answer. It was the very least he could do. I was in Cuba, with a woman. Goo. Crash. Without any hints or warning, he was suddenly punched in the face and sent flying across the yard before eventually crashing into the perimeter walls. Silence. Covered in pieces of rubble, Barakquil couldn't get up. The punch was so powerful that he was still in a state of disorientation. A large circular crack was left on the point where his back hit. Sitting on the ground with his head lowered in a daze, it was only thanks to the enchantment on the wall that he wasn't sent flying through it. Ta. Walking over to where Barakquil was currently lying on the ground, Aazel stepped onto the rubble and grabbed his brother by his neck. Without any scruples. Bang. He punched him in the gut. Poi. Coughing out saliva, Barakquil's eyes widened in pain. Despite causing his brother pain, Azazel's gaze remained firm. Your actions are unforgivable. Bang. Delivering another gut punch, Azazel was unfazed by the bits of spittle landing on his face and clothes. You brought disgrace upon Grigory. Bang. You failed in your responsibility as a husband. Bang. As a father. Bang. And as a cadre. Bang. What you did. Reeling his fist as far back as possible, memories of despairing fellow fallen flashed in his head. With those memories fueling his rage. Bang. He let loose a powerful gut punch on Barakquil. Arg. Blood flew out of his mouth, but Azazel remained unfazed. Bringing him closer, he looked at him directly in the eye with an angry, almost furious gaze. What you did is just like what our father did. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. And as a cadre. Bang. What you did. Reeling his fist as far back as possible, memories of despairing fellow fallen flashed in his head. With those memories fueling his rage. Bang. He let loose a powerful gut punch on Barakquil. Arg. Blood flew out of his mouth, but Azazel remained unfazed. Bringing him closer, he looked at him directly in the eye with an angry, almost furious gaze. What you did is just like what our father did. DxD. The existence known as God, an omniscient and omnipresent entity who was known in all realms. The creator of the world and the All-Father to both angels and humans. There was no one Azazel despised more than his father, the one who so willingly abandoned them without a shred of mercy. He had never shown it or even acted on it, but he harbored it. He hated God and everything he stood for. He hated how he abandoned his so-called children in their time of desperate need and turned his back upon them, even when he possessed the power to help them. And what Barakquil did is too similar to what God did. Bang. Striking his gut again, this time, he did not stop. Bang. 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 Delivering hit after hit, it was like multiple gunshots were going off. Barakquil couldn't even put up the barest hint of resistance. Despite his limbs not being restrained in any way, he already suffered a few too many liver shots. Resistance was just something he could not muster. What you are feeling now pales in comparison to the despair they felt. You had the power to stop everything. But your incompetence made your family suffer irreversible damage. Bang. 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 Held by the neck, the cadre of Grigory, a man with substantial standing in the world. Bang. Was reduced to a ragdoll. Endure it. Because I am not done yet. Azazel showed no indication of stopping. This man, who was normally the least likely to resort to violence, was showing exactly what would happen if he got angry. Yet, he was both angry and rational at the same time. This sort of rational anger was most often the most dangerous. Bang. He was angry enough to harm his own brother, but rational enough to just barely bring him to the brink of death. With the massive difference in strength between them, the power in his fists alone had already caused Barakquil to suffer severe internal bleeding. Real's fist. Along with ruptured organs. Stop, Azazel. You'll kill him at this rate. Flying down from the balcony, Claria couldn't bear it any more. The area of clothing around his waist area had been completely destroyed from Azazel's constant punches and gave way to a heavily bruised stomach. Rushing forward, she grabbed Azazel's fist that was already primed for another release. Please, Azazel. Calm down. Seeing him like this wasn't something she was used to. To see the men who occasionally cracked jokes and teased her all the time have a dark face like this was the last thing she wished to see on him. Standing in silence, Azazel had his head lowered, his eyes hidden underneath the shade of the sun. With Barakquil firmly within his grasp, he considered Claria's plea and ultimately decided to accept her request. Fine. Dropping him onto the ground, he turned to look at his woman. Seeing the ambiguous, yet frightened look on her face, he realized he may have gone a bit too far. Leaning down towards her. Chew. He gave her a kiss on her cheek. I'm sorry for scaring you like this, Claria. But, I need to be away for a bit. Because if I stay. With a teleportation circle forming underneath his feet, he gave one last look at Barakquil. I'll cripple him. Vuong. DxD. August 7, 1999, Kuo Town, Japan. 2 days had passed since Barakquil had been beaten into an unconscious state by Azazel. Having been laid in one of the guest rooms, his torso was revealed to be covered in bandages wrapped all the way around his midsection. The day was already nearing late evening with the rays of the sunset hovering over his face. As he slowly regained consciousness, he was met with vague, but frequent pleading that came from beyond the door. As his mind cleared, he was eventually able to make out the words being said. Please, Lady Shuri. Madame Claria asked me not to let you in. I beseech you. Do not make it difficult for me. Do not try to stop dash. Barakquil immediately sat up when he heard her voice, but the pain from his injuries caused him to hiss in pain. But that momentary pain paled in comparison to potentially seeing his wife again. Dakaang. Lady Shuri. Please dash. Yet in front of Shuri's confident stride, the portly man was unable to hold her back. Advancing forward, she met Barakquil's eyes but didn't pay attention to him. Turning back to the servant who was frozen by the door, she gently instructed him. Please leave us for a moment. The servant could only sigh in defeat. Mumbling to himself in French, he closed the door behind him. Bam. With her back facing towards him, Shuri took a deep breath before turning around to face him. Badump. She was as beautiful as always, despite wearing an old dress with a faded purple color. Barakquil still found her to be as enchanting as always. Shoo dash. Barakquil. But, the tender eyes that were always filled with affection had turned into a gaze of steel. Standing over him, Shuri felt nothing upon seeing his pitiful appearance. To be accurate, she tried to feel nothing. Whether it were the feelings she harbored similar to the affection she held for Aquino or something else, she felt this subtle compulsion to take care of him. She had given in when she wrapped him up in bandages, but that was only because she wanted answers as soon as possible. Pushing that subtle feeling to the back of her head, she took a deep breath. It has been 20 days since I had died. Thinking of Aquino and Asia who were being looked after by one of Claria's servants, she continued. Why did you? Feeling a sudden lump form in her throat, she stopped herself from continuing. Looking into his eyes, all she felt was a deep pain in her heart that she couldn't explain. But the last thing she wanted was to appear weak, especially in front of him. Why did you abandon us, Barakquil? And there it was. The unavoidable question. The same thing that got him in this situation. Shuri. It was never my intention to abandon you like this. I just needed some time. Lowering his head in shame, his voice lacked any sort of life. I wish that we had met under better conditions. Sitting up properly, he bore through the pain before taking a deep breath. I will not ask for forgiveness, nor will I ask for your understanding. I am aware of my actions and of my failure. I failed you. I failed Aquino. With his hands lying on his lap, his eyes closed themselves in regret. I failed our family. Silence. The only sound that could be heard was of the evening wind making its presence. Billowing through the open window, it carried a prelude of what would most likely be a cold night. Wordlessly, Shuri began closing the windows and curtains. She feared that if she didn't do anything, she would lose her emotions and hit this man in front of her who was telling her a sob story. But it seemed that Barakquil was able to guess her thoughts. I know you are angry. I can see it in your eyes. There was a brief silence as he ended his sentence. Shuri continued to close the curtains, but her actions were visibly a bit more forceful. Sighing as she roughly closed the curtains, he spoke. I deserve your hatred. I deserve your anger. I deserve it all, for nothing I do will atone for what I've dash. Stop. With her hands on the curtains, Shuri repeated herself. Just stop. Gripping the fabric of the curtains tightly, she took a deep breath before speaking. I have lost my memories of you, Barakquil. It was a consequence of being resurrected. Glancing out of the corner of her eye to see his shocked look, she quickly looked away when she felt that same pain in her heart. But I do have some glimpses of the past. I know that we were married for over a decade. I know. She abandoned her family for you and endured the pain of not being able to return home. She was labeled as an outcast that was reduced to a hunting target by her family. She was trapped in a small town that she could never leave without the risk of being killed. Her arms trembled as her breaths got deeper. Cheen. One of the little parts holding the curtain up snapped, causing the curtain to sag a bit from the top. But she did not care. In spite of all of this, she gave you a daughter and created a home for you. When you always went on missions, she never complained. Whenever you returned, there was always a plate of hot food for you. When you came back injured, she always carefully nursed you back to health. Turning around to glare at him, she ignored the throbbing pain in her heart. She loved you. She sacrificed everything for you. She was devoted to you. She took care of you. She fulfilled her duties as her wife even when she didn't need to. And you. A strong will she had, but it was too much. The emotions that she so desperately held back slowly trickled out. Drip. Drip. It wasn't anger. It was pain. It was sadness that she couldn't even pass off as feeling sad for Aquino. She had more than 2 days to understand that despite losing her memories, she loved him. And seeing him with another woman when they were in such dire times affected her greatly. Feeling herself break down, she struggled to not let her tears cloud her face. I don't understand. Was it not enough? Was I lacking anywhere? Did I not fulfill my duties properly? Was I not good enough? Her voice lowered as her pained gaze met Barakquil. Is that why you left for another woman? Is that why you abandoned Dash? No. Ignoring the pain in his stomach, Barakquil got out of bed and marched over to Shuri. Without hesitation, he grabbed her in a hug and held her close to him. I would never do that. Do you hear me? I would never do that. But you were gone. Because I was broken, Shuri. It shamed him to say it, but it was the truth. I was a broken man that day. Shuri did not try to break free from his hold. She let herself be held. Just like the old times, she let herself fall into his embrace. But the difference between now and then was evident. With her face pressed against his chest, it didn't feel warm. She didn't feel warm. She felt uncomfortable. She felt estrangement. The chest that she would previously lean on and indulge in its comfort no longer felt like it did before. The feeling of safety. The feeling of dependability. The knowledge that she could let go and everything would be all right, she didn't feel it from him. The feeling of his embrace was not like his. Get away from me. Her voice was low, bordering on the level of a whisper. But in such a quiet room, it was as loud as a gunshot. Get away from me, Barakquil. It took a while for Barakquil to process what she said. What? Resolving herself, she looked up and stared right into his eyes. I do not want you to touch me anymore. Eyes brown like jasper pierced into quivering violet eyes like amethyst. He heard her loud and clear. She even repeated it 3 times for him to hear. The room was silent with no interruptions and his brain heard her words clearly. Barakquil couldn't believe it. Shuri. Let me go. I love you, Shu dash. Let me go. Shuri plead dash. I said let me go. Breaking free from his grasp, she walked around him and walked towards the door. Yet before she could get far, Barakquil quickly grabbed her hand and knelt towards the ground. Shuri. I'm sorry. I know my actions are abominable but please give me a chance. Please, I beg you. Shuri had no words. She couldn't believe that for the past 2 days, she spilled tears for this man. She couldn't believe that she allowed herself to even briefly entertain the thought of forgiving him. Watching him like this on his knees, her heart grew progressively colder as it was filled with disgust. You willingly abandon your family. And now you plead for a chance. You plead for redemption. You think you can disappear, come back, and everything will return to normal. Please. Just one chance. That is all I ask for. She had no more words to say to him. Go and see Aquino. She misses you. Wrenching her hand free from his grasp, she walked away without turning back. Dakang. Pulling open the door, she was about to exit before. Then what about our daughter? She needs a father. Looking at him out of the corner of her eye, she found him still on his knees, his eyes filled with panic. There was sweat on his face that trickled all the way down to his abdomen where fresh blood splotches had formed. But she felt no pity for him. Rather, all the pity, all the regret, even the little pain she felt in her heart every time she looked at him, disappeared. Looking him directly in the eye, she spoke the words that harbored what she felt in that very moment. I don't know what I saw in you. She felt disgusted that he would even think of using their daughter like that. To think that I used to love a man like you. How blind I was. Bam. Anne. I will put it out there. The God in DxD and the God we have are different. One is a failure, according to Aazel, and the other has a sense of humor, hopefully. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Looking him directly in the eye, she spoke the words that harbored what she felt in that very moment. I don't know what I saw in you. She felt disgusted that he would even think of using their daughter like that. To think that I used to love a man like you. How blind I was. Bam. DxD. With the strength of old relationships coming into question and the integrity of ties being tested in Cuba was undergoing a different affair. It was early morning in the coffee-loving country. Even though it was Saturday, the streets were still busier than ever, and the small town of Barakquil was no exception. As Aazel took a sip of coffee in the restaurant of his brother's lover, his eyes remained focused on the documented information he had in front of him. These past 2 days, he wasn't idle. Having sent a few operatives to dig up information, he had every single event that had to do with Alicia and Barakquil since their rumored first meeting around 3 years ago. Flipping through the page summaries, he came across a page with a black and white picture of Alicia at the top. Name, Alicia. Surname, Garcia. Born, 1973, May 23. Age, 23. Race, human, pure including. Ancestry. alias/S, none. Summary, an orphan with no immediate family, she used her funds to turn the home she inherited from her parents into the restaurant known today as Sabor Caribeño. 3 years prior, she happened to meet Cadre Barakquil whom, according to rumors, indirectly helped her grow her establishment. Nothing worthy of note has happened since then. Date of issue, August 7, 1999. Reading through the information as well as some other miscellaneous knowledge, Aazel was able to verify his thoughts. A normal human with a normal ancestry. No abilities. No sacred gears. Nothing of note aside from losing her parents in a car accident. Paging through a few more times to make sure he didn't miss anything, he closed the document folder and let it vanish into thin air. Taking a sip of his coffee again, he glanced around to find the woman who somehow ensnared his brother in her web. Barakquil should have been able to tell if she had any ill intentions towards him. Normally, he would trust his brother enough to be able to distinguish such things. Yet because of recent events, Aazel was forced to verify things himself. Her background is clean, but what about her heart? Aazel was not a stranger to many things, or concepts. Illogical occurrences such as reincarnation or soul takeovers were not factors he was unaware of. Having witnessed his fair share of such occurrences, it would be very easy for him to spot any inconsistencies with her soul and body, especially over a long conversation. Again, he would normally trust Barakquil to be able to deduce such basic things. But after his brother proved that his intelligence drops around this woman, he knew it was best he did this himself. And right on time, Alicia walked over towards him with a friendly smile on her face. "May I collect your coffee, sir?" Without any broken English, her question was phrased perfectly. "No need." Tapping his finger on the table, a small magic circle formed before the surrounding noise gradually became indistinguishable. Dispelling the illusion magic on himself, Aazel revealed his true appearance. "In fact, I would rather we discuss some more important things." For what it's worth, Alicia didn't immediately panic despite recognizing Azazel's appearance, which also served to show that Barakquil didn't wipe her memories. Though there was a visible trace of nervousness and fright on her face, she still managed to keep hold of her emotions. What do you want?" Aazel was not in a rush to answer. From the beginning, he had been monitoring her facial expressions, vitals, and even her aura for the faintest signs of attempted deceit. Through his patented magic that no one but him knew of, he was confident that only an extreme few could hope to outsmart it. Monitoring her rapidly fluctuating aura and her rising vitals, he was able to glean that at the very least, she wasn't some old monster from the past. Her nervousness and fear are genuine. Gesturing with his hand, he commanded her. "Sit down first." Alicia hesitated, but Aazel was quick to shut that down. "I have enveloped us in an illusion. Other people will willingly ignore the existence of this table. Even if you wave your hands, no one will notice." And, taking a quick sip of his coffee, he looked at her with a friendly smile. "You don't want to run." Alicia wasn't stupid. Although she was currently terrified for her life, she wouldn't do such a stupid decision like running. The way both Barakquil and this man had the ability to vanish was still very clear in her memories. I won't. I know that you can cut me down before I can even turn around." Talking to a person who could and possibly would kill her in a heartbeat was terrifying in of itself. But she could only bite the bullet and sit down. Calming herself down, she took a deep breath for a few seconds. Opening her eyes, she forced herself to meet Azazel's. "What do you want from me?" Lifting a finger, he replied to her question with a question. "Before we continue, I just want to confirm something. How much do you know of the supernatural?" "And not much. I only know that you and Barakquil are fallen angels. I don't know more than that." Her hands gradually clenched the fabric of her skirt. "I never asked him." As she spoke, Aazel did not fail to verify the authenticity of her words. So far, she had been truthful. "I see. It was good that he did that. Now, you have two choices here. I can see that my brother wiped everyone's memories except yours. Frankly, I fail to understand why he would do such a thing. If you were a woman of note, I would understand. It was time to do what he came for. But from what I've found, I've managed to dig up, everything about you is average. Even your lineage, which we have tracked all the way back to Africa, has no noteworthy figures. You have no special abilities. You have no usable talent. Even to get this restaurant from the shabby state it was in 2 years ago required my brother's help." This time, he made sure to look her directly in the eye. "In comparison, my brother's wife comes from a prestigious family in both the normal and the supernatural world. She possesses talents that would place her amongst prodigies in her generation, ranking her in the top position amongst the strongest humans in talent alone. She is well known and has the respect of many even outside her family. Compared to you, there's no need to even compare." He let his words simmer into her mind while also examining her. One thing Aazel had come to learn was that all reincarnated individuals had a certain pride to them. Although he had verified through his magic that her soul age matched her body, it never hurt to use other avenues of approach. Asterisk. It didn't take long for the results to show themselves. Alicia was downcast. With her head hanging low and her skirt crumpled like a paper in her grip, her shivering body was a glaring symptom of the rising feeling of inferiority. For Alicia, this was beyond the typical feeling of inferiority when she interacted with foreigners of paler colors. Flipping the bird was enough to absolve it any day. But this feeling was deeply rooted. Aye. Seeing her lost for words, Aazel decided to press on. Wanting to seal the final nail in the coffin, he struck her where it hurt the most. Yet somehow, you managed to win, Miss Garcia. But at what cost? You may not know, but because of your existence, terrible events happened, events that could have been prevented. On the 16th of July, or for your country, the 15th of July, my brother's wife suffered a heart attack. According to what we know, my brother was with you during that time. Alicia raised her head in shock. What? This is not the time to be surprised, Miss Garcia. Just understand that because of you, my brother almost lost the opportunity to say his final goodbyes to his wife. This was not the truth, but Aazel was willing to place the story in a way that framed her. He wanted to arouse as much guilt from her and weigh her conscience with regret. His main purpose here today was not just to find out about Alicia. It was also to test her. As it stands, my brother is at a crossroads. As I'm sure you're aware, in a situation where he should have been with his family, he chose to come back and stay with you. There was nothing remarkable about this woman, be it from a magical or normal perspective. Barakquil was no stranger to women here and there, but she managed to worm her way into his heart. Whether her advantage was in the amount of times they met or some other reason, Aazel was no longer interested. What I want to know now is, with all this information I've told you, what will you do? Alicia did not know that all of this had happened because of her selfishness. All she knew was that barely an hour later, Barakquil returned to her with his heart filled with despair. For days upon days, he was barely functioning. Just getting him to eat was hard. And finally knowing why this man who was like a pillar in her life, appeared so broken, there was only one response she could give. Anne. Although he had verified through his magic that her soul age matched her body, it never hurt to use other avenues of approach. Explanation: some of us are wondering why Igor wasn't detected since his soul should be around 10 years older than his actual body. The only reason I can think of is that when Ted shrunk the blonde's body, his soul age was also shrunk to match his body. That was probably why there was never any suspicion that Igor was a foreign entity, even when he mingled with gods and caught the eye of people like Nandi and Shiva. After all, it was transmigration, not reincarnation. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. What I want to know now is, with all this information I've told you, what will you do? Alicia did not know that all of this had happened because of her selfishness. All she knew was that barely an hour later, Barakquil returned to her with his heart filled with despair. For days upon days, he was barely functioning. Just getting him to eat was hard. And finally knowing why this man who was like a pillar in her life, appeared so broken, there was only one response she could give. DxD. It is said that even a small stream can cut through a boulder if given enough time, whether it be years, decades, or centuries, it will eventually succeed. So far, there was nothing remarkable about this woman that Aazel could pick up. But, maybe she was like the gentle running stream that managed to cut into his stoic brother. Whether it was using his magic or observation, Alicia was truly no different from other women. Admittedly, she was pretty and fleshed out in all the right places. But there were quite literally millions of others like her and thousands more that were equally, if not more beautiful than her. Barakquil was not a sheltered monk. In all the millenniums he's lived, he had met countless women who were at the very least 10 times more beautiful than Alicia. So since her background and appearance were all average, there must be something about her personality. And that was what Aazel would aim to verify. Miss Garcia. I will repeat myself. What I want to know is, what will you do? Drive her into a corner, overwhelm her with guilt, and assess her true character. This whole time, not once had Alicia raised her head. The shame she felt made her disgusted with herself. But I love him. No matter how she tried, she couldn't imagine a life without him, not anymore. She had long since went past the realm of gratitude. What she felt for him was sincere. I love Barakquil. After spending the first 2 weeks having to comfort him, she was even more sure of this fact. She was willing to endure the bad times and stick with him through thick and thin. Even when she finally knew the reason for his grief, and knew that part of the blame fell on her, her determination still existed. I know what it looks like. I know that I seem inconsiderate. I know that he suffered, but I will not leave him. Raising her head, she glared at Aazel with a determined expression. I will carry the sin of adultery and spend my whole life atoning for it. I will personally apologize however many times I have to both his wife and child. I will accept any penance that I will have to undertake, but not at the price of losing the men I have come to love. Aazel was touched. Beautiful. Whether it be her words or determination, they were beautiful. If not for his self-control, he might have given a round of applause as he cried manly tears in that very moment. If the context wasn't so fragile, he might have even actively supported her in becoming his brother's second wife. I have loved Barakquil for years now, and I have come to understand what sort of person he is. I know that I am an unremarkable woman who cannot compare to his wife. But, I can bear with that. Even if I can only see him once a year, I can bear it. But I cannot bear never seeing him again. Standing up, her fists were clenched as she revealed her declaration. I sincerely apologize for my words, but I will not change them. You may call me inconsiderate, selfish, or even a whore if you wish. But, unless he tells me himself that he no longer wants me, I will not leave him. There was no need for more evaluations. In front of her unwavering determination, Aazel couldn't help but smile. You pass. He wasn't angry. Rather, he was delighted. Your feelings are sincere without any ulterior motives. Alicia was left with a startling realization. Then you. Silencing her with a finger, he took a sip of his coffee before continuing with his statement. Should the time arise in the future, I will be glad to accept you as a sister-in-law. Falling to her chair, fresh tears flowed down Alicia's cheeks as she hid her face behind her hands. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Alicia didn't know why, but having his confirmation really stirred up her emotions. However, do not get too excited yet. You still have to work even harder. Gently slapping her cheeks to calm herself down, a look of determination formed on Alicia's face. Yes. For Barakquil, I will not give up. Smiling lightly, Aazel stood up. I hope you will remember what you said in your heart. Ye. Failing to respond, Alicia fell into a brief daze before her eyes finally cleared up. Did I fall asleep? Quickly looking around, she was relieved to see that no one was looking at her oddly. Phew. Praise the Lord. I guess I dozed off for only a moment. As she fixed her appearance and resumed her work, Aazel watched her carry on with her daily life. Standing on the other side of the road, he heaved a sigh. I'm sorry, brother. But I've already erased all traces of you in her life. From memories to logistics, everything had been erased or replaced. As far as she knew, someone named Barakquil would have never existed in her life. Until you resolve everything, it is best that she never knows of you. Instead of erasing her memories, he had locked them away. Initially, he was simply going to erase them like he did everyone else's. But upon hearing her declare her heartfelt love for his brother, he changed his mind and locked them away. Watching her diligently attend to her customers, Aazel developed a whole new respect for her. Brother. You truly are lucky to find such women twice in one lifetime. After 2 days, he had calmed down and forgiven him. If things could go back to normal, he would be glad. But, he was realistic. Unfortunately, fate decided to toy with you. The chances of his and Shuri's relationship recovering were abysmally low. It was a sad fact, but it was a fact nonetheless. If only you didn't run away, brother. If only. With a regretful sigh, he walked away, his presence disappearing into the crowd until finally. Sue. He vanished. DxD. Shuri did not know how to feel. It had barely been 30 minutes since her talk with Barakquil. Since then, she had been battling with her emotions. Having sat directly on the floor with her back against the door, she was in the privacy of her own guest room in Claria's mansion. Half an hour later and she still couldn't believe how her former self came to love such a man who wouldn't hesitate to leverage his own daughter. I was a broken man that day. Remembering the moment he said those words with such a defeated expression, she sighed while looking up at the ceiling. I also died that day. It was a horrible memory considering that it came with the most intense emotions, his emotions. But avoiding it would not help anyone. It is said that love conquers all, and her love for Barakquil not only conquered death, but amnesia itself. Moments after Barakquil had been brought in with internal injuries, she realized it that just like Aquino, she also harbored feelings for him. Without any delays, she had bandaged and took care of him for the past 2 days. Sometimes, she would even enter his room of rest, stand there, and just watch him. Just seeing him made her heart feel at ease for some inexplicable reason. I loved you, Barakquil. It wasn't mind control or some delayed magic spell that would compel her. Her death would have made any magic a moot point. It was why she believed that the latent love she had for Barakquil was real and honest. And, despite all odds, I was willing to love you, Barakquil. Such a notion was illogical considering what he had done. But this love that had been nurtured for over a decade was not something so easy to bury. The feelings and desires that were carried even unto her death could not be erased so easily. Despite his actions having affected her greatly, she was fully willing to try again. If not for her, then for Aquino. It would have been difficult, but she was willing. The last thing she wanted was their daughter growing up without a father for her own selfish reasons. But, when he touched her, hugged her, she felt very uncomfortable. His muscular arms enveloping her, an action that would make her swoon, downright revolted her to the point of subtle disgust. Her mind was briefly clouded, but all she wanted at that moment was to get him off and leave the room. But, the next set of words he said as she was about to leave. Then what about our daughter? She needs a father. Served to shatter all the remaining hope she had left. If there was one reverse scale that Shuri had, it was Aquino. It was one thing if Barakquil hurt her. His affair with that woman would only serve to hurt her. She could endure that, even if it meant enduring his touch. But, accepting a man who would willingly use his own daughter as a bargaining tool was not something she would accept under any circumstances. No matter how much it hurt her, she would tear him out of her heart. I was willing to love you, but you are no longer the man I once knew. She was a grown woman now. She was no longer the same naive 19-year-old girl. She was an adult woman who could think about what was best for herself and for her daughter. Even if it hurt her down to the core, she had to accept it. I was a broken man, that day. She had to accept that things would never be the same and that perhaps. Then what about our daughter? She needs a father. It was best if they went their separate ways and lead their own lives. I am sorry, Barakquil. But we cannot continue. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. She was a grown woman now. She was no longer the same naive 19-year-old girl. She was an adult woman who could think about what was best for herself and for her daughter. Even if it hurt her down to the core, she had to accept it. I was a broken man, that day. She had to accept that things would never be the same and that perhaps. Then what about our daughter? She needs a father. It was best if they went their separate ways and lead their own lives. I am sorry, Barakquil. But we cannot continue. DxD. The Kaioken, a divine technique that works by stimulating the user's divine strand to secrete demi-ki that will result in an overall qualitative boost to the user's body at the cost of their stamina. The appearance of the technique is signified by a dense maroon aura surrounding them. And then. Let's go. Full power. Hayaya. Grew. The demigod state, a transformation that can be achieved by reaching a threshold where the user's divine strand undergoes an evolution or a mutation. The appearance of the transformation is signified by the user's hair spiking up and turning blood red. Slightly different from the Kaioken, the aura color is a more vibrant red. From my observations, there is also a demigod suppressed state where although the hair will still rise up, it will not turn red. However, there is one thing both the technique and the transformation have in common. Su. They grant a massive increase in power. Deep in the confines of the time chamber, Igor was not alone. Besides Aurelia, there was him on one side, and 10,000 copies of himself on the other side. Separated by a distance of half a kilometer, Igor stood alone with his fists clenched in excitement. His blood-red eyes scanned the thousands of clones organized like a division, gradual anticipation building up within him as he got into a stance. Like a well-ordered army, the clones stood in neat rows, each of them radiating the power of the supreme class. With all of them having spiky red hair and dense red aura surrounding them, it was like a sea of red when viewed from above where Aurelia currently was. Even though she was over a kilometer above all of them, she could still clearly see all of them with her supernaturally enhanced vision. And also, she could see the two massive hourglasses slowly trickling sand into the lower cylinder. Something like this should have been done a month prior, not a week before. With a very small amount of remaining sand left on the upper cylinder, she could calculate that just a little over 6 days were left until the 10 years were over. I hope he'll have recovered by then. It was plain obvious at first glance what was about to happen. With one red flame standing in opposition of thousands of red flames, Aurelia was still tempted to stop this madness, even if it meant not getting to catch another glimpse of his power. Looking at the massive scroll lying at his side on the ground, a part of her regretted why she even created such a scroll. My multiclone division scroll, a strategic innovation that has the potential to revolutionize warfare, reduced to a training tool. Lamenting the number of hours she'd have to put in to make another one, she confided in herself that at the very least, she would be able to analyze the debut performance of her creation and work on improving it. Vuong 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 vuong. With around a dozen magic circles forming around her, she scribbled a few more things under her notebook where she had written about the Kaioken and demigod state. An army of Igors truly would be frightening. On the ground below, Igor was glaring at the army of clones with a serious expression. If this was a spar, he could let himself go wild. But these were clones whose only design was to kill. He knew that if he let himself get swayed by his jubilant emotions, he may as well die. But, no matter how serious he tried to be, he couldn't stop his mouth from twitching before gradually stretching into a small smile. His body was trembling from excitement as he watched his dream manifest in front of him. An army of 10,000, I have waited so long for this. Watching identical copies of himself stand as still as statues, he knew that if he made one single move, they would attack him immediately. And that is exactly what he counted on. With his aura steadily fluctuating due to his excitement, the blonde let out the excess aura. Grew. With his demi-key bursting out like a giant pyre, the redhead reeled back his fist. Let's do this. Sue. 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 As if the specified parameters were met, the clones also rushed towards Igor like a swarm as soon as he charged forward. The 500-meter gap between them was covered soka. Clash. Silence. Boom 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 boom. Diving right into the middle, Igor began fighting like his life depended on it. With every blow sounding like cannon fire, he was in a heavy disadvantage. Having been surrounded from all sides, including the skies, he was in a very overwhelming position. But Sue, Sue. Sue, Sue, Sue. 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 With his eyes closed, Igor was perfectly dodging the majority of their attacks in the most unexpected of ways. Leaving after images as he dodged, he was definitely hard to catch even with over a dozen limbs coming after him. Twisting his body, hovering in midair, and catching a few blows he couldn't dodge, Igor was perfectly exhibiting the benefits of his training these past few years. After that fight with those two clones he had while waited, the blonde realized how beneficial perception and reaction speed would be in a fight against opponents that would be stronger than him. Over time, he gradually mastered the art of fighting without the need to rely on his eyes. After all, in a fight with multiple opponents, eyes become one of the most useless senses to have. Despite the overwhelming number of foes targeting him, he had a slight advantage since only a few could target him at a time. And while his clones were pressed for accuracy, it was optional for him. Boom 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 boom. Quickly taking advantage of a small gap, Igor let a few well-timed mouth blasts to a few clones in quick succession. Zoo. 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 With dozens of clones exploding into white motes of light, Igor was briefly surprised that all it took was a simple attack to dispel them. Fortunately, he didn't dwell for too long on the thought. Drew. Or else he would have been decimated by the massively condensed ki blast that rushed like a comet towards him. Tsui. Boom. From her vantage point in the sky, all Aurelia could see with her normal eyes were flashes of red at best. The redheads were fighting at too high a speed for her brain to process the images. It was why she had these magic circles to help her observe the battle. With a dozen of them hovering next to her, they were like her eyes and ears. As she processed the input he got from the circles, her hand continued to scribble in her notebook. Without a single day of rest, Lord Igor had trained himself to the point of near death. As I write this, I cannot help but be impressed by the audaciousness of his ideas. As he fights against 10,000 of his clones, he has yet to suffer a disadvantage. This is quite unbelievable, but this is all a result of his enhanced perception that he has trained extensively for the past 3 years. Swoosh. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Down below, the battle had taken a sudden turn as Igor flew away from the battle site. Parts of his shirt had been torn, especially on the sleeves where it seemed the fabric had been burnt away. There were slight injuries on him, but his gaze remained focused. As he flew away, the clones did not fail to swarm after him like wasps. Umph. Glancing behind him, Igor avoided the myriad of ki blasts and tsui, tsui, tsui. The occasional clone or 3 who would use the instant transmission to appear in front of him. But with a combination of perception and his instant vanish, he was able to dodge and gradually build some distance. Continuing to fly, he stretched his hands to his sides and began building up some ki. Zoo. Small orange spheres formed in his hands as he continued to dodge. Thousands of clones tried using instant transmission to lock him down, but it wasn't easy. When everyone had the same energy signature, locking onto one person out of thousands was incredibly hard. It was why that out of thousands that tried, only 2 or 3 could successfully manage to appear in front of Igor. Tsui. 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 Even then, the redhead was always able to successfully evade all of them. Having endured training with Sun Wukong, he had long since developed the ability to feel when someone was focusing on his energy. With the instant transmission, he could feel exactly how many people were locking onto him. Sue. And easily calculate how to dodge them. With only a few succeeding to teleport towards him, the other few thousand that failed would teleport in front of their fellow clone compatriots, forcing them to slow down. With this phenomenon repeating a few times, the distance between Igor and the clones continued to widen. Zoo, 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 zoo. Having completely charged his technique, he didn't immediately attack. His eyes were closed in focus as he spread his senses outwards. Despite his mind being occupied with other matters, he still had enough sense to dodge and still maintain the heavily condensed key in his hands. Calmly navigating through the thousands of energy signatures, Igor finally found the one he was looking for. "I'll have to borrow you, sister." Finding Aurelia's energy signature trailing just a kilometer or so behind all of them, the redhead opened his eyes with a smile. Head dot. And vanished. Tsui. DxD. Aurelia was struggling to keep up. Despite using numerous magic spells to make herself fly faster, she was trailing behind. Previously, Igor had flown in her direction along with the clones chasing after him like hounds. The massive pressure they released felt like suddenly developing a headache. Fortunately for her, she had developed countermeasures against this. Unfortunately, she still couldn't keep up with their massive speed. As she followed behind, the distance between him and herself only grew wider. But, in a twisted turn of events, she slowly felt Igor's key locking onto her like a rope around her waist. Is he? Her mind worked quickly to decipher why he would do such a thing. But it wasn't fast enough because not even halfway through her conjecture, he appeared with his hands clasped together. Tsui. Her eyes widened when she felt the insanely concentrated energy melding together as he brought his hands together in front of him. Zoo 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 zu 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 zu. There were crackles of lightning as the concentrated energy shook violently due to a need for a release. And the redhead would give it. Sunset flash. Ka druuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuu unfortunately caught a nasty sickness that thankfully didn't turn out to be anything too detrimental. Regardless, today is Friday, and as much as I would like to write and edit another chapter, I barely have an hour before the Sabbath begins. I will come with 2 chapters on Sunday as compensation. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. Her mind worked quickly to decipher why he would do such a thing. But it wasn't fast enough, because not even halfway through her conjecture, he appeared with his hands clasped together. Tsui. Her eyes widened when she felt the insanely concentrated energy melding together as he brought his hands together in front of him. Zoo 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 zu 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 zu. There were crackles of lightning as the concentrated energy shook violently due to a need for a release. And the redhead would give it. Sunset flash. Ka DRUUUUUUUU. DxD. With golden energy rushing out of his hands, a massive blast wave rushed towards the clones like a giant thruster of flames. This distance between Igor and the army of clones was just barely over a kilometer, which was very unfortunate for the clones. With his attack having been fully charged, the massive energy wave reached the clones before many even had the chance to barely turn around. Boom. Hi-ya-ya-ya. Channeling more ki into the attack, Igor had absolutely no qualms painting the sky gold. The blast expanded up to several kilometers in diameter alone, making it look like a giant fiery golden sword from a distance. DRUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU output of ki until he finally cut off the ki supply to the attack. Although his arms still tingled a bit from discharging such a large amount of ki at once, Igor did not dare let his guard down. He could feel that several energy signatures had locked onto him, but he couldn't figure out where they were. Did they hide in the teleportation zone? He wouldn't put it past his clones to pull such a move. Given how wide the blast was, it was the only move the clones could make since their bodies would immediately dispel if they tried to block it. But still, hiding in the teleportation zone like that was an idiotic move. This was just proof that their general intelligence was a bit, severely, lacking. After all, clones have no self-preservation. And like he guessed, it didn't take long before multiple signatures that were locked onto him shattered. Stupid clones got lost. Feeling the threads subtly connected to him vanish by the hundreds, it served to prove his guess that as the clones stayed longer and longer in the teleportation zone, the chaotic space inside would affect their ability to maintain the connection they tethered to the original. Teleporting like that without preparing? Of course they'd get stuck there. Grumbling with his arms crossed, Igor was annoyed at the fact that this fight he was having was cut off when things were just starting to get fun. Damn it. Should I have stuck to just physical skills? With his eyes closed in thought, Aurelia did not utter a word to disturb him. Having given him a few meters of space, her magic circle still rotated ominously. The silverette was not even focused on Igor. Her scribbling was furious as she recorded all the findings transferred to her through the magic circles. From the power of Igor's blast, to its after effects, nothing was left behind. Lord Igor is truly powerful and continues to grow stronger. As I write this, I can feel that the fabric of space in this very vicinity will be volatile for the next minute or so, making standard teleportation nigh impossible. She was not off the mark. If normal ki had been used, nothing would have happened. But since his sunset flash was powered by demi-ki, the density of the energy was able to briefly warp space, causing a few minor fissures and tears that would destabilize any normal teleportation magic. It was only due to this environment being the time chamber that the fabric of space here was especially strong. Were this to happen on Earth, crackles of lightning would have been a common occurrence as the fabric of reality slowly repaired itself. But Igor couldn't care less about the effects of his technique. Should I chase after them? He was more concerned with his next course of action. To even consider such a decision, it could be seen that the redhead was under the influence of battle lust. Like a hungry lion that had its gazelle snatched away, he was equally anxious and wanted to resume the fight as soon as possible. Although the space there is chaotic, they should manage to hold on for a few minutes before they dispel. The idea he had in his head was a massive risk. If he couldn't find a way out of the colorful dimension, he would be stuck in there forever. Without an energy signature to lock onto, the instant transmission would become useless. Taking a deep breath, the blonde opened his eyes. I'll do it anyway. Grow. Powering up, the blonde clasped his hands together like he was holding a ball. Slowly. Crack, 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 crackle, crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A dense ball of swirling red energy formed between his hands. It was small, barely the size of a tennis ball. But gradually. Zoo. Under his nurture, the ball grew bigger and bigger until it was finally the size of a watermelon. Hiya. Letting it hover on his hand, Igor looked at his creation with a trace of sweat on his face. Compared to some of his more generic attacks, it paled in comparison in terms of attack efficiency. But that wasn't the point of its creation. With the unblemished red sphere slowly rotating above his hand, he removed his hand from under it and let it hover by itself. If this backup measure is here, it should give me a strong enough signal that will allow me to return here. Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, the blonde grinned. I've never fought in the teleportation zone before, but I bet it'll be fun. Tsui. With the blonde vanishing, Aurelia was left alone with her notebook and a dozen magic circles hovering around her. She was confused why Igor suddenly vanished, but was not overly concerned. I wonder what he's up to now. Looking at the orb that he had simply left behind, her interest gradually rose up. She tried to restrain herself, but with a ripe chance to analyze his demi-ki in full detail like this, she couldn't bring herself to relinquish it. Well, a little analysis wouldn't hurt. Sue. Instantly appearing in front of the sphere, her magic circles hovered around the sphere like cameras, her observation magic working overtime to analyze this strange sphere. As dignified as she tried to be, she could never fully restrain herself when it came to a subject that interested her. For him to leave it like this, it is obviously not an attack. Like an inquisitive scientist, she looked all around the sphere, her mind processing the input she gained from the magic circles. The makeup of the sphere was definitely not created from the perspective of attacking. The vibrational frequency makes it more similar to a ball of air than a sphere of destruction. Bringing her finger close to it, nothing happened. Even if a normal human were to touch it, nothing would happen. In fact, there may be some advantageous benefits. It does, however, contain a large amount of energy organized in a structurally self-reliant manner. If it is like this, it should maintain itself for the next, Receiving additional input from one of her magic circles, the sudden change in findings surprised her. It's already burning its own energy. How fascinating. Was Igor trying to recreate something similar to the sun? But for what reason? From the massive amounts of demi-ki that the sphere was slowly releasing, she could already tell that at this rate, it wouldn't even last 5 minutes before it burnt itself out. Such a short duration. Finding the opportunity to study Igor's ki in detail doesn't come very often. It was then that slowly, the dots started to connect in her head. It had been a few years since Igor caused trouble, so her vigilance against him had become lax. But with his sudden action, her mind that had been in hibernation slowly woke up. This is pure demi-ki that is not structured to attack. It releases high amounts of energy at a constant rate and will only last for a few minutes. Disregarding the health benefits, this does not fall into the category of offensive techniques. In fact, this behaves more like a distress beacon. As she delved deeper into her prognosis, her eyes slowly widened. No. Not all the clones were dispelled. She could still feel their existence, and she knew where they were. With one of her circles having caught the brief multitude of spatial fluctuations, she knew they had used the instant transmission. And since they did not appear anywhere else, there was only one location they could be in. The dimensional gap. Those minor details that she ignored played back like a reel in her head. His sudden frustration and him suddenly vanishing after leaving this orb that would act like a beacon. All of this pointed to one thing. Damn it. If her guess was right, then Igor was going to fight the clones who also most likely fled to the dimensional gap star. And if he went to the dimensional gap, then it would make sense for him to leave this orb here, because he was relying on it to come back. Damn it, Igor. Cursing her heart out, Aurelia was much more frustrated than normal. This wasn't the same as him lifting extremely heavy weights under extremely high gravity while also wearing heavy weights. This wasn't the same as him trying out a technique that could potentially cripple him if he failed to execute it. This wasn't the same as him stealing a batch of clone scrolls and fighting a dozen clones while blindfolded with his arms tied behind his back. This was entirely different because she wasn't there this time. If something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to help him. If this sphere fizzles out and he hasn't returned by then. No. Drip, drip. She didn't want to think such things. He'll return, Aurelia. She could only hope that he came back. He'll definitely return. Standing quietly next to the sphere, her heart tightened. He has to. Besides the sphere fizzling out, she didn't want to think of the more grievous scenarios. Please. Anne. If her guess was right, then Igor was going to fight the clones who also most likely fled to the dimensional gap asterisk. Explanation: in case anyone hadn't figured it out yet, the teleportation zone is the dimensional gap. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 141, Chapter 141. No. Drip, drip. She didn't want to think such things. He'll return, Aurelia. She could only hope that he came back. He'll definitely return. Standing quietly next to the sphere, her heart tightened. He has to. Besides the sphere fizzling out, she didn't want to think of the more grievous scenarios. Please. DxD. Tsui. Appearing in the dimension of mishmashing colors, Igor didn't have his eyes wander like an idiot. Having seen this place a multitude of times, he was already somewhat used to its irregular appearance. However, just as he thought, his clones were there. Glance, 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 glance. Feeling hundreds of eyes on him, he didn't immediately attack. Rather, he first verified that he could still feel the link he had established back in the time chamber. Good. It's stable. With his worries vanishing, the aura around him began fluctuating. Round 2. Let's go. Sue. Charging ahead, the clones also rushed to meet him. Despite over 9,000 clones having been annihilated in that one attack, the remaining few hundred still possessed some capability. Boom, 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 boom. Without that slight tug of gravity slowing them down, all of them were faster, much faster. Sue. 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 Faced with attacks from multiple directions, Igor didn't let himself get easily encircled. With the chaotic space of the dimensional gap, conventional senses were useless. Normal ears would never pick it up, but there was a constant humming sound in the dimensional gap. This sound made it that Igor couldn't even hear the muscles of his clones twitching. While the dimensional gap certainly lacked air, it was filled with magic molecules, which could be substituted for air, to a certain extent. Without his auditory senses, he had to rely more on feeling when an attack was about to reach him. By feeling the displacement of the molecules, he could gauge how close an attack was and how powerful it would be judging by the rate of displacement. But that wasn't always enough. DRUUU. With everyone having the same key signature, it was very, very difficult for Igor to focus on how they all manipulated their key. And with how fast key blast techniques traveled, even if he felt the displacement in the air, reacting in time would be nigh impossible. Gah. With it hitting him cleanly in the back, the redhead was sent flying into the void. Immediately after, the clone that fired the key blast chased after him like a hound after a rabbit. Raising its leg, it appeared right where he would fly by. Goo. With a front flip axie kick, the strike landed accurately on his head, sending Igor down into the void below. The other clones were not idle either. With an opportunity given, some gave chase. Sue. 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 While others released a few guided key blasts. Drew. 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 The only fortunate factor Igor had was that his speed of descent was temporarily faster than the clones. It would only be for a moment, but that was all he would need to regain his bearings. Opens eyes. Damn it. Tucking in his body, a surge of ki built up within him. Rah. Letting out a fierce shout, he released a powerful explosive barrier. Boom. The red barrier expanded rapidly, instantly engulfing the clones who were too close. Unfortunately, not many were dispelled with that attack since the majority were able to react and retreat in time. But Igor's aim wasn't to get them all with this one measly attack. His aim was to create distance. With just a few dozen meters of space between him and his clones, he didn't dawdle. With golden spheres condensing within his palms, he began throwing out consecutive ki blasts in the direction of the clones. Da. 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 Doof. 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 Some of them missed, and most were blocked. He expected that to happen. What he wanted to do, however, was make the ki blasts that missed return and attack the clones from behind. With a multitude of ki blasts continuing their paths after having missed, Igor was about to make them return when Tsui. A clone appeared at his side via instant vanish. TCH. He felt a bit frustrated that he couldn't sense it coming until it had gotten too close. Decisively abandoning his move, he fluidly diverted the straight punch to his head with his left forearm. With his right palm stretched out, he grabbed the clone by the face. Die. And let out a powerful ki blast right on its face. Doof. Immediately, the clone dispelled. Zo. But he didn't have time to celebrate minor victories. Tsui. With another clone appearing behind him, the redhead crouched low to avoid the high kick aimed to the back of his head. With his left elbow primed, he aimed for the vital spot all men feared. He didn't care that this was his clone. Right now, he wanted to destroy them all. Crack. It was a critical hit. And, was that emotion on the clone's face? Whether crushing its storage containers gave it consciousness or not, he didn't care a single bit. Hop. Grabbing the clone by the leg, he used the instant vanish to disappear along with it. Tsui. Just as 4 more clones appeared where he was. Appearing above, Igor threw down the clone in his hand like how one would swing an axe towards the 4 other clones. Whether it was due to clone camaraderie or their programming, the other clones caught their wayward brother and helped him stabilize. But that action gave Igor more than enough time to attack. With his arms raised above, the blonde quickly formed a rather large sphere the size of a small room above his head and threw it down. Ha! With how fast it was barreling towards them, the clones tried to block it, but it was meaningless. Boom. Zu. With all 5 of them dispelling, Igor unhesitantly kicked back with his leg, striking the gut of another clone that had just appeared behind him, again. Annoying little. Seeing that it did not dispel, he once again prepared himself for its advance. Tsui. The clone tried using the instant vanish to attack with a double axe handle. This type of attack was too simple for him to block. Raising his hands, Igor grabbed both of its wrists, effectively stopping what seemed to be a powerful attack in its tracks. Tucking in his knees, Igor unleashed a front dropkick to the clone's chest. Goo. Sending it flying, he wouldn't let it end there. Seeing that some of the other clones were already en route to intercept their injured brother, he gave chase. Guro, Su. With a bright red aura covering him, he chased down the clone he sent flying while also concentrating ki into his fist. Seeing the astounding number of clones in front of him in a lineup by the dozens, he didn't despair, but smiled. Humph. Catching up to the clone, he reeled his fist back before delivering a powerful gut punch. Bang. Like the sound of a mortar shell, it was indeed powerful, but it did not end there. Ha-iya. Releasing the ki built up in his fist, a powerful energy flare pierced through the clone before spreading to the other clones. Drew. Like a carpet sweep, the red aura flare was wide enough to accommodate most of the clones into its destructive confines. Not only was the attack powerful, it also very bright. Druu. Cutting off the flow of ki, Igor quickly calculated their positions for his next attack. Although he managed to get a few dozen clones in that one attack, more than 300 still remained. With his eyes closed, he could still feel their stationary presence around him. Now, knowing that all of them were blinded, it was his chance to get rid of a huge chunk of them before they could recover. Tsui. Utilizing his instant vanish, he rapidly began dispatching one clone after another. Tsui. 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 Bang. 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 With super powerful punches, Igor vanished from one clone to another as swiftly as possible. He only had a few moments before the clones would be unaffected by blindness. While he could release one giant attack that would kill them all, the clones were only blind, not desensitized to spikes and energy signatures. Even if he did concentrate his power, the clones were too scattered for him to launch an effective attack to the point that even an explosive barrier wouldn't work, at least not effectively. So. Tsui. 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 He moved fast and struck hard. Some clones tried to evade, but with him having suppressed his energy fluctuations below theirs, he was hard to sense and avoid. Delivering full-powered strikes, he was able to decimate almost all of his targets in one attack. Goo. 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 Having dispelled over 100, Igor was still going strong. But some clones were already showing signs of recovery. However, I've got you now. With all of the clones in one direction having been decimated, there was only one cluster left. And it just so happened that this cluster was densely packed together. Turning around to face them, the blonde decisively raised his hand above his head and formed a small energy sphere in his palm. Seemingly grasping something, he lowered his right hand to his left side in preparation for what almost seemed like a backhand slap. With just over 100 meters of distance between himself and the remaining cluster of clones, Igor swung his hand. In that moment, a massive crimson sword flashed into existence. Zoo! In slow motion, Igor swung his blade horizontally. Silence. Slash. Zoo. 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 Like tofu, the clones were bisected immediately, the sharp edge of the blade cleaving through them without resistance. They were dispelled immediately without any pleasantries or chances to retaliate. With one swing completed, the true fun began. Shurring. 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 With impressive speed, he swung the blade in multiple directions, leaving the clones no room to escape. Blocking was useless. The blade was too sharp. Charging forward was useless. The distance between them was too wide. They would get cut up before they could even evade. Even retreating backwards was pointless. The blade itself was over half a kilometer long. Instant vanish couldn't even cover a fifth of that distance in one burst. Whether it was blocking, evading, or dodging, it was all pointless. They could only be obediently sliced apart. Just now, Igor felt a pair of eyes stare at him. But it wasn't the eyes that were the problem, but the dangerous presence behind them. The power he felt evoked his danger instinct, making him unconsciously power up to his maximum. He completely ignored the clones and searched for the dangerous presence he felt. But the clones wouldn't be so kind as to let him. Sue! 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 As they rushed forward to take advantage, the blonde glared at them with years of killing intent in his gaze. Piss off. Ka-dru. Using his left hand, he unleashed a powerful one-handed sunset flash. Being completely unrestrained in his execution of the technique, the blast of orange covered a very wide diameter, completely sweeping the clones who had recklessly charged forward. The radius of the blast was unlike any other he pulled. Just its size made him seem puny in comparison. But, releasing such powerful blast of extremely dense demi-ki was not without its drawbacks. Lowering his arm, Igor knew that for at least the next couple of seconds, he wouldn't be able to release powerful techniques through his left arm. Yet, compared to the dangerous presence he felt, drawing out his fight with the clones was not something he could afford. Having vanquished the last of them in a resounding victory, Igor was not in the mood to celebrate. That presence just now, who was it? Looking around vigilantly, he couldn't find it anymore, almost as if it had hidden itself. But he would never forget the feeling he felt, the feeling of complete danger, the feeling of overwhelming power. I must train harder. The strength that he had grown so proud to earn was nothing in front of this existence. I must get stronger. That power he felt completely eclipsed his understanding. No matter how he thought about it, there was absolutely no way he would win if he clashed against that monstrous power level. Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, he focused his senses on the energy signature he had come to familiarize himself with over the decade. Detecting Aurelia's energy signature, he latched onto it and vanished. Asterisk. Tsui. Silence. Manifesting out of nothingness, a little girl in gothic clothing appeared. With an expressionless face, her eyes surveyed the remaining traces of ki that had yet to dissipate during the exchange. Strong. She would remember that boy, and they would meet again. Anne. Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, he focused his senses on the energy signature he had come to familiarize himself with over the decade. Detecting Aurelia's energy signature, he latched onto it and vanished. Explanation: this is not a mistake. Yes, he did leave an orb, but like he said before, it was a backup. To specifically quote him, if this backup measure is here, it should give me a strong enough signal that will allow me to return here. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 142, Chapter 142. Manifesting out of nothingness, a little girl in gothic clothing appeared. With an expressionless face, her eyes surveyed the remaining traces of ki that had yet to dissipate during the exchange. Strong. She would remember that boy, and they would meet again. DxD. Deep within the confines of the time chamber, Aurelia was alone as she hovered in the air next to Igor's sphere. All the magic circles around her had vanished, her lust for knowledge drenched in the discovery of the blonde's daring scheme. Her eyes remained focused on the sphere, her heart threatening to leap out of her throat with each centimeter it shrunk without his return. Damn it, Igor. She was torn between the opposing grasps of rage and sadness. The unsurety of the situation had frustrated her to no end. 6 minutes had already passed out of the 10 she estimated this sphere would last. And clinging true to her estimations, it was already 4/10 of its original size. Watching its radius shrink minute by minute, she was torn between trying to supply it with her mana or placing her hopes that he would return before it completely disappeared. But, knowing the relatively volatile relationship between ki and mana, she decided to wait and see. Zoo. Shoo. Zoo. Yet, when the sphere rapidly shrunk by another 10th, that resolve to not tamper with the sphere wavered. Clench his fists. For the first time in decades, Aurelia was on the verge panicking. This situation of complete helplessness, of being unable to do absolutely anything, was the exact same scenario she had to endure when her family was slaughtered in front of her. Please, God. Please don't let this happen again. Please. With 2 powerful behemoths residing in the dimensional gap, she feared what would happen if Igor were to chance upon them. With the commotion caused by him fighting his clones, the chances of him attracting their attention was rather high, too high for her comfort. With her hands clasped to her chest, Aurelia earnestly prayed. Please, dear God. I beg of you. Please, please keep him safe. With tears leaking through her tightly shut eyelids, her arms trembled. Even if he doesn't come back, please keep him alive. For her, the most painful thing she would have to endure would be his death. Not because their lineage would be finished. Not because it would be a shame. But because she would be alone once again. Even after decades had passed, she hadn't completely recovered from losing her family. If she were to lose him too. I can't lose him too, Father. I can't. Please, please don't let him be taken from me. If he dies, Unable to hold herself from weeping, she tried to keep herself strong. But the fear, the crippling fear that made itself present within her heart tore apart the walls she used to keep her tears at bay. Please, Igor. Live. Please live. And as if to answer her prayers. Tsui. He appeared. Silence. Nice to see I made it. Appearing in tattered clothing, the blonde gave himself a once-over to see if there weren't any weird spells or circles planted on his body without his knowledge. After that weird, yet very awe-inspiring encounter, he felt his efforts to work harder redouble. Gradually canceling his demigod state, he turned around and was about to address his sister when half of his face was suddenly buried in white hair. Oof. Without saying anything, Aurelia had buried her head into his chest, her hands holding on tightly to his shoulders. Idiot. You idiot. 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 On a normal day, such repetitive insults would have ignited the furnace of his anger, even if the courier of such insults was Aurelia. But as his senses readjusted, he felt her turbulent emotions that evoked his worry and concern. Gone were thoughts about that presence. It wasn't important right now. Gone were new plans to increase the intensity of his training. That could be planned later. Right now, he was focused entirely on his sister. Sister. Did something happen? Embracing her in a hug, one arm was on her lower back while another was on her hair. Tell me what's wrong and I will handle it. I promise. Regardless of whether she was the older one between them, he would never use seniority to turn down family in need of help. Feeling his arms around her, she didn't reply. She clung onto him tightly and absorbed his presence, her relief soaring through the roof that. You're okay. Thank God you're okay. It was unsightly for a woman of her stature to weep like a child. But the immense relief she felt at his arrival eclipsed all those thoughts. Using her mana to skin all over his body, the blonde didn't make any moves to stop her inspection. Despite feeling that nothing was wrong with his body, Aurelia still felt she had to ask. Are you all right? With her face still hidden beneath his chest, the blonde subtly questioned himself why she scanned his body multiple times in a row. Regardless, he answered her. Don't worry, sister. I'm all right. But it appeared that despite verbally swatting her worries, she still wasn't convinced. From what he could feel from her emotions, they weren't calming down at all. Don't worry so much, sister. Gently scratching her head, he continued to reassure her. I'm telling you. I'm fine. I really am. You can perform another check on me if you need to. Sealing the deal with a tactic that worked countless times on Asia, he slightly propped her head up to expose her forehead. Chew. Badump. With her heart skipping a beat, Aurelia felt embarrassed that he really dared to do such an embarrassing on a woman decades his senior. Why did you do that? Do what? Kissing you. Gently stroking her hair again, his hold on her lower back tightened. Why not? It's not like you're some random woman. You're my sister. As if to prove his point. Chew. He gave her another right at the top of her head. If you're upset, it's my job to comfort you. Having her silence as a reply, he worried that he may have overstepped his bounds. Unless you want me to, stop. He was once again presented with no reply. But, the tightened grip on his shoulders was all he needed as confirmation. Without any hesitation, he continued to hold her without complaint. No matter how many minutes, hours, or days, I'll hold you for as long as you want me to, sister. DxD. 3 days had passed since that incident and things had returned to normal. Seated on the steps by the exit to the time chamber, Igor was reading the Dragon Ball manga. Despite having read it over a dozen times, he found himself continuously enraptured by the story. About to join him was Aurelia, who had just walked out the gym. Wearing a training vest and some tights, the blonde idly wondered how far she ran on the treadmill. Seeing how your legs are shaking, you must have set a new personal record. The silverette seemed to ignore him and was more content with wiping her face with a towel. Shrugging his shoulders, Igor was about to continue reading again when all of a sudden, Aurelia walked over and sat down next to him. Boing boing. Turning to face his book again, Igor reminded himself. It's just lumps of fat, Igor. It's just fat. It won't help you get stronger. Redoubling his focus on the Gohan vs. Cell arc, Igor carefully read through the scenes with eyes sharper than a hawk's. But before he could immerse himself, he heard Aurelia speak. Igor. Do you realize what you did? Huh? He turned towards her with a questioning look. It's too early in the morning to be speaking in riddles, sister. You're making me look like those guys on TV shows who were caught cheating or something. Just say it directly. With her remaining focused on the horizon, she replied. Igor. You went to the dimensional gap. Yes. And you stayed there. Yes. For 7 minutes and 41 seconds. Kinda felt like 5 minutes to me. But if you say I stayed that long, then yes. Feeling a bit prickled at how he was so casual about this, she calmed herself. Igor. You yourself told me how dangerous it was for you to stay in the dimensional gap. Even if you didn't, I know how dangerous the dimensional gap is. Even some of the strongest beings on this planet don't venture there without appropriate methods to return. Igor didn't say anything but pointed at her. Appropriate return method. Check. What? Aurelia looked at his finger which was pointed at her. Igor. What do you dash? I mean exactly what I mean. You were my return method. I've already memorized your energy signature to the point that even if I am in the teleportation zone, I can still sense you. Then what about the orb? What was it for then? The blonde simply shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I just made it as a backup measure for just in case I couldn't sense you for some reason. Maybe you decide to hide your energy signature or something and that'd make it hard for me to sense you. That's why I made that little ball. With it releasing high volumes of energy, I'd be able to sense it even through the teleportation zone. Although, sensing you is much easier. How can I put it? It's like a stench. It's easier to smell another person's than your own. Vein bulge. Right. Why do I even worry about him? Doing her best to keep her composure, she stood up. Since you have set precautionary measures in place, it seems that I no longer need to worry. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped. You did not encounter anything else while you were there, right? Do those weird colors count as weird? No. Without turning around, the silverette walked away until she disappeared inside the gym. With Aurelia suddenly leaving like that, the blonde just shrugged his shoulders. Huh. Then I guess that presence I felt wouldn't count as weird. With that immense power level still freshly lingering in his mind, his resolve to train redoubled itself. And with Aurelia also training in the gym, his muscles also ached to pump some weight. Alright. Let's make this last week count. To the gym we go. DxD. May 8, 1999 to August 15, 1999, Grigori Headquarters, Underworld, 30 days since Igor and Aurelia have disappeared. In one of the lakes owned by Grigori, Aazel had come to spend some time away from work. With the tranquil sounds of the moving waves and the sight of multitudes of fish swimming in the clear waters, it was a perfect location to clear his mind through his favorite pastime, fishing. But today was different, because he was joined by Barakquil. With Barakquil's presence growing increasingly unwanted in Kuo, the Cadre decided to retreat to the underworld just a few days after his older brother left. Now, as both brothers sat on the edge of the wooden docks with their feet dangling over the waters, none of them bothered to say anything. Minutes gradually turned into hours as both brothers sat aside each other. But with the clock turning, work would soon call and Aazel knew he would have to leave. Figuring that his brother had enough time to clear his thoughts a bit, he decided to casually remind him about a very important factor. Barakquil. You have around 11 months to resolve this issue with Shuri and Aquino peacefully. Barakquil could understand what he meant. Or to be exact, who he meant. Demori. Aazel nodded. Yes, brother. If he is indeed in the time chamber along with Yasaka's attendant, then you have around 11 months to reunite your family. Placing a hand on Barakquil's shoulder, he left one final message. Use that time wisely, brother. An. Aazel was almost right about his estimations except for a few parts that were wrong. First of all, it isn't months. It's hours. And, he forgot to place a dot between 11. If you're interested in reading ahead, here's the link, patreon.com/holygambler. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. Barakquil. You have around 11 months to resolve this issue with Shuri and Aquino peacefully. Barakquil could understand what he meant. Or to be exact, who he meant. Demori. Aazel nodded. Yes, brother. If he is indeed in the time chamber along with Yasaka's attendant, then you have around 11 months to reunite your family. Placing a hand on Barakquil's shoulder, he left one final message. Use that time wisely, brother. DxD. Time chamber, 10 years later. Saith. Saith. Come on. Saith. Come on already. Be patient, Igor. We have just under a minute before we can leave. In front of the massive door that led to the world outside, Igor was standing impatiently with his fists clenched, his eyes glaring murderously at the trickles of sand remaining in the hourglasses. Damn it. I want to see Asia and Aquino already. With how veins were bulging along his muscles, it was clear he was this close to smashing the giant hourglasses apart. However, Aurelia hurriedly stopped him from doing what would most likely be a foolish idea. Gently grabbing his arm, she placated him. Bear with it for a little more, Igor. You'll naturally see them soon. On the other hand, I also have to go back to Kyoto as well. Huh. He turned to face his sister with a raised eyebrow. Why are you going there? Need me to come with? His concern was evident on his face. Kyoto couldn't exactly be called a friendly place for her sister, and it would be even more so now that she no longer hid her unique Aryan heritage. Flattered at his reasonable worry for her, the Silverette shook her head. No need to do so, Igor. After so long, I have to reconvene with Lady Yasaka and speak to her about a few things. He still wasn't pleased that she would still go back to an environment where she would be discriminated for being a human. You sure you don't want me to come, sister? As much as I wish for you to accompany me, I'm afraid you may cause some trouble. We don't need a political mess so soon into our return, do we, Lord Igor? Clicking his tongue, the blonde grumbled. Not this again. Fufu. Unable to stop herself from letting out a little laugh, Aurelia re-explained her point. Igor. Once we are outside, I cannot so callously address you by name like I have in here. By law and tradition, you as the strongest of our people must be addressed as a title befitting of your status. Huffing, Igor retorted. And there's also a law that the young must respect the old. I'm too young for you to call me a lord. Please do not try to dissuade me, Igor. As much as you may dislike it, please bear with it. He looked at her. He really looked at her with a slightly displeased, disgruntled expression. Don't you worry, I'd develop an ego. By all rights, you deserve to have one, Igor. You may be one of, if not the strongest in your generation. Having a bit of arrogance is not wrong for you who possesses the capacity to kill gods. Saith. Let us continue this conversation outside, Igor. The blonde nodded silently as they were enveloped by a white light. Vuong. DxD. August 15, 1999, Sunday, Forest Region, Kuo Town, Japan. The forest of Kuo was as beautiful and dense with greenery as always. After it had suffered damage from a supernatural skirmish a month ago, it had gradually recovered under the guided care of Claria's peerage and their familiars. Brought back to its previously rejuvenated state, the forest was teeming with all sorts of wildlife, with most of it being harmless. From large herbivores like deer, to tree dwellers like monkeys, the forest had it all. Just above the forest canopy, a white pillar of light formed before it vanished to reveal Igor and Aurelia in their very differing outfits. Igor seemed just about ready for the gym with his black vest and dark blue pants. Wearing his shinobi sandals as always, he completed his attire with blue wristbands. Aurelia was different as she was dressed rather elegantly. She wore a cream-white shirt that was tucked into a modest black dress with white spotted patterns. Adorning her feet were black heels, while on her head was a brown sun hat. Under the sunlight, she looked immensely pretty, and the blonde would have thought so were it not for his attention suddenly turning towards the presence of Asia and Aquino, who were just barely a few kilometers from him. He probably would have flew away on the spot were it not for Aurelia suddenly speaking to him. Before you leave, Lord Demori, it is my job to emphasize your current standing in both the supernatural world and the mundane. Sighing in slight annoyance, the blonde turned to face her once more. Damned politics. Fufu. Indeed. It is as you call it, Lord Demori. But as unappealing as you find politics to be, please recognize that you are a walking political minefield. Not only do you have ties with some of the most important key figures in several pantheons and factions, you also possess overwhelming power that many may not hope to possess in their lifetime. Your covert sphere of influence will not be covert for long. As more and more people learn of your existence, it is vital that you possess a certain level of prestige. The blonde idly wondered if there really was anything prestigious about him. As far as he knew, there was nothing prestigious about a battle-training junkie who ate like a starved man and could curse like a sailor when prompted. Even when comparing his looks to Aurelia, it was clear who possessed more prestige. But his wondering was cut off when the silverette continued. And, was that a bit of pride he detected there? At the very least, a person of your caliber must at the very least possess a servant or an attendant, which will be me. And as your attendant, it will be detrimental to your reputation if I address you directly by your birth name. Listening to her list a bunch of reasons, he only had one phrase as a response. Damned politics. He had already grown tired of trying to convince her otherwise. He was content to leave this political stuff to her while he did his training. Do what you want, sister. But don't cross the line. I won't have my life and actions dictated by politics. The silverette gave a nod. Foo-foo. As you wish, Lord Demori. I guarantee that it will not come to that. TCH. He wasn't pleased with everything, but at the very least, the interaction between them as brother and sister did not change much. As long as he could preserve that aspect, he would hold in his complaints. Then I'll leave you to it, sister. Turning around, an aura of white ki suddenly covered him. GRUU. Come find me when you're done. SHUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU Vuong. DxD. Igor was excited. The thought of meeting the people who called family after 10 long years was something he looked forward to for a long time. He could already sense their energy signatures inside the house into the distance, a house that had seen some surprising changes. For one, there was now a one-car garage with a silver four-door Toyota sedan parked outside. The wooden fence had been completely replaced for strong steel wire fencing, and the patch of lawn that was previously dirt had been replaced with a concrete pathway that led from the door to a small gate. As the blonde landed, he did not stand on ceremony. "Auntie. Asia. Aquino. I'm home." It didn't take long. To be accurate, not even 3 seconds passed before the door was nearly ripped open to reveal a head of blonde hair. "Big brother." The little blonde sprinted towards the elder blonde and dived into his open arms. Clinging onto him like a koala, her emerald gaze locked onto his with wondrous luster. "You're back." Gently brushing away the strands of hair that fell on her forehead, he gave her a light kiss. "Did you miss your big brother?" "Yes." With her arms tightening around his neck, she was like a child on a sugar rush. "Yes. Yes. 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 Yes." Swinging her legs wildly like she was riding a horse, the pretty smile on her face was more than enough for Igor. Only God knew how much he worried over her safety during his time away. To find her safe and sound was all he could ever ask for. Feeling that there were no discrepancies in her body, he turned his attention towards the little brunette who was looking at him with a teary gaze. "Aquino." The little fallen didn't move. Hick, hick. She was desperately trying to hold back tears, but was failing in doing so. "Hick, be brother." The tears that she had managed to restrain suddenly flowed out upon seeing him. Igor smiled softly upon seeing his other little sister cry. Crouching down, he freed his other arm and beckoned her over. "Come here, little chick." Wordlessly, she ran towards his waiting arm and surrendered into his embrace. The blonde hooked his arm around her legs and picked her up while the little fallen clutched onto his shirt for stability. "Be brother, hick. Why are you crying? Aren't I here now? Everything will be fine." Shuri silently watched with a smile as her little girl cried into his embrace. His comforting presence allowed her to release all the feelings she tried to bottle up. Shuri couldn't fault her daughter. After letting Aquino know that she and Barakquil were going to separate, it broke her little heart. The only saving grace was that she wasn't informed of the explicit reasons. But with Igor having returned, she no longer worried too much about her daughter's state of mind. "We're so happy to see you return so quickly, Demorikuin." With Aquino crying and Asia comforting her friend, Igor looked at Shuri with a content smile. "Of course, Auntie. I had to return here as soon as possible. By the way, do you know where old man Barakquil is, Auntie? I can't find his presence here in Kuo and I was itching for a spar." DxD. The moment Barakquil's name was brought up, many things happened that immediately caused Igor to be filled with worry. For starters, Aquino cried more. Trying to console her was an affair that took over half an hour to resolve. During that time, she refused to let go of him, and it was only when she fell asleep on his shoulder that he could finally lay her to rest in her own bed. Asia appeared to clueless of everything, which meant that whatever happened to Barakquil was recent. Igor had asked what was going on, but Shuri had asked to speak with him alone in private. Leaving Asia to watch over Aquino, she had pulled him into her room where they currently stood apart from each other. Shuri had already imagined a scenario where she would have to explain things to the blonde, but not this soon. She was unable to meet his serious gaze, a stark contrast to the jovial one he had before. Igor was rather close with Barakquil, making her fear how he would take the news of their separation. Demo dash. Did the old man pass away? Whipping her head up, she saw his hands were clenched, his face hollow as his predetermined thoughts festered in his mind. Quickly shaking her head, Shuri corrected him. No. Barakquil didn't die. Nor is he in any mortal danger. And just like that, the dark expression on his face vanished. Really? Then what's wrong? Did he not come back or something? He did come back. Left unsaid was that it was over 20 days later. Hearing Shuri's answer, the blonde frowned in confusion. You're losing me now, auntie. If the old man isn't dead and he did come back, then what's the problem? What happened over the year I was gone? Shuri widened her eyes at his misinformation, but gradually shook her head. Demorikuin. You weren't gone for a year. You were gone for a month. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. Left unsaid was that it was over 20 days later. Hearing Shuri's answer, the blonde frowned in confusion. You're losing me now, auntie. If the old man isn't dead and he did come back, then what's the problem? What happened over the year I was gone? Shuri widened her eyes at his misinformation, but gradually shook her head. Demorikuin. You weren't gone for a year. You were gone for a month. DxD. The blonde processed the information Shuri just told him. To find out that he was gone for a month was not a huge shock, to be honest. In fact, it just cleared up all the confusion he had. Oh. No wonder all of you still feel the same. When his senses washed over them, he thought he was still experiencing some sort of time lag from exiting the chamber since their life signatures felt relatively the same. It was a slight relief to know his senses still functioned normally. Either way, please tell me what happened over the month, auntie. Whether the time chamber underwent an evolution was something he would leave Aurelia to think about. What he wanted to know now was why everyone seemed to be so despondent. Well, Demorikuin, a lot of things happened. Taking in a deep breath, Shuri gathered her resolve. For starters, Barakquil and I have separated. Silence. Shuri waited for it any moment now. His screams, his yells of indignation, or his judgmental gaze. She already knew how it would look. She, who lost her memory, was selfish and refused to go back to her husband whom she had a lovely daughter with. And with the very special relationship that existed between him and her former husband, Shuri had already resigned herself to be on the receiving side of his verbal tirade. But goo, 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 goo. All Igor did was walk over towards the open window and stood there. Before I say anything, I want to hear the whole story. Please, tell me what happened, auntie. His voice was calm, too calm. For some reason, Shuri felt like she was facing someone like Aazel. The authority the blonde oozed was enough to make her almost compelled to obey, like a student facing a headmaster. The difference between the boy from a month ago and the one in front of her was too stark, and not only physically. You might want to sit down for this, Demorikuin. No need, auntie. I'd like you to tell me everything. Please tell me, every single thing that led to this point. Shuri saw he was adamant in his decision. She couldn't see his face so she wouldn't be able to gauge his reaction as she spoke, but she hoped he would at least understand her point of view. All right, Demorikuin. And so, she began recounting the story as accurately as possible to the fullest extent of her knowledge. She reiterated all the details from a month ago without any embellishments and with as little impartiality as possible. Although it was reopening old wounds, Shuri did not let her emotions cloud her narration, or at the very least, to the best of her abilities. She told him of how the days passed by without any sign of his presence until he was found in Cuba with another woman. When Aazel and I found him, he was with another woman, and he looked happy as she kissed him. When she mentioned that part, Shuri could have sworn she felt a rapid spike in power before it disappeared like it was never there. It was as if her world turned white for the most briefest of seconds before color filled her vision again. The blonde showed no outward reaction, but she was able to notice that the hands behind his back which were hanging freely were now clenched. But he still stood tall like a soldier, his gaze fixed on the view outside. His hair which had been in a ponytail had come undone, but there was no strong wind that could have caused the blue hairband lying on the floor to dislodge itself. It fell on his broad shoulders like a waterfall, almost making him look like a woman from behind. As the lull of silence stretched out, Igor subtly turned around, his eyes hidden by his hair. Please continue, Auntie. Right. Shoving the thoughts of that spike in power behind her, Shuri continued narrating the story and included all the details, including the name of Alicia who Barakquil was with. If you wish for proof, Barakquil, I can show it. I trust you, Auntie. Please continue. His voice was even, bordering on the realm of polite. It was as if he was not affected in the slightest by the news she was telling him. But beyond that, she was surprised by how he trusted her. She was ready to bring out the logbook and show all the proof she had and even call Claria to act as an accreditor. She was touched that he didn't think so little of her. Very well, Barakquil. This time, she went over the events that happened in the last 10 days. From Aazel exacting physical punishment on Barakquil, she didn't leave important details out. Like a timeline, she took the most important parts and skipped over the dialogue she had with Barakquil. After all, he asked what happened. Not why. She did not go into specifics about any talks or unimportant interactions. Finally, she arrived at today where she and Barakquil announced their separation. Aquino did not take it well, but it was for the best. I truly apologize for being selfish, Barakquil. But I couldn't bring myself to call him husband after everything. Through sheer self-control, she did not shed tears. She already had enough crying and the last thing she wanted was to seem like a typical woman who used tears to sway opinion in her favor. To Igor who valued family the most in his heart, such manipulation tactics would not doubt earn his ire. Everything I have said is the truth for my side with no falsities. I am of sound mind without any emotional turbulence affecting my recounting the story. Having his silence as his reply, Shuri was worried that he would view her unfavorably. She had seen how strong the bond Igor and Barakquil had in his memories and was worried that he would be biased towards him. And if his view of her was horrible, he might resent her and by extension, Aquino. Shuri didn't care about herself but she absolutely did not want to get between Aquino and her big brother. She had already caused her daughter to be separated from her father. She didn't want her to lose her brother as well. Barakquil. I apologize, Auntie. I can't hold myself anymore because... Gradually, his energy increased. I want to know. And his tone turned dark. Where is he? DxD. Kyoto, Japan. While Igor had stayed in Kuo, Aurelia had returned to Kyoto. For her, it was 10 years. For the others, it was just a little over a month. It was relatively easy for her to tell the time just by looking at the sky. By noting the position of the sun and the moon, she was able to accurately tell how much time had passed. Letting her eyes roam the city and its countryside, she could see that the structural damage caused by Igor had been repaired and all the broken windows had been replaced. Even off into the far distance, she could see that the Heimjima compound had been completely rebuilt. Flying further inward into the city, she was under the cover of illusion magic. Her aim was one of the high-rise office buildings in the city. While it appeared like a normal office building from outside, the significance it held superseded its appearance. Not only did it contain historical significance, it was the central hub for supernatural administration in Japan and it was also where Yasaka stayed on the topmost floor. While the building was indeed protected by wards and barriers, they were elementary in Aurelia's eyes. Under the cover of her illusion, she swiftly got past the multiple barriers before making it to the window to Yasaka's office. While she was now stronger than her mistress, she still respected her enough to not barge in like that. So, she flared her energy for the briefest of moments, just enough that Yasaka would be able to sense it, but not get detected by the wards she bypassed. And sure enough, the fluffy nine-tailed fox made her way to the window. Twisting some latches, she opened the window and placed her elbows on the sill. My, Aurelia-chan. Don't you look dashing. While she would love to entertain Yasaka, the Silverette had more pressing matters to report. Lady Yasaka. Apologies for my rudeness, but there are important matters I must discuss for you, matters that could affect the entire Shinto pantheon. And if you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. My, Aurelia-chan. Don't you look dashing. While she would love to entertain Yasaka, the Silverette had more pressing matters to report. Lady Yasaka. Apologies for my rudeness, but there are important matters I must discuss for you, matters that could affect the entire Shinto pantheon. DxD. The Kaioken was a technique that could be considered to be Igor's backbone. For years, he had studied and used this technique until he could use it as easily as breathing. His dependence on the technique gradually resulted in his body evolving towards it. The Kaioken which he needed some time and focus to use became a technique that could be executed in seconds. And as time went on, it became a technique he'd execute even unconsciously, especially in times of emotional turmoil. Be he excited or angry, he would find himself subconsciously using it, because the Kaioken was a part of him. However, there was a difference now. Ever since he achieved his demigod state, his demi-ki had become denser. So now, whenever he drew upon the ability of the Kaioken, his divine strand excreted a richer version of demi-ki. Where is he? And that demi-ki was dense enough to make his eyes turn red. Whether Igor himself knew it, no one would know. But what was known is, he was feeling very murderous. As his bubbling rage forced his Kaioken multipliers to cycle into the double digits, it was a testament to his ki control that no aura cloak covered him yet. But, it didn't mean the pressure was gone. Demori-kun, please stop. Shuri was feeling the pressure from the subtle power the blonde was exerting. With her enhanced senses, she was able to pick up the building pressure and it made her feel extremely lightheaded. Any longer, and she'd faint. Hearing Shuri pleading for him to stop, her voice was enough for Igor's head to clear and for the blonde to realize what he was doing. Immediately calming his dampened emotions, the blonde stepped forward to help Shuri stand straight, his anger replaced by concern. Sorry, auntie. I didn't mean to do that. It's ALRI-. Shuri wanted to wave off his apology when she suddenly felt a rejuvenating energy flow into her. With widened eyes, she looked at Igor who had placed his hands on both her shoulder and stomach. Through them, she could see a red energy gradually enter through her body. Demori-kun. What is this? Some of my ki to help with the headache. Continuing to channel it into her a little longer, he finally removed his hands after a minute with a serious expression on his face. Auntie. I promised I would hear the rest of the story, and I will. I've already heard your side. Now I would like to hear the other. So, please tell me where I can find Barakquil. Shuri hesitated. Igor was considered a part of this family for a long time, so he most certainly had the right to know everything, especially after everything he did for them. But, she feared the exact consequences of what would happen if she told him where her former husband was. Igor was not one known for his great self-control. She didn't know what he would do if he met Barakquil. Not today, Demori-kun. Let's go see him tomorrow. I will tell you then. She was hoping that by then, he would have calmed down enough. But Igor wasn't having that, especially since he caught on to her ruse. As stupid as the blonde claimed to be, he could be mightily aware of certain things when he chose to actually pay attention. Despite that, he ignored Shuri's ruse. He didn't need her to tell him. He had already figured where Barakquil would most likely be based on what she told him. There were only 2 places Barakquil could be and he would find him in one of them. However, there was something else he desperately wanted to know, something that could extinguish or nurture the little hope in his heart, the little hope that this family he came to cherish might be complete one day. Looking up at the ceiling, he took a deep breath before lowering his gaze to meet Shuri's. Auntie. If you were to be given some time to recover, maybe a few years, do you see yourself possibly getting back together with the old man? Shuri couldn't answer him immediately. In a few months? Definitely not. In a few years? Definitely not. While her feelings were indeed a bit haywire for the first few days, the past few days allowed her to confirm that the feelings she had for Barakquil had all but faded. She still cared for him. He was her first love and the father of her child. But she couldn't see herself with him again at any point in time. The heartbreak and disappointment she felt was just too strong to try and mend the broken bond they had. Sensing her unending silence, it was a confirmation of what Igor feared the most. He knew how powerful Shuri's love was. The bond those two shared was something he had only seen in his own parents. For Barakquil to shatter something so precious, he couldn't even imagine how hurt Shuri must have been for a bond that strong to break. I see. I apologize for reopening old wounds, auntie. Shuri looked up and was about to reassure him when his next words made her feel like she swallowed a stone. You don't need to tell me where he is, auntie. From what I know, he can only be on Earth or in the underworld. With her fear spiking through the roof, she panicked. Wait, Demori-kun. She rushed forward and tried to grab him. But, the blonde vanished and suddenly appeared on the other side of the room, with blood-red eyes. Don't worry. I won't kill him. Wait dash. Tsui. DxD. In the time chamber, Igor was forced to come to chilling realizations that actions have consequences. When he was suddenly pulled in along with Aurelia, his biggest concern beyond the Shinto pantheon seeking revenge, was that all those gods he disrespected when his senses passed through their domains would seek revenge through his family. Thankfully, Aurelia managed to console him that the power he displayed in Kyoto was more than enough to make many of them think twice. And as a bonus, he had Shiva as his backing. It was through her words that he finally had the will to fully focus on his training without any stray thoughts. But he had never forgotten that lesson. Tsui. It was why that for what he chose to do next, he chose the boundless ocean as his stage. With water running as far as the eye could see, no one would focus on Kuo. Having appeared in the middle of the vast ocean, Igor was free to do as he wished here. If you are on Earth, I will find you, Barakquil. With his power level gradually rising, his hair followed suit. Su. Entering the suppressed state of his demigod transformation, Igor closed his eyes in focus. What he was about to do would be a repeat of what he did a month ago in order to find Aquino and Shuri. But different from before, he had enough ki to cover the whole world. And with the density of his demi-ki, he did not fear any barriers. Haa. Grew. Like a rush of lightning, ki rapidly spread away from the blonde like a giant massive net. His actions would sire the anger of numerous entities in the supernatural world, but he didn't care. Consequences weren't considered and politics be damned. One way or another, he was going to find Barakquil, and he would make him explain exactly why he abandoned his family for a harlot. One way or another. Where are you, Barakquil? DxD. Oh no. No. Shuri was downright panicking. The worst possible situation she discussed with Claria had just happened and she feared it was only a matter of time before he made his way to the underworld. I have to contact Claria. Rushing over to the telephone on her bedside post, she didn't bother scrolling through the contacts and quickly dialed the number to Claria's office. Patiently yet begrudgingly, she waited for her friend to pick up. It didn't take long before she heard the Silverette's cheery voice. Shuri-chan. Shuri gave no pleasantries. Claria. We need to talk. Listen carefully. Demorikuin has returned and dash. Fewish. It was faint, so faint that anyone lackluster in the sensing department wouldn't be able to pick up that faint energy wave pass over them. But Shuri knew this feeling, or to be specific, this energy signature. She had felt it and knew exactly who it belonged to. With her anxiety growing stronger, she squashed it down. Listen, Claria. Demorikuin is dash. But Claria was already ahead of her. I know. He's looking for Barakquil. DxD. He's not on this planet. Hovering above the sea with his fists clenched, Igor did not try to hide his displeasure. If he's not in Cuba or anywhere on this planet, then he's most likely in the underworld in Grigori. Traveling to the underworld wasn't going to be easy for the blonde. The only reliable person he knew who could send him to the underworld was Claria. While there was the option of asking one of the many devils he sensed to take him there, it was too risky. The blonde knew enough about teleportation to know that if one truly wanted to, they could ditch the passage mid-teleportation to the nothingness of space. That was not a risk he was willing to undertake. I will try to persuade Sister Claria. I hope she agrees. Expanding his senses and focusing on the Silverette, he vanished. Tsui. Anne. If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 146, Chapter 146. The blonde knew enough about teleportation to know that if one truly wanted to, they could ditch the passage mid-teleportation to the nothingness of space. That was not a risk he was willing to undertake. I will try to persuade Sister Claria. I hope she agrees. Expanding his senses and focusing on the Silverette, he vanished. Tsui. DxD. Claria was drowned in paperwork as always. The sheer amount of responsibility she had as the overseer of Kuo were tumultuous, heavy/a lot, indeed. Sometimes, the Silverette found herself wishing Saraphal fired her from her position like she threatened to a few weeks back. Cring. But, there were a few enjoyments she had in life. Seeing the name of her friend appear on her telephone, a smile formed on her face as she enthusiastically picked up the call. Shuri-chan. Yet it seemed her friend did not share the same sentiment seeing as she immediately got to the point. Claria. We need to talk. Listen carefully. Demorikuin has returned and dash. Fewish. It was brief, but it was there. Claria felt that sensation that caused her body to shiver and her toes to curl at the sheer power and might hidden behind that energy wave. Before she knew it, that feeling vanished, but her mind had already begun to churn. It didn't take her long to arrive at the most likely conclusion as to who was responsible for this. And it also didn't take long for the culprit to appear in the flesh. Tsui. Without any ceremony, the blonde appeared in her office, a gentle red corona, lining, of aura surrounding him like a misty haze. With the appearance of the blonde in her office, Claria could immediately guess what he was here for. And with how his crimson gaze was quietly laid on her, she had a feeling that she knew what he was here for. Listen, Claria. Demorikuin is dash. And there was only one reason that would bring him here. I know. He's looking for Barakquil. Without waiting to hear her friend's next words, she calmly put down the telephone and met his gaze. Truth be told, she wasn't feeling any pressure from him, but this only made her more surprised, yet apprehensive. She wasn't a fighter by any chance, but she knew that for him to not exert any pressure only meant he was in full control of the state he was in, which further meant that he was strong, very strong. And if a very strong Igor was looking for help in what she guessed he needed help in, then she had even more reason to refuse. Sorry for not greeting you properly, Sister Claria. But you should know what I'm here for. Indeed she did. Passage to the underworld. Yes. Gradually, his hair fell down to his sides as his aura receded. Yet, his eyes remained red, his stance tall, and his gaze authoritative and unyielding. You're the only one here I can trust to give me safe passage. Pushing aside her work documents, Claria propped her elbows onto the table and used her fists to support her chin. She regarded the blonde with a calm gaze, ruby peering into crimson with an appraising eye. Demori-san. I have said it before and I will say it again. Your presence in the underworld will not be a good thing for anyone. Disregarding the fact that I will be charged with treason for bringing an Aryan into the underworld, there is a high chance that your presence will result in mass discord across the supernatural world. Calmly delivering her statement, it was the result of hours upon hours of analysis. Putting aside Barakquil, Igor must not step into the underworld no matter what. In fact, she would prefer it if he never left Kuo. The younger generation may not notice it, but the older devils and fallen will notice the abnormality in your life force and they will immediately recognize you as an Aryan. Apologies for my words, but the shitstorm that will result from that is not something any of us are ready for. He was quiet, which meant he was listening, hopefully. She couldn't tell with how he was looking at the floor. Either way, she had to drive her point home. I know this may frustrate you, Demori-san. But please quench your anger, at least temporarily. I know that Barakquil will arrive within a week or so to visit Aquino. You should be able to meet him I found it. Claria was confused as to what he found, until she saw him place 2 fingers on his forehead. While she had no idea where he was teleporting to now, she had a sudden sense of foreboding. Demori-san. However, she ignored him in place of seemingly monologuing to himself. I still find magic circles rather hard to read, especially one as complicated as this one. Claria briefly wondered what magic circle he was referring to, until she saw where he was standing. Right underneath his feet was a large magic circle intricately carved into the wooden floor. This wasn't just any magic circle. It was a teleportation circle. And with his previous words ringing in her head, her sense of foreboding grew stronger. She found herself subconsciously standing up, poised to dash forward at a moment's notice to interrupt his teleportation. It was stupid, potentially bordering on suicidal. Even Igor briefly smiled when he saw her subtle actions. It was only because of their relationship that he did not find her actions offensive, but cute. Yet, that brief smile quickly vanished in place of a stoic visage as he put down his hand. Sister Claria. I'm not an idiot. I know full well how many people will clamor to kill me once they know of my existence. I know enough of my race's history to know that no one wants to see us rise up again. And, I fully understand your worries and what implications my visit to the underworld may have not just to me, but everyone around me. From Vasco's words when he told him of his life experiences, to Aurelia's stories of how their race was massacred, he was keenly aware that very few would dare fight him honorably. But, he didn't care, not anymore. Regardless, you have to understand something, sister. To you, it has been a month. To me, it has been 10 years. In that time, I have grown stronger, a lot stronger. I won't beat around the bush, so I will put it bluntly, Sister Claria. And feel free to tell your leaders my next words at your discretion. There was no pressure. There was no intimidation. There was no killing intent. If I find an unverified devil in Kuo, and they pose a threat to my family, I will not only kill that devil, I will find whoever is even suspected of having ordered them. I don't care if they belong to the old or the new Satan faction. I don't care if they were from a pillar clan or if they belong to a Satan's peerage. I will kill them regardless and kill anyone who supported them from behind. Silence. The tone of voice did not match the content of the words. The way he so casually mentioned that he was willing to slaughter a clan on suspicion alone was downright terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that he would even kill someone from a Satan's peerage. This was indirectly implying that he did not fear the 4 Satans in the slightest. Someone like this who showed his cards like this was terrifying because from a political perspective, he was willing to go to war with the entire underworld just because someone harmed one of his own. Even worse, he had proven he was willing to go that far. The Heimjima clan was that proof. Gulp. And Claria couldn't forget. Just before he left, he was a verified low supreme class entity. After over 10 years of training, she wouldn't put it past him to have advanced by a rank. And all of that was within a month. I understand. Sitting down on her chair, she had a hard time processing all of this. She knew she was not on his radar, but she now had the task of delivering his message to the 4 Satans. And she feared she would have to do so very soon. With his statement, the blonde had made it obvious that with or without her help, he will go to the underworld. As for Barakquil, he didn't even qualify to enter her current thoughts. If her guess was right, Igor was probably taught by Aurelia how to read magic circles. While the teleportation circle itself was complicated, it was simply another language to an Aryan. With their ability to understand any language, she no longer found it too ludicrous that the blonde managed to find the teleportation coordinates to the underworld. Sighing, she knew there was no point trying to stop him. I know this is redundant, but please try not to cause too much chaos, Demori-san. Giving a brief nod, the blonde was about to close his eyes in focus when he opened them again due to the imminent arrival of a familiar energy signature. Vuong. With a brief flash of golden light, Aurelia appeared out of the golden circle that gradually vanished beneath her. Sister. Whether it was a tacit agreement that had been established beforehand, Igor held out his hand and Aurelia took it between both of hers. Silence filled the office for a few seconds as the silverette held his hand between her palms, her eyes closed in focus. Eventually, she opened them with a half-smile while the blonde took back his hand. So. I suggest I transport us to the underworld, Lord Demori. If we use your method, we may end up in the Belial clan manor, which may cause unnecessary problems. Slightly miffed at her formal speech patterns, he quietly extended his hand again. Take me to Grigori. I apologize, Lord Demori. My range for teleportation is only limited to the land around the home of the Nikomata. No problem. His mind had already pulled up what he knew of Nikomata. All he knew was that they were yokai, which was no cause for concern. Pardon me, Lord Demori. But might I suggest we request Lady Claria for assistance? The silverette perked up at the mention of her name. She was already about to refuse when she noticed Igor's look of confusion. You should have my memories. Please enlighten me. Realizing this was one of those moments where she was testing his awareness, he answered. We can't. If she brings us to the underworld, she would have to face unnecessary consequences. While my first intention was to let her bring me there, I realized how it would place her in an unfavorable situation. Now stop wasting time and take us to the underworld. With a proud smile on her face, Aurelia acquiesced as a magic circle formed underneath the both of them. At once, Lord Demori. Vuong. Anne. Seems like those 10 years weren't just spent on techniques. For those concerned, Igor's sudden personality change will explain itself soon. Either way, thanks for the comments. They are greatly appreciated. Today is Friday, so I will be unable to update tomorrow. Also, if you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. We can't. If she brings us to the underworld, she would have to face unnecessary consequences. While my first intention was to let her bring me there, I realized how it would place her in an unfavorable situation. Now stop wasting time and take us to the underworld. With a proud smile on her face, Aurelia acquiesced as a magic circle formed underneath the both of them. At once, Lord Demori. Vuong. DxD. The underworld, a place so similar to Earth that were it not for the odd-looking inhabitants, no one would be able to tell the difference. With serene blue skies and vast expanses of land, it truly was a beautiful place. Vuong. Up in the skies, Igor and Aurelia appeared with their hands held together. With the silverette being the picturesque rendition of a noble woman, it would balance out if the blonde was a brute in comparison. But while his training-geared appearance would make him seem so, Igor seemed to be rather calm. Even as he felt the monstrous energy signatures all around him at varying distances, his mind was currently not in the space to get excited at prospective opponents. With his eyes having turned back to their normal color, Igor was deep in his thoughts. Everything he heard from Shuri about Barakquil's actions continuously played in his mind. He did not believe that Shuri would lie to him, but he just couldn't comprehend how Barakquil could abandon his only child for over 2 weeks. He had fought with the men, laughed with the men, and had even been taught by the men. In this foreign world that he found himself in, Barakquil was his first real teacher who taught him techniques that saved his life on more than one occasion. This Barakquil that he heard about from Shuri couldn't be the old man that he knew and fought for 3 days. He just couldn't. Lord Demori. Are you all right? Aurelia couldn't help but show concern at how listless he was. Igor's first instinct was to reply in the affirmative, but there was no use in lying. He was not all right in the slightest. No. As much as the blonde loved to ignore things unrelated to fighting or training, this wasn't an issue he could simply gloss over. This was a crossroads that would heavily impact the future of this family he had come to cherish from here henceforth. I need your advice. Smiling gently, the silverette replied. I will do my best to satisfy, Lord Demori. Aurelia was both older and had more insight than him into these types of factors that involved people and emotions. He could rely on her to help with this. And to be truthful, he desperately needed the advice of someone older and more experienced. Is what I'm doing right? It was a question that had been gnawing at him ever since he saw Shuri's panicked expression before he disappeared. Through 2/10 bullheadedness and 8/10 rage, he forced the issue of finding Barakquil, until now. With Aurelia by his side, he had calmed down somewhat, calm enough to question his current actions. I do not bear the Heimjima surname, or possess any blood relations with any of them. I do not have the benefit of having stayed within their household for a significant amount of time or anything else that would allow me to question any decisions that are made within that household. I am no different from an outsider who has involved himself in their personal conflict and is trying to pry into their private matters. He turned to face Aurelia, the barest hint of wavering in his cerulean gaze. So tell me, sister. Is what I'm doing right? Faced with such a question, Aurelia wasn't fazed. In fact, she replied with her own question. Barakquil's infidelity. How does it make you feel? Sighing, the blonde retracted his gaze in favor of staring at the horizon. In all honesty, nothing. Whether he slept with another woman or not is not of my concern. It was a rather abnormal outlook for one in his generation, but he could care less if Barakquil had a willing toy he was using to relieve himself on the other side of the world. I see. I will speak honestly, Lord de Mori. Subtly tightening the grip she had on his hand, she continued. Whether what you're doing is right or not is up to interpretation. What I can tell you, however, is that you need not fear involving yourself in these matters. While it is true that you do not possess the Heimjima bloodline, it is also true that because of you, this family continues to exist. Were it not for your presence, Lady Shuri would remain dead and Lady Aquino may have possibly ended up being dead. The blonde looked at her without replying, his mind seemingly processing these words. On the other hand, Aurelia continued to add her input, a somewhat proud smile forming on her face. And if I may add my personal input, your reaction to this news tells me that you truly care for and consider them as your family. It is only natural that you would want to truly know what happened, no. Faced with her smile, the clouds of unsurety in the blonde's head cleared at her words. I see. Giving her a small smile of his own, he continued. Thank you, sister. Foo-foo. No problem, Lord de Mori. With his internal turmoil now sorted, he could set about finding Barakquil. With the mishmash of powerful energy signatures here and there, he was a bit hard-pressed to find the Cadre's energy signature underneath all these behemoths he could sense. But, finding a massive cluster of fallen angels wasn't hard. Gently holding Aurelia by the shoulder, he covered her in a transparent protective layer of ki. Let's go, sister. Grigori wasn't too far from where he was. Only a few 100 kilometers at best. He wouldn't need the instant transmission for a distance that short. Without any flare or effects, the two siblings vanished like the wind. Sue. DxD. In Grigori, Aazel was in his office working on the documents that required his personal attention. These were documents that even Shemhazai refused to work on despite him giving him the privilege to do so. Having left Barakquil by the lake, Aazel was in a relative rush to finish these documents so that he could take his brother to unwind with some good alcohol. No women, of course. He had a feeling his brother wouldn't like that, nor would Claria now that he thought about it. No matter. It wasn't a big loss by any stretch. Kring. Kring. And as sheer coincidence would have it, the naughty minx decided to call. Picking up the phone, a smile blossomed on his face. Miss me already? Leaning back on his chair, Aazel was about to kick up his legs on the table when Claria's slightly panicked voice had him sitting ramrod straight. Aazel-kun. De Mori-san is coming to Grigori. There was a lot to unbox here. There were some details that he wanted to know, a few hows and whys, but now was not the time. Do you have more information? Yes. They should be coming from the Nikomata village. All right. Don't come here and absolutely make sure Shuri doesn't worry. I will contact you when all of this is over. Placing the telephone down, Aazel knew there was a lot of work to do. But for now, he had to inform Barakquil and Shemhazai. He could only hope that things progressed peacefully. DxD. As the blonde blitzed through the skies of the underworld, his eyes did not fail to take glimpses of the landscape. But they were not focused on the beautiful scenery. Rather his mind was hellbent on replaying the precious memories he had with the Aquino, Shuri, and Barakquil. From their first meeting where he got his rear end handed to him finally leaving for his training in the Himalayas, the memories would not stop. Those simple times that were rather short were also the most important to him. Those times that he looked upon fondly, times that he wished he would continue to experience were now close to impossible. Auntie. If you were to be given some time to recover, maybe a few years, do you see yourself possibly getting back together with the old man? Her silence back then still lingered in his mind. But it was also that silence that shattered his hopes and sired his rage. Calm down, Igor. Calm down. Yet try as he might, a part of him seethed at the amount of pain Barakquil caused. As a man, he had failed far too many times. Calm down. He failed when the Heimjima attacked. Calm down. He ran when his family was in shambles. Calm down. He abandoned his family and only God knows when he would have come back, if he would have. Calm down. He failed so much that his own wife lost her trust in him. Damn it. Sue. Stopping mid-flight, the blonde stood with clenched fists, a red mist of aura oozing from him. His anger was on the verge of spiraling out of control, his power quietly increasing due to the emotional turmoil he was going through. When he thought of how the same Shuri that used to look at her husband like he was the world lower her head like she did, the animosity he tried to suppress threatened to lash out. Damn it, Barakquil. He couldn't even begin to decipher just how much it would take to make a woman like Shuri give up on her own husband. He couldn't imagine himself disappearing on little Aquino who so affectionately called him brother, regardless of any circumstances. No matter how he tried to look at it, he couldn't figure out Barakquil's thought process. He couldn't understand just why he abandoned his own family, his own flesh and blood. But it no longer mattered. He could sense 3 energy signatures approaching. He was familiar with 2 of them while one was completely foreign. They were approaching very quickly too, and it didn't take long before they arrived. Sue. 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 Silence. Shemhazai, Aazel, and Barakquil. Sue 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 Sue. Like a trigger word, his power gradually began to increase as it manifested itself in a shroud of red. Locking eyes with Barakquil, anyone else may as well not have existed at that moment. Slowly, various images overlapped with the form of the cadre in front of him. The image of Aquino crying in his arms, his ignorant self thinking she was happy for his return. The slightly haggard appearance of Shuri, a sight his ignorant self overlooked instead of addressing. All of that was caused by this very man in front of him. Su 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 su. Barakquil. Gruu. An. Things are taking an interesting turn. I'm already surprised Igor managed to hold himself for this long. I figured he'd teleport into Grigori and beat the old cadre into the ground. Either way, with the blonde continuing to radiate power like this, I don't think he'll be able to hide his existence anyhow. Not like he was trying to in the first place. If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 148, Chapter 148. The image of Aquino crying in his arms, his ignorant self thinking she was happy for his return. The slightly haggard appearance of Shuri, a sight his ignorant self overlooked instead of addressing. All of that was caused by this very man in front of him. Su 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 su. Barakquil. Gruu. DxD. It is said that no one cherishes a family more than an orphan. Any meaningful connection they form with anyone will be precious to them, far more valuable than life itself. Aurelia had seen it when she stepped into Claria's office, the turmoil that Igor had within him. When she read his memories, she understood why. If anyone hurt Shuri or Aquino, he would no doubt retaliate with deadly intent just like he did with the Heimjima. For him, his family was his reverse scale and his default response was to eradicate anyone who harmed his family, be it emotionally or physically. But, what if the one who harmed his family was someone else he considered family? This was no longer a simple case. For him, it was instinct to extinguish any threat to his family. From the person who tried to kidnap Asia, to the Heimjima who killed Shuri, he had massacred all of them without any mercy. If it was someone else, if it was some other person who caused all of this, his response would have been the same, kill them on sight. But this person was Barakquil, one of the very few people he respected deep in his heart, a person he once so affectionately called, old man. While Aurelia did understand the situation, she never understood just how much the situation would eat at him until they appeared in the underworld. Looking at his eyes, she assumed that since they had reverted back to their normal color, he had calmed down, even though he was somewhat listless. Lord Demori. Are you all right? But, she couldn't have been further from the truth. No. I need your advice. She had spent over a decade with Igor. That was more than enough for her to know his personality like the back of her hand. And with how young he was, there was nothing the blonde could hide about his personality from her. Yet. Is what I'm doing right? That was the very first time she had seen him so unsure, so hesitant. It was the first time she had seen him so lost. This was the very same person who risked being stuck in the dimensional gap because he wanted a good fight. The action itself may not have been the smartest, but a person who second-guessed themselves would never have taken such an action. But, before her very eyes, that very same person was showing such a wavering gaze in front of her. It was only fortunate that her answer satisfied him. Seeing that sparkle returned to his eye made her pleased. Foo-foo. No problem, Lord Demori. But not everything would end there. As they got closer and closer to Grigori, Igor found it harder and harder to control himself. His ki was constantly fluctuating, almost as if he was having an internal battle with himself. While she wanted to help him calm down, she understood that there were some things she could not interfere in. She was his attendant, not his coddler. Holding his hand and helping him count to 10 was not something she would help with. As the future leader of their race that she was grooming, he had to learn how to control himself in terms of handling issues that would no doubt anger him. While he wasn't doing so great now, he still had a few decades to properly learn self-control. But compared to the past, he was already showing great results. Although that anger was still bubbling, he was managing fairly well to suppress it, to an extent. Baby steps. There was no rush. At the very least, seeing as how he held himself together for this long, Aurelia decided to be a bit lax and let him air out a bit of steam. If the only way for her lord and future king to release his rage was breaking the bones of a cadre, then she wouldn't hold him back. Barakquil. At best, she just had to make sure he didn't kill him. And maybe prevent a major diplomatic incident while at it. As long as Barakquil didn't die or suffer permanent damage, she was sure that Aazel wouldn't hold it against the blonde too much. While Igor may not notice it now due to his disposition, Grigori would become a beneficial ally to have in the next few decades. They may not have power, but their information network was nothing to scoff at. Barakquil. Well, that was still far in the future. For now, she should make sure that Igor doesn't go too overboard. Completely souring relations with Aazel and Grigori by extension wouldn't be a great political debut for the return of their kind after all. DxD. Barakquil. Gruu. With red eyes filled with wrathful animosity, Igor glared at Barakquil with eyes filled with murder. His power had already went beyond the 10th multiplier, his aura fluctuating uncontrollably. But as much as he wished to lash out, he remembered what he said to Shuri. He promised he would hear both sides. So he deluded himself that maybe, just maybe, Barakquil has a good reason for his actions that day. And he used that delusion to gradually calm himself down along with that little hope that maybe Shuri misunderstood some things. She was a woman, emotional creatures by nature. She had reassured him that she was of sound mind, but maybe her distress clouded her mind. Maybe, hopefully. As his aura gradually calmed down, so did the tenseness in two of the fallen. Shemhazai appeared to be neutral, but the slight trace of sweat on his forehead betrayed his current emotions. The power the blonde was showing was completely different from the intelligence reports he read. There truly is a difference between hearsay and witnessing it with your own eyes. He was aware he was out of his depth. Out of everyone here, he was the weakest, and not by a small margin. Aazel was wary. He could feel the blonde was like a powder keg that was about to explode. The heavy breathing, those predatorial eyes, it wasn't normal. I should prepare. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he could tell that what Igor was showing wasn't normal anger. It was like, he was rabid. While hoping there wouldn't be a physical altercation, he had already prepared himself to stop him if necessary. As the last of his brothers, Barakquil was also the most affected. Under Igor's gaze, he stood there with an aura of resignment. That regal look in his eye had been lost and even his beard appeared to be more unkempt than before. He was silent, the epitome of fatigue. He seemed to be barely able to carry himself afloat with his wings, his back that was always straight with pride now hunched with shame. In face of Igor's power, all he had as a reaction was a sigh. Faced with Barakquil's haggard appearance, the blonde did not care. Rather, it did not even process in his head. Barakquil. He only had one question that only had one answer. Did you? Raising his head to meet the fallen's gaze, Igor spoke through clenched teeth, his blood-red eyes glinting ferociously. Disappear on your family? His aura singed ominously, like the gentle licks of a flame being gently doused in oil, drop by drop. As Barakquil remained silent, his aura rapidly rose, his continued silence functioning like the wind to a forest fire. 5x. 10x. 14x. 17x. 19x. 20x. As his power ascended through the multipliers, so too did his anger. Answer me. Gruu. His ki exploded, the power of the peak god class being fully exposed with his outburst. But Barakquil was not fazed. Rather, it seemed he wasn't fazed by anything. Looking at Igor directly in the eye, the man replied. Yes. I did. And I have no excuses. Silence. In that single moment, many things happened. First, Aazel turned to face Barakquil with a look of complete shock. It was clear from his look that whatever happened was not in the plan discussed. Shemhazai was also similar, but his eyes were more focused on Igor, his gaze ever vigilant. Aurelia, on the other hand, was filled with concern. Igor had completely gone silent, and not just physically. Su vanish. His ki. She could no longer sense it. It was like its presence completely vanished. Even his aura had gradually receded into his body. This was beyond him suppressing his energy. He looked and felt no different from a normal human at this point. Even Asia had more of a presence than him. All that she could see was the barest flickers of black lightning flashing around his body. Like a snake coiling around his body, it flashed in and out of existence, the brief crackling sound filling the silence. This was a phenomenon that she couldn't remember ever seeing, until her mind flashed back to the Heimjima massacre. That spark of black lightning was the very same sight she saw when he was about to fling that massive ball of ki onto the Heimjima clan. Senjutsu. Upon that realization, she knew she had to stop him at all cost. Unlike the previous time, there was no Shiva to stop the blonde from going berserk. And since Barakquil was his target, he might actually kill him if left unchecked. It seemed as Aazel also thought the same since his vigilance against Igor increased tenfold. Calm down, Demo Dash. And then, within the blink of an eye, it happened. Sue. He moved so quickly that none could react in time to his movements. He was fast, so fast that the only time anyone was able to react was when the sound of a cannon resounded throughout the skies. Bang. For heads instantly swerved towards the origin of the sound, and the sight was something else. For one, gone was a head of blonde on Igor. On it now was blazing red hair that spiked upwards. But that was all that could be seen because covering him was an aura cloak so dense that only a shadow of his humanoid figure could be made out. However, the most concerning aspect for Aurelia was the black energy that had melded together with his crimson aura. Having attestations from both Yasaka and Igor himself, she knew that this was malevolent nature energy. An already unstable blonde further being influenced by malevolent nature energy was not a good recipe, as evidenced by Barakquil who had half of Igor's fist shoved inside his gut. Pwah. Hunching over his fist, the cadre spit out a mouthful of blood, the blow jostling his internal organs and rupturing blood vessels. But it didn't end there. It started as a burning feeling in his gut, before it turned into a searing pain as a massive beam tore through his stomach and pierced through his back. Ka-dru. Like a massive energy sword, the energy wave extended far into the skies, its length and brightness stealing the awe of the sun with its iridescent, mishmashing, colors of red and black. Just as quickly as it formed, it gradually disappeared from the skies like a gaping wound closing itself. Poochie. Mercilessly, Igor withdrew his fist, leaving a gaping hole through Barakquil's stomach. Shock filled everyone's eyes, their faces betraying their disbelief. Not only Igor's power, but his actions greatly shocked them. Even Barakquil had his eyes widened, his eyes displaying his feeling of loss and confusion. Yet that was only temporary. Gradually, his eyes glazed out as life slowly left his body. His grievous injury made him unable to support his flight, making his body slump over the redhead's arm. Mercilessly and without feeling, Igor moved his arm and let Barakquil, who had lost consciousness, fall from the skies like a rag doll. His aura blazed menacingly as he hovered on the spot, his back towards everyone. Without a word, Shemhazai rushed forward to grab his dying brother, a trace of panic on his face. As he flapped his wings, he already knew what would happen next. Phewish. A second pressure covered the vicinity, prompting Aurelia to swivel her head towards Aazel. And what she saw made her eyes widen in complete shock. You've gone too far, Demori. As a black aura manifested around Azazel's body, his eyes glazed over like liquid before they turned completely black, leaving only a gray part to act as pupils. You've gone too far. Two behemoths, barely separated by a distance of a dozen meters, were bound to clash. As Igor instinctively turned his head to face this new threat, it was suddenly revealed that his pupils were entirely gone. Only the whites of his eyes were visible, his mouth opening in a growl to display fully formed canines. Grr. The blonde bared his teeth at Aazel, before releasing a demonic roar that resounded throughout the entire underworld. Reaawea. Gruu. An. Our thoughts and prayers to Barakquil. As much as he failed, he doesn't deserve to die. Hopefully, Grigori has the technology and equipment to patch giant holes the size of a fist. On another hand, landscaping in the underworld is about to see a big boom in business. Aazel has a new form and Igor as well. I guess this is what happens when there's no Shiva to slap some sense into him. But maybe Aazel will be strong enough to do that. Who knows? If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Until the next chapter. Holy out. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. You've gone too far. Two behemoths, barely separated by a distance of a dozen meters, were bound to clash. As Igor instinctively turned his head to face this new threat, it was suddenly revealed that his pupils were entirely gone. Only the whites of his eyes were visible, his mouth opening in a growl to display fully formed canines. Grr. The blonde bared his teeth at Aazel, before releasing a demonic roar that resounded throughout the entire underworld. Reawea. Gruu. DxD. Reawea. Gruu. As Igor roared, a powerful shockwave was released. Like a hurricane, anyone remotely close to the redhead was pushed back, including his sister. His aura was unrestrained, his ki fluctuating wildly as his power slowly continued to climb. His only opponent was Aazel, the governor of Grigori, who was warily eyeing him. With 12 wings as dark as night on display, the pressure from his power alone served to compete with the Igor's. Monstrous. Those were Azazel's current thoughts. Very few people understood just how hard it was to increase their power in the realm of supreme class. Even monstrous geniuses like Surzex and Ajuka have barely stepped past the realm of mid-supreme class for centuries. Yet, this power he felt from Igor was clearly above the intelligence report he read. No matter. Foolish. I'll put him down. With the pressure from his aura thickening, he rushed forward. Sue. And it seemed the redhead also had the same thought, since he also charged forward. Sue. Two powerful entities, both solidly in the realm of supreme class, were about to engage each other. Boom. As soon as their fists met, a powerful shockwave filled the vicinity. The sound of their knuckles clashing against each other caused a loud thunderclap to resound in the region. The two behemoths wrestled each other in a contest of strength, a rabid snarl meeting a visage as calm as the morning lake. They wrestled each other not only with their strength, but with their aura. Like two massive circular domains, black and crimson pushed against each like giant barriers battling for supremacy. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr arms grappling each other as one aimed to overwhelm the other. TCH. This monster. Violet stared into pupilless, the complete absence of consciousness in Igor's eyes making Aazel strap for options on what he could do to make the redhead return to normal without needing to resort to extreme measures. But as he filed for solutions in his head, Igor already had enough of this scuffle. Reayawa. With his mouth open wide, he released a sneaky ray of crimson-black energy that fortunately DOOF. Aazel was able to block with his wings. Opening his feathery barrier, Aazel watched as a feather from his wing fell to the ground, along with any leniency he had left. That's it. Boom. In an explosive burst of power, he charged forward to meet Igor head-on. Clash. Silence. Boom. 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 Like flashing lights, streaks of red and black in the sky were accompanied by the rapid sound cannon fire. The speed of their combat made even Aurelia, who had long since retreated, unable to clearly observe the blurry figures, and that was with the use of her observation magic. But if there was one thing any observers would have to say, it was that this sight of two behemoths battling had truly opened their eyes. Su. Clash. Aazel truly showed his vast combat experience in this exchange. He was going toe-to-toe with the redhead and he wasn't losing in the slightest. In fact, his advantage was slowly, but progressively getting stronger. Although fallen angels were known to specialize more in ranged attacks, he had no flaws when getting up close and personal with the berserk redhead. His millenniums of combat experience shined bright like a diamond in this exchange. With all 12 of his wings out, he used them like extra limbs, their bladed edges chasing after the nifty redhead. Beyond all doubt, Igor was keeping up despite clearly lacking in extra limbs. Regardless of his berserk state, his instincts were nothing to scoff at. Despite clearly lacking any sort of eyesight, his other senses made up for that deficiency. And, if one of Azazel's wings even tried to stab him, cling, they would barely be able to get past his skin. His extremely dense muscle fibers were like an extra suit of armor. His thick skin was what allowed him to shrug off most of the governor's attacks. And in face of fighting someone with thousands of years of combat experience on instinct alone, he needed that thick skin. Rah. Bang. First hit. Narrowly dodging a fist, Igor was able to sneak in a solid gut punch to Azazel's stomach. But it seemed Aazel had a higher pain tolerance than expected. Clenching his teeth as he bore the pain, Azazel's hands formed an axe handle above Igor's head and without hesitation, he slammed them down. Goo. For a very brief moment, Igor lost his consciousness. The powerful blow to the top of his unguarded head joggled his brain a bit. But very quickly, he recovered. Using the momentum generated by the blow to his head, he performed a front flip kick, one specifically targeted for Azazel's head. But Aazel caught such an obvious move. Catching the redhead's leg, he raised his arms and held Igor upside down. With ruthless efficiency, he reeled his knee back and hit him right in his spine. Arg. Feeling the pain in his lower back, Igor lost all feeling in his legs. Aazel then charged downwards, his grasp firmly on Igor's leg. Su. He was extremely fast, his wings narrowed for that extra speed. As soon as he descended a kilometer or two in altitude, he flung the redhead towards the nearby mountain range without any hesitation. Boom. With ruthless pragmatism at its finest, Aazel would not give Igor a break. With his arm extended, literally hundreds upon hundreds of black spears formed out of thin air. It was direct materialization with no magic circle in sight. Descend. Shoo. 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 The spears descended like focused artillery fire, precision strikes that disappeared into the massive dust cloud that had yet to disperse from Igor's crash landing. Boom. 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 Like machine gun bullets, the spears continuously descended. As more and more descended, Aazel generated more, making sure to keep up a never-ending flow of dark spears. Yet no matter how many he fired, he could clearly feel through his senses that they were not doing enough damage. To be precise, the damage that was inflicted was offset by the insane regeneration Igor had. But it didn't matter. He was already preparing a more powerful spear with his free hand, one that would put down Igor once and for all and end his rampage. DxD. Pain. All Igor felt was pain, especially in his lower back. He wasn't even sure why he was feeling pain, but it was this pain that made him wake up. Opening his eyes, the blonde found himself in a strange world. There were lush plains that extended as far as the eye could see with no tree or bush in sight. The sun was bright with no clouds in sight, its rays warmly caressing his skin. Sitting up, the blonde idly removed the strands hovering on his face as he took in his surroundings. A lucid dream. But when did I fall asleep? Throb. Ow. There it was again, that faint stinging sensation on his back. Did I pass out on the bench press or something? Why does my back hurt this much? Taking a deep yawn, the blonde stood up before giving himself a good stretch. Or maybe I'm in bed and sister is digging into my back with her knee again. Yawning again, the blonde scratched his non-existent beard. Whatever. Time to wake up then. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Rubbing his eyes, Igor drunkenly turned towards the direction of the voice. He was met with the sight of a little girl no older than 5 years old in age. With long flowing blonde hair, it almost seemed to glow like molten gold. In fact, it was clustered together almost like his when he transformed instead of being in individual strands. Her skin was tan in color, her hovering form draped in a golden dress that just barely reached her knees. She was barefoot and lacked any other noticeable accessories. Face to face with Igor, her childish form was simply that, childish. Her face lacked the innocence or naivety a child would have, her brown eyes showing a level of maturity well beyond those a child would have. As the blonde took in her sight, his eyes widened as he finally seemed to wake up. Recent memories that were suppressed suddenly made their way into his head. His return from the time chamber, his reunion with his family, news of Barakquil, the underworld, and his confrontation with the fallen before finally. Yes. I did. And I have no excuses. The moment where his memories were cut off as his mind seemingly blacked out. As the memories returned, so did his vigilance. This strange girl who suddenly appeared out of nowhere most likely had something to do with his sudden state of unconsciousness. Increasing his vigilance, he calmly asked her. Who are you and why would you not want me to wake up? The little girl smiled brightly. Because. She raised her arms in an attempt to cup his face, but the blonde leaned back, his brows furrowing. Don't touch me when we don't know each other. With her smile faltering, she lowered her arms in acquiescence to his request. However, the blonde remained unfazed. Rather, his vigilance continued to increase. Tell me who you are and what you want. With cerulean meeting Amber, it was the latter that slowly gave up in this stare down. With a sigh, the little girl turned around as she slowly flew away from Igor. A name. I don't have a name. At least, I don't remember it. But. Turning around with her arms behind her back, a childish grin formed on her face. You can call me Triny. And just as quickly, that smile faded in the place of nervousness. I know it's not the best name, but it's closer to what I've been called for the longest time. And you brought me here? Yes. I brought you. Why are you leaving? The little girl noticed Igor's form flickering in and out of existence. At her question, the blonde grit his teeth and continued trying to leave. Something is happening to my body. That incessant pain in his back was growing hotter and hotter. Rather than spend time with some random girl he didn't know, he would rather attend to his body outside. But it seemed Triny had other thoughts. No. Instantly appearing in front of the blonde, she grabbed him by the shoulders and immediately, his figure stopped flickering. Heavily confused by what just happened, further confusion was added when Triny glared at him. I won't allow you to leave. I won't. I won't. I won't. Like a torrent, waves upon waves of black miasma suddenly expanded from Triny's arms and gradually began covering his entire body. What is dash? Even if I have to keep you here by force, I won't let you leave me alone. With the miasma covering him like burning flames, his resistance continued to weaken until he fell to his knees. Why you? Glaring at Triny, all he saw were her sad eyes before he gradually lost unconsciousness. It was a haze of confusing events that happened so quickly that he could barely process what was happening. As his eyes finally closed, so too did the miasma continue to expand. DxD. I'm slowly getting through. Up in the skies, Aazel could feel that his spears were gradually penetrating through Igor's skin. After more than 6,000 spears plus 2 supercharged spears, the redhead's regeneration was finally stalling. I'll get ready to seal him soon. With a small black magic circle forming in his hand, he was ready to rush down and place a magic seal that would lock down Igor's strength. He just needed to whittle down his strength a little more, just enough so that if Igor has another outburst it won't break the seal. Just a little more. It was subtle at first, barely a cause for concern. He had seen Igor's regeneration spike for a few moments before it finally fell away under the torrential wave of spears. But this time, it was different, vastly different. It was instant. Groo. Out of nowhere, Igor's power suddenly skyrocketed. The shockwave alone generated by his rapidly increasing power was so much that he found himself having to shield his eyes. The last batch of spears that were raining down before he was interrupted veered off course due to Igor's power outburst. Doof. 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 With hundreds of spears piercing the ground below, Aazel wasn't even remotely prepared for what he saw next. Reawewa. He found himself having to cover his ears when he heard Igor's demonic scream that was similar to a widow's wails of anguish. The massive dust cloud that was kicked up by his spears veering off course was cleared by the redhead's demonic wail. But when Aazel looked down again, a trace of vigilance and confusion formed on his face. Like a miasma creeping up on him, the vast majority of Igor's skin had become as dark as night itself. His skin had turned completely black, leaving only his face that appeared to be encroached by dozens of spiky tentacles. If that was all, it would be better. But... Groo. Not again. His power rapidly increased. The crimson-black veil covering him expanded exponentially, his aura lashing out like violent tentacles. The redhead fell on all fours, his power continuing to spike. But... it was what happened next that caused Aazel to panic. Aurelia. Seal the area. Now. There were very few times that Aazel displayed this much urgency in his voice, but this situation required it. If word of this sight got out, Igor would be hunted down by every single entity in the supernatural world. Good or evil, all of them would unite to hunt him down. Because on Igor's head, although it was illusory, his aura had shaped itself to look like 10 horns. And 10 horns. If you know, you know. If you don't know, calmly wait for the comments explaining what the hell is happening. Or wait for the next chapter. If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Chapter 150, Chapter 150. And, I'll summarize this quickly. I did leg day. I got sick. In conclusion, I hate leg day. Today is also Friday. Moving on, I hope you'll enjoy this chapter and the next two. Aurelia. Seal the area. Now. There were very few times that Aazel displayed this much urgency in his voice, but this situation required it. If word of this sight got out, Igor would be hunted down by every single entity in the supernatural world. Good or evil, all of them would unite to hunt him down. Because on Igor's head, although it was illusory, his aura had shaped itself to look like 10 horns. DxD. Aurelia saw it as clear as daylight. 10 crimson-black horns formed from Igor's aura, their tips pointing forward like a bull's. Despite being illusory, they were ramrod straight with only the base having a slight curve. Igor raged out, his fists burying themselves into the ground as his aura grew increasingly demonic. The ratio of red and black slowly but surely grew in favor of the latter. It was as if he was having an internal struggle, a fight of crimson against darkness. Reawewa. His voice came in 2 tones, the smooth baritone of a warrior's roar and the screeching wail of a recently widowed wife. It was demented. Yet no matter how demented it was, Aurelia would never attack her brother with the intent to kill. However, there was an external factor who possibly wouldn't align with her ideal. Aazel. Without hesitation, she summoned her sword with the intent to kill. But her target wasn't Igor. It was Aazel. All her senses trained upon him like a hawk. It did not matter that Igor was showing the traits known to be possessed by the beast of the apocalypse. He could turn into the beast itself for all she cared. All she knew was that he was family. And if Aazel showed even the faintest lick of killing intent, she would use her strongest seal to trap and then decapitate him in one shot. Consequences. She took a page from her brother's book and damned them to hell. If Aazel even dared to form a light spear, she wouldn't hesitate in killing him on the spot, even if it meant risking her own life in the process. But, it appeared that Aazel did not want any more bloodshed to happen. With a tense expression on his face, he fiercely commanded. Aurelia. Seal the area. Now. His command came as a surprise, but she didn't dare dawdle. At least for now, he showed no inclination in killing Igor. Silently believing that he would find a way to pacify her brother, she turned her focus towards creating a barrier, and blocking out any information of Igor's condition. Knowing how fragile the situation was, mistakes couldn't be made, and any witnesses must not be left alive. Vuong. 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 For magic circles formed around her and from them, for clones of herself manifested. You know what to do. Yes. Sue. 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 Without hesitation, the clones rushed forward. Time was of the essence and delays could not be condoned under any circumstances. Their job was simple: rush to the four corners of the battlefield and erect a large 360-degree barrier to obscure any curious eyes. As for Aurelia, she remained behind to do what needed to be done. Clutching her sword tightly, she focused her senses for any other foreign entities. Her brows trembled slightly in exertion. It was rather difficult to sense other entities due to Igor's ki enveloping the vicinity. His power was so loud that it was hard to signal out the weaker energy signatures. But, that didn't mean it was impossible. 1, 2, 3, 6. Like blips on a radar, she picked up multiple life signatures that were hiding at varying distances. There were even some over 8 kilometers away that were watching. As her count reached the double digits, she didn't rush to finish them off. This was a very volatile situation with absolutely no room for mistakes. If one straggler managed to escape and leak the news of Igor's current state, it would not be long before they potentially faced attacks from the entire supernatural world. I won't let that happen. With her range having expanded over 500 kilometers, she had detected a total of 27 energy signatures that were nearby. She was overdoing it since there was virtually no energy signature she could sense further than 10 kilometers. But, taking chances wasn't something she would entertain in this venture. Fortunately, the entities she sensed came from only one direction, and from what she could sense, most were devils or had traces of being devils, possibly reincarnated devils. Aazel must have sealed Grigory. None of the entities she detected were beyond high class in terms of their energy signatures. But that didn't mean she would underestimate them, even if she herself was a peak god class entity. Be they a scout sent to observe or a wanderer at the wrong place at the wrong time, she was determined to leave none alive. Mentally mapping out the most optimal path for her impending assassinations, she gripped her sword tightly before she vanished. Sue. She had to be fast. Her clones were nearly finished setting up a barrier that would be able to obscure the figures of Aazel and Igor. At the very least, anyone else looking would only see a normal skirmish between the two. Although, those with keener eyes would be able to see that some scenes were being repeated in different orders. This barrier was rudimentary in its execution, but she didn't need it to be perfect. It just had to stall them for long enough. Until then, she had to eliminate everyone before they eventually figured out everything was an illusion and that the horns they saw were real. Sue. She appeared above a devil. It was a mere low class, an easy kill. Shuri. With her energy suppressed, the devil didn't even know what hit him. With her sword cleanly slicing through his neck, she placed a magic circle on his back which immediately began to glow. Zoo. With all of this being completed in one fluid motion, her feet barely touched the ground for long before she vanished again. Sue. Placing aside her talent in sealing, Aurelia was a very talented assassin. With a keen eye to detail, she moved with such precision and struck with such lethality that any would-be observers would never know how they died. Shuri. Placing a magic circle on the back of her latest victim, she vanished again. Sue. There were only 9 targets left, and they didn't know a single thing. With so many energy signatures suddenly having gotten snuffed out, it was only logical that the remaining scouts would figure out that they were being hunted. This was where her circle came in. It was a work of art inspired by necromancy and druid magic. For a brief moment, anyone who had this magic circle would be kept alive for a certain amount of time, even if the victim was decapitated. It was why the Silverette could continuously assassinate multiple targets so quietly. With her skill, it was too easy to escape detection. But, it seemed a few of them were already trying to leave. TCH. They must have caught on. With the majority of them forming teleportation circles, the Silverette only had a few precious seconds before it was too late. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. It was the average time it took from manifesting a standard teleportation circle, activating it, and vanishing. She had to kill every single one of them within 3 seconds before they could teleport. As fast as she was, she couldn't cover the varying number of kilometers between each target and kill all of them within 3 seconds, at least not with her current capabilities. Vuong. 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 This was no longer the time for subtleties. Immediately forming 5 clones, they rushed off to their individual targets with utter disregard for stealth, not that it was an option anymore. Having already ventured beyond 8 kilometers from the battle site, her energy output from creating clones was no longer overshadowed by Igor's ki. Su. Vanishing just shortly after her clones, she could feel multiple energy signatures fluctuate in alertness, but it was fruitless. Feeling her clones dispatch most of the remaining foes, she rushed on towards her target who was the furthest away, her sword poised for a quick strike. But upon reaching her target, her expression soured. A familiar. Still mid-stride, she changed her tactics upon seeing her target. It was a bat familiar just above the size of a mango fruit. With its little wings fluttering as it keenly observed the battlefield, Aurelia watched it in slow motion as she neared. The familiar itself wasn't a threat. With its paltry strength, it could barely even qualify as low class in terms of energy. What made the familiar a threat, however, were its abilities. If it is sharing its sight with its master, this will be a problem. It was indeed a problem, but Aurelia assured herself with the fact that since this was a very low-class familiar, then the owner must be weak as well. Reaching out with her left hand, she grabbed the familiar and trapped it within her palm. With a quick burst of mana, she knocked it out. Feeling its struggles ceasing, she closed her eyes. If the familiar was indeed sharing its sight, then she needed to be quick, very quick. Focusing on the magical link that exists between a familiar and its master, she followed the line until she found its master on the other end. However, the magic link had also passed through several barriers that would make it so that standard teleportation would not be possible. Problematic. While her own unique teleportation circle would allow her to passively dismantle these defenses and phase through, it wouldn't be as discreet. At the very least, a trace of her energy signature would be left behind, something she didn't want to leave if her target was from a noble clan from her guesses. With these factors, she only had one choice left. I'll use direct teleportation. It was a technique inspired by her brother's instant transmission and its inherent advantages. It was still a work in progress and it took a lot of her energy. But compared to the risk of Igor being depicted as Trihex's incarnation, feeling woozy from mana exhaustion was the better option. Firmly cementing the energy signature of her target, she maintained her grip on the familiar before she vanished in a flash of golden light. Show. DxD. Gremory Estate, Underworld. Rias was bored. Her brother had just left her when they were having so much fun playing. Having been left in a big room filled with all sorts of toys, posters, and action figures from Japan, the little heiress was not in a good mood due to her brother's abrupt departure. Humph. Oni-Itan is a big meanie. I wanted to go too. Rias milled about in her room with a sullen gaze. Her curiosity at what that sudden energy was made her all the more curious to see it. Even her parents were talking about that power spike behind closed doors while everyone else was on guard, even the maids. While there was no adult in her room, she already knew that a maid was outside her door. Her only companion in this sunlit room was her newly contracted bat familiar that suddenly flew onto her head when it noticed its master's distress. Ah. That tickles, Akane-chan. Giggling as her familiar buried itself in her long red hair, the little heiress fell onto her back, her feet kicking up a fuss and wrinkling her dress at the ticklish feeling. It was only after a long while that her familiar finally stopped, the little bat satisfied at having raised her master's soury mood. However, that calm was temporary. Pick pick. Squeaking as it dodged a palm, it immediately flew out of reach of Ria's hands. Pick pick. Pick pick. Flying around the room, it dodged the sword that her master was using to swat at her. Although it was a wooden sword, it would still hurt. Hi. Stop running, Akane-chan. Excitedly chasing around her familiar, her footsteps covered the room for quite a while until the little redhead finally collapsed in exhaustion. Huff, huff, huff. Sitting on her bed, her cheeks were cutely flushed from the exertion. Leaning towards her nightstand, she took a bottle of milk with both hands and drank it straight from the bottle. Gulp 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 gulp. Holding it with both hands, she chugged down the dairy liquid until her stomach bloated. H-A-A-A. With a white mustache on her face, the little heiress whispered to her familiar. Don't tell Ka-chan I drank from the bottle, Akane-chan. The little bat flew down and landed on her lap, its 2 eyes staring at her master with reassurance behind them. Pick pick. Hi. Lying down on her bed, she picked up her little familiar with a thankful expression. Thanks, Akane-chan. Time slowly passed as the little heiress continued to lie down on her bed. The heavy feeling in her stomach from drinking so much milk made her not want to get up. With her arm covering her eyes, Ria's initial excitement from playing with Akane was gradually suppressed by the feeling of boredom strengthened by the sound of the clock. Mao. I wish Oni-Itan was here. Sitting up, a look of concern formed on her little face. He never left like this before. With her hands on her cheeks, the little redhead remembered how her Oni-Ichan's face suddenly darkened as he looked out the window. Suddenly, she got an idea. Hey Akane-chan. Can you go and see what Oni-Itan was up to? She got up from her bed and ran over to the large open window leading out to a very beautiful scenery. Pointing excitedly, she looked at her familiar. Brother was looking over there. Can you go and see what's there? I can feel something weird coming from that direction. Pick pick. Using one of its wings to form a salute, the little bat flew out the window and sped towards the source of the energy. Behind her, her master peeked her head out the window and waved excitedly. Thanks, Akane-chan. An. Cute little Rias makes an intro, though I don't expect it to be smooth. Hell, she might not even survive if Aurelia's determination remains strong. Will cuteness win or will sheer ruthlessness prevail? If you're interested in reading ahead, you can find more chapters on my Patreon under the same username. Holy out.